Everyone is awakening. After you transmigrated, you obtained the trash archery talent. You awakened the weakest rank F, E, D, U, C, B, A, S, S talent, all element mastery, but because you shot down 10,000 small targets the night before the awakening exam, you gained the system shoot to gain free points overnight. After that night, a god tier archer was born. Light elemental enchanted arrow, possessing the speed of light and ultimate penetration. Fire elemental enchanted arrow. Have you seen mushroom cloud explosions? Chapter 1, You're going to shoot your sister to death. Huashan Nation. Kanglan Province, Taodao City. Class 7, Grade 3, Yanghua District No. 1 Middle School. The left blackboard reads, only 1 day left until the awakening exam. The stifling senior year life is over, and the classroom is filled with a joyful atmosphere. Homeroom teacher Jean Ming strode to the podium. This man with a stern face, who hadn't smiled in 3 years, was unusually beaming today. A sharp sword is tempered to be even sharper. A fish leaping through the dragon gate transforms into a dragon. Students, first of all, congratulations on your graduation. Jean Ming gestured for quiet with both hands until the cheers subsided slightly. He cleared his throat. Students who have signed up for the awakening exam, don't forget to gather at the plaza in front of the teaching building at 6 a.m. tomorrow. The classroom instantly fell silent. Zitong, Tang, Ma, you three must work hard. Don't disgrace our Class 7. The three mentioned nodded excitedly. Zitong stood up, her long ponytail swaying from side to side. Her beautiful oval face bloomed with a smile like a flower. She awakened with an A-rank combat talent, Frigid Flame Tyrant Bear, possessing the physique and abilities of the feral beast Frigid Flame Tyrant Bear. Her voice was filled with confident strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang, we definitely won't let you down tomorrow. Jean Ming smiled with satisfaction. His gaze subconsciously fell upon the handsome young man in the corner, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, you three shouldn't get too arrogant. The awakening exam selection is no child's play. The outcome is not yet decided. Anyone has the potential to be a dark horse. Sensing his homeroom teacher's gaze, Su forced a smile as he looked at the 8 elements swirling around his hand. He was originally the leader of a game guild. After waking up from leading a paid run in the early morning, he had already arrived on this blue star, a world similar to a parallel universe. The current blue star was tens of times larger and incredibly rich in resources. Furthermore, powerful feral beasts and otherworlders from other dimensions descended to compete with humans for living space. This war, which maintained the flame of human civilization, had been ongoing for thousands of years. The rules of the world had changed. Everyone had a chance to obtain a talent and become an awakened when they reached 15 or 16 years old. In the future, they would evolve into warriors who fought against otherworlders and feral beasts, defending their homes and country. Awakened stood at the upper echelon of society. Glory and wealth were within easy reach. They could even break the monogamous system. All for the continuation of superior genes. Talents were divided into 3 major systems: elemental, enhancement, and psychic. Their strength ranged from low to high as F, E, D, U, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, a total of 9 levels. S-rank talents were already 1 in 10,000. As for SSS rank talents, they hadn't appeared in hundreds of years. Su was very fortunate. His awakened talent was the combat type, all-element mastery, allowing him to easily use the 8 basic elements that constituted the world. This should have been the perfect setup for a mage. However, its strength was only F rank, and the amount of each element he could use was extremely limited. Despite not giving up and working hard for a whole year, he could at most condense a fingernail-sized amount of elemental energy. Shooting it out was less effective than a superficial scratch. Seemingly powerful, but actually pathetic. Thinking about how he would perform tomorrow, Su followed the crowd out of the classroom. Before it got dark, he returned home to an old apartment building in the bustling downtown area. Su's home was on the 5th floor, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a particularly lively childish voice. "Ha, little brother, look what Mom made for you today." He looked up and saw his sister Meow, her phoenix-like eyes full of laughter. Her appearance was delicate and cute, and after working for 2 years, she already possessed a mature charm. She was only 2 years older than Sue and was now a well-known bakery owner. Usually, she wouldn't be home this early. "Sister Meow, why are you?" "Humph. Stop pretending to be dumb." Meow pulled Sue to the dining table and sat him down. The table was filled with his favorite dishes. A beautiful woman emerged from the kitchen with 2 plates of food, her lips curved into a smile. "Mom? What's the occasion today?" "It's to celebrate your successful high school graduation. Mom also wishes you the best in the awakening exam." The family wasn't wealthy, but they were very happy. This was exactly the scene Sue had fantasized about countless times in his past life. His nose couldn't help but sting, and he smiled with exceptional joy. "Mom, Sister Meow, thanks." "Ha ha, Mom, I told you Sue would be moved to tears by the two of us, didn't I?" Ching glared at Meow, who stuck out her tongue and wisely shut up. Like in many transmigration novels, Sue was an orphan. His parents died in a feral beast wave when he was very young. He was later adopted by Ching. By elementary school, his adoptive father, Luo Feihong, died in the line of duty. The strong Ching opened a breakfast shop to support the family. The family's life was always difficult before Meow graduated. After the warm dinner, Ching took Sue to the balcony. In the center sat a dark longbow. It was about 1.6 meters long, smooth all over, with a thoughtfully textured grip to increase friction. Alloy war bow. Sue's eyes lit up. Weapons for awakened individuals were often made by specialized companies, but they were expensive. This alloy warbow before him was of high quality, costing at least 200,000 coins. Sue was surprised and suspicious. Where did his mother get the money? "Here, this is my treat for you. Don't forget to treat me to a meal after your exam." Pointing to the spiral arrows standing in the corner behind the sofa, Meow shook her tiny fist. Spiral arrows, as the name suggests, have spiral-shaped arrowheads and are made of fine steel, giving them extreme penetration. This quiver of spiral arrows was also of high quality, costing a full 100,000 coins. A total of 300,000 coins was an enormous expense for this family. "Sue, Xiaoxia, and I understand your ambition. It's time to give it your all. This is all we can do to help. Regardless of the outcome, you are still Mom's good child. And my good little brother, too." A warm feeling spread through his heart, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Holding the Cold War bow, his eyes were more determined than ever. Night. Sue sat alone in the living room, exerting his strength. The bow was drawn like a full moon. The alloy warbow weighed 60 jin, 4 times heavier than the wooden bow he usually trained with. It was heavy, but comfortable to handle. The bowstring, in Sue's hands, was not at all arrogant, as he effortlessly assumed a perfect, expansive posture. Under the dim moonlight, his arms appeared even more muscular. Though his body seemed slender, it was actually packed with muscle. Ever since he understood the rules of this world, he had never slacked off and had persisted in training. As for any inappropriate or censored or rated activities, those had never happened. In the darkness, a fly buzzed past. When it overlapped with the dummy target, drawing the bow and knocking the arrow flowed like water, all in one go. Predicting the fly's trajectory, the wooden arrow easily pierced it and embedded itself in the dummy. He held the bowstring to minimize the sound's impact. After just a few draws, he had mastered the alloy warbow, something even many veteran archers found difficult. Perhaps because his last match in the Golden Raid involved playing an archer, Sue had an extremely high talent for archery in this world. With excellent dynamic vision from birth, he could see a gecko moving rapidly from 100 meters away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior was sneaking shiftily along the base of the wall. This was a creature larger and faster than the mice he remembered. Its fur was highly resilient, and the wooden arrow couldn't pierce it. Sue frowned slightly and drew his bow again. A streak of golden light flowed rapidly from his finger, along the arrow shaft, and converged at the arrowhead. Zing! A golden flash appeared in an instant.
The arrow unreasonably pierced its abdomen, and the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior died instantly.
The resilient, smooth fur was no match for the wooden arrow, enhanced by the light element.
This was a technique Sue developed for using his talent after awakening it. Since he couldn't gather more elements, he decided to infuse them into the arrows to enhance their effects and power.
It was named Elemental Enchanted Arrow. The light element greatly increased the arrow's speed and penetration.
Shooting through a duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior was naturally not a problem. But if only I could deal with more powerful feral beasts like this. As Sue muttered to himself, text prompts suddenly appeared before his eyes, and a notification sound echoed in his ears.
Target acquired, 1 living creature. System activating. The system was activated. System activation successful.
Free points granted, usable for enhancing talent strength levels, skill tiers novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine, and various attribute values.
Newbie gift pack received. Do you wish to open it? The Awakened Awakening exam is just a few hours away. The system has come at the perfect time. Open. Hint: you have obtained the skill, Stargazer's Eye, Evolving. Prompt: you have obtained the skill, Mind's Eye, Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. And awakened skills are divided into 7 realms: Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine, 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 and Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Evolving? What kind of skill realm is this? Sue thought to himself. How do I check the skill description? System, open status panel? Incorrect password. Sue pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped the table and whispered, originally, no, wait, system, activate. Password correct. Activating system. In just a few seconds, something resembling a status panel quietly appeared before his eyes. All attributes were clearly displayed. Name, Sue. Level, Awakened. Talent, All Element Mastery F rank. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 5-7. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 4-3. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 6-5. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 1-1-2. Skill, Archery Mastery Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Mind's Eye Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Far-Seeing Star Pupils Evolving. Equipment, Alloy Warbow High Grade. Free points. Seeing that his archery mastery had reached the Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine realms, Sue's sword-like eyebrows shot up. It was worth all the years of obsessive training. Finally shot to the Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine realm. There is also a Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine skill. You should know that many awakened, throughout their entire lives, only manage to upgrade a skill from Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine to Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. To improve further, individual effort, talent, and fortunate encounters are all indispensable. I can't wait to choose 2 skills to view their introductions. Extreme Star Pupil Evolving, upon activation, enhances eyesight and field of vision. The effect is further amplified by the user's strength, agility, constitution, spirit stats. 2 stats will be enhanced.
Mind's eye novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine, with the mind as eyes, perceive all things.
Can sense and see weaknesses, increasing damage when attacking weaknesses. The time required to comprehend skills and learn techniques is minimized.
One enhances the archer's vision. The other increases attack and learning capabilities.
Both are quite practical skills. Next, I'll use free points to enhance my attributes. Sue already had a decision in mind.
After selecting a talent, the arrows clicked continuously, and free points decreased rapidly.
All element mastery, rank F, rank E. Consumed 150 free points. From E rank to D rank cost 450 points.
There were still 900 free points left, not enough to advance the archery mastery realm.
All element mastery, successfully advanced to S rank.
Focusing his intent, 8 elements simultaneously appeared in the spacious living room. The moment he spread his palms, elemental light dots continuously gathered, forming various shapes as he willed. Using ice element attacks again, the power increased by more than 100-fold.
I wonder what it will be like to achieve SSS level all element mastery in the future. Sue couldn't help but look forward to it.
Finally, 200 free points were used for each of the 4 dimensions.
Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 157? Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 143? Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 165? Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 212? A 2-to-1 ratio, that's acceptable. With S-rank talent and my current attributes, I'm hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than before. I wonder what tier I would rank in Kanglan Province with my current strength. Although education in Taochang was backward, Kanglan Province was famous in Huaxia Nation as a major supplier of awakened.
Every year, tens of millions of awakened participated in the awakening exam. Moreover, with Elder Ge, the celebrity responsible for setting the awakening exam questions in Kanglan Province, the difficulty was even more terrifying. Closing the system status panel, he felt the earth-shattering changes in his body. Sue clenched his fist, full of confidence. In the blink of an eye, the light of dawn pierced the darkness of night. Having stayed up all night, his strength, agility, constitution, and spirit were full, and he had no hint of sleepiness. Returning to his room, he gathered all the iron and wooden arrows used for training, filling 2 giant duffel bags. Buzz. Another fly? Sue turned, drew his bow horizontally, and shot. Boom! The entire residential building trembled, and a shocking crack appeared on the wall, extending upwards from the base. Screams erupted from the floors above and below. Sue swallowed, and this was after he had already controlled his strength. Hiss. Meow, wearing a revealing nightgown, trembled. Her eyes unconsciously converged, becoming incredibly focused. Staring at the arrow mere centimeters from her nose. Sue! Are you trying to shoot your sister dead? Chapter 2, Who the heck can shoot like that? Mom! Look at him, he's turned our house into a dangerous building. Ching helplessly held her forehead. Before her was a scene of chaos, with overturned stools and tables. The load-bearing wall had split open with a large crack, extending to the floors above and below. This was you shooting? Sue nodded awkwardly. Today is the awakening exam. Don't think about anything else. Ching quickly brought out breakfast from the kitchen and said generously, after the awakening exam, I'll buy us a new house. After a quick meal, he returned to his bedroom and changed into a dark, long leather coat. Sis, wait for my good news of victory. Niao's eyes suddenly brightened, a fleeting moment of affection. It wasn't until Sue had been gone for a long time that she snapped back to reality, gently patting her flushed, hot cheeks. He has changed a bit, but he's still my little brother, isn't he? Humph. The campus in the early morning was bustling with people. Taochang was the smallest prefecture-level city in Kanglan Province, with a population of only 3 million. The location for this awakening exam was far away. To arrive by 9 a.m. when the exam started, they had to leave early. The school entrance was crowded with parents seeing their children off, their expressions full of worry.
Jin Ming breathed a slight sigh of relief when he didn't see Su in the queue. He could clearly rely on his looks, or at worst, live off a rich woman. Wouldn't that be great? Finding a powerful female awakened would also allow him to live a good life. He specifically pulled Zitong and the other two aside, reconfirming they had the same exam entrance before feeling slightly more at ease. It was rare for the class to have an A-rank talent. If he performed normally, his bonus would be much higher. 5 hours 58 minutes and 43 seconds. Teacher Shang, what about me? Black leather coat, loose training trousers. Su, with his back hunched and bow and arrow slung, ran quickly with 2 large bags. In just one night, Su has undergone a drastic transformation. Like a gentle tiger, once unleashed, it becomes extremely dangerous. Couldn't help but take a few more glances, then his expression turned grim in an instant. Are you participating in the awakening exam or moving dorms? Brother Ming, these are all the arrows I brought. Su explained, opening the bus's luggage compartment to put them in. Your life is more important than your grades, kid, don't take any risks. Don't worry. Got on the bus. Their unusual attire immediately drew everyone's attention. Several girls' mouths fell open, they rubbed their eyes, thinking a celebrity had appeared. Morning, Su, you actually came. Good morning, class monitor Shin. Today, Zitong wore her hair in a high ponytail and a camouflage outfit, with glimpses of snow white near the collar. The loose clothing couldn't hide her ample bosom. At only 17, she possessed assets that many women would envy and covet. It's hard not to suspect it's the strengthening effect of the frigid flame tyrant bear talent on her body. His gaze was instantly drawn to the giant alloy warbow, and he couldn't help but tease. It seems you've spent a fortune for college. Of course, my mom and sister even used my dowry money for a bride to get this. Gently taking her snow-white tender hand, his expressive eyes gazed affectionately at Zitong. Class monitor, please forgive me. I won't ask for a dowry when I marry you later, okay? Tang and Ma were stunned, silently admiring Su's courage, and gave a thumbs up to the brave warrior. They had witnessed it with their own eyes on their way home from school yesterday. An awakened from the adjacent class confessed his love in the street, and in a fit of rage and curses, was sent to the hospital with one punch by Zitong. Look at your own lump of meat, and you want to marry me? I really want to smash you twice. Zitong forcefully pulled her hand away, her face flushed, and she fell silent. But, the fiery-tempered class monitor was actually blushing. The onlookers' eyes widened. Could it be that these two really had something going on? Su chuckled, and said no more. Few people knew that he and Zitong were deskmates for 6 years in primary school. They had little interaction in class, but often trained together in private. He was also one of her few close friends. Fasten your seatbelts, prepare for departure. The examinees were all serious, only the continuously playing instructions for the awakening exam sounded like a hypnotic melody. Most of the awakened on the bus had C-class talents, with only a few B-class talent users. And Zitong was the only one with an A-class talent. According to previous year's data, candidates with talent below C-class have a very high probability of death once they enter the assessment area. The school and homeroom teachers would persuade these individuals to participate in the normal, elite, Lord Awakening exam, which also offered a bright future. Su had to work hard for a long time before getting Qing to sign off. The scenery outside the window sped by. Su crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. 8 hours 12 minutes and 45 seconds. Abandoned parking lot. More than a dozen buses arrived one after another. As soon as the examinees from Taocheng City got off the bus, a foul and rotten mountain wind hit them, making everyone frown. Amidst the lush green trees, one could vaguely see buildings entangled with vines and chimneys soaring into the clouds. 5 miles from the parking lot was the once famous City of Never Sleeps. Yingshan City. This was also the venue for this year's Awakening exam. 100 years ago, it was a large city with a population of over 50 million. Later, due to the sudden arrival of feral beast tides and other worlder calamities, it became a ruin. Feral beasts were dense and the terrain was complex. Several armored transport vehicles were already parked,
with fully armed soldiers standing on both sides. The solemn and murderous aura immediately silenced all the examinees present.
A man resembling an officer explained the precautions for this awakening exam one by one.
Then, he took out a black wristband. When activated in a life-threatening situation, it would release a teleportation array capable of resisting Tier 5 normal, elite, Lord feral beasts, returning to a safe location after 3 seconds.
If a candidate did so, they would be automatically disqualified from the awakening exam. Remember, there's only one life. Collect them in order of your exam number.
Violators will be expelled on the spot and barred from holding positions in national organs or units for 5 years. Sue put on the wristband and tucked the 3 energy bars from his supply pack into the inner pocket of his leather jacket.
The entire awakening exam would last for 12 hours.
It was a rigorous test of the examinee's stamina, endurance, and resource allocation.
Sue opened the map and memorized every detail.
Scanning the admission ticket activated the wristband. The front displayed a complete countdown, and the back showed the score.
Score initialization successful.
On behalf of the Awakening Exam Center, we remind you, there are thousands of paths in life, but the first is the path of safety.
The rules of the awakening exam were simple. Killing feral beasts would earn points, and the final ranking would be determined by these points.
The higher the level of the feral beast killed, the more points would be awarded, and rankings could not be viewed during the exam.
The team registration area not far away was buzzing with activity. Awakening exam allows team formation. After a successful application, if the team successfully kills a feral beast, points will be awarded based on each person's contribution. Candidates who were prepared in advance were applying to form teams.
Zitong, Tang, and Ma finished their applications and happened to see Sue taking 2 large black bags out of the luggage compartment.
"Sue, what are you carrying?" "Something that will boost my stamina sky high."
Zitong kicked out, but Sue dodged nimbly.
Zitong wondered whether to team up with Sue.
Class monitor Shin, women only slow down my archery speed.
"You conceited fool. No one cares about you."
Zitong hesitated for a moment, then asked with concern.
"Sue, don't push yourself too hard." "TCH. Class monitor, how about we make a bet? I bet I'll get more points than you." He leaned in and whispered, "How about calling me Gidge older brother?" "Arrogant. If you surpass me, forget Gidge, I'll even call you Ye Grandpa."
Unlike Sue, Zitong came from a wealthy family, with both parents owning companies. Don't let the appearance fool you. Zitong's camouflage clothing was high-quality armor, offering both defense and stealth, costing over 1,000,000 coins per set. Zitong bent down to pick up the black bag, his small mouth slightly agape.
He couldn't lift it?
To his surprise, a cold sensation spread through his arm, like spectral fire. Only by using the enhanced ability of his talent, Frigid Flame Tyrant Bear, could he lift the black bag. His wristband vibrated, and the countdown timer began to change.
The awakening exam officially begins. Let me have it. He snatched the black bag, lifting it with effortless ease. All right, little sister, your brother's making a move first. Sue sprinted away, leaving a blushing Zitong behind. This time, if things go wrong, I might actually have to call him. Oomph, spit. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He leaped over the fence, exerted force with his feet, and shot forward like a bullet, the wind whistling past his ears. The alloy warbow weighed 60 gene, and 100 spiral arrows added nearly 200 gene. A large bag of wooden arrows and another of iron arrows also weighed nearly 200 gene. In other words, Sue was running with a total weight of over 500 gene. His pure physical strength, agility, constitution, and spirit were comparable to an awakened who had activated a reinforcement talent. The entire awakening exam venue consisted of 3 zones: outer perimeter, normal, elite, lord, and core, with the difficulty of encountering feral beasts increasing sequentially. The outer perimeter was part of the suburban area of Ing City. Feral beasts here were not ranked by tier and were mostly for candidates to practice on, yielding very few points. After all, many candidates came from families with limited means and could not afford bodyguards to escort them to the gray zones to encounter feral beasts beforehand. The awakening exam ensures fairness within its boundaries.
In the normal, elite, lord areas, there are many tier normal, elite, lord feral beasts. There were also tier 1 normal, elite, and lord level feral beasts, though not in large numbers. Feral beasts were classified into 9 tiers, from lowest to highest. Each tier is further divided into normal, elite, lord, normal, elite, lord, and normal, elite, lord. The core area was located in the formerly prosperous commercial district of Ing City. It was a small area where tier 2 normal, elite, and lord feral beasts could be found. In the last 3 hours, even stronger tier 2 otherworlders would be released as special challenges. Otherworlders and feral beasts had the same strength classification system, but otherworlders of the same tier were generally stronger than feral beasts.
Amidst the dense forest,
Su stared intently as a radiant glow, about the size of his fist, appeared before him. In moments, it transformed into a star array, rapidly shrinking and merging into his eyes. His ink-black pupils lit up with starlight, and his vision extended to 600 meters. Although he had experimented at home before, the effect of stellar gaze truly shone in the wilderness. As everyone knows, for an archer, the farther they can see, the better. He drew an iron arrow, the kind he usually trained with, and looked into the distance to search for a target. On the plains 400 meters away, a black and white patterned duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior was leisurely feeding. These feral beasts, lacking a tier classification, looked harmless but had a characteristic of entering a berserk state when injured. One move, Flying Piggy, had crushed countless novice awakened into meat paste. A true killer of rookies. The next second, a red cross, about half the size of a palm, slowly appeared, right above the center of the heads of the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, and demonic ape warrior. The weakness, perceived by his skill, mind's eye, appeared. He drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed it diagonally at the sky. Zing! An elegant arc, and the arrow struck the porcupine squarely in the head. Its eyes rolled back, and it fell dead instantly. His wristband displayed 3 points gained. Activating the system status panel, his free points increased by 1. Normally, these monsters like the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, and demonic ape warrior require light element enchantment to kill. However, with a well-aimed iron arrow hitting their weak points, even normal, elite, and lord difficulty monsters can be dealt with. If facing a more powerful feral beast, hitting its weak spot with an elemental enchanted arrow would surely result in a faster kill. Su immediately went to find a new target. The 3 candidates who had been lying in ambush looked at each other. The young man in the lead cursed loudly, wishing all sorts of misfortune upon the 6th man who stole their kill. Ding! A wooden arrow precisely hit a light feathered sparrow flying overhead, and the 3 immediately shut their mouths and slunk away. Alternately firing iron and wooden arrows, even normal, elite, and lord tier arrows can easily kill by hitting weak points. After checking the system status panel a few times, Su had a grasp of the rules for acquiring free points. Killing the same feral beast with a wooden arrow and an iron arrow resulted in different increases in free points. From this, it was inferred. The higher the quality of the arrow used and the more powerful the feral beast killed, the more free points were obtained. Like that instance of killing a lowly light-feathered sparrow with a wooden arrow, not even 1 free point was gained. Warm-up complete, Su wasted no more time and directly charged into the normal, elite, lord area. An open space 50 meters away from a factory. As the large duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, and demonic ape warrior emerged, a wooden arrow accurately struck the left eye of one. The second arrow that followed fell directly upon contact with the body. A tier 1 normal, elite, lord feral beast, a wooden arrow alone can't even pierce its hide. With a backhand, another wooden arrow was loosed, a flash erupting. A flash arrow. See crackling. At the same time, the wooden arrow shot and killed the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior, the arrow shaft completely shattered. Fully accustomed to the rules of exploiting weaknesses, Sue leaped up a chimney about 200 meters high. Climbing high to observe the surroundings, the corners of his mouth turned up in satisfaction. With the aid of his keen eyesight, he could see almost the entire normal, elite, lord area. Now it's time for the boring part: shoot, shoot, shoot. Most examinees, having finished their warm-ups in the outer areas, quickly entered the normal, elite, lord zone. Seeing the ground littered with feral beast corpses, they were greatly alarmed. The cause of death for all these feral beasts was the same: pierced through the body by an arrow. A certain examinee spotted a feral beast with a high score and was about to make a move. A golden light appeared in the sky, approaching rapidly. The feral beast let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground, dead. Damn it! As time passed, the number of feral beast corpses grew. Examinees who couldn't find any feral beasts could only curse at the sky. Damn it, at least leave some for me. Who the hell can shoot that well? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to get out of bed? Duong. A wooden arrow fell, clearly a warning. Although there was a rule against killing each other, the examinee who spoke out, knowing he'd messed up, instinctively slapped himself across the mouth. It's me who won't be able to get out of bed, it's me who won't be able to get out of bed. Damn it! His hearing is pretty good, damn it. Words aside, curses aside. Couldn't he find them, couldn't he snatch them? The slightly stronger feral beasts were all taken care of, what else could they do? Gritting his teeth, he moved closer to the core area. 1042 points, not bad. Free points rose to 349. Not bad. It's just that the iron arrows that were shot out. Each one cost over 100 coins. Sue felt a pang of heartache. My money. Chapter 3, the homeroom teacher is on the way, grumbling. The midday sun shone down, making the broken concrete ground scorching hot. The emerging weeds were crushed underfoot, and flowers swayed gently in the wind. An abandoned school playground. The three surrounded the feral beast, their faces alight with joy. Pale purple blood flowed from its massive body, and it swayed precariously. Tang licked his poisoned dagger and grinned wryly. B-rank talent, poison coating, capable of applying poison to weapons. While the poison isn't strong, it can weaken the target, making it exceptionally useful in combat. To be able to fight to such an extent with a Tier 1 normal, elite, lord feral beasts like the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior had already exceeded the expectations of the three. He pounded his chest with both arms, letting out a deafening roar. Zitome, who was closest, was caught off guard and felt dizzy. Class monitor. Be careful. Ma's muscles bulged, and his voice was deep and resonant. The giant ape, in its death throes, charged wildly. Zitome, who had leaped to dodge, was suspended in mid-air and unable to move. If hit head-on, his bones would undoubtedly be shattered. A scorching red light flashed in the sky, accurately hitting the giant ape's left foot. Bang! An explosion, flesh and blood flying. Flames ignited on its damaged left foot, burning relentlessly. When the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior lost its balance and stumbled, Zitome was quick to react and seized the opportunity to mount it. Using the full force of the frost flame rampaging bear, she slapped the giant ape directly. It glared at Zitome, its mind blank, completely forgetting to counterattack. Die, you be starred. Slap, slap, slap. Alternating blows, the giant ape's vision swam with stars. The cold-infused palms met the continuously burning flames. The duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, and demonic ape warrior experienced firsthand the extreme sensation of being on a smooth ape's body. Just as it was about to counterattack, two energy arrows struck, effortlessly piercing its palms and pinning them firmly to the ground, rendering it immobile. Ma and Tang were stunned for a moment, then each jumped onto the giant ape's body. The trio successfully killed the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior, each of them still trembling with lingering fear. Scores of 49 points each made the three rejoice again. After all, although killing a Tier 1 normal, elite, Lord Feral Beast quickly as a team was efficient, each person only received a little over 10 points. Tier 1 normal, elite, Lord and normal, elite, Lord were worlds apart. Zitong clutched his chest, lamenting that it wasn't comparable to the normal, elite, Lord simulation beasts in the training center.
Good thing someone helped us, otherwise we would have been in serious trouble, said Tang.
They had heard of an examining in the normal, elite, Lord area who was skilled at sniping monster kills with a single arrow, but Zitong and his companions hadn't encountered them at all during their journey.
Crack!
The two light arrows shattered into a sky full of light particles.
A familiar face suddenly appeared in Zitong's mind. Could it be him? Ha! Zitong shook his head and turned to leave.
With the strength of Su's S-rank talent alone, he couldn't condense such a powerful energy arrow. It certainly has high power, but the consumption of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit is 10 times that of an enchanted arrow.
Not worth it.
Su gave up on the idea of directly condensing elemental energy arrows. There are still special challenges before the awakening exam ends, and he must conserve as much stamina as possible. He tidied up the 2 deflated bags on the ground and patted the bulging quiver on his back. Not a single spiral arrow had been used yet. When I get rich, I'll buy a storage ring and then shoot tens of thousands of spiral arrows at once to my heart's content. Now, all the wooden and iron arrows were gone, leaving only 100 spiral arrows.
Sigh.
Arrows for archers are purely consumable items.
The wristband showed a score of 1867. System activated. The status panel showed 835 free points.
It's not too bad, at least the system is keeping track.
If killing the lowest level feral beast with a wooden arrow didn't even yield 1 free point, it wouldn't be displayed on the status panel. However, the system would accumulate it. It would only be displayed when it reached 1 point. He brushed the mud off his black leather suit and neatly folded the 2 bags, stuffing them into his pockets. Less than half the time had passed. No point wasting time, I don't need the iron arrows anymore. Drawing 2 spiral arrows, Su leaped down from the chimney, his leather suit fluttering, and sparks trailed behind him. 2 arrows fired simultaneously. They instantly pierced the blazing leopard's eyes. Taotao City Government.
Dong Chang, the director of the Municipal Education Bureau, along with a group of high school principals and the homeroom teachers of the rocket and gifted classes, sat in the live conference hall, watching the candidates' brilliant performances. A 30-meter ultra-clear display screen, with hundreds of smaller split screens. To ensure a more accurate understanding of outstanding candidates' information, the state automatically activated the radar on the wristbands of the top 100 candidates in each city's examination area upon entering the normal, elite, or lord zones. Nearby aerial photography drones arrived within 15 minutes. Technology is the primary productive force. Huaxia Nation did not neglect science due to the emergence of Awakened, unlike other countries. Instead, it utilized scientific principles to cultivate even better Awakened. On the right side of the display screen were the names and scores of the top 100 candidates. 1 Zhou 2295 points. 2 Xiao Liuhua 2146 points. 3 Su 2112 points. 49 Mo Huiyu 1569 points. 98 Zitong 784 points. Li Wenkai, the director of academic affairs for the 3rd year of Huayang District No. 1 Middle School, rubbed his eyes, overwhelmed with shock. It really is him. But how is this possible? Li Wenkai was quite familiar with Su because he received scholarships every year. He was a good and hard-working person. It was just that his awakened talent was not good enough. The only thing he could boast about was his perfect archery skills. In such fierce competition against feral beasts, how much impact could that have? Remember, the reason feral beasts are different from normal, elite, and lord beasts is that, in addition to their more ferocious nature and inherent bloodlust, their bodies are incredibly tough. Arrows for normal, elite, and lord beasts couldn't even pierce the hide of a tier 1 feral beast. Mo Huayu, the recognized strongest prodigy of the gifted class at Huayang District No. 1 Middle School, had only barely managed to squeeze into the top 50. I really misjudged him before.
Look! All eyes shifted to the split screen showing the first-ranked candidate.
A handsome young man wielding a blazing fire mountain staff shattered the head of a steel-armored Tyrannosaurus rhino, his swift killing technique drawing exclamations of admiration. The young man had resolute eyes, a handsome face, and a chiseled, tanned complexion with a straight, sharp nose. It was Zhou, currently ranked first, a prodigy from the rocket class of the Municipal No. 1 Middle School. He wore rare quality full coverage armor, with equipment alone worth tens of millions. He had previously secured first place in the city in a recent awakening exam simulation, and it was rumored that top universities had already approached him with offers of over $1 million. However, Zhou remained unfazed, his sights set on the top 4 universities in the nation. Turning to dodge and evading the pounce of the Tier 1 normal, elite, Lord Feral Beast Duck-billed Rat, Spiked Porcupine, Blood Rage Spirit Ape, Main Armored Great Ape, Twin-Headed Storm Tiger, Venomous Slimeworm, Swordback Earth Drake, Demonic Ape Warrior, Zhou's battle-intense sword as he engaged it in combat once again. The dozen or so students from Municipal No. 1 Middle School could barely conceal their pride, their lips curling into smiles, yet they maintained an unusual composure, as if Zhou's achievements were as trivial as eating and drinking. Zhou is the pride of our Municipal No. 1 Middle School, and the glory of defeating Tier 2 Otherworlder Normal, Elite, and Lord Beasts will also belong to our Municipal No. 1 Middle School.
After images flickered, and he swiftly leaped out of the woods. Su stood atop an abandoned building.
His short black hair framed a face with sharp, ink-like eyes, defined features, and a straight, aquiline nose. With a bow in hand and arrows on his back, clad in black leather, he attracted considerable attention. Principal, the person ranked third is a student from our school's Class 7, taught by old Zhang.
Really? Lu Kuan quickly put on his reading glasses and finally recognized Su. Realizing the principal was struggling to breathe, Li Wenkai quickly took out a fast-acting heart relief pill from his pocket. Since Huayang District No. 1 Middle School was established, this was the first time a student had broken into the city's top 10. The two understood. Su's equipment was incomparable to the others at most, he had the advantage of an archer's range. Sigh. Has this child not given up yet? If only someone could bring our school a city-wide championship, how wonderful that would be. Lu Kuan stroked his mustache and muttered to himself.
Dodging the energy missiles of the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood rage spirit ape, main armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior, Zhou's battle-intense sword as he swung his long staff, generating gusts of wind.
The spacious open ground was precisely his territory.
The feral beast, though its ferocity remained, was already covered in wounds, showing signs of defeat, and would eventually be killed. Just as Su pulled the spiral arrow from the corpse, he heard a tiger's roar and his eyes lit up. 2 weak point crosshairs appeared, pinpointing the 2 eyes of the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood rage spirit ape, main armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior.
He knocked 2 spiral arrows.
The bow was drawn like a full moon, and the arrow feathers shone with a golden light.
Beast, die.
With a loud shout, Zhou pointed his staff at the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood rage spirit ape, main armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior.
In the blink of an eye, 2 golden lights pierced through the skull. 1 Su 2307 points. Bang! The principal of the first middle school slammed the table, his eyes red. Damn! All those points from a normal, elite, Lord Feral Beast, just lost like that? Shameless. Utterly shameless. He actually used a skill to snatch our points. Soon, he found the archer on the screen. Su shot another arrow. Fast as lightning. The bloodthirsty rabbit, a tier 1 normal, elite, Lord Feral Beast known for its speed, was pierced through the heart and died. With 8 consecutive arrows like this, 9 feral beasts were instantly killed. Knocking the arrow, drawing the bow, releasing. Not a single superfluous movement.
It possessed a considerable aesthetic, like that of a master archer. The sound of the bowstring snapping back was not loud, yet it was extremely rhythmic.
At Dong Chang's signal, the staff specially enlarged the split screen.
The shooting was like the operation of a firearm, every movement meticulous. Every arrow hit its mark, and each shot inevitably took down a feral beast. His powerful physique seemed like paper before Su, a completely different world compared to the other examinees on their split screens.
This scene became a shock imprinted on everyone's soul. Impressive.
In my 40 years of teaching, this is the first time I've ever seen a student use a bow and arrow so brilliantly. This must be at least novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, or divine level.
Strange, how have I never seen him before? Which school is he from? Hearing the voices from all around the hall, Lu Kuan and Li Wenkai sat up straight.
Their eyes sparkled as they stared at the rapidly changing scores.
2,470 points. 2,841 points. 3,085 points. Dong Chang nodded repeatedly, picked up his tea mug, took a sip, and loudly asked the whole audience. The student ranked first, which school are you from?
Me. Us, Huayang District No. 1 Middle School. Lu Kuan transformed into a sprinter and rushed to the front, leaving Li Wenkai stunned. After 20 years of working, he had never seen the principal possess such strength, agility, constitution, spirit.
Huayang District No. 1 Middle School?
Principal Lu, your teaching work this year has been excellent.
Not at all. It's all thanks to the wise leadership of our Education Bureau. Lu Kuan finally had an opportunity to shine.
Sitting next to the director, his face was flushed with pride and he exuded strength, agility, constitution, spirit.
During the conversation, he wished he could fully showcase the excellent image of District No. 1 Middle School. 1 Su 40-21 points, 198. 2 Zhou 28-39 points. Hiss. Hearing the rising sounds, Dong Chang and Lu Kuan looked up and saw a bright red number appear next to Su's score. Dong Chang, like everyone else, was taken aback. National ranking? Principal Lu, your student Su was quite impressive.
Only Su's score had changed. This meant that Su had entered the top 200 most outstanding students in the country.
Su, you look quite unfamiliar. How could Lu Kuan not understand the implication of his words? Director Li. Please explain Su's specific situation to Director Dong. In less than 5 seconds, Li Wenkai's running speed was no less than his principal's.
Su is a student in our grade 12 class 7, awakened his F-class talent, all-element mastery, at 16 years old. The scene fell silent.
F-class talent? 2 bombshells dropped one after another, and everyone present couldn't wrap their heads around it. This combat power? Are you kidding me?
Dong Chang frowned, his face full of suspicion. As far as he knew, Zhou had awakened the A-class talent, stone of immense strength. Su's abilities were clearly superior to his. It would be reasonable to assume he had at least an A-class talent.
Perhaps. I should call Su's homeroom teacher? Room 502, Taocheng Star Hotel.
Jin Ming lay sprawled on the soft bed, enjoying himself quietly.
Delicate body, gentle voice.
He was the homeroom teacher for the normal, elite, lord class. For over a decade, he hadn't had much ambition, only this little secret hobby.
Uncle? Carrot.
Her alluring legs gently wrapped around him, her mischievous little feet clad in black stockings. You feel much more vigorous than those young men.
I like it very much.
Jin Ming was quite pleased with such a well-timed compliment. He had been tense all year, and finally had a chance to relax. Intoxicating incense, passionate cries. Finally able to gallop like a horse on a gentle prairie, Jin Ming was about to charge to the finish line with all his might.
His phone rang. Oh. Terrible experience. Damn it, I can't get a refund now that it's come this far.
He picked up the phone and started cursing.
You damned old hag. Who are you rushing to die? Ah. Oh my, Director Li. No, whatever arrangements you have, I'll follow them. Su, Ah, yes, from my class. What? Alright, I'll be there immediately, right away. Please don't be angry, Director Lee. Jin Ming quickly put on his clothes and rushed to the Taochang municipal government. Sue. What trouble have you gotten me into again? Chapter 4, It's not him, it's just long hands. I'll be damned. What a dog's life. Joe was furious. The points he had earned were snatched away for no reason. It was so frustrating, it was like the personification of frustration opening a door for frustration itself, truly frustrating. Fortunately, it was in the normal, elite, lord area where feral beasts were densely distributed. 10 meters to the front left, there was another Tier 1 normal, elite, lord feral beast, the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, main armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior. It resembled a crocodile, with a body length of up to 6 meters. Its entire body was covered in thick scales, named for the sword-like bone spurs on its back. It was extremely adept at stealthily burrowing underground, and its sudden attacks could pierce through a butt. Although rated normal, elite, lord, its defense was higher than many Tier 1 feral beasts rated normal, elite, lord. He strode forward with his staff, but suddenly heard a landing sound behind him. When Joe turned around, he saw a young man in black leather armor pulling an arrow from a corpse. So it was him who stole my feral beast. TCH. If you have the guts, go kill it fair and square. What's the point of stealing? Seeing the renowned archer among the candidates for the first time, Joe showed a look of surprise. He thought the person was some formidable character. Looking at his equipment, only the battle bow in his hand seemed decent. It didn't seem like someone who could kill a Tier 1 normal, elite, lord feral beast in 2 shots. Knock arrow, draw bow. Joe's expression suddenly changed, and his body tensed up. Could it be that he was angered by a few words? They were less than 5 meters apart. Joe realized this and his lips curled upwards. Within 5 meters, he was absolutely confident. Beyond 5 meters, the arrow is fast. Within 5 meters, Joe is confident his staff is faster than the arrow. Whoosh! By the time Joe reacted, the flashing spiral arrow shot accurately into the nostril of the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, main armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior, piercing through its entire body and coming out the other side. He died on the spot. Sue strode past Joe, drew spiral arrow, and leaped up. I snatched the beast fair and square, so come and get it if you can. I might not have many skills, but I sure can shoot. It's not skill, just reach. Ha ha ha, what can you do about it? That'll infuriate you. He smashed through the wall with a heavy blow, roaring in impotent rage. The people from City No. 1 High School witnessed this scene, their blood pressure soaring, pointing at the screen, unable to speak for a long time. How can someone so shameless exist in this world? Director Dong, Teacher Zhang will be here in 10 minutes. 5 hours 24 minutes and 54 seconds. Sue's score reached an astonishing 5,867 points. His national ranking climbed to 157th. Based on the performance of Taocheng students in previous years, their scores rarely broke 3,000. Dong Chang had a hunch that this year was going to be lucky. Bang! The door opened, and a rather disheveled middle-aged man walked in. His pants were on backward, his clothes disheveled, and he was out of breath. This is Sue's homeroom teacher, Teacher Jinming Zhang. Teacher Zhang, hello. I apologize for summoning you so urgently, but there are a few things I'd like to ask. Not at all, Director, you're too kind. Jinming was an old hand at this game and thought he'd be finished for good, implicated by Sue. He had never seen the director of the city's education bureau be so polite. Could you tell us about the situation of Sue in your class? Swallowing, Jinming gathered his thoughts. He enjoyed conducting experiments on the elimination of biological reproduction desires on the soft beds of 5-star hotels, and he understood the situation of every student. His description of the situation was almost identical to what the dean of students had said. The principals and teachers of the elite and special classes present fell silent.
Their eyes subconsciously flickered to the screen, where Sue was leaping between rooftops.
The hunt was still on.
The most indignant were those from City Number 1 High School. Especially after witnessing Joe's feral beast being snatched away, they were all furious. If it weren't for the leaders present, they would have almost cursed it out loud.
You can play it like that?
After finishing his report, Jinming unconsciously glanced at the screen. The teenager in the black leather suit was like a dark hunter, precisely killing feral beasts.
Every arrow fired was a kill. He kept wiping sweat with a handkerchief. Is this still the Sue I know?
Jinming muttered softly, then his eyes widened, his mouth could fit 2 large steamed buns.
Tao Cheng's number 1. 153rd in the nation?
His body trembled involuntarily. Jinming suddenly felt like finding a place to sit down. He was afraid he might faint from happiness. With the prize money for the city's top scorer, he wouldn't have to worry about research funding for the next year.
Top 100 in the nation.
Dong Chang slapped his thigh and paced around the conference room, oblivious to others.
There were still 4 hours left in the awakening exam. At this scoring rate, it's very possible to aim for the top 50 in the nation. The future is bright.
He suppressed his inner excitement, but a smile crept onto his face. Some principals and teachers slowly realized what was happening, their pupils contracting, revealing their inner thoughts. Tao Chang was not well known nationally, and had never had any standout performances in the awakening exam in previous years. It had always been at the bottom in terms of resource allocation, long marginalized. If an outstanding candidate emerged this time, Tao Chang's educational resources would definitely increase the following year.
More and more capable awakened would participate in the awakening exam. From another perspective, perhaps everyone present owed Sue a debt of gratitude.
The killing continued, and Sue's score was already double that of Zhou. A dark figure darted through the streets and alleys of Yingshan City, seamlessly firing after retrieving spiral arrows from feral beast corpses.
1 Sue 62 16 points, 87. 1 Sue 73 49 points, 66.
1 Sue 89 95 points, 49. The principals and teachers from various key high schools looked at the 3 individuals from District Number 1 High School with complex expressions. Unless Sue foolishly disqualified himself, the title of city's top scorer was as solid as a rock. Now, the only ones qualified to compete with Sue were the top talents from every province and city across the country. Lu Kuan could already imagine the scene after the awakening exam, talking extensively to the cameras.
Huayang District Number 1 High School was destined for greatness next year. Perhaps they would even be promoted to a key middle school in the city.
The principal and dean couldn't stop grinning, overwhelmed by this sudden stroke of luck. He pulled an arrow from the eye of a furious electric lizard, casually wiping the slime on a torn piece of cloth.
I've shot too many times.
The threads on the arrowhead were almost gone, and the tip had become blunt. He felt a pang of sadness. Each spiral arrow cost over 1,000 coins, and Sue put it back into his quiver. He took a step forward, entering the final core area of this awakening exam.
Yingshan City Center, the core area of this awakening exam.
A stage where truly outstanding awakened could shine. Walking through the ruined city center, the auras of feral beasts were everywhere.
A translucent monster covered in brown slime emerged from the rubble.
Its slippery body, like a slime, had a fist-sized core bouncing around inside. Duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, main-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior. Sue narrowed his eyes, clearly seeing the weak point indicator follow the core's movement.
His body suddenly turned red.
More than a dozen tentacles lashed out from all directions. Its body was covered in venom glands, even a slight touch could cause poisoning.
Sue pushed off the ground and retreated, spinning in the air to dodge. Such reaction speed and control made many homeroom teachers from the elite classes nod in approval. Even the excellent students in their class would find it difficult to achieve this.
Aiming light arrows at the fist-sized core, he bounced up again the moment he landed to dodge.
Such fast reactions.
Such strength, agility, constitution, spirit in his movements. An older, excellent teacher praised him without reservation.
Put.
After its body was pierced, the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior quickly regenerated, taking not even the slightest damage.
Unless the core is hit.
There were many awakened present, and they immediately pointed out the key issue.
In my opinion, it's a bit risky. This kid has met his match.
Knowing very well how the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior countered archers, Jinming's lips instantly turned pale, his face full of gloom. With Su's current physical condition, it was almost impossible to shake off the relatively fast duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior.
Let alone killing it. Principal Lu Koan and Li Wenkai repeatedly shook their heads and sighed.
Finally, a promising talent emerged, and just as they were placing their hopes on him, he encountered such a disgusting feral beast.
Can't win with speed.
A foul wind brushed his cheeks as he casually flicked a speck of mud off his black leather armor. The head must not be severed, blood must not be shed, and the dust on the leather armor must not remain.
He drew out the almost completely worn spiral arrow.
Instantly, his entire body turned crimson, and the surrounding air rippled with distortion.
Fire elemental enchantment. I'll shoot you a hot one.
The scorching rocket couldn't even penetrate the bodies of the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, and demonic ape warrior, only half sinking into them.
Oh no! It's over, it's over.
Lu Koan stomped his foot and washed his face with his hands. His lips curled as he took a brand new spiral arrow from his quiver, which shimmered with golden light from bottom to top.
Boom!
Half of the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior's body was blown to pieces, and its core was just blasted out of its body.
The tentacles instinctively pursued, trying to engulf him again. The black mandala bloomed as he twisted his waist and shot back. A flash of light. The core exploded. Ding!
The wristband chimed, the kill successful.
Well done.
The awakened present were slightly stunned, then praised him in unison. Su, however, looked sorrowful.
Alas, I shot off a spiral arrow, what a waste.
I could have worn it down and used it as a normal, elite, or lord arrow.
Chapter 5. Don't forget to pay. This child's character and strength are extraordinary. Old Lu, which school did he transfer from? He is a student from our very own District 1 middle school. How can you accuse me falsely? Do students from your District 1 middle school even have money to buy skills?
A seasoned teacher stroked his chin and speculated. He probably attached elemental energy to the arrow, giving it an explosive effect. The other old teachers, who were themselves awakened, nodded in agreement, their admiration growing. Developing techniques by utilizing talent characteristics is something I recall only high-tier awakened individuals doing.
The principal and teachers, realizing this, focused their gaze on Jinming. They couldn't imagine who else would guide Su. Jinming listened, utterly bewildered. It seems I am witnessing the rise of a genius?
Dong Chang arrived in the corridor, his expression excited as he took out his phone and dialed the mayor of Taocheng City.
18th in the national rankings.
This far exceeded his expectations.
Perhaps he could even break into the top 10.
Within 30 minutes, the mayor and his entourage arrived. Seeing the dreamlike score with his own eyes, the mayor also became excited.
An unprecedented achievement in Taocheng's educational history.
After hearing Dong Chang's report, the mayor quickly instructed his secretary to immediately go to Su's home to understand the situation and called relevant departments on the spot, emphasizing that it should be handled with utmost priority.
It was already dark outside the window.
The old apartment complex still used dim yellow old light bulbs. Under the light, the cracks in the load-bearing walls were even more shocking.
Xing and Miao ate their meal quietly.
The mother and daughter had already agreed to move once Sue returned.
An inspection by the engineering department during the day confirmed it was a dangerous building.
If that guy doesn't test well, I'll beat him to death. He almost shot me to death too. Let us settle old and new scores together.
Cheng knew her daughter's soft heart all too well.
If anything happened to Sue, Miao would be the first one to rush to his aid. She took a bite of rice, glanced at the clock on the wall, and realized there were less than 4 hours left until the end of the awakening exam. Hearing hurried knocks on the door, she opened it to find visitors who claimed to be from the mayor's office. They were dressed in suits and ties, their expressions serious. Behind them were several timid staff members. Xing happened to recognize them. They had given her a lot of trouble before.
Tonight, these people seemed somewhat hesitant.
Soon, various subsidies for Qing's husband, totaling over 400,000 yuan, appeared in the account.
What's happening all of a sudden?
Nothing, madam, these are overdue payments that should have been issued to you long ago. These 3 are our temporary, non-staff employees, and they will be dismissed tomorrow. The 3 women's eyes widened, and tears welled up in moments.
We are from Director Li's, whose name means nothing. This is a major oversight personally inquired about by the mayor.
The 3 women caused a scene, claiming they had developed depression, and were unceremoniously dragged out of the living room by others.
Apologies for disturbing your rest.
The secretary was very polite. The mother and daughter were confused, bewildered by this sudden, immense fortune.
Oh. Right, Ms. Xiao, you raised a good son.
By the time they wanted to ask more, the group had already left.
Mom, could it be that Sue something happened to him?
Xing's legs immediately went weak, and she sank to the floor, tears streaming uncontrollably. She clearly remembered that it was the same 20 years ago, and 2 days later, she received news of her husband's death in the line of duty. A drizzle began to fall from the sky, masking the cries of the mother and daughter. A slight change in weather during the awakening exam could alter the fate of countless candidates. Pitch black night sky, pouring rain. The feral beasts grew more ferocious.
Thunder and lightning flashed. In the abandoned corners of Ing City, candidates were engaged in a life or death struggle with feral beasts.
Most of them come from normal, elite, lord families, and everyone understands. The carp leaps over the dragon gate. The future lies in this final gamble tonight. Only by passing the awakening exam and entering Awakened University can one dance on a grander stage.
3 hours 2 minutes and 56 seconds.
Several armed cargo helicopters gleamed as they flew over the city center of Ing Mountain. Countless people looked up, their expressions varied. Below were 5 heavy iron cages.
Among them were the special challenge targets for this awakening exam's practical assessment.
Otherworlder. They possess strength, agility, constitution, spirit, strength, agility, constitution, spirit that are no less than those of feral beasts, along with an endless array of racial talents and special methods. Most importantly, Otherworlders possess intelligence.
Tier 2 normal, elite, Lord Otherworlders are equivalent to the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old human.
There are not a few instances each year in the awakening exam where candidates with an advantage are overturned in the final moments. Candidates who individually defeat an Otherworlder are favored by first-tier or even top-tier universities, becoming their special recruits. Old Zhou, the opportunity has arrived.
Let's go.
Zhou waved his hand, and several figures followed closely behind.
Challenging the Otherworlder is his true objective. So what if the points are snatched away? Petty tricks can never achieve greatness.
With one leg braced on the protruding eaves, a pair of star-like eyes gleamed in the darkness.
Sue found one of the 4 Otherworlders released earlier.
Duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior. Its body was a mix of blue and red, wielding a 3-meter-long saber, ferociously formidable. With a single saber strike, the 3-story building on the street was reduced to ruins. It was rated as Tier 1 normal, elite, lord. Thick-skinned and tough, with strength, agility, constitution, and spirit so great it could lift a heavy armored vehicle with one hand.
It's you, my friend. Please be my wings so I can get into college.
Black was the best camouflage under the night sky, and the heavy rain masked the sound of footsteps.
Suddenly, brilliant golden light tore through the heavens and earth. Roar!
An arrow was deeply embedded in its muscular shoulder, bleeding profusely. The giant ape frantically scanned its surroundings, searching for the old six who had launched the sneak attack.
TSK. As expected, it couldn't penetrate. Sue sighed.
As expected of a creature described in textbooks as capable of subduing Tier 2 normal, elite, Lord Feral beasts, its physical strength is truly extraordinary.
The arrow missed its mark. The rain's influence was not to be underestimated.
The duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior wielded its giant machete, turning into a heavy tank that crushed all obstacles in its path.
The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Leaping from the tall building, the rain concealed the twang of the bowstring, and in an instant, 5 more golden light arrows flew.
Thwip, thwip. It was a completely immobile target. In an instant, 5 more wounds appeared.
Getting hit in both legs only ignited its ferocity, making it run even faster.
The great bird soared, eager to fly. Ha! It's still not stopping?
A scorching rocket shot out, precisely piercing the drooping head.
Stir-fried. Boom!
The smell of roasted bird meat was very fragrant. Clutching his crotch with one hand, his ugly face contorted in agony, a painful scream echoed throughout the core area. Many awakened who were planning to cross the boundary immediately abandoned the idea upon hearing this. 1 arrow, 2 uses, sterilization and stir-fry, both accomplished.
Successfully stopping the demon ape warrior, he stood leisurely atop the tall building, firing shot after shot. In less than 5 minutes,
the duck-billed rat, spiked porcupine, blood-rage spirit ape, mane-armored great ape, twin-headed storm tiger, venomous slimeworm, swordback earth drake, demonic ape warrior died.
Score increased by 97.63 points. Sue recalled that in the 2024 Awakening exam score manual, the maximum score for defeating a demon race warrior was defeating special challenge targets would result in bonus points for the candidate after a comprehensive evaluation by the intelligence system. Otherworlders are truly wonderful things. System, activate. Only 51 points?
He chuckled helplessly and pulled out another energy bar from his inner pocket, placing it in his mouth.
Methodically collecting spiral arrows. Currently ranked 7th nationally, 1st in Kanglan province. It changed again, now 5th. Jin Ming felt his legs trembling, not from exhaustion after galloping on horseback. Ha ha ha. This time, heaven blesses our Tao Chang. After a long while, the mayor's hearty laughter spread throughout every corner.
Jin Ming and the director of education supported the excited principal, while they themselves were also ecstatic. The principals and famous teachers from other middle schools looked at the excited and ecstatic trio with disdain mixed with a bit of envy and jealousy.
Class monitor, maybe we should withdraw from the core area? I have a bad feeling about this.
Tang listened to the howling sounds from all around, his heart filled with dread. Among the three, Zitong had the highest score with 3,241 points. He and Ma had also surpassed 2,500 points in the normal, elite, lord area. They could reach 3,000 with effort and would surely get into a second-tier university.
I'm afraid it won't be easy to leave now. Zitong tossed his hair, a chill emanating from his body as if burning with flames. He precisely used the rainwater to freeze a layer of icy armor. The talent Frostflame Demonic Bear not only strengthened all aspects of his body but also possessed some ice elemental abilities, which made Ma next to him quite envious. Not far from the three. The white bones, washed by the raindrops, were without a speck of impurity. Their hollow eye sockets flickered with blue flames. 1 tier normal, elite, Lord Otherworlder, skeletal undead. Strength comparable to tier 2 normal, elite, and Lord Feral beasts. Lightning flashed, revealing a grim face. All three trembled inwardly, and Tang's legs felt as if they were sinking into a swamp, unable to move.
The skeleton undead's talent skill, Intimidate, creates an effect within a 4-meter radius in dark environments, causing targets to become immobilized.
Ma and Zetone already possess enhanced talents, so there wasn't a significant impact. Zetone spun around and slapped, restoring Tang's ability to move. The skeleton undead swung its blade in a sweep, and the thick wall shattered like a crisp potato chip in an instant. Zetone seized the opportunity and sprang upward diagonally.
Her fair and tender fist wasn't large, but it possessed immense power capable of easily punching through a 10-centimeter iron plate. Despite its seemingly tall stature, the body was actually extremely agile. The thick round shield blocked the attack just in time. With a forward shove, Zetone was sent flying dozens of meters, spitting blood, her face ashen. Tang's slashing attacks were all blocked by the shield, and Ma's punch met the same fate. With just this shield technique, spanning novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine levels, most examinees would be rendered helpless. Zetone slowly got to her feet, her internal organs burning, her brow furrowed in concentration. Such power in just one strike. The rain intensified. A fiery red arrow shot out from the darkness, not particularly fast. Clang! The arrow embedded itself into the shield. The faint blue flames in the skeleton undead's eye sockets flickered back and forth, as if mocking the weak and feeble arrow. Boom! A series of rapid explosions cracked the shield. Get ready! Just as Zetone turned her head upon hearing the familiar voice, 2 fiery red arrows struck the shield one after another, shattering it instantly. The 2 fiery arrows forcefully penetrated the eye sockets, striking the core. A gushing explosion of intense heat erupted, causing cracks to appear on its smooth skull. The 3 attacked with all their might, their eyes quick to notice the opportunity. The faint glow in its eyes, like a candle flame in the wind, extinguished in an instant. We killed a tier normal, elite, Lord Otherworlder? Ma shouted excitedly, while Tang clenched his fists, beaming with joy. Sue. Her pretty face was filled with shock. When did his arrows become so powerful? Her black leather outfit glistened, with raindrops constantly dripping off. Are you 3 all right? Earlier, thank you. Hearing this, Ma and Tang nodded. They understood that without Sue's arrows, it wouldn't have been so easy to defeat the Otherworlder. No need for thanks. 1 spiral arrow costs 1,000 coins, and you just blew through 5 of mine. 1,700 coins per person, that's not excessive, right? Don't forget to pay. You can transfer via QR code or bank transfer. Chapter 6, I just love shooting days? I can't possibly be helping in paying out of my own pocket, right? Zetone rolled her eyes exasperatedly. Over 10 years have passed, and he's still the same. Tang and Ma felt like they could transfer the money to Sue on the spot, even willing to pay several times more. As long as Sue would lead them. Each of the 3 earned 1850 points, and with a little more effort, they could reach the score required for top universities. Recalling the timely support and how no feral beasts had been snatched along the way, Zetone's lips curled into a smile, her heart filled with joy. Sister-in-law Sue, should we? What did you just call me? Instantly remembering her bet with Sue, Zetone's pretty face flushed as she blurted out. He'll never be able to do it in this lifetime. Ma playfully patted Zetone, his words filled with teasing. Come on, my good granddaughter, call me Grandpa. A jab to the abdomen caused Ma to curl up like a shrimp instantly, while Tang shivered beside him. If I call you Grandpa, do you dare accept? Are you worthy? Each year, the Awakening exam challenges include 4 Tier 1 Otherworlders and 1 Tier 2 Otherworlder Normal, Elite, Lord. Only when all Tier 1 Otherworlders are dead will the cages holding Normal, Elite, and Lord Otherworlders be opened. If the kill is successful, according to past conventions, they would receive the qualification for special admission to top universities. For over a decade, the Normal, Elite, and Lord Otherworlders in the Taochung examination area have been very fortunate. Special admission refers to the period between the end of the Awakening exam and the release of results, where university admissions offices proactively approach recognized outstanding awakened individuals at their locations, offering generous terms to recruit them. It's a situation where both the school and the candidate get what they need, and it's also a form of honor. The wristband displayed a score of. Su was unaware of his ranking, so to be safe, he decided to hunt more feral beasts to increase his score.
System, activate.
The system status panel quietly appeared before his eyes.
Name, Su. Level, awakened. Talent, all elemental mastery S rank. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 157. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 143. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 165. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 212. Skill, archery mastery novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Mind's eye, novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Far-seeing star pupils evolving. Equipment, alloy warbow advanced spiral arrow X95 advanced. Free points 4368. Clicking the arrow next to talent brought up a prompt. Prompt, current free points are insufficient to upgrade talent level. Do you wish to continue upgrading? He used 1 point to try. Nothing changed. It was probably similar to the principle of how free points are acquired. Unless it reached a degree that could cause a change, it wouldn't directly appear on the system status panel. Why not try upgrading the archery mastery level? Su thought to himself. Hint, are you sure you want to upgrade archery mastery to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine? After a moment of contemplation, Su decided to upgrade. On the status panel, the archery mastery level has been increased to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine, costing a total of 4,321 points. Close system status panel. Buzz. Suddenly, the world went black, and Su steadied himself against a wall. Experience from countless arrow shots flooded his mind. In just a fleeting moment, Su's attainment in archery completed a leap from novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. What is this? Su looked curiously at the alloy warbow in his hand, which now felt like an extension of his own body. Whoosh! He suddenly loosed an arrow. 600 meters away. A leaf, dislodged by the rain, concealed a thumb-thick hard boring worm on its underside. Snap! The leaf shattered. The arrow struck the hard boring worm, pinning it to the wall without killing it. This is archery at the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine level. The raindrops, though seemingly light, could affect the trajectory of an arrow, causing slight deviations. As the saying goes, a miss by an inch can be as bad as a mile. To be able to perform such a precise shot in these conditions felt like decades of rigorous training. The enhanced skills would now be integrated into my very being, truly becoming a part of Su. Su couldn't hide his joy and let out a long sigh, pulling up the collar of his leather jacket. A row of pearly white teeth was revealed in the darkness, his eyes twinkling like stars. More and more examinees, unable to contain their desire for points, were crossing the boundary into the core area to further boost their scores. They chose to cross the dividing line and enter the core area to further increase their scores. The rain poured down relentlessly. By the faint light, a horrifying scene unfolded. The corpses of feral beasts were scattered everywhere, some already swollen from the rain. All of them bore only arrow wounds. Could it be? The examinees who had previously been robbed of their kills were once again gripped by the fear of arrows. No. Are you going to let us live? Heavens, why am I in the same exam hall as this person? Just kill me already. Why had the feral beasts in the core area met such a grisly fate? Why were the despairing examinees washing their faces with tears? Was it because he shot too fast? Or was it because he shot too fiercely? The examinees grumbled as they searched for feral beasts, now as precious as national treasures. It was dark outside, but the City Hall building was brightly lit. The atmosphere in the live conference hall was jubilant, with only champagne missing to celebrate. Standing alongside a group of city leaders for the first time in their lives, the 3 students from Huayang District No. 1 Middle School were overwhelmed. Jean Ming, though disheveled upon arrival, possessed outstanding professional capabilities. He could recite the profiles of all his students flawlessly, and coupled with nurturing such an exceptional student as Sue, he earned widespread praise. With about an hour left until the end of the awakening exam, Sue's national ranking had surged to third. The real-time broadcast on the screen showed Sue continuously traversing the sky. Many teachers couldn't help but sigh, wondering what kind of good karma Lu Cohen had accumulated over lifetimes to encounter such an unparalleled genius as Sue. He had reached a height unprecedented, and perhaps unrepeatable, in Tao Chang. He found a Tier 2 otherworlder normal, elite, Lord. Someone in the crowd shouted, and all eyes shifted back to the screen. Sue had defeated 2 of the 4 Tier 1 otherworlders. Such an achievement was rare even on a national level. The rain had just stopped, and the dark clouds parted, revealing the bright moon of the early month. Under the hazy moonlight, hard scales shimmered emerald green, and huge dragon wings enveloped its body. Atop the central skyscraper, the dragon person surveyed the entire city. It's a dragon person. Elder Ge's problems are as difficult as ever. Sue stealthily approached in the moonlit shadows, chewing on his last energy bar. Information about dragon people he had learned in the past surfaced in his mind. They possess the ability to fly, can wield weapons with their hands, and can breathe dragon fire. A tricky monster capable of both melee and ranged combat. He checked the spiral arrows in his quiver. 78 were intact, 17 were severely worn. 3 arrows were knocked, enchanted with light elemental energy. Joe and his companions spotted the traces of normal, elite, and Lord Dragon people and ran at full speed. A golden meteor streaked across the sky above. Damn it! Everyone, charge! If we're late, we're done for. Joe's face turned pale. Flying units like dragon people are perfect for archers to leverage their range advantage. His eyes bloodshot, he executed consecutive pole vault leaps upwards. The smooth armor formed by the scales on its body still couldn't stop the incredibly fast light arrows. A resonant roar expressed the confusion in his heart. Spreading its wings to soar into the sky, it swooped down with a steel fork in hand. As if foreseeing this, Sue dodged with a swift movement, firing 3 more light arrows. This time, the dragon person finally saw clearly. Each arrow was spinning rapidly. Every arrow drew blood. As its narrow eyes met Sue's cold gaze, fear began to grow within the dragon person. Roar! The dragon person raged at being intimidated by a mere human. Several streams of dragon fire erupted, dyeing the night sky crimson. Blinding golden lights burst forth. Which school's expert is this? They're incredibly powerful. What are you looking at? Less than half an hour left until the awakening exam ends. Hurry up and earn more points. Sue, when did you become this strong? Zetone gazed at that receding figure and finally sighed. She realized the distance between herself and Sue was rapidly increasing. Will there come a day when I can only look up to you? The dragon person, soaring in its skybound arena, eyed the diminishing quiver. Foolish human, the moment you run out of arrows will be your death sentence. The elemental light shifted from gold to cyan. Wind elemental enchantment. Chapter 7, Wanna bet, getting a little sister? The black leather suit billowed in the night wind. A cyan vortex of wind wrapped around the arrow shaft. Wind elemental enchantment complete. Sue's lips curved upward, the arrowhead glowing red, the air around it distorting from the intense heat. Fire elemental energy condensed, when? Dual elemental enchanted arrow. Exploding flame vortex arrow. With a slight twist of his wrist, the bowstring warped. Twang! The moment the arrow left the bow, Joe's eyes widened in disbelief and wonder. It disappeared? Only the twang of the bowstring was heard, no arrow was seen flying. Boom! The dragon man's left wing exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The wind fanned the flames, and the flames magnified the wind's power. Flames danced, wind swirled. As the dragon man fell from the sky, Sue unleashed a barrage of exploding spiral arrows. A sitting duck like this is easy. By the time it hit the ground, the majestic dragon man was riddled with holes, well and truly dead. You've got to be kidding me. Since when were archers this strong?
The wristband displayed the score, killing a Tier 2 normal, elite, Lord Dragonman awarded free points, increasing the score by 78. Su flexed his fingers slightly, a brilliant smile on his face. I should be a sure shoe-in for a special admission slot at a top university.
It's my spiral arrow. The live broadcast hall erupted in an instant.
A candidate who hadn't even reached Tier 2 yet solo killed a Tier 2 normal, elite, Lord Dragonman. In previous years, teams could barely manage to defeat them.
1 Su score, 1.
Applause and cheers filled the broadcast hall like a tsunami.
First place in Taoqing's awakening exam. First place in Kanglan Province's awakening exam. First place in the National Awakening exam. No one present could have imagined they would witness a miracle firsthand. Su's achievement was truly astonishing across the entire nation. Once the National Awakening Exam Center reviewed and confirmed the results, the scores would be finalized. In reality, the Awakening exam was extremely rigorous. Any suspicion of cheating would lead to immediate disqualification. For someone like Su who participated fully, his score was essentially guaranteed. The live broadcast hall became instantly chaotic. Quick, quick, quick! Tell everyone to work overtime tonight. All those who have already left, come back immediately. I want to see every single draft before it's released. Research overnight and finalize the student incentive plan. I will personally oversee it. Get in touch with our media friends. As soon as the Awakening exam results are out, I want comprehensive coverage. The 3 students from Huayan District No. 1 Middle School were surrounded, beaming with joy. Principals and teachers from Taochang approached to offer congratulations. The moment Su achieved the top national score, these schools felt more admiration than envy or jealousy. The wristband vibrated again. The Awakening exam had concluded. Having mastered the system's numerous rules during the Awakening exam, Su sat on the spot, gazing at the sky with a radiant smile. Next were the procedures of returning to the starting point and handing in the wristbands. It was already past midnight by the time they got off the bus. The principal and academic director shook hands with each student, overwhelmed with emotion. A score of over 70,000 was comparable to previous Awakening exam results. Su conservatively estimated he could place in the top 3 nationally, or even higher. Solo hunting Tier 2 Dragonmen Normal, Elite, Lord would definitely provide the opportunity to enter a top institution through the special admission track. Declining the principal's invitation to a celebratory dinner, he boarded the bus home. Xing and Miao, who had believed Su was dead, wept and laughed with red eyes. You haven't eaten yet, have you? It'll be ready soon. Xing quickly went into the kitchen to prepare food. Miao pulled her brother over and felt him all over, relieved to confirm he wasn't injured. Realizing her brother had grown up, his fair and elegant neck was flushed red. After dinner, Su was forced to go to bed. Miao opened her phone to find news flooding her screen about the end of the Awakening exam. Mom, listen. It is reported that Su, a candidate from this city, performed exceptionally, ranking first nationally. Our Su is the national top scorer. News of Su, a national top scorer emerging from the small city of Taochang, caused a massive stir across Huaxia Nation. Someone immediately dug up Su's talent profile, questioning the Taochang Awakening exam for cheating and falsifying scores. Especially the glaring red F in the talent strength column, which gave many trolls a foothold. Is Taochang that desperate for attention? My school has plenty of Awaken like this. If he is really the top scorer, I'll stream myself selling my. Across major Awaken forums, doubts and insults ran rampant. Over 10 hours later, the Awakening Exam Center released a video, 46 minutes and 39 seconds long. It featured high-definition footage from various angles of Su single-handedly defeating Tier 2 Normal, Elite, and Lord-level Otherworlders. The title read, Fixated on Petty Gains, Blind to the World's Grandeur. Su's archery skills displayed in the video were praised by several renowned archers, silencing everyone with his demonstrated prowess. Where on earth did this Su come from? Inside a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Honghai City,
the teenager transformed into a desktop cleaning master.
In an instant, peace was restored. Slap. Slap. 2 consecutive slaps. He couldn't understand why he was tens of thousands of points behind. Ubema, haven't failed even in 2000 simulated battles. The third day after the awakening exam ended. The auditorium of Huayang District No. 1 Middle School was exceptionally grand.
As the host introduced Su, the students widened their eyes.
They couldn't believe it. How could someone with only F-rank talent strength break through the ranks and win the national championship of the awakening exam? Su appeared, dressed in a black leather jacket. Seeing the protagonist, who was even more handsome in person than in videos, many girls couldn't help but take out their phones to take pictures. Actually, Su felt quite helpless. If the principal hadn't specifically gone to the breakfast shop to wait for him, he wouldn't have shown up in such an occasion. After a simple speech, everyone was inspired. If seniors can do it, I can do it too. When finally asked if he had any words for the underclassmen, he thought of many things in an instant. Whoosh! Su's eyes suddenly brightened. He scanned the expectant eyes below and said calmly,
"After enduring the hardships, you'll see the moonlight." Thunderous applause erupted, lasting for a long time. Afterward, Jin Ming reiterated the precautions for applying to universities and special admissions before letting Su leave. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, he was called by a clear and cheerful voice. "Yo, isn't that our class monitor, Shin?" Zitong wore a pair of round-toed leather shoes and a pair of washed-out jeans that accentuated her curvy and full legs. She wore a flawless, snow-white thin shirt on top, looking youthful and radiant. Looks like the speech was a success. Of course. Who do you think I am? Zitong unconsciously put her hands behind her back, chatting casually with Su. Class monitor, are you here to fulfill your promise? Giving him a fierce glare, Zitong snorted and stopped walking. Su knew Zitong's personality winning was winning, and losing was losing. You close your eyes. The moment her eyes closed slightly, Zitong took a deep breath, and her small face instantly turned crimson. GIE. Chapter 8, University Assassin. For top universities gather. Ha ha. From now on, you're my good little sister. Humph. Zitong was slightly taken aback, as if she understood something. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She took out a card from her bag and said irritably, "There's 10,000 coins on this card, is that enough?" Big bro. Enough. Just as Su was about to take it, Zitong frowned, "Say thank you." Whoosh, thank you. Is that all? Thank you, my dear little sister. Grinning as he took the bank card, Su raised an eyebrow and noticed it was a limited edition pink heart-shaped card from Huaxia Bank. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. When they parted, Zitong watched that retreating figure, sighed softly, and looked up at the clear blue sky at a 45-degree angle. Just a little sister? I don't want to be a sister, what should I do? Time passed day by day. According to the usual date for the release of awakening exam results, there were about 5 days left. Su still lived a disciplined life every day. He woke up before dawn to run laps around the outer ring road of Taochang. His speed had increased significantly after his attributes improved. The extra time Su had was used to hone his close-quarters combat skills. The system could save time and tedious practice for improving one's realm, but one had to put in their own effort to go from nothing to something. Of course, with that eye of the heart at the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms, the time for comprehension wouldn't be very long. And who says archers can't fight in close combat? At 6:30 a.m., he appeared punctually at the breakfast shop to help. Qing's breakfast shop had been open for more than 10 years, famous for its generous portions, affordability, and delicious taste. Most of the customers were residents from the neighborhood. An old man, nearly 70 years old, looked at Su, who bore a resemblance to the handsome young man on the news, and couldn't help but stare a few extra times. Even when asked, Su would just smile and not respond. Celebrities appearing in the news were quickly forgotten in this old residential area, filled with normal, elite, and lord individuals busy with their lives. They wouldn't remember their faces after a glance. As soon as he learned of the scores, Ching had a special talk with Sue. The lack of family in his previous life made him cherish this life even more. Ching stated that he had long grown accustomed to their current life, and Sue had no intention of making too many changes because of himself. After finishing the busy morning as usual, the postman reluctantly delivered 2 large boxes upon his return home.
They were all enrollment brochures from various awakened universities. Miao yawned as she walked out of the bedroom.
Having not awakened her talent back then, she chose to pursue her dream of becoming a pastry chef. Now, seeing the mountain of enrollment brochures, she immediately became interested. She moved a chair to sit down, resting her right leg on her left, her cartoon slippers dangling loosely.
Her straight and slender legs were clearly visible. Casually picking up a brochure, Miao's eyes lit up, and she quickly recommended it to Sue.
A spacious single apartment, ready to move in with just your luggage, and 20,000 in living expenses and subsidies each month.
Little brother, this one looks good. Wait a moment. Oh my god. Let us go with this one.
A standalone villa, hiring experienced awakened individuals as professors, with a massive skill repository. We're going to college, not to work.
This Linchuan Awakened University sounds much better. Every admission brochure was exquisitely made, full of hype.
Miao hadn't paid much attention before, so it was no wonder she was now dazzled by the sheer volume of admission brochures.
Sister Miao, what do you think of this one?
Sue calmly handed over the brochure in his hand, his intention to inquire evident, as if he would finalize the decision the moment Miao nodded. Suppressing a smile, he asked with utmost seriousness.
Sister Miao, I think this one is quite good, take a look. Miao took it and immediately felt its weight.
The high-quality cover and the gilded lettering exuded an even greater sense of luxury.
Luochang University? Let me see.
Her beautiful eyes scanned the brochure word by word, and Miao's focused expression almost made Sue burst into laughter. Outstanding awakened individuals who choose our school will have dedicated female companions for academic support.
For female students, absolutely not.
Miao's eyebrows shot up, and she puffed out her cheeks, like a hamster stuffed with sunflower seeds, shouting decisively. Extremely indignant, her shoulders trembling slightly, Miao slapped the table. This kind of school that makes people so happy can't possibly be a good place.
Ha ha ha.
Sue couldn't hold back his laughter, rolling back and forth, while Miao lunged at him, flailing her arms.
Knock, knock, knock.
The two who were roughhousing on the sofa instantly quieted down. Miao then realized she had ended up on top of him, just like when they were kids. Her thin camisole had slipped, revealing her fair and tender shoulder.
After all, it was a summer morning.
It was normal to be dressed lightly after just coming out of the bedroom.
She quickly went to open the door, a faint blush still lingering on her fair cheeks. A mature woman, dressed in a formal suit, exuded an air of normal, elite, and lord.
Her long, wavy brown hair and bright red lipstick, coupled with a tight-fitting hip skirt and black stockings, perfectly accentuated her flawless curves. Her bright eyes sparkled, and her red lips parted slightly.
Hello, I am the director of admissions from Xiaoye Aristocratic School. My surname is Sunwei.
Miao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and quickly invited her in.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sunwei stated her purpose.
The results of the Awakening exam haven't been released yet, but Sue's outstanding performance during the Awakening exam fully meets our school's special admission criteria.
I've already introduced our school.
If Sue chooses us, the school is willing to provide a one-time scholarship of 6.5 million, and all expenses during his 4 years at the school will be covered by us. Miao gasped, her cherry lips parting so wide she could have fit a sunset fruit in her mouth.
6.5 million.
Her bakery wouldn't earn that much in 10 years. Not only that, we have a dedicated beauty archery instructor who will ensure that all of Sue's evolving needs are met, guaranteeing a brighter future.
As she spoke, Sunwei's eyes roamed, sending subtle, alluring glances, unreservedly showcasing her mature charm. At his age, the intoxicating allure of experience was almost irresistible.
Meeting Sue's clear gaze, Sunwei's heart skipped a beat.
She realized she might have underestimated this national top scorer from a small town. She had conducted a thorough investigation before coming and was aware of Sue's family situation. With immense wealth and the allure of beauty, she was sure she could win him over. Sunway realized at this moment that she had been terribly mistaken, yet she was unwilling to give up. She had considerable confidence in her persuasive abilities. She had chosen the morning specifically to better persuade him. She was a woman of action. If words failed, actions would suffice. Ahem! She suddenly realized that Miao, who was no less stunning than herself, was also present in the room. Even without any makeup, the woman made her feel inferior. Thank you for your kind offer. Regarding which school to apply to, I'd like to consider my options a bit more. I can't afford to be lured in by university assassins, can I? The atmosphere immediately became very awkward. In reality, cultivating an excellent awakened required immense resources. Every year, after the awakening exam, the competition among universities to recruit students would begin. By recruiting more outstanding students, universities could then apply for more educational resources from the state. Inferior universities would resort to various catchy and enticing gimmicks, using all sorts of methods to lure outstanding awakened individuals into signing enrollment agreements. Similar incidents occurred every year. It was commonplace. Her ploy exposed right in front of her, Sunway's smile remained undiminished. She stood up, offered polite words, and was about to leave. Sue, not moving from the sofa, said with a drawl, "Don't bother seeing me out, Auntie Sun." Put. Realizing she had lost her composure, Miao covered her mouth, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons. Phew, goodbye. Bang. Sunway left in a huff, furious. She hadn't expected that from the moment she walked in, she had been seen as a mere trick by Sue. She had wanted to maintain her dignity until the end, but Sue's single sentence had completely shattered it. Ha 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 ha. Just moments ago, she was worried her little brother would be seduced by a mature, wicked woman. Now, Miao was doubled over with laughter, not forgetting to give Sue a thumbs up. So, all these. Have you ever seen any top-tier universities so eager to come knocking? These are all university assassins. Sue explained. Humph. If it weren't for me, you might have already been tricked by that wicked auntie. TCH, I have a beautiful woman guarding me every day, how could I possibly fall for it? Miao's cheeks instantly turned hot. She shyly lowered her head, completely unable to see her toes. Little brat, you've grown up and your words have gotten sweeter. I'm talking about Mom. Ha? Miao lunged forward, flailing her arms. Yuanma University. Intelligence Analysis Room. As one of the 4 top universities in Huaxia Nation, Yuanma University boasts the most advanced intelligence analysis and information system. After analyzing video data of outstanding candidates from all over the country, the system assigns priority accordingly. All admissions officers, along with Director Wu Yuelian, were seated on both sides. The image on the large screen shifted, revealing a clear and handsome portrait of a young man. Beside it were several screenshots of him in a black trench coat, drawing and shooting an arrow. Many young female teachers' eyes lit up, and knowing smiles touched their lips. Who wouldn't enjoy teaching a class of attractive students every day? In a conspicuous position, the priority level for admissions was written in red ink. The calligraphy was bold and powerful, with strong, confident strokes. SSS plus. Whoosh. Everyone's expression changed. Everyone. Principal Rin Danqing, with a solemn expression, pointed to Sue's photo and said gravely, "For the trip to Taochung, we must recruit Sue, the national champion of the awakening exam, into our Yuanma University." Wu Yuelian twirled her pen, voicing the question on everyone's mind. What if there are special requests? Meet them fully. I'm giving you the highest level of authority, do you understand? Wu Yuelian hesitated to speak further. If they could recruit the national champion of the awakening exam, the quality of Yuanma University's new students would undoubtedly improve significantly. More importantly, the resources for the next year would see explosive growth.
In the past few years, while the other three top universities spared no expense in recruiting quality talent, UNMA University hesitated. As a result, over the years, UNMA University had lost its initiative in various competitions.
Wu Yuelian was inwardly surprised by the new principal Ren Danqing's delegation of power. She also understood the immense impact that successfully recruiting the national champion would have on UNMA University. In today's world, plagued by otherworlders and feral beasts, awakened are the only ones who can fight back. Higher tier awakened possess the power to destroy a city with ease. Over 10,000 years, the rules of society had quietly changed. Awakened with high-tier talents are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the pyramid. The quality of new recruits and their evolution over the next 4 years would influence the extent to which the nation allocates resources to universities. The best resources would be allocated to the most outstanding awakened. This had always been the unchanging rule. The admissions meeting concluded. Principal Ren Danqing specifically pulled Wu Yuelian back into his office, repeating his instructions. Director Wu, this year is crucial for us at UNMA. Principal, I wanted to. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Yuelian voiced her thoughts. What if Su tries to set exorbitant prices, or has other demands? Having dealt with various high-caliber awakened over the years, some of whom had powerful talents but peculiar demands, Wu Yuelian was often troubled. She didn't believe Su was worth any price for UNMA University. Talent was a key factor influencing an awakened's combat power, but it wasn't the only one. People from such obscure places couldn't resist temptation. Soaring to success would only make them lose themselves amidst the praise. On the contrary, I believe Yu Beima, the champion from Honghai City and ranks second in the awakening exam, comes from a noble background, has a wealthy family, and is of good character. He's a promising candidate. Ren Danqing unscrewed his thermos, took a sip of water, and a wry smile appeared on his face. If that's the case, why don't you switch with Xiaoyu and go to Honghai City? Really? I mean, if Xiaoyu agrees. She will. Watching Wu Yuelian slightly pleased back, a hint of disdain flashed in Ren Danqing's eyes. Honghai City held a significant position in Huaxia Nation and was known as the Magic City, an international metropolis with a population and resources among the top in the country. Although competition was fierce for awakened to breakthrough, educational resources were not lacking. In contrast, Taochang was an obscure city in Huaxia Nation. None of the previous city champions had ever ranked in the national top 20. It was truly a place with scarce educational resources, and the nation did not invest many resources there annually. To crush other candidates and win the national championship under these circumstances, how could this person named Su be so simple? Even the intelligence system gave him an exclusive SSS Plus rating, and you still want to trust your own foolish instincts. A younger woman walked in. She wore a white dress with a floral short shirt and had neat, shoulder-length hair. With light makeup, she was already stunningly beautiful. If it weren't for the badge on her chest, many would have mistaken her for a student. At only 27 years old, she had already achieved the position of Deputy Director of Admissions at the highly competitive UNMA University. Yu Ruerue was herself an awakened. She had passed the Tier 5 certification just last month, a true genius. Upon learning that she would be going to Taochang to personally recruit the national champion, Yu Ruerue smiled gently. Her clear, bell-like voice was exceptionally pleasant to hear. Thank you for your trust, Principal. I will do my utmost to complete the mission. Yes. What I said in the meeting, do you understand? Yu Yorue blinked her beautiful big eyes, the corners of her lips curling into a sly smile. So you mean I can be a bit shameless, and the conditions are whatever I want? Not exactly. In short, you also need to have some leverage. Understood, Principal. There are still 2 days until the results of the awakening exam are announced. Lu Kuan, the principal of District No. 1 Middle School, had just finished entertaining one group when he saw a black Dior minivan drive in. Immediately after, another white Alpha slowly stopped. Hiss. Although Lu Kuan was mentally prepared after learning that Su was the top scorer in the National Awakening exam,
He never expected to witness the grand occasion of 4 top universities gathering in one place in his lifetime.
He quickly stepped forward to invite the admissions teams from UNMA University and Shanghai University into the conference room.
Seeing the acquaintances who had been waiting for a long time, Yoyorue gently tossed her hair and said softly, "I never thought our 4 top universities would meet in an unknown high school conference room.
Life is truly interesting, isn't it?" Chapter 9, Stop the Nonsense, Shoot Me.
Grandma Lee, 1 bowl of tofu pudding, 2 oil sticks, and this tea egg from Mom for you. Sue moved nimbly in the small space, wearing a clean apron.
Handsome boy, good morning. The usual, right?
A young lady in a hurry to get to work shouted loudly while reapplying her makeup. As she spoke, several more young girls came to buy breakfast, eagerly looking at Sue, who was serving tofu pudding in novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine sizes.
Ever since the awakening exam ended, Sue has been helping at the shop every morning after his exercises. At some point, the number of female customers started to increase. "Okay, Sister Zhao, it'll be ready soon."
Qing was busy, a smile on her lips.
"Sue, you really are a good kid." The auntie, knowing Sue's awakened status, couldn't stop praising him.
Awakened individuals they usually encountered were either silent or arrogant.
It was rare to find someone as approachable as Sue. "Qing, is your Sue still single? My granddaughter doesn't have a boyfriend yet, how about I bring her over tomorrow?"
After the awakening exam, awakened individuals were permitted to marry if conditions allowed. Compared to normal, elite, and lord individuals, quite a few awakened individuals married early. There had been quite a few matchmakers visiting during this period. Finally getting a moment of free time, Sue saw that he had over 99 plus missed calls on his phone.
"My dear ancestor, you finally answered the phone." Jean Ming was about to collapse.
The admissions teams from the 4 top universities had all gathered at District No. 1 Middle School. Principal Lu Cohen had been talking so much his mouth was dry, but the protagonist still hadn't shown up. If this continued, he'd have to take medicine again.
"What? It's this late and you're still helping out? Hurry and take a taxi to school. I'll reimburse your fare."
Jean Ming hung up the phone and walked into the conference room with a fawning smile. Sue has been contacted. He was helping at the shop just now and didn't hear his phone. Lu Cohen let out a long sigh of relief, made an excuse to leave the conference room, and waited outside the building.
Not long after,
a familiar figure appeared at the school gate.
Lu Cohen hurried forward, explaining the importance of the meeting as they walked.
Before entering, he directly popped a handful of blood pressure-lowering pills into his mouth.
Yoyorue listened as Jean Ming recounted all sorts of information about Sue.
Hearing the door open, she saw a teenager walk in behind Lu Cohen, and her eyes lit up. He wore a loose white t-shirt and gray sweatpants, his facial features sharply defined and exceptionally handsome. He was the kind of male lead from a romance novel. His arms, with their well-defined muscles, showed no signs of slackness, indicating that Sue had not relaxed his training after the awakening exam.
This fact alone put him ahead of over 90% of high school graduates. The admissions personnel from the other 3 universities also showed expressions of admiration. "Everyone, this is the pride of our District No. 1 Middle School, student Sue." Lu Cohen, with a flushed face, introduced the admissions group stationed in the 4 directions of the conference room to Sue. "This is Director Zhao Gang from the Honghai University Admissions Office, and Minister Zhang Weiguo from Longqing National Defense University."
One was dressed in a full suit, while the other wore a Huaxia Nation military uniform, exuding great authority.
"This is..." "Don't trouble yourself, Principal. I'll introduce myself. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I am Yoyorue, Deputy Director of Admissions at UNMA University." Interjecting ahead of others, Yoyorue's voice was clear and sweet.
"This elder sister beside me is Director Zhang Xiu from Shanghai University's admissions office. It's thanks to you that the 4 of us old acquaintances have met today." Sue smiled faintly and said loudly, "Greetings, teachers. I am Sue.
Honghai University, Shanghai University, Yuanma University, and Longqing National Defense Military Industry are the only 4 top-tier universities in Huaxia Nation. Awakened universities in Huaxia Nation are divided into 4 tiers from lowest to highest: normal, elite, lord, second-rate, first-rate, and top-tier. The educational resources differ greatly between each tier. Taoqing's Best Awakening exam results throughout the years have only reached the first-rate university level. With 4 top-tier universities arriving together, it's no wonder Principal Lu Kuan is so excited. After brief pleasantries, Zhang Weigui got straight to the point, displaying the straightforwardness unique to soldiers. "Student Su, could you please demonstrate your archery skills for us?" Everyone present, being cunning as foxes, were delighted to hear this. Longqing National Defense Military Industry, backed by the nation and affiliated with the military, bears the crucial responsibility of cultivating talented individuals for the country and the armed forces. Upon receiving the recruitment task, Zhang Weigui immediately reviewed all the information, and the F-class talent continuously bothered him. Furthermore, Su's performance in the video footage was truly outstanding. Before a final decision could be made, whether Su was worth his full effort in extending an olive branch remained to be discussed. Selecting talent for the nation, I must be cautious. I hope Student Su can understand. Then, how should I demonstrate? Principal Lu, may I borrow your school's training facilities? The training hall of Huayang District No. 1 High School was built last year with enormous investment and was Principal Lu Kuan's most prideful landmark. As the 4 top-tier universities entered, they couldn't help but slightly furrow their brows, their admiration for Su growing. To achieve the top national rank in a school with such rudimentary facilities, diligence is certainly indispensable. However, the truly terrifying one is Su. The second floor was already packed with teachers and students. Lu Kuan and the others stood by, their eyes filled with worry. None of them had anticipated that the special recruitment for top-tier universities would involve such a segment. If it fails, it would likely become a historical joke in Taoqing's education sector. Jinming's teeth chattered, and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. In stark contrast were the first and second-year students whose classes had been interrupted. Each of them was incredibly excited. Holy crap! That guy is Zhang Weigui from Longqing National Defense, the owner of the 4-tier A-class talent, Golden Tyrant. I just watched his solo video yesterday. I'm going to ask him for an autograph later. For top universities, wow! Isn't that Senior Su? Senior, you can do it. The students didn't think so deeply immersed in joy and excitement, they whispered amongst themselves and shouted loudly. Sorry to interrupt your classes, students. Please maintain quiet. Yu Yorui's voice wasn't loud, yet it instantly filled the entire training hall, like a gentle spring breeze. The venue immediately fell silent. How much weight can you draw with your bow? 300 jin, approximately. The eyelids of several people present twitched. Yu Yorui's lips curved upwards, and she unconsciously clenched her fists. Perhaps she alone understood among them what it meant for an awakened without a tear to be able to draw a 300 jin bow. Zhang Weigui's expression was calm, but his heart was greatly shaken. With a flip of his hand, a dark golden longbow appeared in his grasp. This is a storage ring? Su had only seen them online. They were very practical but extremely expensive. A normal, elite, or lord tier ring cost over 1 million coins. The other party was clearly well prepared. Su took the dark golden longbow. Its surface felt smooth and moist to the touch, definitely not an ordinary item. The moment he held it, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. When archery mastery reaches the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine realms, one finds the optimal usage technique upon first contact. Whoosh! His fingers brushed the bowstring, he could easily draw it full. In reality, 300 jin was still a conservative estimate. He had tried after the awakening exam in his extreme state, it was 560 jin. Hiss! The recruitment team members behind Zhao Gang and Zhang Xiu were moved, eagerly reporting the perception results. These individuals are owners of talents in the perception category, belonging to the strength, agility, constitution, and spirit attributes, capable of comprehensively scanning awakened beings. Su's physical toughness filled them with dread, as if he were a dormant tiger, capable of unleashing immense strength, agility, constitution, and spirit at any moment. The teachers in the second-floor stands narrowed their eyes, a smile of disbelief evident. Especially the instructors for the practical combat training class, they couldn't help but offer wry smiles. He was most proud of his arm strength despite years of diligent practice. He could only draw a 200 gene bow. That's a difference of a full 100 gene. While it's gratifying for excellent students to surpass their teachers, this is just too fast. Try this one again. Zhang Weigua, clearly prepared, took out another bow, entirely black and gleaming. It was twice the size of the previous dark gold longbow. This is a star-quality battle bow specially prepared by our director Zhang for the test. Lu Kuan and Jin Ming swallowed, already hearing continuous gasps of astonishment from above. Is this the caliber of a top university? Awakened equipment has 8 quality tiers: normal, elite, lord, advanced, rare, celestial, legendary, epic, and mythic. The first 4 tiers can still be mass-produced, with prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens or even hundreds of millions. As for celestial quality, it requires collecting materials and finding skilled artisans to craft it. The lowest would cost over 100 million. The methods for obtaining legendary, epic, and mythic tiers are unknown. Each is a priceless treasure. In other words, Zhang Weigua wielded equipment worth over 100 million solely to test Su's combat prowess. If he could pass the test, this action would indirectly showcase the school's substantial financial strength, paving the way for future recruitment. Taking a deep breath, he once again gripped the bow and drew the string. His movements were identical to the previous time, without the slightest deviation. Crack! The bow was drawn to its limit once more. Bang! The rebounding sound was exquisitely beautiful to Su's ears. He couldn't help but close his eyes, listening to this celestial sound. Zhang Weigua's mouth hung slightly agape, unable to recover for a long time. 500 gene. The entire training hall fell silent, with only the continuous sound of the bowstring being drawn. Teacher Zhang, I'm ready. Ha? Right. Here, take this. An arrow about 80 centimeters long, black as night. As he took it, his brow immediately twitched. It was 3 times heavier than the spiral arrow. Su recognized it as a rare quality armor-piercing arrow, capable of easily penetrating thick armor. 100,000 coins per arrow. This? Giving a thumbs up and sliding it back, Zhang Weigua said with imposing dominance. Shoot me. And use that unique shooting style you displayed during the awakening exam. This might not be appropriate? Lu Kuan was the first to object. Zhang Weigua slightly moved his body, looking at the hesitant Su. Kid, what is it? Are you scared and won't do it? Su scratched his head, a look of difficulty on his face. Director Zhang just wants you to demonstrate, he doesn't have any other intentions. Yu Ruwei reminded him from the side. When it comes to intelligence analysis, each top university has its senior teams, basically on par with each other. She guessed Su didn't want to reveal everything, just use that shiny gold one. It's not that. I'm just worried about accidentally shooting Teacher Zhang. He felt underestimated. Zhang Weigua, being hot-tempered himself, couldn't help but shout loudly. What's with all the nonsense? If I tell you to shoot, you shoot. Hurry up, shoot me. Chapter 10, Self-Created Skill. The Battle for Su. Dragon City National Defense Industry. Zhang Weigua Taocheng demands a powerful shot. No matter where this title appeared, it would definitely be explosive. Then I'll shoot? Are you even a man? I told you to shoot, so shoot. Why so much talk? The esteemed Tier 4 awakened, with the A-grade talent, Golden Tyrannosaurus, was not to be trifled with? Even against an ordinary Tier 4 awakened, Zhang Weigua was confident he could withstand a single blow. Moreover, Su hadn't even reached Tier 1. And yet he was worried about hurting himself.
Ridiculous. Zhang Weiguo sneered inwardly, mockingly questioning if Su was incapable, thus resorting to such a flimsy excuse.
If a man is challenged by another man about his capabilities, he'll perform even if he can't.
Then here I go.
Before he finished speaking, Su's hesitant expression vanished. His eyes were sharp, like a falcon soaring through the vast sky. His entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation.
Zhang Weiguo was taken aback. He was astonished by the immense change in Su. Reason told him that the young man before him was merely a novice who had just graduated from high school, not to be feared. His body, however, reacted instinctively.
Years of combat had honed his reflexes, causing his muscles to tense. As soon as his brain gave the command, he could immediately act to evade. In the brief moment between knocking the arrow and drawing the string, light elements surged from his fingertips into the armor-piercing arrow. Zhao Gang, Zheng Xiu, and Yuruerue were witnessing this for the first time. It was even more impactful than what they had seen in the video footage.
Such exquisite control over the elements.
With this level of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, many awakened with perception talents would likely be ashamed. Yuruerue couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, further strengthening her resolve to shamelessly to do whatever it takes to recruit Su to their school.
Teacher Zhang, don't move rashly. Unnecessary. By the time Ling Rui's sound of breaking through the air reached his ears, the golden light had already pierced the wall behind Zhang Weiguo.
Ha!
So fast?
In a different environment, this evaluation would be the greatest insult to a shooter.
Here, however, it is the highest praise for a shooter. Incredibly fast, extremely penetrating. Zhang Weiguo reached out and touched his cheek.
A sudden, ill-timed pain, and bright scarlet blood trickled down.
Injured? He hadn't even seen the arrow. If this arrow had been aimed at his head or heart, Zhang Weiguo didn't dare to think about it. His back went cold, sweat beaded on his forehead. He felt a lingering fear for his own recklessness. To die in the line of duty while recruiting students, to be shot to death, wouldn't that be a huge joke for Huaxia Nation? The students and teachers exchanged glances, and after a moment, erupted into applause and cheers loud enough to shake the roof. Su, you've brought so much honor to Huayang District No. 1 High School. As members of District No. 1 High School, they felt immense pride. The girls screamed wildly, instantly transforming into Su's devoted fans, their eyes sparkling with starlight. How did he do that?
Filled with confusion, Jin Ming pondered, while also rejoicing in Su's outstanding performance. Yu Yorue and Zhang Xiu's eyes widened like twin copper bells. They exchanged a look, each recognizing the thought in the other's mind.
If it had been aimed at the heart, would Zhang Weiguo have been shot to death today? A non-tier awakened almost took down a tier 4 awakened known for defense? That's unbelievable.
Zhao Gang turned to look at the perception talent awakened behind him, who shook his head helplessly.
They didn't sense the arrow. It reached this level? Terrifying. Could it be a self-created skill? Slap. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Gang regretted it. He slapped his own face hard, but it was too late. The gazes of the other three shifted from confusion to surprise, and then to elation. Zhao Gang felt like crying. Damn it, this cursed mouth of mine. Generally speaking, the source of an awakened skill comes from being taught by a high-tier awakened or by studying and comprehending skill books. By understanding and practicing their awakened talent, they create entirely new skills. The awakened known to have created skills were mostly already at tier 6 or higher. All of them were influential figures in Huaxia Nation. Someone like Su? Not one. The rarity is equivalent to awakening an SSS talent. Stare. The four of them never expected such a treasure to appear in Taochang. Their eyes immediately blazed with desire, wishing they could claim him as their own on the spot. Even if he hasn't reached the level of creating skills. To achieve this much in a barren place like Taochang, not recruiting him back to the school would be a dereliction of the admissions office's professional duty. No one doubted Su's ability any longer. He would undoubtedly be a formidable force among the freshmen.
Perhaps he could even become the key figure leading them to victory in the upcoming inter-university freshman competition in a few months.
I want this person.
The four of them made up their minds simultaneously.
A silent war for talent officially began.
Zhang Weiguo touched his cheek, slapped his forehead, and took out his phone as he hurried out. Zhao Gang and Zhang Xiu did the same. As they walked, they muttered about mistaken information, looking quite comical. They had all made incorrect judgments based on Su's F-grade talent profile, leading them to adopt conservative recruitment strategies. Now, they were all calling their schools to request higher recruitment authority.
Su was worth it. Lu Kuan slapped Jinming's back hard, understanding the implication perfectly.
Thinking about the unprecedented record in Taoqing's education sector that his district's #1 high school might achieve.
His vision went black, and he fainted once again. Classmate Su, you're amazing. I'd like to invite you to Yuanma. I'm alright, thank you, teacher Yu, for your praise. With her 3 competitors absent, Yu Yoruwei couldn't wait to secure him.
She also understood that haste makes waste.
Moreover, Su wasn't an easy bean curd to obtain.
Well, I won't say much, but I hope you won't forget to give me a chance in the end.
Look at them. I was prepared to go to any lengths to bring you back from the start. It means we're destined to meet. In less than half a minute.
Zhao Gang, Zhang Xiu, and Zhang Weiguo rushed towards Su, each smiling like hungry race car drivers about to drift. All pretense of aloofness and deep contemplation vanished. To ordinary people, top universities are places that gather the nation's supernormal, elite, and lord talents.
Would even aloof individuals like them show such eager attitudes?
The scene before them provided the best answer.
Like a fusion of Turtle and Speedy.
Classmate Su, a scholarship of 3 million, a set of normal, elite, lord quality equipment, and a detached villa in Honghai City.
Gulp. So much? Jinming's mind went blank.
Truly worthy of a top national university, money, in their eyes, is just a number.
This is the treatment for true geniuses? As expected. Geniuses are all about money.
Hiss.
So envious. Don't listen to him.
5 million scholarship, plus 300,000 monthly allowance, a luxury apartment, regularly updated high-attribute equipment, and dedicated tutors. Our Longqing national defense military industry meets all the above conditions.
You can directly join the army after graduation. Lu Kuan suddenly woke up, gasping for breath, his eyeballs bloodshot. This time it's really fucked up. Yu Yoruwei narrowed her eyes. Anxious. They were genuinely anxious. Afraid that Su would be snatched away by another school. The dean, who rushed to the scene for support, barely managed to lead Su and the admissions teams from the 4 top universities out of the training hall, leaving a group of bewildered teachers and students in the wind. They are like aunties fighting over groceries at the market? Is money really that worthless? A student asked his companion blankly. Everyone felt goosebumps rise on their skin, imagining their own futures. It's a scene that only appears in novels, but it actually exists in reality. Damn it! From today on, I'm going to study hard. Count me in, this is too damn exciting. That's right. That's the spirit. Su, who awakened an F-rank talent, perseveres and never gives up. What right do you have not to? Work hard, young lads, you might just be the next rising star. An experienced old teacher seized this opportunity, bombarding the students with age-old motivational speeches. The students, who usually scoffed at such talk, erupted. Who wouldn't want to be fought over? Who wouldn't want to go to school for free? Fired up. Su had no idea. The scene of top universities throwing money around to recruit Su was seared into the minds of every student present, becoming the root of their motivation for the next year. And indeed, that was the case. In the following year's awakening exam, the number of students from District #1 High School who were admitted to second-tier universities far surpassed those from Taocheng Key Middle School, City #1 High School. Principal Lu Kuan finally calmed down and had just entered the conference room. The next second,
He calmly returned to the hallway, leaned against the wall, rolled his eyes, and fainted again.
It was truly too crazy.
Student Su, in terms of seniority, our Shanghai University is the oldest, making it the best choice for you.
No.
Honghai University is located in the international metropolis of Honghai City, and we can also satisfy your needs in terms of skills. Compared to the other three, Yu Yorui was younger and only a vice dean, so her position was not equal. She remained passive throughout the entire process. As the event was nearing its end, her bright eyes darted around.
Student Su, our UNMA University can also meet all the conditions offered by the other three universities.
Changing the subject, Yu Yorui flashed a confident smile and swept her gaze across the room. Moreover, UNMA University has one more condition that you simply cannot refuse.
Ms. Mei Nianxue will become a lifetime honorary professor at our UNMA University next semester.
Su had seen her on a poster in the Awakened store.
The Archery Saint.
In Huaxia Nation, she was revered as the Saint of Archery, the only one of her kind. Keep in mind that awakened at Tier 8 or above can be called saints. They were all top-tier combatants for the nation.
However, she was reclusive, living in the mountains for years. The few times she appeared were to hunt otherworld or feral beasts on the battlefield. The number of people who wanted to become her disciple could allegedly form a school. This is impossible.
Hands on her hips, Yu Yorui ignored the doubts, her eyes fixed on Su.
Student Su, one-on-one guidance from the Archery Saint is something no other school can offer you.
The expressions of the other three changed instantly as they each pondered how to sway Su.
So, what do you say? Want to come to UNMA University?
I can match all the conditions they offered. Yu Yorui smiled cheerfully, revealing two cute little fangs.
Chapter 11, Minggu, Reimbursement. All eyes turned to Su. The other three universities were dumbfounded. No amount of skill equipment could compare to the chance to be mentored by Mei Nianxue.
Yu Yorui's words were few but struck right at Su's heart. As top universities, they all had renowned archer awakened as honorary professors, but none could compare to the Archery Saint.
Su pondered for a moment, then bowed and apologized to Zhao Gang, Zhang Weigua, and others.
Thank you so much for valuing me, teachers.
I've decided to attend UNMA University. Just as expected.
Zhang Xiu and the other two said a few polite words before rushing off one after another.
There were quite a few students who met the special recruitment standards.
Since there was no hope with Su, they decisively moved on to the next city. In the vast Taocheng, only Su caught their attention.
Student Su, I'm very pleased you've chosen UNMA University.
Yu Yorui extended her fair jade-like hand, her voice regaining a playful and cute tone. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Yu Yorui, the Deputy Director of the Admissions Office at UNMA University, and also your substitute teacher.
Su, well, that's it.
Taocheng TV, Taocheng Daily, and several other authoritative news media outlets swarmed in, their cameras all focusing on the two, documenting the birth of a new record in Taocheng.
Dean Li Wenkai and homeroom teacher Jin Ming could hardly contain their excitement. This was an event significant enough to be recorded in the history of Taocheng. Thanks to Su, the names of Huayang District No. 1 High School, the principal, and others would be remembered. The accompanying staff quickly took out a special recruitment agreement from their briefcase. Since special recruitment happens before the awakening exam results are announced, it's equivalent to confirming a university in advance.
Both candidates and universities bear corresponding risks.
The special recruitment agreement serves as a dual guarantee for both the candidate and the school. Student Su, you should think carefully. This agreement determines your fate for the next 4 years. I've already made up my mind, and I won't regret it. Saying this, Su carefully reviewed the agreement and then quickly signed it. The agreement was in duplicate, and the school would also take photos for their records. The moment he put down the pen, Principal Lu Kuan and others were overjoyed, tears streaming down their faces. Many reporters rushed forward, surrounding Su so tightly he couldn't move. Yu Yorui was accustomed to such scenes. After dealing with the reporters in front of her, she went to help Su. After the commotion subsided, they took some photos at the school gate,
and then Lu Koan directly escorted them to an ambulance. In order to leave his glorious image on that miraculous photograph, Lu Koan chose to go all out.
Yu Yorue took out a bank card with the UNMY University emblem and said, "This is our university's anonymous bank card. I'll take you to a nearby bank to bind it later, and the funds should arrive by tonight at the latest." "Oh, right.
I'll notify you about the house procedures in a few days.
You can also buy another car. Anything under 1 million is fine."
Li Wenkai and Jinming beside them flinched, looking at Su with a hint of envy.
In less than half a morning, he was already wealthy. With money, a house, and a car, he was a bona fide winner in life. They were secretly amazed by Yu Yorue's decisive and efficient way of handling things. "Teacher Yu, please wait a moment." Su turned and walked to Jinming's side.
Li Wenkai had already turned on his phone's video recording function, ready to capture the touching scene that was about to unfold. A prodigy admitted to UNMY University expresses gratitude to his mentor. Li Wenkai was already preparing to display this on the school's largest screen in September.
"Brother Ming? Hey! It's nothing, I just did what I should have done. No need to be so polite. The taxi fare to get here was 13 yuan and 50 cents. You can round it down, just give me 13. Put. This guy is too amusing."
Yu Yorue covered her mouth, suppressing a giggle, and watched with a smile as Jinming, rolling his eyes, sent the money.
"Brother Ming, thanks. You kid, you're already a millionaire, and you're still like this." Su made a funny face. "Why else would you say you'd reimburse me?" "Along the way."
Yu Yorue enthusiastically introduced UNMY University and the situation of Mei Nianxue, the saint of archery, to Su in detail. As the only officially recognized saint of archery in Huaxia Nation, Mei Nianxue's mastery of archery was profound, just one step away from reaching novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine.
She currently resides in Luoshui City, not far from Taochang. By the way, I'll be going there in a while. Are you interested in joining me?
To build rapport with your future teacher and have a deep exchange.
If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Then it's settled?
Su nodded, and the two exchanged contact information. When binding the bank card, the teller recognized the VIP card, which was usually only seen during headquarters training. She immediately called the branch manager, who personally escorted Su to the manager's office. After verifying his identity and completing a series of procedures, it took less than 30 minutes. As Su left, he could still faintly hear the unusual commotion in the lobby. Why does he get to use the special express lane? A muscular man, gleaming with golden light, yelled loudly, his face contorted with rage.
"Just a poor student, but I'm a gold card holder at your bank." Seeing that the car had already driven away, the branch manager irritably explained, "If you were holding the limited edition universal VIP card issued by Huaxia Nation's 5 major banks this year, with only 100 in circulation, I would immediately open a special lane for you." The already small bank lobby fell silent, and everyone shut their mouths. Their eyes darted towards the door, and they couldn't help but murmur to themselves, "He doesn't look rich at all. Damn it, people nowadays love to play the pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger game. Do they have masochistic tendencies?" Yu Yorue seemed to have escorted Su to a breakfast shop. The storefront had a nostalgic feel, not large but very neat. The diners eating and chatting were clearly regulars. Yu Yorue waved goodbye to Su, attracting several unfriendly glances. "Su, are you dating someone? Grandma's granddaughter, do you want to meet?"
She is 165 centimeters tall, weighs 130 pounds, and is definitely capable of bearing sons.
"Hey, don't leave this kid."
Quickly escaping from the encirclement of the aunties and elder ladies, they had all known Su since she was little and were on very good terms.
Su couldn't help but give a wry smile. Announcing the news of her special admission to UNMY University, she casually took out the special admission agreement and a bank card. After the mother and daughter were stunned, they were each overjoyed. Qing couldn't help but shed tears, while Miao punched Sua's firm muscles, her eyes tearing up from the pain. Casually placing a freshly peeled braised prawn into Miao's bowl, Su mentioned that she might be leaving with Yu Ruerue in a few days.
The mother and daughter's expressions changed immediately. Miao suddenly felt that the prawn in her bowl had lost its flavor.
It's nothing, Sue, don't worry about Xia and me.
Forcing a smile, Cheng hurriedly put food into Sue's bowl. Thunder rumbled, and dark clouds churned.
Summer rain always came without warning. A luxurious suite in a 5-star hotel in Taocheng.
On the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, 2 fair and tender jade feet dangled casually.
Oh.
Little brother, just do me this one favor. Wearing a white bathrobe, Yu Ruerue wiped her wet hair, and a helpless male voice came from the other end of the phone.
My dear aunt, don't you know the teacher's rules?
The man was named Yu Hualong, Yu Ruerue's younger brother. 2 years ago, by chance, he followed the saint of archery to resist the invasion of otherworlders and became his disciple thereafter.
Anyway, I don't care.
Little brother.
You don't want your big sister to lose her job over something like this, do you?
In that case, you definitely don't want to go home and get spanked by the old man, right? Yu Ruerue heard the softening voice on the other end of the phone, and the corners of her mouth gradually curved upwards.
A moment later, Mei Nianshui's address in Luoshui City appeared on her phone.
Although the honorary professor Mei Nianshua has no intention of coming to the school, if she sees Su Hee killing 2 birds with 1 stone, I'm so clever.
Oh dear.
Yu Ruerue, hopping with excitement, opened her laptop and transmitted Sue's special admission information back to the school. In this way, her enrollment mission would be completed, and then she would use Su to bring Mei Nianshua back to the university.
Rumble.
A thunderclap struck, and the rain intensified. Also amidst the downpour, Honghai City, adjacent to the sea, allowed one to admire the magnificent seascape from the shore. A figure strode through the rain, gaze fixed ahead with determination.
He ran at this time every day.
Even after awakening his talent, the habit of running remained.
The finish line.
He looked down at the time, off by no more than 3 seconds from his internal count. His inner turmoil had not affected his timekeeping.
Yu Beima, good evening, we meet again.
The woman was dressed in professional attire, her white sneakers a stark contrast to her pantyhose and suit.
Director Wu, I already told you during the day Yu Beima was slightly displeased. He disliked persistent nagging, especially when he was in a bad mood.
Upon learning from his father that the 4 top universities were prioritizing Taocheng, his mood had become restless again.
The awakening exam was his best performance since hunting otherworlders and feral beasts.
That is, until he saw that blurry archery video. I just received word that Su has signed the special admission agreement and is now one of our first-year students at UNMI University.
Oh? What does that have to do with me?
Wu Yuelian stared at Yu Beima, a half-smile playing on her lips. Coming from an awakened family, with both parents being a class awakened, your talent is evaluated as no less than S-class. 6 years of being number 1 in Honghai City, and able to single-handedly kill a Tier 1 normal, elite, Lord Feral Beast even before awakening your talent. Yu Beima completely lost any good impression of this middle-aged woman who was not particularly pleasant to look at and was incessantly talking.
Don't you want to prove yourself? What do you mean? Wu Yuelian inwardly rejoiced. He took the bait.
Someone as outstanding as you should have been the top scholar of Huaxia Nation.
Don't you want to defeat Su fair and square, vindicate yourself after all these years? Make those noisy people shut up. Are those enrollment rewards really that important to you? What you need is an opportunity
to challenge the national top scholar and defeat him honorably.
If Yu Ruerue could recruit the number 1 student in the country, Wu Yuelian would have to recruit the number 2 student in the country with the least cost to prove her own worth.
Playing hard to get was a skill that experienced older ladies could employ with ease.
Now that I've said all this, the choice is ultimately up to you. Wu Yuelian turned and left. My phone is on 24/7. Follow your heart. See you later. Chapter 12 Swordsmanship Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Over 10 million top scholars rewarded. Bank deposit of 6 million coins.
Before going to sleep, Su heard a voice from her phone.
As Uruerue had said, the efficiency of top universities was indeed high.
Like her mother Ching, she managed her business diligently, running the most popular breakfast shop in the nearby several residential areas. The gross profit was only around 150,000 coins a year. Su sighed at how quickly awakened people made money, then her thoughts turned to the armor-piercing arrows Zhang Weigua had taken out during the test.
A single one cost 100,000 coins. 6 million could only buy 60 armor-piercing arrows. Seen this way, Su felt like it wasn't that much after all. Bows and arrows were unlike other weapons, arrows were purely consumables. Sigh. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt quite down in the dumps. That night. It was a sleepless night for countless families in Huaxia Nation, with some rejoicing and others in sorrow. Zitone's heart skipped a beat when she saw the list of top scholars nationwide. Meanwhile, Joe slapped himself hard. Is the person who snatched my loot that strong? Countless examinees in Kanglan province stared at their screens with identical expressions. Su National Top Scholar, Kanglan Province Top Scholar, Taocheng City Top Scholar. At dawn, Su woke up as usual, washed up, went for a run, and then headed to a secluded mountain outside Taocheng. He drew an iron sword from behind his back and practiced according to the methods taught at school. Having been able to draw a bow of over 100 pounds, wielding an iron sword was naturally effortless. After the awakening exam, Su increased his sword practice time in the mornings. Piercing a falling leaf, he instantly felt the iron sword in his hand becoming exceptionally agile, with each move flowing naturally into the next. System, activate. Opening the system status panel, as expected, the newly added swordsmanship mastery skill was at the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine realm. With the system's bestowed skill, Eye of the Mind, activated, in less than a week, he had covered the path that others took years to hone. In just a few days, he went from a complete novice with no prior sword experience to successfully reaching the ranks of sword novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine. He continued practicing for a long time until his phone's timer went off. Morning rush hour. Numerous major media outlets vied to report on the story. A diamond in the rough. Taocheng youth bravely secures national top scholar in the Awakening exam. Triumphant in 3 titles. Today a youth of Taocheng, tomorrow a pillar of the nation. Taocheng education makes history, ushering in a new era. Subway cars, airports, buses. Exclamations of "holy crap" erupted as countless people were stunned by Su's achievement. Upon returning to the breakfast shop, the entrance was already crowded with people from all walks of life. Even the surrounding buildings were filled with people peering out. Police and traffic police were present to maintain order. Ching, with an excited expression, stood at the entrance. Seeing Su return, she quickly pulled him to her side. "Su, you're finally back." After hearing Ching's explanation, Su finally understood. The results of the Awakening exam were announced, and he, as the top scholar of the province, city, and nation, had truly made history for Taocheng. These people had come to witness the top scholar's glory, and soon a team from the municipal government would arrive with gongs and drums to present a plaque, a truly lively spectacle. A plaque with gold characters on a red background, personally inscribed by Taocheng's most renowned calligrapher. Light of Taocheng. Anyone paying attention knew the significance of these 4 words. It was foreseeable that in the coming year, the country would inevitably allocate more educational and other resources to Taocheng. If this opportunity could be seized, Taocheng could also accelerate its development. In other words, Su, single-handedly, had successfully boosted the development of an entire city. Wow! Isn't that Su, the one who always has soy milk and fried dough sticks? How did he become the national top scholar? See? As long as you work hard, you can be like that older brother. Look, isn't he handsome? Oh my goodness, this is quite the extravagant display. I told you Su would be successful, but you didn't believe me. Sigh, I knew I should have seized the opportunity back then, but now. Many longtime patrons, seeing that the cheerful young man who helped at the shop was so accomplished, wore expressions of admiration.
Nearby, many parents were hoisting their children onto their shoulders, just so their children could catch a glimpse of the top scholar. The accompanying television reporters had already started live broadcasting, with reporters from various regions constantly digging for information about Sue from the surrounding crowd, hoping to write a sensational news report. Sue hadn't expected such a grand reception and arrived at the municipal government compound in a special car. The mayor and other leaders personally announced that Sue would be awarded a scholarship of up to 2 million yuan, along with a luxury villa worth 3 million yuan. Miao was overjoyed when she saw Sue's photo on her phone. For several consecutive days, Ching was busy with social engagements. Life gradually returned to normal, and the three of them moved from their old apartment building to a clean, bright, and luxurious villa. Passing by the school by chance, Sue couldn't help but laugh at the huge portrait at the entrance. The District No. 1 Middle School had made a giant promotional poster of his photo, as if afraid that everyone wouldn't know that District No. 1 Middle School had produced an unprecedented national top scholar in Taoqing's history. A photo of Sue successfully signing the special recruitment agreement was placed in the center of the school's honor display cabinet. Zitong was youthful and beautiful, with a curvaceous figure. Paired with a cute white shoulder bag, she exuded a mature yet charmingly playful aura. She wore a bright, light yellow floral print dress and transparent high-heeled sandals. Although it was evident she had put in considerable effort to prepare, her makeup skills were truly questionable. The news that Sue was treating everyone to a meal left her contemplating for quite a while. Sue was still dressed in her usual attire, showing no change despite being the top scorer in the national exam. As the two walked together down the bustling pedestrian street, they instantly attracted the attention of many. During middle and high school, besides her fixed daily training, Sue didn't have much time to make friends. The only one who could truly be considered a friend was Zitong. With his outstanding performance in the Awakening exam, Zitong was successfully admitted to a top university in Honghai City. As they reminisced about the past, they began to envision their future. When they parted ways, Sue gently patted Zitong's shoulder. "If you ever need anything in the future, you can come directly to me." Under the setting sun, Sue's dashing figure cast a long shadow. Soon, Sue received a call from Yu Yorue and boarded the intercity express train to Luoshui City 2 days later. He handed over the 500,000 yuan awarded by the Taocheng government and the school, along with the $1 million luxury car, to Miao. Several million yuan in cash was enough to solve most of Ching and Miao's problems. As for the remainder, with himself being a future powerhouse that could be foreseen, he expected various parties to offer assistance in many matters. This way, he could embark on his journey with peace of mind. After settling everything at home, Sue packed his bags. When he arrived at the station, Yu Yorue was already waiting. Before the express train departed from Taocheng, Sue couldn't help but look back several times. Most of the passengers in the carriage were peers around Sue's age, taking advantage of the summer break to travel and gain experience. Sue turned his head and found Yu Yorue staring at him intently, her chin resting on her hands. He met her gaze and looked back. "I thought you'd be shy." "Why should I be shy? If a beautiful woman is staring at me, isn't it because I'm good looking?" "Heh, so narcissistic." His nonchalant demeanor made Yu Yorue ponder. The principal's call came. When Yu Yorue heard the news, the tip of her delicate nose twitched slightly, and she impatiently hung up the phone. "Student Sue, I just received some explosive news. Yu Beima, who ranks second in the National Awakening exam, has also chosen Yuanma." She had hoped to see a hint of surprise on his face, but all she got was a simple "oh," followed by silence. "Don't you have anything to say?" "Oh, congratulations?" What kind of response is that? Aren't you surprised? His coming to school won't give me any extra money, so why should I be surprised? As he spoke, Sue's eyes were as calm as still water, betraying no emotion. In this world plagued by otherworld or feral beasts, Sue only wished to possess the strength to protect his mother and sister. Rather than relying on others, it was always more reliable to depend on oneself. No one could stop him from becoming stronger. Just like his persistence in his previous life, he had achieved a turnaround by earning money through games, ultimately attaining financial freedom. Compared to news like the national second-place finisher joining Yuanma, he was more concerned about the Bao Saint, Ming Yanxue. After all, she was the foremost archer in Huaxia Nation, and he believed she would have invaluable insights into archery.
So, student Su, your archery proficiency level, is it novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, or divine? Novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine.
Unbeknownst to Su, Yu Yorui's eyelids twitched, and her delicate face became unusually solemn. Among everyone she had met, reaching the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine levels at his age was simply unheard of. Yu really reached the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine realm.
Yes, why would I lie to you, teacher Yu?
Whoosh! Yu Yorui re-examined Su, increasingly feeling that the 6 million yuan and 2 villas were a worthwhile investment to secure Su's choice of Yuanma, and that she and the school stood to gain more.
No, how did you train?
For Su to reach the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine level at his age is already commendable. Who knows how many awakened skills in their 30s and 40s are still stuck in the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine tier.
If one were to say Yu Yorui wasn't curious, that would be a lie. Who knew what kind of advanced training methods he might possess?
Yu Yorui thought to herself. After pondering for a moment, Su nonchalantly replied, I just kept shooting, and then I reached it.
If my brother knew, he'd probably want to smash his head against a wall, right?
Chapter 13, You're deliberately sent by my sister to torment me, aren't you?
Luoshui City. One of Huaxia Nation's top 10 resource cities.
A prosperous commercial district stretching for dozens of kilometers, skyscrapers forming a complex symphony, and popular awakened products flashing across giant screens.
Sis. Following the sound, a young man with sunglasses and dyed blonde hair leaned against a Mercedes-Benz GLC 600, waving enthusiastically.
The young man was Yu Yorui's brother, Yu Hualong. He warmly took Su's luggage, exchanged a few pleasantries, and they got into the car, heading straight for the manor located in the western suburbs of Luoshui City.
Little brother, how was your teacher's mood today?
Same as usual.
Is this the awakened top scorer this year? Master will be very happy if he finds out the top scorer uses a bow. Su smiled faintly, not responding. He curiously observed the scenery outside the window. Shops selling equipment and supplies for awakened individuals were everywhere on the streets.
Groups of awakened were chatting and laughing, seemingly carefree. Luoshui City, initially similar in status to Taochung, benefited from its proximity to the feral beast hunting grounds. With a large number of awakened gathered, Luoshui City seized this opportunity to vigorously develop its industries. In less than 10 years, it became a well-known first-tier city nationwide. The car pulled over to the side of the road, and Su realized they had entered a spacious manor. He happened to notice the calluses on Yu Hualong's right hand and the marks on his left, and in an instant, he understood that this seemingly carefree youth had also diligently practiced archery.
Haha, don't let my appearance fool you.
Last year, I managed to elevate my archery to the peak of the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine realms. His voice was filled with pride as he spoke endlessly about the past events of the awakening exam. Her eyes filled with pity, Yu Yorui shook her head, deciding to let her adorable, silly younger brother enjoy his moment of happiness a little longer. Yu Yorui went to visit Mei Nianxue, while Su strolled around under Yu Hualong's guidance. With small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and towers, everything was there. It was actually larger than Huayang District No. 1 Middle School. Yu Hualong enthusiastically introduced everything in the manor, and before they knew it, they had arrived at a brand new training facility. This is Huaxia Nation's latest holographic simulation training center, capable of conducting the most realistic quasi-combat training. The spacious area, hundreds of square meters in size, had various types of longbows and arrows with different effects on the walls in the corner.
They even have dragon-slaying arrows.
Su exclaimed in amazement upon seeing a golden arrow, 4 meters long, hanging on the wall.
As the name suggests, these are arrows capable of slaying even powerful dragons.
They are crafted by veteran blacksmiths specifically for dragon slaying, possessing star quality.
Each one costs hundreds of millions of coins. All the other arrows were undoubtedly top-notch. Would you like to try out this holographic training facility? Then I'll trouble you, Brother Long. Hey! You might be my junior brother soon, no need to be so formal. Yu Hualong had a good impression of Su, who was much better than many young people who acted arrogantly due to their talent or family background. The entire arena was voice-controlled. Once the command was given, the lights instantly illuminated. The holographic projection equipment created a nearly lifelike grassland scene. I'll demonstrate first, then you can try. Su nodded, as he was eager to see the archery skills of someone who followed the saint of archery. Stepping to the center, a carved bone longbow suddenly appeared in his hand. Yu Hualong initiated a training challenge called Rapid Shot. Within 3 minutes, swift spirit thunderbirds, known for their speed, would randomly fly out from the grass. The challenger needed to hit them, testing the archer's reaction and aiming speed. Yu Hualong was enveloped in a swirling aura of blue and red light, his arm muscles bulging. It was a reinforcement-type skill. Awakened skills are categorized by their effects, generally including attack, defense, reinforcement, debuff, and recovery. Among these, reinforcement skills can increase an awakened's abilities for a certain period. Challenge start. Suddenly, a fist-sized blue shadow shot out from the grass towards the sky. Crack! Less than 2 seconds passed. Knocking an arrow, drawing the bow, aiming, and shooting. One after another, swift spirit thunderbirds flew out, and without exception, they were hit by Yu Hualong and dissipated. Challenge complete. An image suddenly appeared in the void. 157-180. Psi endurance isn't enough. In the latter half of the challenge, Yu Hualong's hit rate could be seen rapidly declining. Su selected a suitable bow and arrow, fiddled with it a few times, and had already perfectly mastered the draw weight. He placed the quiver upright by his feet and initiated the challenge. His eyes opened again, and starlight flickered within his black pupils. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 swift spirit thunderbirds flew out from the grass one after another, with less than a second between them. I forgot to adjust the difficulty. Yu Hualong slapped his thigh and quickly looked at the screen above, which displayed the difficulty level as Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Relatively, the speed increased by 5%, and 2 birds would fly out each time. My apologies, let me restart. Crack! Crack! The swift spirit thunderbirds exploded into fragments. Su's score appeared above his head. 2. Holy crap! Yu Hualong, who considered himself unable to reach this level, wondered how Su made it look as natural as eating and breathing. It couldn't be that he had already reached the Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine archery realm at such a young age, right? In just a few blinks of an eye, 2 more swift spirit thunderbirds flew out. The result was still that Su easily shot them down. After several consecutive instances like this, Yu Hualong frantically scratched his head, his smooth yellow hair becoming as messy as a bird's nest. 1 hit could be luck, 2 hits could be coincidence. Continuous hits left only one explanation. Sumu's archery had truly reached the Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine realm, or even higher. An awakened who just graduated from high school, possessing a marksmanship skill at the Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine realm? This is too outrageous. Yu Hualong stared intently at that figure, not daring to blink. Observation and comprehension were also methods to improve skill realms. No way. There isn't a single superfluous movement? Such decisive aiming and shooting were skills Yu Hualong had only seen from his master, Mei Nianxue. He never expected to witness it again in a youth much younger than himself today. Crack! 100! Yu Hualong's heart jolted. The swift spirit thunderbird that flew out of the grass had already become a blur. In system settings, once the challenger's score reaches 100, the speed of the Phantom Lightning Sparrow will increase by another 5%. And this is an additional 5% increase on top of the already boosted speed.
Just as they were about to fly out of bounds, Su unleashed 2 arrows simultaneously, each hitting its target. That's absolutely fucking novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine marksmanship. What kind of monster is this? To pull off such a stunt at a time like this. He slumped onto the ground, his eyes fixed on that figure, completely stunned. Accustomed to the phantom lightning sparrow's speed, all Su had left to do was to shoot his arrows. When the score reaches 150, the speed increases further. In just 3 minutes, Yu Hualong was a mess, slumping to the ground in disarray. Congratulations, you have achieved the perfect score achievement. The golden numbers above Su's head reflected Yu Hualong's comical expression. Brother Long, what's wrong? Bro. My sister sent you to mess with my state of mind, didn't she? The high-definition screen clearly showed everything happening in the simulation training hall. On a comfortable sofa, a beautiful woman with long silver hair was curled up, hugging her knees. Food wrappers and beer bottles were scattered all over the floor, making the spacious room look more like a garbage dump. Her bright, emerald green eyes stared intently at Su through the gap in her knees, as if something within her had been awakened. Nian Shui. Sister, how are you feeling? This unkempt woman, wearing only a loose-fitting pajama, with a trace of breadcrumbs at the corner of her mouth, was none other than the renowned Bao Saint of China, Meng Yanxue. Much stronger than my good-for-nothing brother. Reaching novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine archery at this age, you probably won't find another like him in all of China. Tapping her fingers lightly on the table, Yu Yorue unconsciously sighed. The betrayal of loved ones and frontal failure were enough to shatter the inner world of an 8-tier awakened. Even though she was a half-elf, she was no exception. Don't you always want a student like this? Still silence. During the long wait, Mei Nianxue watched the screen constantly. Her determined and precise shots became the sharp tool that melted the ice in her heart. Her delicate feet touched the floor as Mei Nianxue changed into her usual casual clothes, her waist-length hair tied up at the back of her head. That's more like it, Sister Nianxue. Yu Yorue said softly. When the two arrived at the simulation training hall, the first thing they saw was Yu Hualong pinching the bridge of his nose. In the training area in the center of the hall, Su faced the attacks of 2 ogres, with only 1 arrow left. Dodging the leap with a swift movement, the nearest ogre happened to open its mouth wide. A light element instantly formed on his fingertips, completing the enchantment. Light elemental enchanted arrow. An arrow pierced the ogre's mouth and then shot down the one behind it. Mei Nianxue's dim eyes suddenly brightened, and she couldn't help but clap her hands. Teacher? Surprised that Mei Nianxue could leave her room, Yu Hualong quickly tidied himself up. Su, this is Mei Nianxue, the saint of archery I told you about. Bowing slightly, Su was very polite. And Mei Nianxue, hello. My name is Su. Yu Hualong froze instantly, and Yu Yorue's pupils visibly widened. The atmosphere turned icy cold in an instant. Mei Nianxue, with a dark expression, asked in a clear voice. What did you just call me? Auntie, is there a problem? Chapter 14, Mei Nianxue, the Saint of Archery. Was it wrong to call her auntie? Su was educated by Qing from a young age to be a polite and well-behaved child. Older women are called aunties, and older men are called uncles. What's wrong with the Yu siblings? One shook his head frantically, the other blinked desperately. Auntie, that's right. Su was somewhat surprised. Was this tall, seemingly sickly woman the saint of archery? He had always imagined someone large and imposing, like a middle-aged matron. Her silver hair and milky white dress perfectly complemented her unique pure aura. To shoot further, one must use a heavier bow. While drawing the bow appears to be a simple, repetitive action, it actually requires the coordinated effort of the arms and shoulders, demanding considerable strength from the entire body. A frail body cannot effectively wield a bow. A slight curve appeared on Mei Nianxue's lips, a dangerous glint in her eyes. The moment their eyes met, Su instinctively took a step back. He felt as if he had been completely seen through. If not for the feel of his clothes against his skin, he would have thought he was completely undressed. he was inwardly aghast. It was said that archers had extremely sharp eyesight, but Mei Nianshua's large eyes gave Su a sense of discerning insight.
Su, right? Little Rue has already told me about your situation.
You haven't obtained a tier, your archery has reached the realms of novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine, and you even have self-created skills. As she spoke, she directly selected a bow and arrows and walked to the center of the training ground. Yu Hualong's mouth opened and closed, and he couldn't help but glare fiercely at Yu Yorue.
She's really my sister.
She should have warned me in the car, so I wouldn't have shown off in front of Su.
And Su too.
He doesn't look old, but he's quite good at playing dumb to hide his strength. What truly shocked him was that Su possessed self-created skills.
Remember,
even Mei Nianxue, known as the Saint of Archery, had only created 7 skills.
What level of awakened is Su? Come on, I'll test you. If one wants to become a disciple, this process is indispensable.
Su did not hesitate. Little Rue has already introduced the basic situation, and I've watched all the videos from the arena. Your archery has indeed reached the realms of novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine. However, I want to see the self-created skills that Little Rue raves about so much.
What is the name of the skill? Su scratched his head and said, Elemental Enchanted Arrow. In fact,
ever since Yu Hualong mentioned his sister Yu Yorue's thoughts, Mei Nianxue, out of curiosity, had looked up Su Mu's information. That incredibly fast golden light had indeed made Mei Nianxue somewhat expectant.
Then, how should I proceed? It's fine, you can just shoot me directly.
Su was helpless.
Do all these self-proclaimed powerful awakened beings enjoy being shot at?
Mei Nianshue's actual age was unknown, but standing next to Yu Yorue, anyone unaware of the truth would have thought they were a pair of sisters. Su naturally wouldn't hesitate at such a pleasant request.
Instantly,
a massive transparent barrier descended in the training ground, a protective system that activated upon detecting a powerful awakened.
Mei Nianshue's aura suddenly changed. It was as if a towering mountain had risen from the ground. Admiring the majestic mountain, a sense of awe arose.
A powerful aura surged forward, and the beautiful snowstorm simulated in the training ground was vast and boundless, the cold sharp as a knife, the frost piercing to the bone. The Yu siblings, who knew the inside story, were stunned.
Weren't they injured by the Tianyuan imperial family, causing their strength to plummet? How could the Mei Nianxue before them be described as injured?
In contrast, Su took a step back, starlight faintly flickering in his dark pupils. Despite the wind and snow battering him, his archery, honed by years of experience, bloomed defiantly in the snow like scattered red plum blossoms. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, light elements rapidly gathered from his fingertips to the arrowhead. The steel arrows, classified as normal, elite, and lord, instantly erupted with dazzling golden light.
Suddenly,
colorful elemental light dots appeared around Su, enveloping the space within a 5-meter radius. Another function of the holographic simulation training ground was to materialize elements or energies like strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, which are normally invisible to the naked eye. As time passed, these elemental energies continued to gather. They roamed playfully, seemingly awaiting Su's command. Mei Nianxue watched the scene with keen interest, her normally indifferent heart now tinged with a hint of anticipation.
This arrow. What would it be like? Such powerful elemental energy.
Yu Yorue shook her head, unable to believe that this was what an F-rank talent, all-element mastery, could achieve. Suddenly, she realized that everyone's attention was focused on the self-created skill-like attack methods, completely overlooking the talent that supported them.
If this is F rank.
No, I must retest my talent when I report to school.
Are you ready? Mei Nianxue was slightly stunned. This little guy is quite interesting. Is he afraid of hurting himself? I'm ready, shoot. The next second, the space in front of Su and Mei Nianxue suddenly exploded. What happened? You're asking me? How should I know?
The two looked at each other blankly.
That's a very interesting way to use a talent. Mei Nianxue nodded incessantly, leaving the Yu siblings utterly bewildered. Whoosh! Letting out a long sigh, Su found it both helpless and amusing. This is the strength, agility, constitution, and spirit of the Saint of Archery? To be able to react after the shining arrow and still get ahead. Mei Nianxue was certain that to block this arrow, archery skills of the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine tiers were employed, and she had judged the power of Su's shining arrow. With a surprise attack, it could kill a peak tier 2, and wound a tier 3. If you get the chance, let me see your other elemental enchanted arrows. Hearing the chill fade from Mei Nianxue's voice, Yu Hualong felt a mix of emotions. Having undergone the same personal assessment, he clearly remembered Mei Nianxue leaving expressionlessly after he shot his arrow. The contrast with now was like night and day. Mei Nianxue's expression grew colder. The after effects of the sneak attack, even after years of recovery, had not fully healed. Su, do you wish to be my student? Mei Nianxue's unexpected frankness instantly calmed Yu Yorui's anxious heart. I do. That single arrow was enough to earn Su's admiration. Without hesitation, he bowed, accepting the offer to become her disciple. Su believed that under Mei Nianxue's guidance, he would certainly gain more archery skills. Since I have accepted you as a teacher, I must give you a meeting gift. However, I have my rules. There is 1 cultivation technique and 3 skill books, with a maximum quality of S rank. The final quality you obtain will depend entirely on yourself. Tier 1 normal, elite, and Lord Feral beasts correspond to F rank, with subsequent tiers increasing accordingly. The location is the Feral Beast hunting grounds outside the city, for a period of 7 days. Do you understand these rules? After a moment's thought, Su nodded. Converting this, to obtain an S-rank cultivation technique, he would need to defeat Tier 3 normal, elite, and Lord Feral beasts, which was precisely the ceiling of what his current elemental enchanted arrows could handle. A good cultivation technique could speed up cultivation and further enhance talent strength, so Su was determined to obtain it. Good. Starting today, you are my student, Mei Nianxue. Mei Nianxue was very straightforward. Sis? Is it that easy to become a disciple? Yu Yorui suppressed a smile and nodded. The other party then let out a wail, feeling that his worldview needed to be rebuilt. Seeing a reflection of herself in Su's situation, Mei Nianxue turned and left, no longer dwelling on the past. Pushing open the room door, she was hit by a pungent, sour smell. Holding her nose as she surveyed her bedroom, it was hard to imagine she had lived in such an environment for nearly a year. Aren't elves supposed to be clean? Fearing she might uncover unspeakable crumpled paper balls, she decided to clean it herself. Early in the morning, Su packed his bags and set off, putting on a black leather coat and concealing a short knife within. On the bus, touching the 2 large bags, Su felt a sense of peace. According to Yu Hualong, as a disciple of the Saint of Archery, arrows would naturally be plentiful. The lowest quality equipment in Mei Nianxue's arsenal was 100 tempered steel arrows, while spiral arrows started in the tens of thousands. In reality, Mei Nianxue, with her beautiful face and aloof demeanor, was one of the image ambassadors for Qi Xing Group, the largest awakened equipment company in Huashan Nation. All arrows were specially manufactured, with a plum blossom pattern on the fletching. Near the station was a makeshift market composed of numerous small vendors. After passing through the market and exiting the giant city gate, lay the feral beast hunting grounds. Many awakened were coming and going, but Su paid them no mind and headed straight out of the city gate. The feral beast hunting grounds were a wilderness terrain. Vast lands stretched for thousands of miles, with crisscrossing canyons and ravines, and dense underground caves where feral beasts lurked. Tens of thousands of awakened flooded the feral beast hunting grounds daily, making a living there. Although Su didn't possess the detection abilities of sensory awakened, he had a good pair of eyes, allowing him to climb high and survey the surroundings. Following the knowledge from textbooks, he ran deep into the territory, killing any feral beasts he encountered. Unfortunately, the feral beast's tier was too low. After 2 days, the free points increased to 1328. It was the 3rd day in the feral beast hunting grounds. Near a half-eaten corpse, Su found tracks,
confirming the presence of a Tier 3 normal, elite, or Lord Ghost-faced spider. Catching a scent on the wind, he leaped up and gazed into the distance.
1,000 meters away,
a distinctive green mask was clearly visible. He grabbed 2 large bags of arrows and sprinted off. Yu Hualong stood at the edge of a cliff, mimicking Su's posture as he gazed into the distance, finding nothing.
Strange, could this guy have found us?
It's a ghost-faced spider.
Mei Nianxue reminded him from behind.
Beneath the wide hood, her red lips curved slightly upwards.
Little one, you have good eyesight. Chapter 15, Who says archers can only shoot?
It was noon, and the sun was blazing in the sky. A figure dashed through the wilderness, their shoulders bobbing slightly, maintaining speed despite carrying heavy loads. Activating stargazer eyes, every movement of the ghost-faced spider was clearly visible. Its sharp mandibles easily tore apart an awakened corpse, revealing the distinct mask on its back. Estimating the distance to be about 300 meters, Su leaped onto a concealed, elevated rock. The Tier 3 normal, elite, and Lord Ghost-faced spider was about the size of a small jeep. It had a smooth, hard carapace on its back, making it extremely difficult for ordinary weapons to injure. Su drew his spiral arrow, which instantly turned golden.
Zing!
The soul-stirring twang of the bowstring echoed, accompanied by a golden light that sliced through space.
The rapidly spinning spiral arrow accurately hit the creature's bulky body.
Empowered by its piercing effect, the spiral arrow successfully penetrated the tough carapace. It was more than half immersed, but still couldn't completely pierce through. Disturbed from enjoying its meal, the ghost-faced spider followed the direction of the arrow and finally spotted a tiny figure. 8 powerful legs,
completely encased in armor, moved rapidly.
One gleaming spiral arrow after another pierced the tough carapace and embedded into its body, but they didn't inflict fatal wounds on the ghost-faced spider.
It's still too much of a stretch.
Yu Yorui pinched her chin, muttering to herself. The ghost-faced spider, though seemingly plump and massive, possessed a nimble speed completely disproportionate to its size, and also had means of ranged attack. Su maintained the initiative and distance advantage. In the blink of an eye, the ghost-faced spider's back was densely packed with over a dozen spiral arrows. I've never fought such a rich battle in my life. I definitely have to shoot to my heart's content.
100 meters.
The ghost-faced spider's venom and web attacks had a range of about 50 meters. At present, if Su were to be hit by venom or caught in a web, there would be no escape from certain death.
Crack! In less than 5 minutes, 30 spiral arrows were fired, all hitting the rapidly moving target.
Yu Hualong's mouth gaped slightly, his heart already churning with a tempest. The training in the training ground before was like child's play for Su.
In the real world, it seems to be about the same.
Yu Yorui couldn't imagine what Su was feeling internally under the psychological pressure of the ferocious ghost-faced spider. If she were in Su's shoes at that age, she would definitely be extremely nervous.
It's true that archers have excellent range and considerable damage. But once the target gets close, there's no escape from death. Bending.
Her waist, she drew out a meter-long arrow, gleaming brightly.
It was the armor-piercing arrow used during the previous test.
As her fingers grasped the fletching, light element quickly attached.
A spiral of flames rose from the bottom. Dual enchantment of light and fire. The 3 of them, seeing Su use dual elemental enchantment for the first time, widened their eyes. 80 meters. 70 meters. 60 meters. Twang.
Light and fire became a stunning spectacle in the world. The armor-piercing arrow, 3 times the weight of a spiral arrow, flew even faster than before, its tip precisely piercing a crack.
Boom!
The carapace on the ghost-faced spider's back was completely shattered, revealing its soft body.
So that's how it is. Mei Nianxue's face was expressionless, but her bright, spirited eyes revealed her inner thoughts. Well played, you actually kept something hidden from me.
The moment their eyes met, Yu Yorui knew that this archery master, renowned throughout China, had truly accepted this new student. Yu Hualong placed a hand on his forehead in exasperation, only now understanding Su's intention. using the advantage of distance and the rotational effect of the spiral arrow to ensure the arrow penetrated the body. Continuous shots were meant to allow the explosion to more thoroughly destroy the shell.
Amazed by Sue's methods, Yu Hualong couldn't help but exhale. Without the protection of the hard carapace, each of Sue's flame-burst arrows would inflict a potentially fatal wound.
Baiyu. While dodging the venom, the ghost-faced spider seized the opportunity to burrow underground. Sue rolled to the side and rapidly fired at the emerging ghost-faced spider.
Its robust body possessed incredible stamina. With each resonant twang of the bowstring, a flame-burst arrow hit and exploded. Are we a little redundant here? Yu Yorue was completely stunned into silence. Challenging an opponent 3 major tiers higher, and the situation is still completely one-sided? Their covert protection had become unnecessary. Its life force rapidly dwindling, the ghost-faced spider fought with immense frustration.
The prey was like a monkey, leaping around, completely out of reach.
Yet the opponent hit it every single time.
Wisps of black smoke rose from its massive body, the smell of burning filling the air. The ghost-faced spider, disregarding everything, turned to burrow back into its hole.
Trying to run?
Sue sneered, stomped on the ground, and leaped high. The pupils of the 3 involuntarily constricted. The fingers holding the fletching had turned completely black.
Dark elemental enchanted arrow.
The sun hung high, and all objects cast shadows on the ground.
A pitch-black arrow accurately struck the giant shadow. The ghost-faced spider's body instantly froze. Shadow bind arrow. 8 seconds. For Sue, a close-range flash flame-burst arrow landing was already prepared. A spiral arrow shot in between the massive pincers, a precise mouth shot.
The soft interior of its body was ravaged by the explosion, extinguishing the ghost-faced spider's last spark of life.
Tier 3 normal, elite, Lord Ghost-faced Spider, successfully hunted. A gust of wind blew past.
Sue lightly brushed off the only 2 specks of dust on her black trench coat.
Fighting a rich battle is just comfortable.
No longer having to worry about not having money for arrows, Sue smiled brilliantly, revealing neat, white teeth.
Gulp. Yu Hualong couldn't believe what he was seeing. 3 Tier 3 normal, elite, and Lord Ghost-faced spiders were toyed to death like this? It seems, this is real.
Touching her arm, she looked resentfully at Yu Yorue. Sue, at novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine tiers, drew the dagger used for feral beast decomposition and crouched down to search for materials. Although riddled with holes from the arrows, fortunately, the venom sac and other important materials were well preserved. If sold, they'd fetch enough to buy 2 armor-piercing arrows.
It wasn't a loss to blow it up.
After collecting all the materials, she suddenly sensed danger approaching. A chilling sensation spread from her neck throughout her body.
Don't move. Move again and I'll kill you.
The woman was petite, holding a short dagger in each hand. Her snake-like, cold eyes revealed a dangerous killing intent.
Trash archer, can't do anything once you're cornered. 3 awakens suddenly emerged from the bushes, approaching with smiles.
A greatsword, a long saber, and a spear.
And a stealth expert who can hide their presence.
All Tier 1 awakened, the kind who specialize in snatching victory. There's never a shortage of opportunists in the human world. Successfully hunting feral beasts in the gray zone is never the end.
Damn it! These scumbags!
Seeing this, Yu Hualong's eyes were bloodshot. He had his victory stolen during his school days, an event that also led to the death of his girlfriend of 3 years. As he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, ready to shoot, Mei Nianxue coughed, interrupting the siblings.
Even if you're skilled, what good does it do?
Humph. I've killed no less than 80, if not 100, archers.
Just stay put. The woman recognized the arrows, none of them were cheap.
Perhaps some young masters from wealthy families are out for experience, and they might be able to extort a good sum.
Sasha, your blade is still as swift. The next second,
a sharp cold glint flashed, and before the woman could react, her wrist was severed. Blood spurted out, but a cry of pain never escaped her lips.
An arrow struck the center of her forehead. She was deader than dead. Her eyes widened in terror like bronze bells. The woman likely died without ever understanding how a seemingly ordinary archer could also wield a sword so effectively. Sasha. The distance between the three and Sue was no more than 2 meters. Their eyes blazed with fury as they charged forward simultaneously. At such close range, facing 3 experienced melee awakened, the archer's fate was sealed. She thought to herself. Could she really shoot all 3 of them at once? The advantage is ours. With a twang of the bowstring, 2 of them fell, their eyes wide with disbelief. Only the burly man wielding the greatsword remained. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. Unexpectedly, Sue dropped the alloy warbow and drew a short sword to meet him. The sharp sound of clashing weapons echoed all around. A short sword against a great sword, with no advantage in strength, agility, constitution, or spirit. Yet, Sue managed to perfectly block the brute's powerful downward swing. Then, with a counterattack, he slashed at the man's abdomen. Put! Off balance, the strong man's abdomen bore a sword wound 3 centimeters deep, blood gushing uncontrollably. 1 strike. In contrast, Sue wielded his short sword with ease, occasionally adding flourishes, looking exceptionally relaxed. Agile and nimble, elegance never goes out of style. An archer who can draw a 500 gene bow to its limit, would their strength, agility, constitution, and spirit be weak? Ridiculous. Sue wasn't in a hurry, a playful smirk gracing his lips. It was like a matador toying with a frenzied bull, playing with it before the final kill. The strongman didn't have much time left. Escaping the archer was a fool's dream. Gripping his greatsword with both hands, he charged. With a fierce, powerful swing, Sue seemed to anticipate it, lightly stepping back and easily evading the blade's edge. His body shifted subtly, and the short sword thrust forward. Clang! Didn't expect this, did you? I'm wearing chest armor. The dawn of victory was at hand. The strongman even saw an image of Sue being beheaded. But in the next second, he found himself unable to swing his greatsword. His eyes widened. He tried to speak, but his vocal cords were already destroyed by the explosive force of the fire element energy. He could feel his life force draining rapidly. The greatsword crashed to the ground, sending rocks flying several meters. Too bad, you still have to die. Who says archers can only shoot? Don't you agree? Sue's teasing voice rang out, and the short sword piercing the strong man's body erupted with fire elemental energy again. The body, blown to pieces from the inside, was reduced to a pile of minced meat by successive explosions. How is this possible? Yu Hualong was momentarily speechless. He saw clearly that the moment the short sword touched the chestplate, golden radiance appeared on the blade. A short sword, as normal, elite, and lord tier as it could possibly be, transformed into a divine weapon with explosive sharpness in an instant. 2 swords. Charred body fragments scattered, yet the short sword remained unstained by blood. Main Yenshue, Yu Ruerue, and Yu Hualong all witnessed Sue's performance from start to finish. At the same time, they felt a sense of absurd unreality. Sue's skill with the short sword, compared to Awakened who chose swords as their primary weapon, was not considered exquisite. Yet, he truly embodied speed, precision, and lethality to the extreme. Like an elegant warrior, he completed the kills without any superfluous movements, with agile grace. When he picked up a bow and arrow, he was an archer shooting enemies from afar. When he picked up a sword, he was a swordsman executing precise kills. No way? Yu Ruerue once again reached out her hand toward her younger brother in a novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine manner, but this time Yu Hualong dodged early. He suddenly felt a chilling sensation, his whole body covered in goosebumps. Remember, he's just an archer. Excellent archery skills, and decent swordsmanship too? The wind blew by. His black leather coat fluttered. The short sword was sheathed back within the windbreaker, awaiting its next chance to see daylight and reap lives. The woman had something sparkling in her hand. A storage ring? Sue easily took it off her. Judging by its size and style, it seemed to be a men's item, likely obtained from some unlucky fellow he had killed.
He examined its contents, which held a large quantity of materials from Tier 1 and Tier 2 feral beasts, 2E grade skill books, and numerous normal, elite, and lord quality equipment. He gathered the scattered arrows and put them into the ring along with the various materials from the ghost-faced spider. Su finally turned his gaze to the 3 corpses. All had been shot through the forehead.
Pull them out. The long arrows were reinserted, and with successive explosions, the corpses turned into charred fragments. This continued repeatedly. Su's expression remained unchanged. Taking a life for the first time felt less impactful than he had imagined. He's definitely not doing this for the first time. Yu Hualong screamed in shock. Calmly finishing the task of destroying the evidence, the charred meat fragments would be consumed by other feral beasts within 2 hours. In the silent wilderness, no one would ever know. Engaged in despicable acts already, the disappearance of the 4 would hardly cause a ripple. With the storage ring, Su's travel speed greatly increased. He opened the system status panel and confirmed that defeating the ghost-faced spider had earned him 45 free points. Just as Yu Ruerue was about to follow, Mei Nianxue stopped in her tracks. Haven't you always wanted me to come to you, Ma? Then fine, we'll go back now and sign the teaching contract. There's one thing I need to make clear, it's only for 4 years. Relieved, Yu Ruerue felt fortunate that she had agreed to Su's terms and completed the task successfully. We're not continuing to follow them? Then should I postpone signing the agreement? No, we're going back right now. Mei Nianxue no longer worried. To one day evolve into a falcon soaring through the heavens, one must experience the tightening of the heart and the dance with death. The news reached Yuanma University, and Principal Ren Danqing immediately convened a board meeting to arrange matters concerning the arrival of the Bow Saint. They decided to hire her as a professor for the archery class in the Combat Academy, specifically responsible for first-year students. Yu Ruerue left on the 5th day, rushing back to the school to organize the welcoming activities. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su gently wiped the sweat from his brow, having just severed the sharp claws of a Tier 3 normal, elite, Lord Feral Beast, the Blood Toxin Cat Demon. An S-grade cultivation technique plus 3A grade skills, all set. Chapter 16, S-grade cultivation technique. Skill, silent shot. The taxi stopped by the roadside, the driver wearing a helpless expression. Su paid the fare directly and got out. There was still a considerable distance to Mei Nianxue's manor, and the driveway was already packed with all sorts of luxury cars. A crowd of people stood at the entrance, the noise boisterous. The young awakened individuals present appeared to be around Su's age, and without exception, they all carried bows and arrows on their backs. They wore expensive armor and carried an inherent arrogance in their demeanor. Beside them, their parents were equally well dressed, clearly wealthy and influential, with many being Tier 4 or Tier 5 awakened, exuding an aura of power and prestige. The fact that these figures, usually held in awe by ordinary people, were waiting under the sun was solely because the owner of this manor was an 8th tier Bao Saint. The main gate was locked, and the crowd was buzzing. After several unanswered calls, Su had no choice but to push his way to the front, where he happened to see Yu Hualong surrounded by the crowd. Hualong, your father and I are old friends. You can't refuse to help me with this, can you? I apologize, Uncle Jiang, but I cannot influence my teacher's decision. Upon hearing this, everyone around sighed with disappointment. In Huaxia Nation, no awakened who used a bow and arrow as a weapon could compare to Mei Nianxue. If their child could successfully become her disciple, it would undoubtedly set them on the path to becoming a future powerhouse. Please, brother Yu, allow me to meet with the saint. Seeing the identity of the person arriving, it was the deputy commander of the Luoshui City military region. Yu Hualong didn't dare to be negligent and explain thoroughly, but still did not agree. Brother Long, you're finally back, let us go. Under the gaze of everyone, Yu Hualong patted Su on the shoulder and pushed open the door. And who is this? Oh, Deputy Commander Zhang, this is the new disciple my master has taken in. After saying that, he slowly closed the door. Behind the two, it was immediately chaotic. Many arrogant young awakened couldn't understand,
What qualifications did an awakened whose entire body was filled with cheap goods have to be favored by the saint of the bow? Humph. The dignified saint of the bow is nothing more than this. What is this you've misjudged? My son Wang Tang also has the potential of a saint, why him? Daughter, let us go. Dad will find you a more powerful archery teacher. Everyone was indignant, only able to vent their dissatisfaction through words. That face, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Now that you mention it, I feel like it's a bit familiar too. A few people took out their phones and happened to see Sua's photo on the news, and exclaimed loudly. Whoosh! The crowd buzzed, and envious eyes passed through the door, falling on the teenager in the black leather jacket. Seeing Mei Nianxue again, she seemed like a completely different person. Wearing light armor in emerald green and white, knee-high boots perfectly outlined her slender legs without a trace of excess fat. Her silver hair was tied up, exuding a sense of competence and decisiveness. How was the hunt? 1 Tier 3 Normal, Elite, Lord, and 3 Tier 3 Normal, Elite, Lord. Presenting the signature materials, Mei Nianxue's expression remained unchanged, but she was extremely satisfied in her heart. Yu Hualong was secretly surprised. Mei Nianxue flipped her hand and took out a book. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Practice this S-rank cultivation technique to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine before coming to me again. His talent should be fine. 8-element spirit quenching technique? As soon as he returned to his room, he eagerly opened the cultivation technique, the 8-element spirit quenching technique. It is based on the 8 elements that constitute the world, using elemental energy to strengthen strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and temper the soul. It was only a thin booklet, and the text was extremely obscure and difficult to understand. Furthermore, because the enhancement effects of the 8 elements were all different, each element had its corresponding cultivation steps. He patiently read it several times before memorizing the cumbersome cultivation sequence by heart. Whoosh! He held his breath and concentrated, his eyes slightly closed. In the ethereal world of strength, agility, constitution, spirit, 8 colored light spots suddenly appeared one after another, namely light, darkness, ice, fire, wood, water, wind, and rock elements. These light spots were all elemental energies scattered in this space, and their distribution quantities would change due to the terrain. The elemental energy nearby was drawn, and gradually revolved around Su as the center. 8 circular light lines continuously absorbed elemental energy from farther away. Su was overjoyed. The 8 rings surrounding the body mentioned in the cultivation technique required beginners to cultivate diligently to succeed. It only took him an instant from nothing to something. With his talent upgraded to S rank, his mastery of the elements was exquisite. After a few tries, Su no longer hesitated and completely let go. The elemental energy transformed from wisps to streams and rivers rushing forward, like a clay ox entering the sea. The 8 rings spun wildly, absorbing everything, and visibly grew. Buzz! 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 8 elemental halos rose into the sky, each spinning. The halos formed disks and gradually transformed from a plane into a 3-dimensional shape over time. A day and a night passed. Elemental light spheres revolved, containing extremely pure elemental energy. Disperse! Wisps of elemental energy flowed into his body, scattering throughout his limbs and bones. The light spheres gradually shrank until they vanished into nothingness. Crack! The strength, agility, constitution, and spirit accumulated in his body sword, feeling exhilarating. Su charged forward with momentum, suddenly touching a thin film. The next second, he directly broke through it. Su let himself go with the flow, allowing the momentum to carry him forward. Crack! Breaking through another barrier that felt like a restriction, Su exhaled a long breath, secretly rejoicing inwardly. He must have broken through to Tier 1 Intermediate in that instant. Not daring to slacken in the slightest, he repeatedly refined the excess elemental energy within his body until it was completely depleted. This process lasted for another full day and night. System activated. Name, Su. Aptitude, Tier 1 Middle Rank Awakened. Talent, All Elemental Mastery S rank.
Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 394? Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 363? Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 386? Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 479? Cultivation Method, 8 Elements Body Tempering Art Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine? Skill, Archery Mastery Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine? Mind's Eye, Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine? Far-Seeing Star Pupils Evolving Swordsmanship Mastery Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine? Equipment, Alloy Warbow Advanced Spiral Arrow X100 Advanced Armor Piercing Arrow X10 Advanced Fine Steel Arrow X100 Normal, Elite, Lord. Free points 2106. Sue's lips curled up, and with a thought, the entire room was instantly filled with wind element. The elements in this space were all under his control, and he could mobilize and absorb them as needed. Forming the image of 8 elements coinciding, then the 8 elements merge into one, tempering the body and sublimating. Completing this long process officially declared the 8-element body tempering technique successfully reached the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine realm. After that, to improve further, one only needs to repeat this cycle and practice diligently every day. Of course, the system completely eliminates these tedious steps. As long as the skill appears in the system status panel, you can use free points to rapidly enhance your novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine levels. Hint: are you sure you want to upgrade 8 Origin Body Tempering Art to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine? Confirm. Consuming 1485 free points, the 8 Elements Body Tempering Art successfully leveled up to the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine realm. All 4 attributes increased. Buzz. After a moment of soul-piercing pain, a feeling of enlightened comfort spread throughout Sue's body. Bones and muscles made cracking sounds as the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine level cultivation technique tempered and enhanced the body once more. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Sue found his entire body covered in impurities and rushed to the bathroom. After washing away the impurities, Sue's skin was smooth, tender, and remarkably firm. Sue examined himself in the mirror. He was slender and well-proportioned, with perfect muscle definition all over his body. His body's strength, agility, constitution, and spirit surged like a river, brimming with explosive power. He threw a straight punch, instantly creating a sonic boom. As he opened his hands, elemental energy arrows instantly materialized, and he felt no sense of emptiness. Sue eagerly headed to the holographic simulation training hall to begin combat simulations. It was the ghost-faced spider they had hunted in the gray zone before. Drawing spiral arrow, he knocked and drew the bow. The light element attached in the blink of an eye, and the total amount of attachment more than doubled compared to before. Zing! The flash of light shot out, piercing directly through the ghost-faced spider's thick, hard exoskeleton. Immediately after, he condensed light elemental energy arrows, their speed a full double that of enchanted arrows. Sue nodded, very satisfied. The energy arrow could serve as a trump card. Incorporated into enchanted arrow shots, it would undoubtedly have unexpected lethality. All of this. Mei Nianxue watched it all through the surveillance. One must understand that the higher the quality of a cultivation technique, the greater its cultivation difficulty. The 8 Origin Body Tempering Art possessed S-rank quality but an SS-rank cultivation difficulty. Comprehending it was already extremely difficult, let alone upgrading it from novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. To complete an S-rank technique from comprehension to the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms in less than 3 days was a speed that could even amaze Mei Nianxue. How did he possibly achieve this? It seems appropriate to let him learn some other techniques as well. Mei Nianxue calmed her excitement and quickly entered the training hall. Teacher? Let me shoot an arrow too, and you can see the difference. His expression turned serious, immediately realizing this was Mei Nianxue's demonstration teaching. Su stopped talking. Facing the ghost-faced spider again.
Mei Nianxue casually shot an arrow with such force that after the armor-piercing arrow completely penetrated its body, it still embedded itself into the wall.
What's different? Su frowned and asked doubtfully. Teacher, why is there no sound of the bowstring recoiling, and when the arrow flies, it's so fast, yet there's no sound either? Mei Nianxue nodded absently, a flicker of admiration in her beautiful eyes. This was precisely the technique she intended to teach Su. Silent shooting. High-tier awakened individuals possess strength, agility, constitution, and spirit no less than feral beasts. Some awakened can even hear a fly buzzing 100 meters away.
Mei Nianxue pulled the bowstring to its limit with 2 fingers, then released it, the sound of the recoil sharp and continuous.
For us archers to kill the enemy from afar without being detected, and to reduce the risk of detection, the sound during the shot and flight must be minimized. She reduced the draw length and pulled again, then released. The sound was much quieter. She shortened the draw length further and pulled, and it was almost inaudible. It's about controlling the rebound speed of the bowstring, right? That's right. She couldn't help but glance at Su a few more times, her heart trembling slightly. He saw through the principle so easily? Is he learning this fast? Su pondered, his fingers unconsciously drawing and releasing the bowstring repeatedly. If he could master silent shooting and combine it with flash arrows, it would guarantee absolutely no sound before hitting the target. It would be the ultimate technique for assassination. This technique may seem useless, but it has miraculous effects in combat. Her mind flashed back to her childhood in the elf forest. Mei Nianxue smiled knowingly. Back then, her teacher had lectured her quite a bit, and she had received many spankings. Zing! The first arrow. Zing! Zing! He shot 10 arrows repeatedly. Su's gaze was firm, showing no signs of impatience. Mei Nianxue seemed to see her younger self, a look of approval causing her lips to curve upwards. The sound had indeed lessened, but it was still far from completely silent. Su, the biggest mistake in cultivation is being impatient. This technique requires your complete focus. Boom! An arrow pierced the dummy. I get it, is it this way? Mei Nianxue's eyes snapped open, and she looked at Su in horror. If she wasn't mistaken, that last shot seemed to have been completely silent? The entire training hall was silent. Mei Nianxue held her breath. Another arrow. The sound only occurred upon impact with the target. Silent shooting? So he wasn't just practicing repeatedly, but trying different methods? Hiss. Mei Nianxue recalled her teacher's helpless and pitiful gaze back then, and could only offer a wry smile. No wonder she was so angry. She herself had received at least 100 spankings to learn silent shooting back then. Meanwhile, Su continued practicing, arrow after arrow. Until he had completely mastered the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms, able to switch between audible and silent shots at will, Su lightly wiped the sweat from his forehead and stopped with satisfaction. Teacher, do you have any other techniques? Yes, quite a few. Can you teach me now? I want to learn more shooting techniques. Gulp. Mei Nianxue suddenly had the illusion that Su would completely drain her. But I am a dignified saint of archery, how could this be? Chapter 17, My teacher likes to cosplay elves. A student draining their teacher, surpassing their master. Is this not precisely what a teacher is happiest to see? Isn't this precisely the scene that teachers are happiest to witness? Teacher, you have a very beautiful smile. Her expression froze instantly. I smiled? Slap. A skill book was thrown onto the table. I have things to do. Come find me for the second volume when you reach novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. She left quickly, as if flying. Su scratched his head, looked at the retreating figure that was almost fleeing in panic, and picked up the skill book. Smiling, what's the big deal? Mind arrow. Quality, A. Description, allows adjustment of the trajectory and direction of fired arrows. Oh, so does that mean I can shoot arrows that curve later? Awesome. Gulp, gulp. Sue rubbed his stomach, realizing he hadn't eaten in over a day. Bang. Huff, huff.
Mei Nianxue leaned against the door, her two cold jade-like hands cupped against her burning cheeks.
In the darkness,
the two human ears gradually became pointed, and the elven features became more pronounced.
Ah.
It really is. Why do this so suddenly?
What if I get caught? Hey, you can do it.
Gently patting her cheeks, Mei Nianxue encouraged herself, talking to her reflection in the mirror. Having survived in this complex human society for so many years, she had even become the saint of archery in Huaxia Nation.
Why did she end up failing in the hands of this petty man? Oh no! He then remembered he had forgotten to explain how to practice the mind arrow. He is so smart, he probably doesn't need me to over-explain, right?
Sitting at the vanity, Mei Nianxue gently touched her long-lost pointed ears. It would take at least half a day for them to return to normal. The A-rank skill mind arrow appears simple, but it takes considerable time to progress from understanding to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine levels.
Mei Nianxue breathed a slight sigh of relief.
After eating, Su plunged back into the training grounds, his refined body feeling no fatigue. Mind arrow was achieved by refining strength, agility, constitution, and spirit to imbue arrows, causing their trajectory to deviate. Fingers tightly gripping the fletching, invisible threads of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit gradually attached to the arrow. An arrow was shot, deviating during flight and landing 10 centimeters away from the bullseye. It's similar in principle to elemental enchantment, and Su understood the mechanics after trying it a few times. After repeated practice, he had successfully manipulated the arrow's deviation by more than 20 centimeters.
System initiating. Skill, Heart Intent Arrow Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine?
Before he knew it, night had fallen. As he walked out of the holographic simulation training center, the night sky was filled with stars and the moon.
The light was still on in the top floor window. Su hesitated slightly and gently knocked on the door. Who is it?
Teacher, it's me, Su. Why are you here so late? Her voice was a bit strange, as if she'd been caught doing something wrong, trembling with nervousness.
Teacher, I've already mastered Mind Arrow up to the divine level. I came to get the second skill book. Thump, thump, thump.
The door opened wide, and a wave of perfume wafted out.
You learned it? A hot summer night.
A very sheer, lightweight nightgown, revealing a magnificent bust, with hints of 2 small cherries. The pointed ears hidden beneath her silver hair were particularly striking.
Here you go. I need to sleep, don't bother me unnecessarily. Bang. He probably didn't notice, did he? Mei Nianxue could still hear her heart pounding.
She couldn't help but cover her burning ears, and in the next second, she was rolling around hugging a life-sized stuffed doll.
So my teacher has a penchant for cosplaying elves? TSK.
Su seemed delighted, as if he had discovered a new continent.
Isn't it wonderful to have a teacher who likes to cosplay? Returning to the training center, he continued to study this skill book titled Phantom Arrow.
In less than 5 days, Su had fully mastered all 3 A-rank skills, reaching the divine level.
After each assessment, Mei Nianxue would impart archery tips.
The 8 Essences body refining technique inherently refines and elevates the body and soul. After distributing the remaining free points equally among the 4 attributes, Su checked the system status panel again.
Name, Su. Aptitude, Tier 1 Middle Rank Awakened. Talent, All Elemental Mastery S rank. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 497. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 481. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 514. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 607. Cultivation Method, 8 Elements Body Tempering Art Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Skill: archery mastery novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Mind's eye: novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Far-seeing star pupils evolving demon-piercing arrow novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Heart intent arrow novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Phantom arrow novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Swordsmanship mastery novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Equipment: Alloy Warbow Advanced Spiral Arrow X84 Advanced Armor Piercing Arrow X10 Advanced Steel Arrow X3 Normal, Elite, Lord. Free points 1. Time to get some free points. With only a few free points, it was insufficient to upgrade the realms of the 3 skills. With about a month left until the official start of classes at UNMY University, Su informed Mei Nianshui and left the estate. Estimating his current attribute combat power, Su decided to try his luck in the gray zone. Compared to the hunting grounds, the feral beasts in the gray zone are more aggressive and have higher tier ratings. Awakened individuals need to go through a series of procedures and pass tests to enter. Awakened Hall, East District, Luoshui City. Hello, I want to go to the gray zone. The receptionist at the counter looked up. As their eyes met, a blush inexplicably spread across her face. Oh. Please provide your ID card. The receptionist's heart raced even faster as she saw the ID photo, which looked almost identical to his real face. May I ask your awakened level? Hearing he was only a Tier 1 middle rank, the receptionist was about to refuse, but upon meeting his clear eyes, she decided to let him try. Perhaps she could get his contact information, and developing things further wouldn't be bad either. Please wait a moment, I'll take you to the testing area. You can enter once you qualify. The testing area was crowded with all sorts of awakened. Their goals were exactly the same as his. Although the hunting grounds have numerous feral beasts, they don't yield valuable rare materials. The gray zone is entirely different. While the risk of death is extremely high, the rewards are equally substantial. With luck, one can earn millions of coins in a single day. The hall contains several transparent rooms with walls made of SS-grade tempered glass, capable of withstanding a full power attack from a Tier 8 awakened. The rules for combat-type awakenings are extremely simple: deal as much damage as possible to the target unit within 30 seconds, and you'll pass if you reach the required damage output. Hearing the receptionist's explanation, Su's smile grew even brighter. A punching bag simulation. He knows this stuff really well. It's all about attack techniques and skill combos to maximize damage within the allotted time. Lining up outside the cordoned-off area at the entrance, a girl in a Lolita princess dress inside the testing room launched attacks at a bizarre-looking machine. A 30-second countdown appeared on the screen above. Wielding her whip, the girl unleashed a barrage of attacks. Ding! Time's up. Challenge failed. You may proceed to the self-service kiosk to print your analysis report. Stupid machine, useless machine, this is the 10th time. Challenge failed. You may proceed to. Su walked in and selected the combat type talent option. Awakened, please prepare. Countdown for the Tier 1 upper level test challenge has begun. 3, 2. Su drew his bow, knocking an arrow wreathed in flames alongside a flash of light. 1. Challenge commencing. Zing. Test concluded. Congratulations! You have earned the qualification to enter the gray zone. Congratulations! You have broken the Tier 1 middle-level challenger record for Luoshui City. That's it? It wasn't 30 seconds? Arcs of electricity and sparks flew across the surface of the testing apparatus. Chapter 18, Millions Witness. My arrows can drift. The receptionist's mouth formed an O shape, and the testing area fell silent. Shot the testing device to pieces with one arrow? Is this something a Tier 1 middle-level awakened can do? Instantly, all eyes in the hall converged on Su. Seeing his somewhat youthful face, many awakened, who had long struggled to qualify for the gray zone, were left speechless for a long time. Excuse me, please make way.
Security personnel and staff responsible for equipment maintenance rushed to the scene.
It must be because my damage was too high. He just got lucky.
The girl who had failed earlier scoffed to her companion, her frustration vanishing as she eagerly went to purchase a paid test slot.
The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and I feel like I can do it again.
After applying a seal, the staff member announced loudly that Sue's score was valid and confirmed his qualification to enter the gray zone.
Tier 1 middle level?
I can't even pass the upper level.
The machine must be malfunctioning. What a lucky kid. Let's just hope he doesn't die in the gray zone. Wearing a leather jacket in this heat, not afraid of heat rash? What a show off.
The test area was bustling with voices, everyone filled with emotion. In the adjacent room, the woman failed again, wildly flailing her steel whip before being bound and dragged out by security personnel.
Afterward,
a long line formed outside the woman's room, with everyone eager to prolong their good fortune, yet none could pass. Watched by a group of receptionists, Sue left the reception hall and headed straight for the gray zone, a delicate watch now adorning her wrist. Upon gaining access to the gray zone, one receives a free smart mechanical watch, integrating real-time maps, heart rate monitoring, and emergency communication.
It's enough to aid an awakened in surviving the gray zone.
The boundary between the gray zone and the feral beast hunting grounds is a canyon stretching for hundreds of kilometers, rumored to be the residual effect of a lightning-wielding awakens attack that slew a dragon.
After presenting her pass, Sue successfully entered the gray zone.
Activating the smartwatch's real-time map, the entire gray zone was divided into the Icefire Jungle, Silvermine, and Bewildering Village. The map displayed dozens of avatars, large and small, representing feral beasts of Tier 4 or higher.
Otherworlders also appeared in the Icefire Jungle and Silvermine.
Sue contemplated for a moment, ultimately choosing the Bewildering Village as her hunting ground.
There were only indicators for 3 Tier 4 feral beasts: Normal, Elite, and Lord.
According to radar detection, most were Tier 3, Normal, Elite, Lord, and regular levels. Climbing along the canyon, Sue cautiously avoided the territories of Normal, Elite, and Lord feral beasts. After half a day, she passed through the Icefire Jungle, and the ruins of a village appeared before her.
The sky was dawning.
A team of 7 awakened appeared, shattering the silence of the Icefire Jungle. The leader, a woman, had a stunning figure and a beautiful face, wielding a pitch-black longsword.
Her outfit of a short skirt, black stockings, and athletic shoes perfectly accentuated her smooth, voluptuous legs. Good morning, everyone. This is your favorite streamer, Mary. Thank you to Chuan Yun Jian for the carnival gift, thank you, Gigi.
She gently brushed aside her bangs, revealing a smooth forehead. With a charming glance, 2 more big brothers sent their morning greetings as gifts to the screen. Mary, a well-known outdoor streamer. She was originally a Tier 2 lower-level awakened, gaining widespread fame after her Iron Pot Stewed Myself performance. Leveraging her awakened status, she began live streaming her adventures, amassing over 50 million active fans. She targeted Normal, Elite, and Lord individuals as her audience, satisfying their curiosity about the awakened lifestyle. And especially an awakened like Mary, who was both beautiful and fierce. Within 10 minutes of going live, wealthy patrons had already sent over 100,000 coins in gifts. Around her was her 5-person live streaming team.
Welcome, my brother Li Ming, welcome.
Mary is already on her way through the Icefire Jungle and will soon reach the Bewildering Village.
Follow me and you won't get lost. Lily will give you a high-speed experience of an awakened stay. I, Mary, as an awakened, never lie. I'm all about authenticity. My main focus is pampering my fans. The continuous stream of gifts made Mary smile even more brightly. Why risk life and limb? Isn't it just as profitable to exploit Normal, Elite, and Lord individuals?
Mary turned her camera, beginning to recount the origin story of the Bewildering Village. The number of viewers in her stream exceeded 300,000. Just as the story reached its climax, a goblin squad suddenly appeared. Their faces were gaunt, their skin a disgusting green, their wrinkles filled with a mixture of grease and grime. Their short limbs contrasted sharply with their round bellies. Despite the rags between their legs, one could vaguely make out a large green bird about to take flight. The morning live stream chat erupted in excitement. After all, goblins were infamous in human society. Men met certain death, and women suffered fates worse than death.
Wow! My favorite goblins, carrot.
Streamer, if you don't take care of them soon, your stream might get banned.
I have resources here, DM me if you're interested.
The number of fan comments and gifts surged.
Although Mary was curious about the appearance of otherworlders, she remained confident. These goblins were Tier 3 normal, elite, and lord.
If she were fighting alone, she'd inevitably be taken back as a breeding tool.
Alas! Times have changed.
An awakened in her teen with a debuff skill gave a thumbs up, and Mary's red lips curved into a confident smile. The goblin squad entered a state of weakness, even their roars becoming significantly quieter. While Mary was a streamer, she was by no means weak.
Dealing with 5 Tier 3 normal, elite, Lord Goblin otherworlders? It was a challenge, but not an insurmountable one.
If she could slay the goblin otherworlders with perfect execution, it would become a new stepping stone for her, propelling her streaming career to even greater heights. Dears, I'm only a Tier 2 lower level awakened, but they are all Tier 3 normal, elite, Lord otherworlders. As long as you brothers have more confidence in Lily, Lily will erupt with the strength, agility, constitution, and spirit of love. Facing the camera, Molly appeared pitiful, while the goblins were evil and lecherous.
The number of gifts doubled again. Thank you for your support, brothers. With your trust, I will take you with me to slay evil. Justice will prevail.
Lily, draw your sword. Holding the sword in one hand, she moved like the wind. Molly smiled radiantly, unleashing a magnificent horizontal slash, aiming to decapitate the goblin.
Buzz!
Her body suddenly felt weak and powerless. Molly didn't even have the strength to widen her eyes. The same was true for her team.
Yes, yes.
An ancient goblin emerged from the shadows, wearing a feather headdress.
A goblin priest. It was a goblin otherworlder with abilities to dispel, purify, and reflect. It was he who returned all the weakening skills added to the goblins' bodies.
Now, the 5 of them wanted to resist but had no strength. The bodyguard struggled to get up, only to be smashed in the head with a punch. The 5 goblins were full of vigor. Without hesitation, they controlled Molly, their rough hands casually tearing at her clothes.
666. I declare you the strongest. To become famous, they'd do anything? But I like it. This time, I'm rooting for the goblins.
I, Su Jiaying, am watching this with my real name.
Wait, guys, this isn't a drill. Something's wrong, those are real goblins. The streamer is doomed. The group now fully understood that the first 5 goblins were merely bait.
In front of the live camera, as the goblins toyed with her, Molly wished she were dead. Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face.
Who can save me?
Their ugly faces and foul breath almost suffocated her. Closing her eyes tightly, in the next second she felt hot liquid splash on her face. The goblin attempting to enter was pierced through the head.
The goblin priest shrieked, its pupils widening abruptly.
The arrow, which should have been stuck in the ground, made a 180-degree turn and shot back towards it at high speed.
Thwack!
The arrow entered its mouth, piercing the thinnest part of the skull at the back, then made another super U-turn.
The remaining 4 goblins were already terrified by this magical arrow and fled as fast as they could. Another arrow appeared.
In an instant, only the last goblin remained. Just as it was about to use Molly as a shield, a golden light pierced its head, instantly extinguishing its life. The splattering white brain matter landed directly on the live camera, blurring the image. Molly stared at the corpses in horror, not feeling scared, only tears of emotion.
An arrow? It could curve? Holy crap! Did you guys see that? A curving arrow? That was so damn cool. Does anyone understand the principle behind it? Can someone clean the camera lens for me? I'll give them 5 yuan.
The number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 2 million and was increasing rapidly.
A dark figure landed.
Millions of people in front of their screens widened their eyes simultaneously, uniformly cursing the goblins. Even the brain matter splattering from their deaths was so disgusting.
Chapter 19, The Gamble. In the morning livestream, the number of concurrent viewers broke 5 million.
It was the morning rush hour for work, and many people, seeing the trending topic, curiously tuned into the stream.
Can someone tell me what's going on? Is there anyone who knows? I want to know why the arrow could curve.
We were so close to seeing the premium content, family. The early bird gets the worm, the early streamer gets eaten.
It's an A-grade skill, mind arrow.
If trained to the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine realm, it can achieve arrow redirection. However, the spiral arrow just seen pass through goblins consecutively, meaning the realm must be at least novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine, perhaps even reaching the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine realm.
Holy crap!
I'm just a normal, elite, or lord tier player.
I don't get it. How many years would it take to reach the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine realm? Wouldn't that require a tier 7 or tier 8 archer?
To put it simply, if you started shooting now and didn't stop until you were weak, it would take at least tens of thousands of times of that to potentially achieve it. The viewers, who were accustomed to seeing only sexy beauties fighting feral beasts online, had never witnessed anything like this.
While cheering for the excitement, they couldn't help but become interested in the blurry figure. Speculation ran wild.
The live stream, which should have been immediately banned, was covered by a natural mosaic, allowing it to escape the clutches of censorship. Wiping the blood off the goblin corpses, the 4 of them stared with wide eyes, all eager to see the appearance of their savior. As the goblins potted Molly, her private parts were exposed, and a faint blush still lingered on her fair skin. She was so aroused and physically stimulated by the torment that all her strength left her body, rendering her unable to move. Her eyes gazed blankly at the sky, tears of emotion streaming down her face. If the goblins had planted their seeds, her future life would have been even more miserable.
Are you alright? And nothing, I just feel a bit hot.
A face that could be called handsome, with a resolute yet slightly boyish charm. He's youthful but manly, precisely the kind of man many women dream of. His limp body suddenly regained strength. He dodged by turning his head, then scooped Molly into his arms.
His passionate gasps drew continuous exclamations from the viewers in the live stream.
Just as Molly was about to kiss him passionately, Sue let go.
Please comport yourself. This is basically a safe zone. The 4 of you should be mobile in about 10 minutes. The 2 men, watching the attractive body before them incessantly rubbing its legs, couldn't help but swallow.
Seeing this first thing in the morning, any normal man would be unable to resist. He couldn't help but give Sue a thumbs up in his heart. The expected scene didn't happen, and the live stream was filled with groans.
Many were drawn in by that clear voice.
The girls imagined a handsome young man who remained unmoved by temptation. Sue had no idea that his brief remark had gained him tens of thousands of female fans.
Sigh.
Unable to forget that face, Molly lay on the cold ground, suddenly filled with profound disappointment.
Yu Rue, good morning. Good morning. As soon as Yu Rue entered the office, she saw many colleagues gathered in a group, chattering excitedly about archery techniques. Among them was director Wu Yuelian.
She put down her fried dough stick and approached, holding her soy milk.
What are you talking about?
Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the screen, which happened to be showing Spiral Arrow performing a drift shot to pierce a goblin.
Goblin priest?
She took a sip of soy milk subconsciously, and a shadow that seemed somewhat familiar appeared.
Sue. Vice Director Yu, aren't you still asleep this early in the morning? Wu Yuelian couldn't help but sneer from the side.
The surrounding colleagues also jokingly told Yu Rue to look closely at what she was talking about. After piercing the goblin, Spiral Arrow completed a drift shot and then instantly killed the goblin priest. It's important to note that while normal, elite, and lord goblins are categorized into 3 tiers, the goblin priest reaches the normal, elite, and lord levels of these tiers, possessing skills and considerable physical strength.
No matter how strong Su is, how could he achieve this?
Yu Rui remains silent, calming down to think. Indeed, he couldn't have reached that level yet. Vice Director Yu is always showing off that she recruited a national top scholar for the school.
Ha! Ignoring Wu Yuelian's sarcasm and mockery, Yu Rui turned and left. Good morning, dear Mei sister. Is Su with you? You, what are you saying? Him being with me? How improper. How can you tarnish my reputation so early in the morning?
Mei Nianxue sat up abruptly from bed, fumbling to touch her ears, which had suddenly become pointed again, and yelled at her phone.
Su? He went to the gray zone. Her heart skipped a beat. Yu Rui couldn't speak for a long time. Beep, beep, beep. It really was him. How did he do it? Yu Rui stared out the window, lost in thought. An archer ambushing and piercing the goblin priest with an arrow is something Su's flash arrow could achieve. After Heartshot killed the normal, elite, and lord goblins, its power weakened. How could it still penetrate the goblin priest's physical defense? Lost in thought, she returned to the office, where Wu Yuelian was still mocking her. Having finally found an opportunity to catch her opponent's weakness, she naturally intended to exploit it fully. Perhaps our little Yu has taken a liking to him? She doesn't have a boyfriend yet, maybe she likes that type? Yeah. If I liked him, there might be a chance. But for an old aunt whose youth has faded, Su would probably be troubled, right? The office was filled with tension, and everyone else lowered their heads. Focus on your work, Vice Director Yu. Is it wrong to care about a student? Wu Yuelian shook her head, a scornful smile playing on her lips. You don't actually think that person was Su, do you? Him? Someone from a small place really think they can become a phoenix by climbing onto a branch? To achieve this level, one must at least reach novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine. While Su is indeed Mei Nianxue's disciple, his skill level isn't something achieved overnight. Seeing Yu Rui's pretty face only made her angrier.
With her arms crossed, she spoke domineeringly. Her eyes were filled with the smugness of her advantage, and her voice grew louder. If it really was him, I, Wu Yuelian, will kneel down and apologize to you in front of everyone. If it wasn't Su, you will also kneel down and beg for my forgiveness. Do you dare to make this bet with me? Revealing her two pretty canine teeth, Yu Rui pushed up her glasses and asked timidly, Sister Wu, do we really need to make a bet? What do you think? Then, a bet it is. If I lose, I will go to the school's broadcast room and shout that I am inferior to you. A sudden sense of unease washed over her, but the atmosphere had already been set. Wu Yuelian snorted, and in an instant, she saw through Yu Rui's scheme. She was clearly planning to use this method to force her to change her words. Fine, I agree. In addition, I'll add all my salary and bonuses for the next year, plus a set of rare armor. The eyes of the other colleagues in the office twitched, and they couldn't help but exchange glances. A set of rare armor would cost at least 5 million, and with salary and bonuses, it would be close to 7 million. I'll do the same as you. Returning to her own office, Wu Yuelian rubbed her forehead. After re-watching the live stream playback several times, she couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief. Little brat, you dare to play such a bluffing trick in front of me. Back in the day when I was doing this, you weren't even an awakened. You want to mess with me? Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed from the office. Chapter 20, All Skills at Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. The morning sun rose, casting a golden glow over the dilapidated village. Though it appeared to be ruins on the outside, it was clean and tidy within. A bright yellow tablecloth covered the dining table, with a cup of hot milk, a few slices of ham, and a plate full of roasted chicken. This was Su's breakfast. Having been in the gray zone for half a month, Su had completely adapted to its rhythm, and his life had become increasingly comfortable. Through relentless hunting, he had successfully raised his awakened level to the high tier of Tier 1. In the sunlight, his strong physique subtly radiated a glow. His face still held a trace of youthful innocence from his school days, but it was now overshadowed by maturity and determination.
System, activate.
He took a sip of the rich milk, gently set it down, and picked up a steaming chicken leg. The status panel appeared before his eyes.
After killing a goblin, you gain 195 free points.
Click the arrow to upgrade skill, Arrow of Demon Breaking, from Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine to Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Your free points are now a meager 32.
Name, Sue. Aptitude, Tier 1 High Tier Awakened. Talent, All Elemental Mastery S rank. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 497. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 481. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 514. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit 607. Cultivation Method, 8 Elements Body Tempering Art Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Skill, Archery Mastery Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Mind's Eye, Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Far-Seeing Star Pupils Evolving Demon Piercing Arrow Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Heart Intent Arrow Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Phantom Arrow Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Swordsmanship Mastery Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. Equipment, Alloy Warbow Advanced Spiral Arrow X196 Advanced Armor Piercing Arrow X10 Advanced Steel Arrow X38 Normal, Elite, Lord. Free points 3-2. And that's it.
All 3 A-grade skills reached Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. After replenishing his arrows, he eagerly set off for the rat den at the edge of the village. He had already identified the feral beast that the demon-breaking arrow was meant for. He had only been searching for free points when he coincidentally saved Mary and the others. Having witnessed his parents die in a feral beast onslaught, Sue harbored an intense hatred for feral beasts. As fellow humans, as long as his own safety was ensured, he had no intention of standing idly by. The entrance to the pitch-black cave emitted a foul stench that turned his stomach. He fired a flaming steel arrow, and the next moment, he heard an enraged roar. He leaped to a high vantage point, drew his longest armor-piercing arrow, and a golden radiance instantly enveloped it, accompanied by a sacred halo, as he prepared to strike. A large, corpulent head emerged from the darkness, its fur matted with the blood and flesh of various feral beasts. As it fully revealed itself, it was a giant hamster with crimson eyes, its long, thick tail swaying casually. Its sharp fangs were exposed, and its eyes darted around, searching for the loathsome intruder. This scruffy version of the king of the forest was one of the normal, elite, and lord-class feral beasts occupying the chaotic village, scientifically known as a carrion hamster. Normally, it should have developed to Tier 2, but this one possessed the strength of a Tier 3 normal, elite, lord. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The carrion hamster gnashed its teeth, its plump body quivering as hundreds of smaller black hamsters scattered upon landing. Zing! The arrow struck the carrion hamster, and a holy light completely enveloped it. The sacred halo spread, reaching a radius of 10 meters. The small hamsters, after only a few steps, dissipated into wisps of black smoke. The carrion hamster's skill allowed it to transform the carrion on its fur into undead minion hamsters. Similar to summon creatures, they were fast, numerous, and most importantly, had an immense area of effect. The demon-breaking arrow, on the other hand, imbued arrows with a divine blessing. Upon hitting a target, it could unleash a purification within range, perfectly countering the carrion hamster's summoning skill. The range increased from about 6 meters to 10 meters.
Ha ha! Not a single one left.
A rare hint of fear flickered in the carrion hamster's eyes. It felt as if it were facing a terrifying feral beast, or a careless move could cost it its life. Its fur bristled all over, its savage and bloodthirsty nature ignited. Sue effortlessly leaped between the ruins, shooting, and occasionally using flaming arrows to impede the carrion hamster's advance.
Less than half an hour passed.
The carrion hamster, riddled with arrows like a porcupine, collapsed powerlessly, clinging to its last breath.
In an instant,
a shadowy figure darted out from the nearby ruins, landing precisely in between. The figure that appeared was an unkempt woman, her clothes in tatters, flailing her limbs.
Sue hesitated for a moment. He fired an arrow, but it was still a fraction too late. A javelin descended from the sky, claiming its kill.
The carrion hamster died on the spot.
Stealing my kill?
As Sue landed, the woman lunged at him.
It's goblins. Goblins are chasing me, help. Goblins again?
He followed the sound, and a brief opening appeared.
At the edge of his vision was an endless horde of goblins. Zing!
The woman stared in shock at her dulled short knife, her expression blank. She had expected to pierce through flesh as easily as she had before, but her blade met resistance as hard as stone. A punch landed on her eye socket, sending her body flying several meters like a kite with a severed string.
A human woman allied with goblins? Sue reacted swiftly, firing 9 spiral arrows. As they left the bowstring, each arrow split into 3.
The charging goblins fell to the ground in unison, with 9 in the back row collapsing instantly.
Phantom arrow.
Arrows that create phantoms, making them indistinguishable from reality. Combined with mind arrow, it allows arrows to change position at will among the phantoms, making them unpredictable. Pushing off the ground, Sue leaped into the air, retreating rapidly with agile movements. Sensing that the goblins were not pursuing, he changed direction and returned.
That woman is indeed human, and shows no signs of being controlled. Why would a human woman assist goblins? Gaining further insight into the intelligence of otherworlders, Sue was more curious than ever about the true reason behind humans allying with goblins. In the clearing,
surrounding the rotten hamster corpse, goblin shamans in red robes with white beards were busy on the ground, seemingly preparing for some kind of ritual. Dark elements swirled around, and their numbers were rapidly increasing with the passage of time. Goblin javelin throwers and archers on guard duty patrolled back and forth, clad in rags but maintaining strict order. A rough estimate suggested there were over 300 of them. Their hideous bodies, covered in wrinkled mud, were completely unaffected. The woman gradually lost consciousness,
completely reduced to a tool for the goblins to vent their desires.
Even from 200 meters away, Sue could hear clearly. Opening his smartwatch, he found a message in the information list. It was a reminder from the Awaken Hall for Awaken entering the Gray Zone, warning them to be wary of otherworlders disguised as human women carrying out attacks. It was likely a coordinated effort between the goblins and the woman before him. Sue felt lingering fear. If he hadn't practiced the earth element body tempering technique to perfection, that woman's attack would have certainly left him severely injured.
The world is vast and full of wonders. Humans and otherworlders, who should be mortal enemies, might even find reasons to ally. Caution must be exercised in all circumstances.
Having experienced the brink of life and death, Sue quietly attained evolving.
Such a large number of goblins hidden in the Gray Zone.
He checked the number of arrows in his storage ring and took a deep breath. Boldly stealing a goblin from an archer, you guys sure have guts.
The venting continued.
The goblin shamans were unaffected, forming a circle around the carrion hamster and chanting.
Pointing an arrow at the sky, Sue couldn't help but laugh. Thank you for your on-site service. Zing! Chapter 21 Rescue Team shocked. Killed a goblin centurion. Golden rainbow pierces the sun. Draw a beautiful curve falling straight down. An arrow struck the goblin shaman in the head, interrupting the ritual.
The sudden turn of events left the goblin shaman stunned, screeching and enraged. Patiently completing the preparations for foreplay bit by bit, chanting incantations to ensure a moist and satisfying breakthrough in the end.
The carrion hamster has now. Damn! Do you know how much effort it took to fill this behemoth with dark elements?
Sue's lips curled up slightly. Carrion hamsters are like balloons filled almost to their limit. Now, with the crude opening, it visibly began to shrink.
Don't worry, it's just the beginning.
Beautiful arcs descended, and the goblins looked around, completely unable to pinpoint the source of the attacks. The goblins, ignoring and oblivious, didn't stop for a moment. The remaining 3 goblin shamans cast enhancement skills that expanded their senses, making them even more sensitive. Killing intent burned in their eyes, and golden light blazed on the arrows, flames raging fiercely.
An arrow shot straight forward. A deafening roar erupted. After over 20 goblins were shot dead, they finally located Sue's position.
As the goblins shrieked in fury, they instinctively felt danger approaching. Raising their bodies, which had long been beyond feeling pain, their upper halves were instantly blasted apart.
Pinned down by an arrow.
This way of dying is truly horrific.
The sun reached its zenith, hot and windless.
Leaving behind over 100 corpses, the goblins fled in disarray, disappearing into the icy fire forest.
Arrows were occasionally shot, permanently taking down goblins.
The goblins, their spirits already broken, just wanted to return to their camp deep within the forest as quickly as possible. Several figures traversed the icy fire forest and found Mari, who had recovered, along with her team.
Rescue forces belonging to the awakened hall would process distress signals sent from smartwatches.
The appearance of a mysterious goblin team in the gray zone marked the 9th awakened assault distress call received this month.
Hello, I am Wang Chenyang, the captain of the search and rescue team. After a brief exchange, Wang Chenyang found Mari's experience particularly puzzling.
Recently, most of the rescued awakened had been ambushed by a beautiful woman. The pattern was always the same: she would suddenly appear, claiming to have encountered goblins.
Many lone awakened would lower their guard due to her human appearance. Little did they know, this was a lure, already domesticated by the goblins.
As for Mari, she was likely the goblins' new target. If captured alive and taken back, she would inevitably suffer a fate worse than cream puffs. Having served as a rescue captain in the gray zone for 10 years, Wang Chenyang was no stranger to women who had been transformed from the inside out. They had been tracking them for nearly a month, but these goblins were highly intelligent and always managed to destroy evidence beforehand.
Wang Chenyang made a decisive move.
Leaving 2 team members to escort Mari and the others out of the gray zone, he led the remaining 6 members forward.
Captain, I smell it.
The blood of the goblin race was extremely peculiar, with a sharp, pungent odor. So strong, it was rarely encountered in a lifetime.
Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply.
Looking around, he saw goblin corpses everywhere, with only a single fatal arrow wound in one spot.
Captain, this is a massacre.
Wang Chenyang was certain that the person who killed these goblins was the young man in black who had saved Mari and the others. Gently touching the bodies, which were still warm, indicated that this one-sided slaughter of goblins might still be ongoing or had just concluded.
Discovering the corpses of goblin centurions and archers one after another, Wang Chenyang and his team became increasingly shocked. Holy crap, Captain, it's a centurion. Damn, that's brutal, another one-shot kill with an arrow.
The group exchanged bewildered glances. Along the way, they had found over 100 goblin corpses. And now, seeing a goblin centurion, capable of killing with a single arrow, required at least Tier 3 lower-level strength. According to Mari's description, the other party was at most a sophomore or junior. Could they be from one of the 4 top universities? Besides students from their elite universities, Wang Chenyang couldn't imagine any other school producing students with such strength.
Deep within the icy fire forest. Goblin camp.
Skeletal remains scattered everywhere, along with wooden structures and fortifications that appeared crude yet were orderly arranged, all indicating that the goblin race possessed intelligence comparable to humans.
Shattering an explosive flame arrow with a single strike, sparks flew. Several consecutive explosive flame arrows landed, and the camp instantly became an inferno. The chieftain raged in impotent fury. The vast goblin camp was destroyed by a mysterious enemy, and it hadn't even caught a glimpse of their appearance.
A Tier 4 normal, elite, lord-ranked goblin chieftain had never fought such a frustrating battle.
Put!
A flash arrow pierced its left shoulder, blood gushing out. Though the chieftain wielded a shield as tall as itself, it couldn't block the arrow coming from behind. Even the slightest sound would have allowed it to shoot down the attacker instantly.
However, there was none.
The silent flash arrows, shot one after another, possessed a natural advantage in this dense forest. When Wang Chenyang and the others arrived, they saw a young man in a black leather outfit methodically collecting arrows from the ground, completely unharmed, not even a speck of dust on him. The firelight reflected on their comical faces. Wang Chenyang looked at the face, even younger and more tender than he had imagined, and his breathing quickened.
Captain, he's tier 1 high level.
Are you sure your perception isn't mistaken?
Captain, 100% sure.
Whoosh. Meeting the young man's gaze, Wang Chenyang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Despite the raging fire before him, an intense chill emanated from the youth. He himself was a tier 3 lower level awakened, and unlike those pampered awakened, he had faced trials by fire almost every day.
Who exactly was this young man?
A sharp-eyed team member spotted the goblin chieftain riddled with arrow holes and exclaimed.
Everyone gasped in unison. Did you kill it? Uncle, do you see anyone else around? The young man smiled warmly, and Wang Chenyang felt suffocated. Was this kind of feat something an awakened of this age could accomplish? After checking his identification, he saw UNMY University listed under Su's University and nodded. If they were from one of the 4 top universities, nothing was impossible. After a brief inquiry about the situation, Su explained everything she had witnessed, also mentioning the woman who willingly became a goblin accomplice. Wang Chenyang never expected that the young man before him would single-handedly wipe out the goblin camp, even resolving the betrayal incidents that had been troubling the rescue team. His tone naturally carried a hint of admiration. On behalf of all the members of the rescue team and the innocent awakened who were killed by the goblins, I express our gratitude to you. Oh, are there any rewards for that? Chapter 22, Kneel and Apologize to Me. Female anchor attacked in the gray zone at dawn, brutally violated by mysterious goblins. From awakened female anchor to goblins, renowned experts discuss otherworlder goblins, revealing their past and present, and taking you into the world of goblins.
Mysterious black-robed archer, top 100 creator speculates at great risk. Several days have passed since Mali's livestream.
Rumors about goblin otherworlders appearing in the gray zone of Luoshui City have been rampant.
With numerous awakened coming forward to share their experiences, the heinous acts of goblins taming human women and committing crimes in the gray zone have put countless female awakened on edge. In this series of events, the mysterious archer who rescued the female anchor from the goblin's clutches and remained composed has undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. The arrows that could perform drift turns also amazed many, earning Su the title of Gray Zone Arrow God. Some even speculated that it was a hidden master, with a true strength no less than tier 6. The day after Wang Chenyang led the rescue team back, numerous media reporters gathered.
Luoshui City decided to hold an impromptu press conference, broadcast live nationwide.
Within just 5 minutes of starting, the viewership surged to 3 million.
Facing reporters from all over the country and a sea of cameras, Wang Chenyang revealed the truth about the large number of goblin otherworlders appearing in the gray zone.
The goblin otherworlders were driven from their original territory by a more powerful existence. They traversed the Chilean mountains for a long distance and entered the gray zone outside Luoshui City, numbering approximately 400. The leader was a goblin centurion of tier 4 normal, elite, and lord levels. They were different from the goblins in normal perception. This group of goblins possessed high intelligence and understood methods of taming human women and manipulating minds. The culprit behind the successive betrayal incidents in the gray zone was precisely this human woman who had completely sided with the goblins. The attack on the female anchor Mali was also because this group of goblins had targeted her.
Wang Chenyang presented a complete chain of evidence, quickly restoring the truth of the matter. Could Captain Wang please provide us with detailed information about the awakened who extended a helping hand? Role models should be praised by everyone. Signaling the reporter to sit down, Wang Chenyang was also emotional. This respectable awakened is a freshman in his first year at UNMY University, Su. Wow.
Click, click, click.
The flashes of cameras were incessant, and the reporters raised their hands one after another. Holy crap! Wu Yuelian directly swore.
The dozen or so people around looked at each other, their gazes drifting elsewhere. The scene of the two directors, one principal and one deputy, making a bet in front of everyone was still vivid.
Many of Wu Yuelian's staunch supporters had openly and secretly mocked Yu Yorue. Now, fearing being implicated by Yu Yorue, they all returned to their seats. You knew all along, didn't you? Wu Yuelian rushed in front of Yu Yorue, loudly questioning her, acting like an enraged lioness. Whether I knew or not, Sister Wu, do you still remember the bet? A bucket of cold water was instantly poured over her. Her face turned pale, and she supported herself with her hands, unable to stand steadily. She didn't expect Su's cultivation progress to be so fast, nor did she expect Yu Yorue to be so ruthless. Let's go out after work today, Yua High Building. The two of us sisters can have a good get-together, how about it? Sister Wu, as our senior leader, you can't go back on your word. You really want to do this? Why not? We are colleagues after all, and you are older than me. I can't accept you kneeling. Just go to the broadcast room and loudly apologize to all the teachers and students, and then give me the rare equipment. She smiled brightly, exceptionally sweet, revealing two adorable little fangs, instantly charming many male teachers. Yu Yorue. Don't forget, I'm your superior. Give a little, and we can work together in the future. Stop talking nonsense here. Director Wu, you had the guts to make the bet, but not the guts to admit defeat? Now I want everything. Kneel down and apologize to me. Just as she was about to retort, she heard the original recording. Even by just listening to the voice, she could imagine Wu Yuelian's arrogant demeanor from a few days ago. Either you accept defeat as per the bet, or I'll take the recording to the principal. Wu Yuelian was so enraged that her vision went black. Her body trembled involuntarily, and her knees slowly bent to the ground. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Oh dear, Sister Wu, it's okay, isn't that better? We'll still be good colleagues. Next, we'll have to cooperate well and be in charge of the welcoming work together. Right. The colleagues all came forward, each of them praising Wu Yuelian's contract strength, agility, constitution, spirit for accepting defeat, while warning themselves deep down. Don't mess with Yu Yorue if you don't have to. Although Yu Yorue had been subjected to constant difficulties after being promoted to deputy director, she had always appeared to be submissive, leading everyone to believe that this young deputy director was a docile little sheep. Turns out she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wu Yuelian uttered a few words, slammed the door, and left, her eyes filled with malice. Just you wait, Yu Yorue. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully this old lady now, I will make you pay tenfold in the future. Evening. Wu Yuelian's voice boomed from the loudspeaker of Yuanma University campus. I, Wu Yuelian, will admit defeat. I am not as good as Yu Yorue. The entire school faculty and students were in an uproar. Slamming an unregistered storage card worth 6.54 million coins onto the table, Wu Yuelian left angrily, the crisp sound of her high heels fading into the distance. Oh my, a windfall. Silently putting away the storage card, Yu Yorue walked out of the building. The moonlight was beautiful, and a gentle breeze blew. Her lustrous red lips curved into a tempting arc. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have won so easily this time, thanks. Yu Yorue never felt any psychological burden. If she had lost today, Wu Yuelian would have undoubtedly subjected her to the utmost humiliation. However, you are truly formidable. Suddenly remembering that she still needed to arrange for Su's talent strength level testing, Yu Yorue gave up the idea of rewarding herself and hurried towards the principal's office instead. The press conference in Luoxue City had concluded, and its impact was still unfolding. The reason for this was Wang Chenyang's announcement that Su had shot down 4 tiers of normal, elite, and lord goblins. This wasn't just surpassing by 3 levels, but a leap of 3 entire tier ranks. There were cases of awakened individuals killing enemies many levels higher, and even instances of cross-tier kills.
For a freshman who had just finished their awakening exam to achieve such a feat was inconceivable. Various analysis videos and expert data breakdowns were causing heated debates. Sue was completely unaware of the outside world. Beneath the vast expanse of stars, 8 elemental celestial bodies rotated. Among them, the earth-colored one was noticeably larger than the other 7. Wisps of elemental energy flowed into his body, dispersing throughout his limbs and bones, silently nourishing every corner of his body. Strength, agility, constitution, and spirit increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 8 elemental energies merged within his body. The 8 elemental body tempering technique at the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms greatly shortened the time required for this process. The moment the 8 elemental stars completely disappeared, an earth-colored shell formed on the surface of his skin. In a matter of seconds, the earth-colored shell that enveloped his body condensed and gathered at the center of his chest, forming a fist-sized, pure black mass. Whoosh! His eyes snapped open. He leaped into the air, fists like the wind, concealed by the night. A giant tree, 5 meters in diameter, was broken in half. Birds resting in the tree took flight, shattering the silence of the night. Clouds parted, revealing the moon. Under the hazy moonlight, the dark fist was particularly striking. Chapter 23, You're Not a Beauty, Who Would Remember You? The blackness on his fist vanished instantly. Sue repeatedly tested various parts of his body, then checked the hardness when split into multiple pieces. The 8 elemental body tempering technique records numerous methods for refining the body with elements. Among them, the rock element includes a technique called black jade seal rock, which increases body hardness and enhances defense. Compressing the rock element to its extreme allows for the black jade seal rock to form on the body's surface. It can also be split for defense, though the defense would be reduced. With the black jade seal rock attached, a single punch from a normal, elite, or lord-level awakened could easily shatter a 5-meter diameter tree. If it hit an awakened, it would at least result in broken bones. Increase hardness? With a thought, he felt something unusual between his legs and couldn't help but pull down his pants to observe it firsthand. It had indeed improved. However, whether he could still perform vigorously on the battlefield remained to be seen. System activated. The personal status panel that appeared before him did not display the words Black Jade Seal Rock, similar to the silent shot he had learned previously. This means the personal status panel only displays the realm or level of cultivation techniques or skills. The specific application techniques for these techniques or skills would not be shown. For example, Silent Shot is a minor technique in archery mastery, while Black Jade Seal Rock is an application technique within the rock element of the 8 elemental body tempering technique. The significance of finding a master was thus highlighted. When practicing Silent Shot, one already possesses archery mastery at novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine levels. Similar techniques would have already been mastered, but were not used before, so they were not noticed. With Main Yenshua's guidance, Sue quickly mastered the methods from novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, to divine, until he could use it freely in combat. Once a technique is mastered or a skill is understood, one habitually practices it until it becomes second nature. There were 2,460 free points available. He couldn't increase the strength of his cultivation techniques, skills, or talents. His 4 basic attributes were currently sufficient, so Sue wasn't in a hurry to increase them. The watch displayed the date as August 25. With less than a week until the official start of school, Sue turned back to his temporary residence to pack his belongings. Hey! Brother Zhang, looks like you struck it rich. The guards stationed at the entrance of the gray zone greeted a group of awakened individuals who were supporting each other as they exited. All 6 of them were injured, covered in dust, and looked quite pathetic. Struck it rich, my ass. I ran into a Tier 4 normal, elite, Lord Feral Beast, the Frost King Python. Luckily, I discovered it early. Ah! The Frost King Python? Even this feral beast has appeared? The gray zone hasn't been peaceful lately. Tell me about it. Sigh, let's just go back to the hunting grounds for now. I just want to make money, not risk my life.
At the entrance to the gray zone, the same scene played out every day.
Some entered with full confidence, while others left defeated, missing limbs, and battered. The guards were used to it. Their attention was drawn to a woman waiting not far away. Her simple attire couldn't conceal her stunning figure. She had a beautiful face and long hair cascading down her shoulders. It was precisely the popular streamer Molly, who had recently become famous due to a sudden incident, waiting for days on the necessary path for awakened individuals entering the gray zone.
Everyone who passed by couldn't help but glance.
Familiar awakened individuals entered the gray zone, chatting amongst themselves. As they spoke, a young man walked onto the sun-drenched road. With delicate features and a pristine white t-shirt. Carrying a bow and arrows on his back, the muscles on his arms possessed a classical beauty. He strode forward into the sunlight like a dragon.
Whoa! What is going on here? In my opinion, it's probably some streamer trying to get famous. Coming to the gray zone to show off, is their brain flooded? Just chasing clout. If you had that kind of looks, you'd probably have found a rich benefactor and given up on trying. Despite the words, the aura emanating from the young man, like that of a feral beast, made the awakened gathered at the entrance uneasy. The guards didn't let this anomaly go unnoticed. As they approached to investigate, they noticed the young man's aura, and their brows furrowed. A high tier? Why would an awakened of this level make them feel a sense of danger? Hello, we need to check your passes. The next second, the guards saluted in unison. What the heck? Did they oversleep last night? Probably some leader's son, trying to curry favor, you know how it is. As they whispered amongst themselves, Molly pushed through the crowd and rushed excitedly to the young man, tears welling up in her eyes. Benefactor! I finally found you.
Suddenly, several people with cameras rushed out from the surroundings and started filming wildly.
Thank you for saving us last time. I've been waiting for you for days, I just wanted to thank you in person. Thank you.
The onlookers around watched the scene with curiosity, their expressions full of disdain.
That's it? The embarrassment was so palpable, you could fit a whole apartment in it. The young man's expression was indifferent. After a moment, he asked, "Who are you?"
Molly had rehearsed countless scenarios for expressing her gratitude over the past few days. As soon as she saw Sue, she could put on a show of tearful thanks to her savior.
But how could things be so different from what she imagined? He actually forgot about her? Don't you remember me? You're not a beauty, why would I remember you? The awakened erupted in laughter.
Even the guards, who were trying to disperse the crowd, couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Molly with disdain.
The gratitude was fake, the real intention was to use this opportunity to trend again. Honestly speaking, Sue's answer was just perfect. Molly's mind went blank, leaving her speechless.
Accustomed to the praise in her live streams, she believed herself to be a celestial maiden who should be remembered by all.
Please excuse me, don't waste my time.
Shaking his head helplessly, Sue walked past the two and left. Surrounded by mockery, Molly was undoubtedly seen as a clown by the surrounding awakened. Although furious, her team, carrying the borrowed high-definition camera, had already captured ample footage. With some editing and voiceover, she could hit the trending list again. Molly had never been so insulted and was already plotting in her mind how to use this to create a comeback and cash in.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The cameras on the shoulders of several people suddenly exploded, causing them to shout and bleed profusely. Molly stared blankly as her team members clutched their faces and writhed on the ground. All the footage was gone.
And they had to pay extra for the cameras. At this moment, she had become a complete clown. The onlookers, the awakened, exchanged glances, shock evident in each of their eyes.
Just now, they hadn't heard the sound of arrows flying at all.
What exquisite archery! At this time,
many recognized Molly and immediately thought of the young man in the white t-shirt, who was the top university freshman renowned throughout China not long ago. One by one, they turned their heads to look in the direction Sue had disappeared. Such undetectable archery skills, it doesn't seem impossible to take down a Tier 4 normal, elite, Lord Goblin chieftain. With such abilities at such a young age, it was impossible for them to predict how far he could go in the future.
Chapter 24: Selling Materials. Buying Equipment. Awakened Trading Center.
The spacious and bright hall, along with the pretty guide ladies in uniforms everywhere, was not very crowded at noon as most awakened were out fighting in the hunting grounds or the gray zones. After inquiring, they walked straight through the corridor, and the view suddenly opened up. The hall was as large as 2 football fields and was specifically used for purchasing feral beast materials. There were as many as 20 counters, each staffed by a male and female pair. Currently, there were no awakened customers, and these staff members were all busy inventorying the materials at their respective counters. He walked up to the nearest counter.
"Hello, sir. What is the grade of the materials you wish to sell?"
The sweet-faced female staff member quickly stepped forward to ask.
"Everything, from Tier 1 to Tier 4.
Ah. You have materials from Tier 4 feral beasts.
Actually, it's 4 tiers: normal, elite, lord, otherworlder.
And then 3 tiers: normal, elite, lord, and normal, elite, lord, otherworlder.
Are you guys accepting these?"
"We'll buy.
We want them all."
Sue turned around and emptied all the items from his storage ring in one go. The open space in front of the counter was instantly piled high with various materials. Goblin otherworlder materials were the most abundant, along with many essence materials from Tier 1 and Tier 2 feral beasts. From the mountain of materials, he pulled out the remains of a goblin chieftain and casually tossed it near the counter.
Hiss. The female staff member was dumbfounded, her scalp tingling.
It looked like this smiling, friendly young man in front of them had slaughtered an entire goblin camp. The male staff member, who was busy behind the counter, quickly fetched a bottle of chilled drink from the refrigerator. "Esteemed guest, we sincerely apologize, but the quantity of your materials is too large. To ensure your interests, we need to conduct a thorough inventory. You may rest in our VIP lounge. Please rest assured, the entire process will be recorded by surveillance, and we will definitely count everything accurately." Recovering from her shock, the female staff member hurried away, while the male staff member called for help from other counters to assist with the inventory.
After a while,
the female staff member returned to the hall with a middle-aged man in a suit.
"Good morning.
I am Gao Long, the manager responsible for this material recycling hall.
We appreciate your trust in us."
"Hello, Sue." Gao Long warmly welcomed him, humbled himself, and after repeatedly assuring Sue, invited him into the VIP room. A maid served refreshments and fruit, and Gao Long's face was all smiles. After a few pleasantries, their expressions suddenly changed. "You look very familiar, Mr. Sue."
"Forgive my boldness, but are you perhaps the mysterious awakened who previously rescued that female streamer? It's only because your materials are mostly from goblins, otherworlder, that I dared to ask. If it's inconvenient, please pretend I didn't. I just happened to be in the neighborhood."
Upon hearing Sue's direct admission, Gao Long quickly stood up and refilled his teacup. For an awakened with such limitless potential, there was always only one principle: foster a good relationship with them as much as possible. Not to mention that Sue had the Bao Saint as his backing.
"Mr. Sue, I sincerely admire your righteous intervention.
To be frank, I despise goblins the most, so you did a great job killing them. Since you stepped up, I, Gao Long, also want to contribute my humble efforts.
Reducing the transaction fee by 50% is our material recycling hall's token of appreciation.
The material recycling hall of the Awakened Trading Center is under the jurisdiction of the state, and a 10% transaction fee is charged upon successful trades. Although it had the drawbacks of mid-range prices and transaction fees, it was much safer and more reliable than the underground black markets. Waiving half the transaction fee instantly amounted to a considerable sum.
Thank you, Manager Gao.
As they talked, Gao Long couldn't stop praising Sue and presented him with a black card for the trading center. The black card was valid nationwide and entitled the holder to priority purchasing and discounts of up to 15%. A notification sound echoed in the room. The staff had finished tallying the materials. 96 tier feral beast materials, all identified as exquisite grade. Tier 2 Feral Beast, 127 material items, 122 high-quality items, and 5 normal, elite, and Lord grade items. Tier 3 Feral Beast, 57 material items Otherworlder, 382 material items, 416 high-quality items, and 23 normal, elite, and Lord grade items.
Tier 4 Otherworlder, 5 material items, all high quality.
Gao Long's eyes widened involuntarily as he heard the appraiser's report. It's important to note that awakened individuals engaging feral beasts inevitably lead to combat, which can damage materials like fur and bones.
High-quality materials require less than 5% damage.
Normally, the probability of obtaining high-quality materials from awakened individuals is extremely low, but Su's situation is the complete opposite. Gao Long couldn't help but sigh in admiration, once again congratulating himself in his heart for his wise decision made earlier. He took out a calculator and did some calculations. These materials add up to 31.32 million, and after deducting the fees, it comes to 29.75 million.
We'll offer a flat price of 30 million. The funds will be transferred to your black card within half an hour. Thank you for your business. Okay, thank you very much, Manager Gao. Su clearly understood the underlying meaning behind Gao Long's actions and didn't refuse further. Taking the elevator to the second floor of the trading center, which was mainly used for selling awakened armor. The leather armor he was wearing before had been damaged due to wear and tear. Everything from normal, elite, and Lord quality to normal, elite, and Lord quality was available. Some shops even displayed star quality armor, with individual pieces already selling for over 100 million. With the existence of black jade ganite, the demand for armor was not very high. After browsing, he chose a set of rare quality armor that prioritized lightness and comfort, as well as a normal, elite, and Lord quality black leather jacket with warming and cooling effects. After the discount, the total cost was 10 million. After putting it on, he garnered 100% of the attention all the way. Exiting the trading center, Su took a car back to the manor. Mei Nianxue, abandoning her previous demeanor of an eternal ice mountain, proud, noble, and unapproachable. Now that's the majesty a true Bao saint should possess. Su sighed inwardly.
The young man standing in the hall made Mei Nianxue pause slightly.
She could sense the changes happening within Su. Just as she was about to smile, her lips twitched, and the smile vanished. Meeting Su's clear eyes, an instinctive, inexplicable fondness arose, a desire to draw closer. Whoosh! Mei Nianxue, he is your student, please have some self-respect. Teacher, I'm back. Her heart suddenly leaped violently. Mei Nianxue couldn't help but cover her ears with both hands and flee upstairs.
You go register at the school by yourself first. I still have a few little tales to deal with.
See you at school later. Bang!
The sound of a door slamming shut echoed, leaving Su dumbfounded.
When did her teacher become so shy? Mum.
Mei Nianxue leaned against the door again, feeling her ears gradually grow pointed. Her cold expression instantly crumbled.
What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. Could it be that besides the single talent of all elements ranging from novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, to divine, he was also born with a succubus physique? Chapter 25, New Student Registration. Luxury Dormitories.
Late summer to early autumn, the scorching sun blazed high.
Outside Qingbei High-Speed Rail Station, the welcoming teams from 7 universities were bustling with activity. Junior, you can wait inside the vehicle briefly, we'll be departing soon.
Come, Junior Sasha, it's so hot today, have a cold drink. Attention new students of Yuanqing University of Science and Technology.
New student registration is also available here. New students from Xinglong University, come here for milk tea after registration.
A high-end coffee shop directly opposite the high-speed rail station. A red banner was hung above the entrance, and a flag with the Abyssal Stars emblem fluttered from the rooftop.
UNMA University New Student Registration.
After finally seeing off a wave of new students, the welcoming staff from the 6 universities couldn't help but look enviously at the coffee shop. Air conditioning, cold drinks, milk tea, and fruits, everything was available. The coffee shop was an affiliated establishment of UNMA University, and one of its purposes was to facilitate the annual welcoming event. A Lodgard sports car was parked outside the coffee shop. The young man's gaze was drawn by the mysterious strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, looking in one direction. The owner of the sports car was a short-haired woman wearing round-rimmed glasses, with a delicate appearance. She wore a light-colored floral off-the-shoulder top, and light blue straight-leg jeans that perfectly revealed her fair and alluring ankles. The beautiful woman and the sports car complemented each other perfectly.
Teacher, you came in person.
At the entrance of the coffee shop, the young man in charge of welcoming reception swallowed hard, his eyes glued to her.
Yes, you've all done a great job. Keep up the good work. Yes. Lily, all the expenses for the new students today are on my tab. It's hot, so don't you all get too tired. Another high-speed train arrived, and thousands of new students stepped off the platform with anticipation. Sue immediately spotted the conspicuous sign. As expected of a top institution. They're actually welcoming students at a coffee shop. Impressive. Thinking back to the bumpy ride in an overcrowded bus in the sweltering heat, Sue couldn't help but sigh. Pushing through the crowd, Sue walked towards the coffee shop with 8 other people. Hey! Look at that new student. Which one? Wow, the quality is so high. I'll welcome him later. Yufei, that handsome junior was yours just now. It's my turn this time. The girls clamored, each afraid of missing out on such a valuable prospect. When new students arrive, it's not just senior boys who like junior girls. Senior girls also like junior boys. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was Yu Ruerue. Welcome! I thought you'd be wearing that black leather outfit. Long time no see, teacher Yu. That leather outfit is a bit conspicuous. Let's go, get in the car. I'll take you directly back to school. You can register there too. The senior students, both male and female, widened their eyes simultaneously, their minds going blank. So, did teacher Yu just intercept us? What's going on? Did teacher Yu come here specifically to pick him up? The new students looked on with envy as they entered the coffee shop to wait for the bus. The boys stared enviously as Sue sat in the passenger seat of the sports car, sighing that their parents hadn't given them good looks. Sister May has already greeted me, she should be able to come after the military training. You are now in the top 1 tier? Sensing Sue's presence, Yu Yorue's surprise was evident on her face. It hasn't even been a month since we last parted. Is leveling up this easy? How did you do it? Well, I just kept shooting, and then I broke through. TCH. The world of geniuses is indeed incomprehensible. The sports car entered the school without any obstruction. It took nearly 40 minutes to drive from the school gate to the freshman registration area. I suggest you get a mode of transportation. Our school is quite a trek. Once you're settled, I'll take you to get one. Sue nodded, deeply agreeing. He had specifically looked up the information. UNMA University covered an area of 700 hectares, which was larger than the other 6 universities combined. Through the rearview mirror, Yu Yorue caught the fleeting look of shock on Sue's face, her red lips curving upward slightly. With Yu Yorue's help with the registration, the whole process took less than half an hour. I smoothly got my student ID and an identification badge, and then went to the dormitory management center to get the key. Standing before rows of luxurious villas, Sue was still so shocked she couldn't speak. I've lived in no less than 10 dormitories in my past and present lives, and I thought I had experienced them all. But I've never encountered a university like UNMA University, which directly builds villas as dormitories and stretches as far as the eye can see. Each villa has 3 floors, equipped with an independent courtyard and garage. Everything you can think of is included. Your dormitory is number 007, which is the most luxurious configuration. Oh, right, each villa will house 3 people, 1 person per floor. A 3-person dorm? Sue scratched his head. This type of dormitory was indeed quite rare. Entering the villa, he was once again stunned.
The layout and decoration of each floor are exactly the same, essentially equivalent to living in a large flat. Kitchen, study, gym, everything imaginable is included.
This must be at least 300
After inviting the two into the room for a chat, a clear female voice floated in from outside the window.
Sue.
Sun Biwei's strength, agility, constitution, and spirit surged instantly.
He winked and said, Sue, you're quite something. You've already hooked up with a girl just after arriving. Chapter 26, Academic Credit System. Professional Motorcycle License. Hi. Holy cow.
Sun Biwei, who had just poked his head out, was so startled that he blurted it out. He had seen thousands of beautiful women through screens, but none could compare to the one before him. She had a playful yet mature aura, with two cute little fangs and round-framed glasses, the ideal girlfriend he had always dreamed of.
Hello there, classmate. Old Yang, she's talking to me. Hello, my name is Sun Biwei, I'm 18 years old, handsome and healthy. Teacher Yu, wait for me for a moment, I'll be right there.
Old Yang, our roommate, is quite good-looking and acted fast. Sun Biwei stroked his chin, deep in thought. It's just that the girl's name is a bit strange.
Who would name their teacher? Holy crap! Sighing again, Yang Yunfeng was speechless. So, Sumu directly found a teacher to be his girlfriend? That's pretty good. Both of them felt that Yu Yoruwei looked particularly familiar. Yu Yoruwei first led Su to the cafeteria. After getting 2 portions of food, they talked about the school's credit system while eating. Credits, as the currency within the university, can be used to purchase items like skill equipment and has various uses such as buying meals at the cafeteria and paying for dormitory fees. 1 credit is approximately equivalent to 1,000 coins.
Yu Yoruwei smiled slyly, her lips stretching to her ears. Thinking about the future opportunity to earn credits from Su made her inexplicably happy. In addition to the monthly distribution by the school based on student ranking, credits can also be obtained in varying amounts by completing commissions, participating in various school-organized competitions, and activities. Credits are the only accepted payment within the school. If you run out, you can exchange them through special channels, though the price will be higher. For example, this meal you're having now costs 1 credit. Su looked at his food tray, puzzled. This is in essence extracted from naturally raised duck-billed rats, spiked porcupines, blood-rage spirit apes, mane-armored great apes, twin-headed storm tigers, venomous slimeworms, swordback earth drakes, and demonic ape warriors, which provides a temporary boost in energy. The freshman ranking for this semester is uniformly based on the awakening exam results. As the national top scorer, you'll definitely be in the highest 9th tier, receiving 900 credits per month, with the lowest tier receiving 100. Your account currently has 1,900 credits. 1,000 of those credits are a special bonus for enrolling as the national top scorer. 900 credits, at the normal exchange rate, would be 900,000 coins. With over 60,000 students in the entire school, how much would be distributed each month?
He once again recognized the immense financial power of UNMA University.
Let's go, I'll take you to pick out a suitable mode of transportation.
I happen to be free this afternoon. Before Mei Nianxue left, she specifically called to instruct Yu Yoruwei. It was rare for the usually aloof Bao Saint to speak, so Yu Yoruwei naturally had to treat her with the highest regard. Moreover, she had a natural fondness for Su. Next to the faculty apartment where Yu Yoruwei lived was a car dealership. After parking the sports car in the garage, the two walked inside. UNMA University itself was more like a small city, except that the residents of this city were all students. The owner of the dealership had a good relationship with Yu Yoruwei. It was the first time she had brought a male companion, and he assumed Su was her boyfriend, becoming even more enthusiastic. After comparison, Su chose a motorcycle model called Augusta Speed 3000, entirely black with a cool design. The maximum power, which peaks at a certain RPM, could reach 135.6 horsepower. The key is its hybrid power and excellent range, so there's no need to worry about suddenly running out of fuel. In his previous life, in addition to boosting accounts and grinding, Su had also obtained a professional motorcycle racing license.
After confirming, Yu Yorue directly swiped her card to pay. She paid 1.5 million without batting an eye, leaving Sue dumbfounded.
This is too fast. Sue, don't I look handsome? Both handsome and beautiful. The man paying was handsome. The woman paying was not only handsome but also beautiful. The owner sighed inwardly. This young man in front of him had an awakened level of only Tier 1 high ranking. Judging by his appearance, he was undoubtedly a freshman who had just enrolled this year. Yu Yorue was well known at UNMA University for her young age and her position as Deputy Director of Admissions. Her awakened level was also not low, indicating a limitless future. Such a person had never had any male companion by her side. Now, not only did she personally bring him to choose a car, but she also insisted on paying. TSK, they say love is like a tornado, and even women like Yu Yorue are no exception. What a lucky little fellow. Besides being good-looking, I can't see anything else outstanding about him. The owner was slightly taken aback. Could he really be outstanding in some way? By the way, do you have a motorcycle license? Sue shook his head. I've ridden before, but I don't have a license. Yu Yorue straddled the brand new motorcycle and tossed a helmet to Sue. Get on. Ha? Hold on tight. Okay. He obediently wrapped his arms around her waist. The engine roared, and they sped off into the distance. Damn it, why should I be jealous? Damn it, why them son of a bitch? Qingbei City Driving Test Center. Sue had just snapped out of his daze from Yu Yorue's superb driving skills when a driving test application form was already in front of him. You want to take the Class A motorcycle license test? Yu Yorue blurted out. She had also taken the Class A test, and it had been exceptionally difficult, requiring 3 attempts to pass. Yeah. I've ridden a lot before, I want to give it a try. Alright then, whatever you want. The current driving test rules on Blue Star have been simplified. The entire process is judged by artificial intelligence and is divided into theoretical and practical tests. During his free time in high school, Sue had read the motorcycle driving test guide several times. He hadn't taken the test due to financial constraints, but he easily passed the theory with a perfect score. Yu Yorue watched Sue's figure on the screen in the hall with great interest. A Class A motorcycle license allows one to participate in motorcycle races and requires a thorough understanding of motorcycles. As for an S-Class license, one must have a record of over 1,000 races and have achieved 3rd place or higher 3 times. Inside the testing ground, Sue twists the handlebars, the familiar engine roar is an incomparably beautiful melody, the skill imprinted on the soul has fully awakened. Boom! The motorcycle speeds out of the starting line. The body is no longer the same body as before, the skills have advanced by leaps and bounds, humming the tune of Drifting Away, taking high-speed corners, leaving streaks of black afterimages. In the hall, many experienced drivers marvel. Yu Yorue's eyes sparkled with delight, tutaying in amazement. With such driving skills, it would be impossible to possess them without over a decade of driving experience. And Sue was only 18 years old. The only explanation is the word genius. Soon, Sue's driving test results appear on the screen, a perfect score on the theory test and a broken record on the practical. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, she received her still warm driver's license through the window. Teacher Yu, thank you. If you want to thank me, you can drive back and take me home. 2 soft arms gently wrapped around her waist, feeling 2 unusually bouncy and soft mounds, Sue gently shook her head. Whoosh. Let's go. Many men in the hall who planned to get a car driver's license made no effort to hide their jealousy. To have a brand new experience immediately after getting a license? It seems, a motorcycle license is pretty appealing too. Now that's what you call a joyride. As several people chose car licenses on the spot, they also checked the box for motorcycle licenses. Her body pressed close to the warm back, Yu Yorue's lips curved into the most alluring arc. Chapter 27, Free Study? UNMO University's Special Teaching System. The crossroads of UNMO University. Red light. A bustling stream of students crossed the pedestrian walkway.
It was the busiest time of year, with new students enrolling and old students returning to school.
Hey, does that person look like teacher you? Which one? Holy crap, it really is? Does she have a boyfriend? Damn. I was planning to confess to her this semester. What a waste of my time now. Yulian, I remember that person should be your colleague, the one named you something Rue?
Hearing her husband's voice, Wu Yulian turned her head.
Hiss. It really was you Rue.
A light-colored, small floral off the shoulder top, her snow-white shoulders were exceptionally striking under the sun. Young, beautiful, rich, and in A-class talent awakened, she kept collecting certifications. It seemed like Rue had never spoken about her family.
Wu Yulian couldn't understand how there could be such a perfect woman in the world.
She never lacked suitors, but no man had ever made Rue linger. Although her face was hidden by the helmet, Wu Yulian judged by her years of experience that the person must be a very handsome man. Her breathing quickened unconsciously. Turning back to see the greasy, middle-aged, balding man in the driver's seat, Wu Yulian felt even more annoyed. The red light lasts a long time.
More and more people are discovering Rue. Soon.
Rumors about the goddess teacher Rue's romance spread throughout the entire UNMA University campus, causing countless boys to wail in heartbreak.
Thank you for bringing me back. Teacher Yu, if anyone should be thanked, it should be me. You also paid for this car. Pouting playfully, Rue turned and scampered away. He, this car is also what you deserve, no need to thank me. If you have any problems later, remember to call me.
The empty villa was decorated in only black, white, and gray. Only a mountain of bright red certificates piled in the corner stood out.
Phew, what should I learn next?
Returning to the dormitory, Yang Yunfeng and Sun Biwei were just about to go out to buy some necessities.
Su also went with them.
After graduating from university, I had always lived alone, and now I was walking along a tree-lined path with my two roommates. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, dappling the ground as students walked by in small groups.
Of course, some were walking alone.
Among them were awakened beings of Tier 4, who appeared to be students.
While the three marveled, Yang Yunfeng and Sun Biwei began discussing the teaching system at UNMA University. Su listened quietly.
UNMA University was divided into the Combat Academy and the Support Academy, corresponding to the two main branches for awakened individuals. The Combat Academy had over a dozen departments, categorized by combat style and talent.
After entering the university, new students underwent military training, after which the school would make arrangements based on the awakened's actual performance.
Formal schooling involved a combination of in-class courses and mission commissions, giving students more freedom to choose. If students missed in-class courses, they had to arrange private tutoring with teachers, naturally requiring credits as compensation. Of course, if they could guarantee passing the final exams, they wouldn't need to make up the classes.
So, if I don't have credits and don't attend classes, won't I fail? Yang Yunfeng immediately became nervous. Hey! If you're not in class, you're probably out on a commission, right? What, are you just going to sleep in bed all day? How could I?
They arrived at a nearby supermarket, which was actually a super large mall akin to an awakened shopping center, stocking all sorts of daily necessities, materials, pills, and equipment.
By the way, old Yang, how many credits do you get each month? 600, how about you?
Sun Biwei confidently raised his chin and made an 8 gesture with his fingers. Don't let my appearance fool you, I was the top scorer in Shengjing City.
Su, what about you? You don't have to say if it's inconvenient. 900. Damn. The national top scorer is indeed different. Night.
After tidying up the dormitory and washing up, I video called my mother, Ching, and Miao. Seeing the full picture of the dormitory, the mother and daughter were incredulous. Soul-stirring screams echoed from outside the window into the room, and the faces of the three changed simultaneously.
Old Yan? Looks like this is our guy.
They worked together to break down the door and rushed in. Sun Biwei's face was flushed red, and there was still a hint of sadness between his brows. He didn't find the expected white paper balls. The 85-inch big screen was still playing some rather stimulating footage.
And it's still playing at normal speed?
Yan Yunfeng swallowed hard, lowering his head, but his gaze couldn't help but drift over. Forbidden new knowledge was exceptionally stimulating to him.
Well, good brothers share, how about we watch together?
He took out a large black storage box. Inside were all identical portable hard drives, each with a special label.
School, convenience store, wild speed demon.
Rubbing his eyes, Su couldn't help but give Sun Biwei a thumbs up.
No wonder they call him Biwei. If he continues like this, he won't be Biwei anymore. It's better to share the joy than to enjoy it alone.
If you guys want to watch, you can borrow these. They're all masterpieces I've carefully selected. His forehead was covered in dark lines, and crows cawed ominously.
This guy is truly something else.
In his 2 lives, this was the first time Su felt genuine admiration for someone.
Forget it, for your future happiness, you need to learn to exercise restraint, my brother. He closed the window and firmly locked the door.
Sun Biwei was immediately overcome with a look of worry, feeling it difficult to describe sadness in his lower region.
Useless talent, just watching and not criticizing, ugh. Despite what he said.
He turned and found another movie, Artifact Ward, and continued watching.
The freshman registration hasn't ended yet.
Su took this opportunity to ride his motorcycle around Yuanma University.
Regarding his 2 roommates,
Yan Yunfeng is the type who trains rigorously, constantly focusing on exercise, and has converted his dorm into a professional bodybuilding style.
Sun Biwei is the opposite extreme.
Ultra-clear display screens, surround sound audio, and various other devices to enhance the viewing experience were all purchased. If the entire dorm hadn't been soundproofed, the whole villa would probably be filled with excited shouts every night.
Sensing Sun Biwei's talent characteristics, Su didn't expose it. Time flies.
The 3 of them soon learned from the real-time communication devices in their respective dorms that the freshman military training would begin in 3 days. On this day, Su, as usual, finished his daily training and opened his phone, ready to clear his game stamina.
A piece of news suddenly appeared.
The few words made his heart suddenly contract.
Archery Saint Mei Nianxue returns to peak. 1,000-mile arrow kills an 8th-tier demon god. The Tianyuan royal family relocates en masse. Chapter 28, Morning Run. Epic Warbao Yuan Yen coalesces.
The first ray of dawn pierced the night sky.
The dim room was filled with flowing light. 8 kinds of elemental energy filled every corner of the room.
Fireflies of various colors danced around, creating a wondrous and magnificent scroll.
The elemental energy touched Su and disappeared in an instant.
His legs crossed, eyes closed. The 8-element body tempering art, which reaches the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms, can skip the cumbersome steps of condensing the 8 elements.
It directly absorbs the elemental energy in the surrounding space into the body.
The sun fully rose. Su exhaled a long breath of stale air. He pushed off the ground with one arm, leaped up, spun 3 times in the air, and landed steadily. By skipping the step of unifying the 8 elements, the body has gained the ability to refine them.
Nice!
The pure elemental energy within his body surged, faintly touching something akin to a bottleneck.
Su was overjoyed.
It had been a while since he advanced to Upper Tier 1, and now he had successfully touched the threshold of breaking through to Tier 2. He believed the breakthrough would happen in the next day or 2. At that time, both his cultivation technique and skills would improve again.
He would definitely achieve better results in the upcoming military training.
He changed into his sportswear, put on his headphones, and ran towards the sunrise. This habit, maintained for over a decade, had not been neglected due to attending university.
My body feels lighter?
Before he realized it, he had already run nearly 1,000 meters. He immediately adjusted his pace.
It's just a morning run, is there a need to go this fast? Not far away.
A ponytail girl in a pink quick-drying shirt looked at the receding figure and murmured to herself. This was a park in a corner of the villa complex, with a running track around the lake, 10.48 kilometers in total. In less than 30 minutes, the girl sensed someone behind her and turned slightly. So fast. Under normal circumstances, it took her half an hour to complete one lap. In other words, this young man's speed was nearly twice hers? He looks quite good looking, doesn't he? 1 lap. 2 laps. Finally, the girl couldn't help but accelerate. It only prolonged the time before she was overtaken. She became increasingly curious about the young man's identity. She happened to see him stretching, so she also stopped actively. Hello? Hello. I've seen you for 7 consecutive days. Do you also like morning runs? Sue nodded. The girl in front of him was tall and well-proportioned, with a perfect figure. After all, a tight sports outfit best showcases the beauty of curves. With bright eyes and white teeth, a beauty mark at the corner of her eye was particularly eye-catching, exuding a youthful vitality. My name is Jiang Shinro, and yours? Sue. After a brief chat, Sue finished his stretching, said goodbye, put on his headphones, and left. Jiang Shinro suddenly remembered she hadn't asked his year and then thought that since he was a new face, he was likely a freshman. Sue. If he's really a freshman, we must try to recruit him during the club's recruitment drive. Back in the dorm, after washing up, Sue woke up Sunbiwei. Yan Yunfeng was already waiting at the entrance. After having breakfast at the cafeteria, the three of them walked towards the tall building next to it. Awaken Supply Building. Similar in function to the Awaken Shopping Center in Luoshui City, this place sells more and a wider variety of items, but it can only be paid for with academic credits. Many top-tier materials, tools, and pills that are hard to find elsewhere can be found here. Moreover, due to special government subsidies, purchases enjoy discounts. On average, they are a quarter or more cheaper than outside, which can help young Awaken rise quickly. This is one of the reasons why many people strive to get into university. The welcoming period is nearing its end, with 2 days left until the freshman military training. Fortunately, it's not about standing at attention or marching in the scorching sun. It's rumored that they might explore fog areas or conquer beast lairs. The three of them plan to go to the supply building to purchase pills and essential items, and to see if there were any more cost-effective equipment. The freshman military training is crucial for subsequent apprenticeship. I must showcase my strength this time. I'll strive to have Dean Yi personally ask me to join his tutelage. Me too. UNMA University, in addition to its relatively free learning style, also has a system similar to apprenticeship. After the military training, the deans of the 2 academies, along with professors and teachers from each department, will evaluate the freshmen. For a portion of the outstanding and high-achieving students, professors and teachers will proactively contact them to inquire. As for the remaining students, whether they can successfully find a master depends entirely on their own destiny. The dean Yi mentioned by Sun Biwei is Yi Xiu, the dean of the Combat Academy and an 8th-tier awakened. Like Mei Nianxue, he possesses the title of saint. However, Yi Xiu's title is martial saint. Rumor has it that there's no weapon he can't wield. He once single-handedly killed a 9th-tier normal, elite, Lord Feral Beast, the glazed Heavenly Dragon King, and then, without stopping, defeated more than 10 8th-tier feral beasts. The three of them walked into the supply building, chatting and laughing. A total of 18 floors, each floor larger than a football field. The items sold on each floor are different. If you were to browse them all, it would probably take about 2 weeks. Even Sunbiwei, who considered himself well-traveled, couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Fortunately, there were sweet guides. After understanding their respective needs, they were quickly assigned floors and areas. Several hours passed. Sue bought pills for combat and various auxiliary materials and tools, spending 132 academic credits, leaving him with 1,767 academic credits. The habit of power leveling and cultivation meant that only by living longer would there be more possibilities. From the 13th floor upwards, the supply building was the equipment zone. Seeing that an alloy warbow of the same model cost 130 academic credits, which converted to only 130,000 coins. In the equipment mall in Taochung, it would cost 200,000. The difference with or without national subsidies is terrifying. I have to say, the country is really doing a great job. If only I hadn't bought my armor in Luoxue City. Wasted hundreds of thousands for nothing. Sue felt a pang of heartache just thinking about it. Welcome. Student, what equipment do you need to purchase? A young girl in a tight-fitting uniform, black stockings, and high heels approached with a smile. Although she preferred to browse on her own, faced with an endless row of equipment racks, Sue directly stated her purpose. May I ask how much weight you can roughly draw from a bow? I'd like to have a general understanding. About 600 to 700 pounds. What? The staff member's eyes widened, thinking they must have misheard. Looking at the young man before them, who wasn't burly, how could he possibly draw such a powerful bow? After confirming again, the staff member's gaze towards Sue suddenly changed. He couldn't help but marvel at how strong this batch of freshmen was. The highest draw weight for warbows currently produced by Red Star Company is 480 pounds, so I recommend you go to the special equipment area. Okay, please lead the way, miss. You're welcome. Sue calculated carefully within 1,000 academic credits, he could directly purchase it. Anything over 1,000 would require careful consideration. In reality, equipment of normal, elite, lord, and below tiers are mass-produced with limited variations in style, differing only in material strength. Similar to his current alloy warbow, the price is quite standard for an awakened. Equipment above normal, elite, lord tiers are either crafted by blacksmiths or obtained through other special channels, each being unique. These equipment provide great improvements for awakened individuals, and their prices are equally impressive. Hello, the archery section is on the 17th floor. The elevator is this way. The elevator doors opened. The space on the 17th floor felt considerably smaller than the floors below, but with fewer equipment on display, it appeared unusually spacious. As you can see, most are star quality, a few are legendary, and, well, there's one epic quality. These warbows came in various styles, with related information displayed on smart screens next to the display stands. He spotted a 50 cm miniature hunting bow in the corner, surprisingly priced in academic credits. After walking around, Sue had given up on the idea of buying. Even the lowest tier star quality warbow cost 9,800 academic credits. He happened to glance at a jet black longbow on a display stand in the center. Abyssal eye gaze, epic quality, no price? The next second, the bow seemed to come alive. A lifelike eyeball materialized out of thin air. Student, yes, this bow is an evil bow. The person who put it here said if anyone can wield it, it's free of charge. Student, those war bows over there are more affordably priced. As the eyes on the abyss eye gaze opened, the staff member's body went cold. If it weren't for work, they would have wanted to leave immediately. After walking a few steps, he noticed Sue was still in front of the display stand and was greatly alarmed. Manager Lin. Chapter 29, I like $0 shopping the most. Do. The hall, not considered crowded, suddenly blared with alarm bells. A special tempered glass suddenly rose from beneath the display stand. A hint of mockery flickered in the agile eyes, which Sue happened to see. This bow is alive? Are you all right, student? A middle-aged man in a suit and tie quickly stepped forward, his face full of panic. Xiao Chen. Look at what you've done. If there's a next time, you'll be fired. The young staff member trembled in fear and quickly retreated. I'm truly sorry, Xiao Chenxi. It's okay, Manager Lin. Is there anything special about this bow? After a moment of hesitation, Manager Lin simply introduced the disturbances this bow had caused. Many students who thought highly of themselves were blinded by the epic war bow that was practically given away for free. In the end, without exception, they fell into a coma. Upon waking, they were dazed, and medical skills and purification skills were all ineffective. An expert once identified it,
clearly stating it was an evil bow. If the wielder cannot gain its approval, they will fall into a possessed state. And it can only be gradually alleviated over time. Student, if you wish to purchase equipment, I can recommend a few suitable options. You mean, if I gain its approval, I can take it without paying? Manager Lin's expression instantly turned grim, and he nodded with difficulty. He. My favorite is shoplifting. Let's not discuss its quality for now. This battle bow, named Abyss I Gaze, is 1.75 meters long and weighs 666 Gene. Its overall color is dark black, appearing smooth, but it actually has intricate patterns. It features an asymmetrical design, with one side resembling clouds and the other wings. The bowstring is thicker compared to other battle bows, woven from 6 extremely fine tendons. It perfectly aligns with Su's aesthetic for bows. And cultivating the 8 yuan body tempering art allows one to visually perceive elements. Around Abyss I Gaze, a large amount of dark elemental energy is gathered. For some reason, Su could sense a lonely soul, yearning to be discovered. Vaguely knowing which part of the bow to grip would feel more comfortable. These sensations that appeared out of nowhere were not illusory. Su chose to trust his instincts. Up to now, regarding enhancements and power-ups, whenever intuition suggested it was the right time, it had never failed. Manager Lin, could you please, let me try it out? After repeated attempts to dissuade him were unsuccessful, Manager Lin had no choice but to have the staff member who had just spoken bring over a contract. After a series of signature verifications, and confirming the surveillance footage was in order, he pressed the button on the remote control. Dealing Do Agile clever eyes opened once more. Manager Lin and a group of staff members were already waiting more than 10 meters away from the display. Manager, I really don't know who would put such a harmful item there. Isn't it obvious it's a trap for people? Having personally witnessed several tragic incidents, including those involving prodigies and top scholars from various provinces and cities, they all dropped out of school after coming into contact with the cursed bow, without exception. Manager, the auxiliary academy personnel will arrive within half an hour. Alright, I hope so. Even though selling the Abyss I Gaze would earn him 30 million, Manager Lin still felt uneasy. Several second and third year students who were selecting equipment nearby heard the commotion and came over. Without exception, they stopped to watch, occasionally whispering amongst themselves. After all, as archers themselves, they were equally covetous of an epic quality battle bow. Of course, they understood the importance of life and future even more. What if one, out of greed, falls prey to the curse and drops out? Wouldn't that be a waste of a top university spot? Whoosh! As their gazes met, a hint of joy could be seen deep within the eye on the bow. Come on. Su gently grasped the Abyss I Gaze. It appeared dark and cold, but actually held a hint of warmth. The eye blinked, as if desperate to engrave that face into its memory. Gently pulling the bowstring, Su exerted his full strength. Zing! Awesome! It didn't fade away gradually, but possessed a special frequency, if one listened closely. A clear, sweet spring appeared before his eyes, gushing from the depths of the dark abyss and winding its way to the endless distance. Awesome! Whoosh! The crowd instantly erupted. The intense gaze shared between Su and the evil bow abyss was undeniably the focal point of all attention. If I had known, I should have tried first. Just wait and see the show. Those few idiots before were pretty much the same, weren't they all passed out before even leaving the building? Buzz! A roar echoed within his body. Dark elements surged into his body, and the 8 elements body tempering technique was activated instantly. In the surging black sea that devoured everything, 7 bright stars spun faster and faster, becoming blurs within moments. From the surging black sea, a water dragon ascended. It was precisely the phenomenon of a dragon absorbing water. In the unbalanced elemental world within his body, the 7 bright stars began to grow at a visible rate. Buzz! What the heck? Feeling the same sensation, Su couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Vast energy spread and surged, unstoppable.
The door to Tier 2 was roughly kicked open. Not only did he enter the hall, but his elemental energy was completely cleansed, and his realm was thoroughly stabilized. His aura suddenly surged, and the onlookers' eyes widened.
He broke through?
Everyone exchanged glances, completely bewildered. Feeling the suddenly stable aura, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle.
Lower Tier 2.
Not just a recent breakthrough, but one where there was no risk of falling back a realm.
This was a solid lower Tier 2. This actually works? Is this fake? The evil Bao can even help people break through? In the crowd,
a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes had a grim expression.
It was Yu Beima, who ranked second in the National Awakening exam. Just a few days ago, he was overjoyed to have broken through to lower Tier 2 and planned to challenge Su before the military training to prove his abilities. His fingers were clenched so tightly they turned white, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. Nothing was more devastating than seeing an opponent break through right before his eyes. If there was, it would be breaking through to a higher level than himself. Yu Beima couldn't understand this problem. He couldn't solve it. Just by holding some broken Bao, he could break through? Manager Lin, I remember we have a trial area, right?
Ah, yes, I'll arrange it right away. Nodding vigorously, he scurried away behind him.
A moment later, in the trial area of the equipment zone, Su stood in the center, holding the Abyss Eye Gaze. With technology at its core, the trial area was designed to help awakened individuals better understand the performance of their equipment, with everything controlled by the user. The stands surrounding the area were densely packed with students and teachers who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Their faces were filled with hesitation. After all, tests involving the evil Bao had a long history at UNMA University, with countless individuals having failed. These were all prodigies and elites from all over the country, yet they all fell before the Abyss Eye Gaze, ending their endeavors in obscurity. Could the national top scorer truly be that extraordinary? At this time,
a commotion suddenly erupted in the stands. A middle-aged man with a stern face appeared, followed by a heroic and extraordinary woman. Sun Biwei, with his excellent eyesight, slapped Yang Yunfeng hard and shouted loudly.
It's Yi Xiu, it's Yi Xiu. My goodness! Has this situation even alarmed the dean and vice dean of the academy? This is going to be big. I'm so envious of him.
At this critical time of the freshman military training, how to make an impression on the dean, vice dean, and renowned teachers was something every freshman had pondered to some extent.
Su, you've really made a big splash this time.
I think so too.
Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng's faces were filled with envy.
The atmosphere at the scene reached a climax with the appearance of Yi Xiu and Vice President Xie Ajin.
President Yi, Vice President Xie. Hello, Manager Lin.
The two of us came to talk to your general manager.
We just heard about it and dropped by. No need to be nervous.
Yes.
Manager Lin was extremely deferential. We can begin. The second the target appeared, it was destroyed. Test finished, time 0.08 seconds.
Except for a few teachers and students with sufficient cultivation who could see clearly, in the eyes of others, Su seemed to be standing still.
Yu Beima trembled uncontrollably. He hadn't seen anything. But the target was undoubtedly destroyed because of Su.
What truly made him despair wasn't this.
He was actually feeling fear now. It shouldn't be this big of a difference.
Yi Xiu lightly stroked his mustache, his words revealing great satisfaction.
Not bad.
This child is quite good. It seems the Abyss Eye Gaze has accepted him.
Xie Ajin nodded but said nothing. What an interesting young fellow. Chapter 30, sorry. Please let me refuse. Zing, zing, zing. 3 arrows were shot consecutively, accurately hitting the bullseye. Su marveled at the Abyss Eye Gaze again, clicking his tongue in amazement.
This feeling, this touch, is the most mystical thing. Archery proficiency at the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms should not be affected by the bow itself. One should be able to master it immediately.
The abyss eye gaze, however, was an exception. If one were to describe it, it would be smooth. Extremely smooth.
The right hand gripping the bow felt as if it were caressing a slender, smooth willow waist, allowing for a smooth experience with every shot. In short, it felt incredibly smooth and satisfying. Her big eyes blinked continuously, curiously observing the young man before her.
"It's you!"
Her large eyes blinked a couple of times, seemingly in complete agreement with Sue's statement.
"Manager Lin, it belongs to me now, right?"
Yes. I was disrespectful earlier." Rubbing his hands non-stop, Manager Lin leaned forward slightly, a stark contrast to how he appeared upon their first meeting.
"This might take a little more of your time as we need to process some paperwork. Your friend can wait in the VIP lounge in the meantime. How does that sound?"
Sue, accompanied by Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng, followed Manager Lin to the VIP room. After a few words, they went with the manager to the adjacent room.
The next second,
the meticulously made up and gracefully poised staff smiled as they served the two of them cold drinks, fruits, and pastries.
"We're really benefiting from Brother Luo's influence today."
Sun Biwei heard from the senior student who welcomed newcomers that one must have a single transaction of over 50,000 credit points to enter the VIP room of the supply building.
Beside him, Yang Yunfeng was wolfing down snacks. "Damn it! Leave some for me."
Su carefully read through the agreement and then, with a flourish of his brush, signed his name with 2 bold strokes.
"I truly don't know what to say. Youth is indeed remarkable."
Manager Lin turned, picked up a tablet computer to register the information, and upgraded Su to a premium member of the supply building.
"From now on, all purchases will be 15% off."
He picked up the abyss eye and gazed intently, immediately sensing a kind of sorrowful emotion.
Since leaving the experience area, he could clearly understand the abyss eye's emotions, which astonished him greatly. Are all epic quality equipment like this? He intended to put it into his storage ring, but the abyss eye emitted a sound like a soft whimper, so he had to abandon the idea for the time being. After all, it was a brand new epic grade equipment, and the description board provided no information about its material or special effects. This means that the special effects of the abyss eye would have to be discovered through his own exploration. 2 people entered from outside the door. Su recognized the middle-aged man with a mustache as Dean Yishio of the Combat Academy. The woman beside him was dressed casually, her expression stern. The moment their eyes met, Su felt as if he had been instantly seen through. "Dean Yi, hello. Let me introduce you, this is Professor Xia Aozhen, the Vice Dean of our Academy." "Professor Xia, hello." Not understanding why these 2 influential figures had suddenly appeared, Yishio stroked his mustache and immediately asked, "Student Su, you are very good. I'll be direct. Will you be my disciple?" Manager Lin's eyelids twitched. He didn't dare to breathe loudly.
Although he had anticipated something, hearing Yishio's words was still hard to believe.
That was the dean of the Combat Academy.
He had worked at the supply building for 15 years and had never heard of a freshman being personally asked by Yishio. At Yuanma University, a top institution gathering geniuses from all over the country, this was undoubtedly an enviable honor.
"What do you say?"
"If you become my disciple, you will not only learn archery, but I can also teach you combat skills with other weapons."
Xia Aozhen subconsciously glanced to the side.
In her memory, Yishio usually only asked a few words when meeting students he favored. This was the first time he had spoken so much. Her gaze was completely captivated by the abyss eye in Sue's hand.
Especially those large, intelligent eyes.
Although it wasn't the first time she had met its gaze.
This time, it was completely different. Deep within its eyes, there was a glimmer of hope.
She couldn't help but look Sue up and down, a hint of doubt arising in her heart.
What exactly had this young man done to the abyss eye?
"My apologies, Dean Yi, but please allow me to decline."
Su bowed respectfully.
An invisible pressure suddenly surged towards him.
Whoosh!
Su's expression remained unchanged, his eyes shining like stars. Manager Lin beside him looked up in astonishment, wondering if he had misheard.
Do you know who you just refused, you brat? It's like throwing away a bright future with a loud smack. Can you tell me why?
His handlebar mustache twitched slightly. Yi Xiu quickly realized he had lost his composure and looked at Su with a newfound appreciation. I have already apprenticed myself to Main Yanxue. If I were to apprentice myself to you as well, it would be disrespectful to both you and my teacher.
I apologize, I hope you can understand. Since that's the case. I understand.
In terms of archery skills, she is indeed stronger than me. However, what I said earlier still stands.
If you suddenly change your mind, you can contact me. Xia Ao couldn't help but look at Su with newfound respect.
In terms of status and power, Yi Xiu was far superior to Main Yanxue. Having served as dean for many years, he had extensive connections and countless disciples. Becoming his student could save at least 20 years of struggle. As the two left one after another, Manager Lin collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. He was just a C-class talent awakened, and after Yi Xiu's move just now, he was almost suffocated. It was hard to imagine how Su could remain unshaken under such immense pressure. As expected, mortals cannot comprehend the world of geniuses. With a sigh in his heart, Manager Lin took out a handkerchief to wipe himself and respectfully led Su back to the adjacent room. The three of them left the supply building together and were walking on a tree-lined path. Sun Biwei twirled his nunchucks, occasionally grunting hoo-ha, while Su and Yang Yunfeng deliberately kept a considerable distance from him. Little girl, it's 41.6 in total, but let's just make it 40. Stepping out of the taxi, the grand and spacious main entrance of the school came into view. It could accommodate over a dozen cars passing through simultaneously. For characters, Yuan Mo University, were inscribed on the gate in cursive script. A gust of wind blew past. Her white skirt swayed like an immortal's, her silver hair flowing. The passing male students all showed looks of amazement. Some even exclaimed in admiration at the beautiful sight, forgetting their girlfriends were beside them, leading to immediate arguments. Yuanma University, we've finally arrived. I had called you Rue earlier, asking her to meet me under the flagpole. Which way is the flagpole? Hello there, student. In front of me stood a young man with a simple, honest face, wearing normal, elite, lord attire. He was constantly scratching the back of his head with his left hand, while nervously twisting the hem of his shirt with his right. Are you here to register? Not far away. Several fashionably dressed young men and women couldn't help but chuckle. The young man grew even more embarrassed. Student, could you please lead me to the flagpole? Go where to do what? No problem, right this way. As if granted amnesty, the young man began introducing the basic situation of the university as they walked. Those who had been laughing earlier immediately lost their composure. Especially a few of the guys, who let out exclamations of disbelief. I had planned to find something fun to entertain myself. If I had known it would be so easy to interact with a dreamy-looking freshman like her, I wouldn't have let that awkward guy, who can barely speak to girls, go. I followed the two of them. Hearing the girl curiously asking questions and occasionally exclaiming in surprise, several guys felt an intense pang of regret. They had let a golden opportunity slip through their fingers. They wanted to watch a clown show, only to become the clowns themselves. As soon as the two arrived at the flagpole, Yu Rui rushed over. Nianxue, you're finally here. I've missed you so much. The sudden scene left the young man bewildered, while the boys and girls behind them were stunned. Yu Rui was practically a household name at Yuanma University, not to mention they were in charge of the welcoming committee. Teacher Yu, this. Allow me to introduce myself. Her voice was like a lark in the forest, clear and pleasant. My name is Main Yanxue, and I'm also a newly hired freshman archery instructor in the Combat Academy this semester. Student, thank you for showing me the way just now. As she spoke, she extended her right hand. The young man's eyes widened. He wiped his left hand on his clothes several times before hesitantly reaching out to shake hers.
It's a pleasure to meet you. She broke into a smile. At this moment,
the young man felt he could die for her. As Mei Nianxue and Yu Yu Rui's figures receded into the distance, the previous group of people walked forward. I recall, the instructor for the freshman archery class this semester is the archery saint, Mei Nianxue, correct?
Goosebumps instantly covered everyone's bodies. Chapter 31. Did I accidentally get a female bow? Gently placed the abyss eye gaze vertically on the sofa.
Su emptied the storage ring, organizing all tools, materials, and various medicines.
The military training will begin in another day.
So far, there has been no related notification, suggesting a surprise attack is likely. Memorize the items and their quantities in the storage ring.
A habit developed while moving bricks, clearing the backpack and memorizing quantities.
The abyss eye gaze curiously surveyed everything in the room, finally settling on the young man who had brought it out of the boring supply building.
Had a video call with Ching and Miao. Miao's bakery was preparing for expansion, while Chang was renovating the breakfast shop inside and out.
Told them about the upcoming military training and explained that he might be out of contact for a while, so they shouldn't worry.
Xing couldn't help but repeatedly remind him.
After hanging up the video call, Su picked up the abyss eye gaze and left the dorm. The campus at 6 in the evening was the most crowded time of the day. The spacious road was filled with all sorts of sports cars. These luxury cars, often costing millions, might represent the end goal for normal, elite, and lord individuals for their entire lives.
For the awakened, it doesn't even count as a starting point.
Fasten your helmets. The roar of the Augusta motorcycle's engine drew many eyes.
Less than 10 minutes.
The brightly lit training hall appeared before him, with students entering and exiting ceaselessly.
The abyss eye gaze was of epic quality. It couldn't possibly only have the ultimate smoothness feature. To unleash its true power, a thorough understanding was essential.
An archery training room was activated. Sensing the student information within the badge, the room suddenly brightened. The scene was set to the ocean, and the surroundings instantly transformed.
Positioned on a small boat, the fresh sea breeze and the rocking waves were identical to reality. A huge dark shadow suddenly appeared beneath the sea surface.
The moment a thick, crimson tentacle pierced the surface of the sea, Su drew his bow and fired, not using any elemental enchantment. The tentacle, about a meter in diameter, was severed with a single shot and retreated back into the sea. The cut was clean, as if sliced in half by a razor-sharp weapon.
Several subsequent arrows met the same fate.
Su moved closer to examine, his agile eyes darting around from side to side. Each time before a tentacle could emerge from the water, and before the stargazer's eyes could detect any shadow, his eyes would already be moving.
And sure enough, a tentacle would then surge out of the water.
The arrows shot from the abyss eye gaze, though appearing to only have arrowheads, actually possessed invisible sharp edges. The effective range was approximately 1 meter to either side.
In other words, even if the arrow missed its direct target, the damage would still be inflicted. And this was with normal, elite, and lord shots without any elemental enhancement.
As for that agile, large eye, it could indeed prove to be quite useful in certain situations. Switching back from the abyss eye gaze to the alloy warbow, after firing just one shot, he put it back into his storage ring.
A comparison between the two bows. One in the heavens, the other on the ground.
After practicing with the abyss eye gaze for another 2 hours, completely immersed in the seamless experience, he lost track of time. Su felt the pleasure emanating from the abyss eye gaze, and the corners of his mouth turned up even further.
He emerged from the training facility drenched in sweat. His phone vibrated, and when Su answered, he heard Yu Yuer's sweet voice. Upon learning that Mei Nianxue had arrived at Yuan Mo University, he immediately asked for her location and drove over. Following the location provided by Yu Yuer, it took nearly half an hour navigating the congested roads. The destination was a very niche private dining restaurant, Hong Wang Gu.
Mei Nianxue was dressed in a floral print dress, her long silver hair tied up with a sapphire blue ribbon, looking stunningly beautiful.
Across from her, Yu Yuer wore a cute duck print t-shirt. Anyone passing by the window would inevitably turn their heads, their eyes filled with admiration for the creator.
The scenery created by the two women together was far more than the sum of its parts.
Seeing Mei Nianxue again, Su could not hide his joy. Teacher.
Alright, don't put on a show of teacher-student affection in front of me.
Teacher-student affection. Don't talk nonsense.
Yu Yuer picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in Mei Nianshua's bowl, her favorite dish, with a playful smirk.
Teacher-student affection, what's wrong with that? Nothing's wrong.
Mei Nianshua quickly lowered her head to eat the braised pork, her other hand subtly reaching towards her ear. As a welcome banquet for Mei Nianshua, the dishes on the table were all her favorites. Afterward, Yu Yuer brought out a large bucket of lollipops, and a hint of joy flickered across Mei Nianshua's usually indifferent face. It was already 9:30 p.m. by the time they finished eating. Yu Yuer went to the parking lot to get the car. Mei Nianshua sized up Su, her gaze falling on the abyss I gaze on his back. Perhaps due to fatigue from too many shots, or for some other reason. The agile large eye was completely closed.
This bow. He recounted the day's events to Mei Nianxue.
She immediately snatched the bow from Su's back, and only after confirming that the abyss I gaze was harmless did she reluctantly return it. Meeting the young man's gentle smile, her earlobes instantly turned red.
It's not like she was concerned about him.
She was merely fulfilling her responsibilities as a teacher. Under the soft moonlight, Mei Nianshua's pretty face was slightly flushed.
Teacher, have you had too much to drink? Sister Nianxue, we might be in a bit of trouble tonight. The sports car had just barely enough fuel left to get back to the faculty dormitory.
Seeing Su's cool motorcycle, Yu Yorui's eyes darted around, and she immediately thought of a solution.
But, isn't this overloading? You don't want us two weak women to go home alone late at night, right? This is a rare opportunity to show respect for our teachers. You don't have terrible skills, do you? Men are always immune to failure. With his helmet on, the already small space felt cramped, but thankfully, Mei Nianxue wasn't a big woman.
Yu Yorui, like a slippery loach, instantly burrowed into Su's arms.
See, I told you I could do it, right? Nianxue and I are both very slim. Mei Nianxue was flustered.
Seeing Yu Yorui held securely in his arms, she felt like she'd been totally tricked.
Let's go. Teacher, sit tight. The engine roared.
As if on cue, a small stone on the road caused the motorcycle to lurch violently. Mei Nianxue, bracing for impact, instantly wrapped her arms around Su.
An indescribable scent filled his nostrils. Mei Nianxue finally understood what the manly scent described in books was all about. Ah! Su, how come I never realized you were so cunning before? I didn't.
Ha, no need to explain, explaining is just denying. Su sighed and slowly increased their speed.
Ha ha ha. Nianxue, is this your first time on a motorcycle? Isn't the wind exhilarating?
Around 10 p.m., the campus gates were just starting to liven up with students enjoying their nightlife.
Bro, listen to me, when you buy a car, get a sports car.
If you drive that out, you'll have girls flocking to you, and you're not short on cash. Plus, taking a girl out in your own little world, hee hee.
The guy in the passenger seat was still contemplating.
As luck would have it, the light turned red, and a black motorcycle pulled up beside them.
Hey, bro, what are you looking at? Holy crap!
The driver's jaw dropped, wide enough to swallow a sun-ripened fruit. What they were seeing perfectly illustrated the phrase, caught between a rock and a hard place. Every acceleration and brake of the motorcycle promised to be an unparalleled, marvelous experience. The key was the two women with their heads buried, whose figures and auras alone suggested they were at least a 9.5.
Green light. The motorcycle sped off into the campus, disappearing into the night. So, what do you think now? Bro, let's go buy motorcycles tomorrow.
After dropping off the two blushing girls at their respective homes, Su returned to his dorm, placed the abyssal gaze on the sofa, and headed straight for the bathroom to strip down. Splash, splash, splash. The abyssal gaze opened its eyes, surveying the room once more. Its gaze shifted back, and a stunningly beautiful body filled its vision.
So big. Its eyeballs, bloodshot, as if it had seen something foul, instantly slammed shut, never daring to open again. This scene. Sue happened to see it. Did I just bring back a mama bear? Chapter 32, Military Training Begins. Sue is a cunning man? Night. The alarms in the freshman's villa complex blared. Military training begins. All freshmen must gather at the East Sports Field within half an hour. Special reminder. Tardiness will result in a deduction of 10 points from your total military training score. Sue and the other two were typical night owls, so they quickly got dressed and left. Under the night sky, the sports field was illuminated by dozens of spotlights, making it seem like daytime. Many disheveled men and women couldn't help but complain. Sunbeway looked around, searching for a genuinely natural beauty. As the time announced in the notice arrived, all 4 gates of the East Sports Field were sealed. The supervising teachers meticulously registered the information of any late students. Beneath the national flag platform, Yishio, dean of the Combat Academy, stood solemnly, his voice echoing across the entire field. You will all be the core strength of our nation in fighting otherworlders and feral beasts, embodying strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. The standards for military training are the standards of a soldier. The military training for UNMY University's freshmen officially begins. Young faces were filled with bewilderment, while many also sported smug smiles. Everyone will parachute in via helicopter. The military training concludes when you enter the core area and complete information registration. 7 days in total. Whoosh! It was only then that the new students noticed at least 200 giant helicopters on the tarmac outside the sports field. Sue listened carefully as Yi Xiu explained the special rules. During this military training, some second-year students would act as hunters, targeting freshmen to snatch their identity badges. Once their badge was taken, it meant failure in the training and immediate elimination. What if I managed to defeat a senior instead? The sudden voice voiced the doubts on many people's minds. We welcome active resistance from all of you. For every identity badge from a second-year student that a freshman obtains, you will be rewarded with 100 points after the military training, with no upper limit. Before the words even fell, the crowd erupted. The highest monthly credit points were only 900, meaning that by defeating just 9 seniors during the military training, one could immediately earn a whole month's worth of maximum credits. The resources of a top university are truly astounding. Sue marveled inwardly, determined not to miss this opportunity to earn credits. Credits were equivalent to money, and one could never have too much. The freshmen who had gained admission to this prestigious institution all possessed their own pride, and each one was eager to test their mettle. Following the crowd onto the helicopter, the military training supplies included parachute packs, distress buttons, and devices resembling combat power detectors. Upon putting them on and activating them, one could clearly see the training rules and the terrain map. The large red dot at the core was the destination for this military training. At the crack of dawn, the helicopter flew over a primeval forest. This area was once a hunting ground for feral beasts. After all the feral beasts were hunted, it became completely safe. The cabin door opened, and Sue leaped out. Beep beep beep, the current distance to the core area is approximately 1,000 kilometers. His eyes gleamed with starlight, and 3 figures hiding 600 meters away were revealed. Whoosh! Silence reigned all around. Sue was now a hunter concealed in the darkness, the bowstring recoiling without a sound. The arrowhead carried no transparent blade. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. Silent shooting. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled groans, all hits. The 3 individuals who had been lying in ambush, waiting for prey to fall into their trap, never imagined that they had already become Sue's prey. A dark figure descended from the sky, snatching the identity badges in an instant. Thanks. Holy crap! What was that just now? Damn it, we got ambushed by a freshman. As the 3 tried to give chase, blood gushed from their shot thighs. Resigned, they pressed their distress buttons. Meanwhile, Inside the rescue tent at the core area,
a distress signal appeared on the screen, and the student union president of the auxiliary college directed the rescue team to the scene.
This batch of freshmen isn't too great. Injured in less than half an hour right at the start. Hope those few of them don't go too overboard. If it weren't for participating in the student union, I would have loved to go too. Successfully hunting one hunter is worth 50 credits, a great deal.
The student union members from the battle school spread their hands helplessly, full of envy.
Don't just look at them having an extra year of university. They are all warriors who have been tested by fire and blood, fundamentally different from those green recruits. By their estimation, each of them would get at least 500 credit points. About an hour. The rescue team returned, accompanied by 3 embarrassed-looking boys. Ma Chang? Dong Shang? What's going on? Xian Lin, where are your identity badges? Don't tell me the 3 of you, who are at the Tier 2 intermediate level, were taken down by a freshman. The 3 exchanged glances and sighed in unison.
The student council members who recognized the 3 were greatly surprised.
They never expected that the first to be eliminated would be the senior sophomores.
When Yi Xiu and the others appeared, confusion flashed across their faces.
After listening to what the 3 said, all the teachers present couldn't help but gasp, except for Mei Nianxue. Exchanging a look with Xiao, seeing the hesitation in each other's eyes, they became even more certain. Sigh. If it's really Su.
Yi Xiu looked at Mei Nianxue with envy.
In the primeval forest, the roots of the trees were intertwined, and the branches crisscrossed, becoming even more complex in the dark night.
The freshmen chose to wait for dawn in place, and also to find other freshmen nearby to team up with.
All of this was not a problem at all for Su, who had night vision abilities. Instead, they traveled more than 10 miles under the cover of night. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Aiming in the right direction, Su moved flexibly, leaping between thick tree trunks.
Whenever they encountered senior students lying in wait, Su would casually shoot an arrow, taking the 100 bonus points that were delivered right to them. The rescue team at the command center in the core area was going crazy. They had barely settled back in before distress signals would come in. Eventually, they started wearing real-time headphones. All the injuries were identical, each was shot in the thigh with an arrow, rendering them unable to move. At dawn, the outside of the rescue tent was filled with sophomore students eating boxed meals. There were both males and females, a total of 34 of them. Sunlight shone on their dejected faces, creating a peculiar picture. The happiest were actually Ma Chang and Dong Shang, who were savoring their breakfast. Every time a new victim appeared, the smile on their faces grew wider. They wished all 300 students would be eliminated. After dawn, the primeval forest had alternating light and shadow, which severely affected visibility. Su had long forgotten how many identity badges he had collected. With a bow on his back, he took out 2 strawberry-flavored energy bars. He had prepared these food items a full day in advance. The abyssai bao in his hand exuded a sense of joy. Su didn't understand why he could feel the bao's emotions, nor could he comprehend why the bao had emotions. However, the shooting experience was fantastic. Smooth and fluid. After one shot, he couldn't resist wanting to shoot again. And the most crucial point is that the shooting with the transparent blade is not a passive skill, but can be adjusted according to the actual situation. As he was thinking, a shadow shot into his chest like a cannonball. Had. Archers getting up close, 50 points acquired. His left fist changed in an instant, as dark as jade. Black jade Zhong rock. With a punch, the man's mouth twitched. How dare you exchange blows with me, a reinforcement talent user, you're overestimating yourself. Crack. Dislocated arm. Remember, when Su was a Tier 1 upper, he could still break giant trees in half. Now that he has advanced to Tier 2, his power has increased by more than double. The woman grimaced in pain. Seeing that Su was about to strike again, she quickly pulled off her identification badge and surrendered. What a scam! Pretending to be an archer with a bow and arrow, you sly dog. Chapter 33, Identification Badge Collection Ceremony. Old Yon, why do I feel something's a bit off? I think it's perfectly normal. Didn't they say there were 300 senior students from the second year? It's been 2 days, and we haven't bumped into a single one of them. Yang Yunfeng scratched his head, also sensing something was amiss. Isn't this a good thing? We'll reach the core area faster, and maybe it'll be easier to find a master to study under. Raising his eyebrows, Sun Biwei glanced at his burly roommate. No wonder the forums say that big guys have big brains. The two no longer hesitated, picking up their pace. Inside the core area, Yi Shou walked out of the command post and couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. 40 to 50 second-year students were sitting listlessly by the wall, basking in the sun, chatting about life and dreams. Who would have thought that all these people were eliminated by the same person? And the one who eliminated them was a freshman who had just enrolled. Can an archer really be this powerful? Yi Shou instinctively twirled his mustache, unable to figure it out. There are approximately 800 meters remaining to the core area. Please proceed with caution. Pushing through layers of branches, Su landed steadily. In an instant, he became the center of attention, carrying a bow on his back and arrows in his quiver. Only 3 days have passed since the start of military training, and someone has already reached the core area. The teacher in charge of guarding the device quickly took the identification badge, and several lines of text suddenly appeared on the screen. Name, Su. Military training rank, 1. Total time, 75 hours 45 minutes 23.44 seconds. The entrance of the command post was crowded with teachers. Mei Nianshue's lips curved upward almost imperceptibly. The handsome young man standing in the sunlight was her student. Oh, it's him. He's a reinforcement talent user, but he pretended to be a ranged attacker with a bow and arrow, the sly dog. The girl who had been tricked earlier pointed at Su and shouted. Her friends around her didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and there was a hint of something else in their eyes as they looked at Su. Not only was he exceptionally skilled, but he was also a junior. Most importantly, his looks were truly captivating. If it weren't for the fact that it was still during military training, several girls would have probably tried to recommend themselves. As for being shot by an arrow, I was mentally prepared from the moment I decided to join as a hunter. Congratulations, Su. You can head to the lounge to eat and rest. Teacher, I was wondering if I can still participate in military training after registration ends? Continue military training? Everyone was stunned. Especially the sophomores. Why would anyone be reluctant to end military training? Are they crazy? There is no precedent for this, and the rules don't explicitly forbid it. In theory, it should be possible. Thank you, teacher. Su dove back into the Genshin original forest, his figure disappearing. E=Osai, played too much. He clearly intended to exploit UNMA University for all it's worth. Although it skirted the rules a bit. I like it. Returning to the command center, Mei Nianxue somewhat anticipated Su's next appearance. Hey, didn't he still have our identity badges? Damn it. I forgot to get them back. Damn. Don't we have to wait until military training ends? That'd be like public humiliation then? The sophomores wailed. As long as I can keep participating. 100 credits per shot. 100. 100. 100. He took out an energy bar from his storage ring to replenish his stamina, his eyes filled with a frenzied look. Rules, are they important? Rules are meant to be broken. An arrow shot out, and screams echoed through the forest. He took off his identity badge and left. Su, with an energy bar in his mouth, searched for his next opponent. 300 sophomores, that means 300 heads. 100 credits per head. If you hit them, you profit. Humph. What sophomore hunter, they probably made that up just to scare people. This trick is nothing new. With the desire for victory burning in his eyes, Yubema quickened his pace and rushed into the core area. Pure combat power has never been the sole criterion for judging an awakens excellence.
Ubema found a new path to prove himself during military training. To be the first to reach the core area, he rested and conserved energy on the first night, and since then, he hasn't rested, all for this moment.
Why are there so many students? Though filled with doubt, Ubema activated the device immediately. Whoosh! Sue, let me see how you damn it.
Ubema, who had always maintained a gentle and refined image, finally couldn't help but curse. Why, despite his best efforts, was he still a full day behind Sue? As time passed, more and more freshmen arrived at the core area to activate the devices. Everyone's faces were beaming with happy smiles. What was expected to be a tough victory turned out to be completely effortless, more like a race than a competition. Of course. There were also a few unlucky souls who encountered hunters, returning dejected, lamenting the unfairness of fate and their misfortune in life. The seventh day of military training concluded. All freshmen are in the core area, with a pass rate of 95.4%, setting a new record for UNMO University since its establishment.
Look, it's Su Qingya. And my roommate Han Shang.
Scattered second-year students gradually emerged from the primeval forest, only to be greeted by the earth-shattering and joyous cheers and applause from their companions.
The welcome scene, reminiscent of heroes returning home, left many freshmen bewildered. Shouldn't this kind of welcome be for them, having completed their military training? A figure emerged from the primeval forest, holding a pitch-black longbow, with a quiver on his back. Energetic and with a ruddy complexion. Brother Luo, you're finally out.
Sun Biwei had already heard about Su Mu's glorious achievements from a senior in the second year. He could only admire his roommate, who had turned the tables on the hunter and the prey.
Brother Luo, how many did you get?
I don't know. Several students from the second year stepped forward, mustering the courage to ask Su to return their identity badges. Opening the storage ring, the identity badges poured out and formed a small mountain. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Sun Biwei gasped and gave a thumbs up.
Brother Luo, I don't admire anyone in this life except you. Really, if I were a woman, I'd definitely marry you. No way.
The teacher in charge of the monitoring device quickly called the students forward to count. Students from the second year, please remain calm. We will return them to you as soon as we have the exact number. The military training celebration instantly turned into an identity badge distribution ceremony. Ubema gritted his teeth, tightly clutching the 4 identity badges in his hand. He thought it would be the icing on the cake, but it wasn't even enough to provide warmth in the snow.
A moment later, all identity badges have been distributed.
The 4 of them scratched their heads, wondering where their identity badges had gone.
They're with me. Oh, right, we were defeated. I remember now. We were actually defeated by you. Alas. Forget it, I can't slack off this semester. Buzz. The world went black for a moment, and Ubema almost vomited blood. Damn it. Why did this happen? Chapter 34, Credit Redemption. Dual Element Cultivation. Din Yi, Vice Dean Xia, that's a total of 213 pieces. This sentence was like a bombshell.
Yi Xiao, usually steady, instinctively touched his mustache.
Xia Aojin next to him craned his neck forward, completely stunned. All the students gasped and couldn't help but look at the figure. To change the rules of the game single-handedly and also make a fortune, such a person can only be described as a prodigy. Listening to the successive exclamations, the reporting teacher could only smile wryly. He knew this would be the outcome.
Yi Xiao directly fulfilled his promise, using his highest authority to increase academic credits on the spot. Envious and jealous eyes were cast from all directions, and Su once again became the focus of the entire venue. You must know that at UNMO University, academic credits can be used to purchase equipment and materials, and can also be used to upgrade one's library level and learn higher tier skills. They are essential for the path to becoming stronger. Su now has over 20,000 credits and can receive the highest tier of credits every month.
It's foreseeable that his academic life for the next year will be extremely comfortable.
Congratulations everyone, this military training has come to a successful conclusion. And you have also successfully broken the military training records of all previous years, becoming the freshman class with the highest completion rate. The scene was immediately filled with earth-shattering cheers from the freshmen. Ubema stood at the end of the crowd, his expression grim. That figure, once the center of everyone's attention, had become an unforgettable nightmare.
In contrast, the sophomores looked displeased.
They had become the most unsuccessful and disgraced batch of sophomores, nearly wiped out by the freshmen.
Next,
Yi Xiu announced the school's military training commendations. As the first freshman to reach the core area and break the school's all-time military training record, Su's reward was S-level access to the Zixia Tower.
The sophomores instantly lost their composure, their eyes filled with intense jealousy.
The Zixia Tower is the library of UNMI University, used to store awakened skills and techniques, essentially a massive and rich skill repository. For students to learn new skills, they need the corresponding access level. S-level access allows unlimited browsing of S-level and below-quality skill books in the Zixia Tower. Under normal circumstances, to reach S-level, in addition to vast amounts of academic credits, one must also achieve excellent results in competitions and activities organized by the school.
A direct reward like this was unprecedented.
Mei Nianxue watched the young man on the field, nodding slightly. The 7-day military training concluded, and the next step was to divide each awakened into departments.
In reality,
talents vary from person to person. A talent that appears to be auxiliary might lean more towards combat depending on the awakened, and vice versa. Through military training, each freshman is evaluated to determine a more suitable development direction.
Soon, Su looked at his departmental division form.
After evaluation, he was determined to be in the combat academy, with two options appearing under the department: weaponry and elemental. With a grand sweep of his pen, he checked both boxes.
Children make choices, adults want it all.
University life quietly began after the departmental divisions.
The daily study and life at UNMI University were quite similar to the university life remembered, sometimes leisurely, sometimes busy.
There are also quite a few rankings and competition events, but these are still somewhat unfamiliar to the freshmen who have just begun their studies. Not long after the military training ended, professors and teachers proactively contacted students they were interested in. Many students have volunteered themselves, and there are a handful of successful ones. Waking up early for a run, then after breakfast, begins a day of training. Each student can arrange their time freely, while also taking courses in both the weaponry and elemental systems, making their schedules even tighter.
As a freshman archery instructor, Mei Nianxue teaches 4 classes a week.
She appears cold and indifferent, but her lectures are well organized and coherent, packed with valuable content. Coupled with her striking beauty, her class quickly became one of the most popular on campus. Every class is held in the largest tiered lecture hall, attracting not only freshmen but also students from the 2nd and 3rd years.
As per Mei Nianxue's requirements, attendance was mandatory for her classes, with no exceptions for leave. She always chose a seat in the front row for every class. Whenever Mei Nianxue entered the classroom, she would subconsciously glance at a specific, familiar seat. Besides regular classes, Su would spend most of his time at the training grounds or cycling to Mei Nianxue's place to glean various shooting techniques. Accustomed to Su's intensive training methods, Mei Nianxue was happy to see her students evolve. She shared numerous shooting techniques across the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms for Su to explore and try. All instructors and professors in the weaponry department have mastered at least one weapon to the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms. Su was amazed by the depth of UNMI University's resources.
With his prior experience of being ambushed in the hunting grounds, he decided to learn 2 to 3 more weapon types. After consideration, I decided to learn spear fighting and hand-to-hand combat.
Having made up his mind, Su didn't dally.
The spear instructors and close combat instructors found that after class, a young man would always come forward to ask questions, and they were happy to answer them. On Su's system status panel, the skills of mastering firearms and martial arts quickly appear, displaying levels of novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine. The techniques for elemental courses were not neglected either.
Thanks to the instructor's innovation, the applications of the 8 basic elements were expanded.
Like a diligent ox constantly plowing the field, completely unfazed by fatigue.
Diligently expanding the base to become stronger.
This life was fulfilling yet lonely, with only the abyssal gaze as a companion.
Her big, sparkling eyes witnessed Sue's diligent efforts.
Whenever Sue recalled narrowly surviving the overwhelming beast tide, a sense of crisis would arise. In this world, fate was more fragile and more cruel. One's own destiny should be in one's own hands, along with his mother Chang and sister Miao.
This hard-won family bond was worth protecting with his life. Defending the country had always been a grand theme.
Not seeking greatness in life, but only a clear conscience. The roar of the engine gradually subsided. As he took off his helmet, he happened to see a boy and a girl embracing by the villa entrance.
"Hey! Brother Luo, it's rare to see you back so early."
"Yeah, all my arrangements went smoothly today, so I came back early." Sun Biwei affectionately put his arm around the short-haired girl and enthusiastically introduced Su to her.
"Ah. Hello, I'm Mu Shui."
"Hello, Su." The girl's round, rosy cheeks were flushed with excitement. She had heard Sun Biwei talk about her roommate, Su, before, but she thought he was just bragging at the time. After all, the legendary tale of Su single-handedly hunting down 213 senior students was still being discussed a month after military training ended. Although Mu Shui was in the treatment department of the support college, Su's name was still like thunder to her ears. "We'll treat you both tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. at the Fushan Grand Hotel." Slightly stunned, Su nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to go upstairs, Sun Biwei whistled and happened to see Yang Yunfeng's hand dart back from the girl's shoulder like lightning.
"Hee, I just saw Brother Wei dating and living a good life, so I got one too."
Yang Yunfeng grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. The girl beside him was the petite, clingy type, a perfect match for the burly Yang Yunfeng.
"Nice to meet you." "Good evening. I'm Yao Qiuxing from the strengthening department."
After chatting for a while, Su said goodbye to the four and turned to go upstairs, leaving 2 bewildered couples behind. He had wanted to pull Su along, perhaps even introduce a girl to help his roommate find a partner. There were less than 30 pages left to read in "Where Are the Magical Herbs?" on his desk.
Dating and such.
Su's lips curved slightly. The abyssal gaze widened its eyes, unable to comprehend what kind of existence its holder was.
Was he a blockhead? Ha! Chapter 35, S-Rank Skill. Celestial Arrow Codex.
On the desk, a herbology compendium, almost as thick as a dictionary with over 1,000 pages, had only a few pages left. Novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine wrote characters with free will in a flamboyant style on the blank pages. Stretching, Su walked towards the bathroom. The abyssal gaze had already closed its eyes.
Click.
The bathroom door opened, and familiar footsteps approached from a distance.
Even though its eyes were closed, it couldn't help but peek open a tiny sliver. There wasn't the slightest bit of desire. What a waste to have grown so big, and for nothing. Whoosh! The night sky glittered with stars, and from outside the window, one could hear car horns and the joyful laughter of men and women. In the dormitory, Yang Yunfeng initially lived a life akin to an ascetic monk, just like Su. After military training ended, he gradually adjusted his schedule and routine, and 10 days ago, he publicly announced his return to normalcy. Loneliness.
In the darkness, Su smiled faintly. Just like in his previous life, when he insisted on being a game booster and grinding for a living against everyone's objections, no one agreed. In the end, even those who started in the same profession chose to quit, but Su continued to persevere. 2 years later, he was already a high-quality seller in the industry, having everything except a girlfriend. At class reunions, he was comfortably seated at the main table with his classmates, who were considered winners in life. Loneliness was never a problem.
Awoo.
Sleepiness washed over him, and he drifted off into a deep slumber. Morning runs were a habit Su had always maintained, both in the past and now.
After his run, Su checked the time on his phone. He was 11 seconds faster than his average.
It seemed that he hadn't seen the girl named Zhang Shinro since military training ended.
Su merely thought about it briefly and didn't dwell on it.
By the time the sun rose, he was already standing in front of Mei Nianshue's villa.
There was only one arrangement for today: pass Mei Nianshue's skill test.
In less than a month after military training, he had extracted a total of 4 archery skills from Mei Nianxue. One of them was a skill that could only be comprehended after reaching the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms of archery.
With Mei Nianshue's reminder, having the eye of the mind allowed him to understand and master it more quickly.
It took a full week before he finally turned it into his own skill.
The sun was high in the sky. Crack!
The lollipop in his mouth was crunched. To Mei Nianxue, Su's shooting on the field was also extremely impressive. Staring intently, she subconsciously picked up the lollipop lying on the candy wrapper.
Mei Nianshue's eyes showed approval.
Now she rarely felt surprised by any of Su's achievements. Her heart remained calm. A youth not even 20 years old already possesses archery skills at the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms, which are beyond the reach of ordinary people. In less than a month, he cultivated an S-class technique to the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine levels, and even condensed the black jade zhongrock. Not to mention the skills that she herself struggled to learn, which Su mastered with ease.
Not bad. The transitions between these skills are very smooth. You can go to Zixia Tower later.
Mei Nianxue took a few more licks of the lollipop, the sweetness constantly stimulating her taste buds. It was her favorite.
Really? That's great. Overjoyed, she could finally learn new skills.
After obtaining S-class authority, she had intended to go directly to Zixia Tower, but Mei Nianshue's requirement was to thoroughly integrate and master the existing skills and techniques. Through diligent practice, Su's combat power increased significantly. With the skills integrated, their actual effect and power reached a new height that Su had never imagined. Just as she was about to pick up the lollipop before the test, she found only the wrapper left.
Sigh. How did it disappear? I didn't see any dogs go by just now. The Zixia Tower is located in the central area of UNMI University, right next to the administrative building, and is a recognized sanctuary for all students. It is also the most direct embodiment of the heritage of the 4 top institutions in this Huaxia nation. An ordinary F-grade skill book can be sold at an exorbitant price, let alone a B-grade or a grade 1 of better quality. In August, a rare B-grade skill book of the reinforcement type at the Dragon City auction house even sold for an astronomical price of 200 million. And in Zixia Tower, all skill books are completely free and do not require purchase. As long as you spend credits to upgrade your reading authority, you can use it to read and comprehend. This is one of the meanings of painstakingly going to university. Hello, student. What grade of skill book would you like to consult? With a professional, sweet smile, the female receptionist's voice was very gentle. S rank. Yes, okay. Please present your identification badge. Ding. The female receptionist's pupils suddenly widened. After confirming multiple times, she had to believe that this freshman in front of her actually possessed an S-rank access clearance that many 3rd and 4th year students didn't even have. After seeing Su off, the female receptionist lightly patted her cheeks, relieved. That was close. Almost messed up. This situation clearly indicates a relative of the principal, otherwise how could it be explained? A talented individual with outstanding strength? UNMA University is never short of so-called geniuses. The Purple Cloud Tower houses countless skill books, and dedicated reading rooms are set up for accessing skill books of a rank or higher. Among them, the anthropomorphic intelligent machines were particularly eye-catching. The screen unlocked after verifying the identification badge. I am your intelligence search assistant, classmate Xiao AI. Please select the conditions for the skill book you wish to consult on the screen. Su selected the options one by one as prompted, and information related to S-rank skill books immediately appeared. Meteor shot. Quality, S rank.
Description: expend all your strength to unleash an arrow capable of shattering stars. Requires the learner to be level 6 tier or above. Not recommended for those without formidable strength, agility, constitution, or spirit, as it endangers life.
Sky Arrow Tome. Quality, S rank.
Description: shoot an arrow into the vast sky to summon a dense volley of arrows for concentrated strikes within the area. Requires learner's archery mastery to be no lower than novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine.
Dragon Soul Twin Howl. Quality, S rank.
Introduction: condense the power of dual dragon souls to unleash a devastating arrow, which can cause a deterrence effect to all units within the range of the path. Requires the learner to possess 2 attribute dragon treasures.
Unlike a rank skill books, learning S rank skills and above have prerequisites. For the entire noon, Sue was busy choosing suitable skill books.
7 elemental enchanted arrows and the resulting multi-elemental enchanted arrows are enough to deal with various situations, but unfortunately, there is still a lack of an ultra-large range group damage skill. Although the fire elemental explosion also had an area of effect attack, it was still too small. After pondering for a long time, he gently clicked on the screen.
That's the one. Prompt: do you want to choose Azure Bow Scroll? Yes.
Immediately, the intelligent robot Xiao AI walked into the entrance of the wall behind. After a while, Xiao AI appeared, transforming into a table and chairs. The Azure Bow Scroll was placed on the table. With the experience of learning the 8 elements body tempering art, Sue adjusted the comfort of the table and chairs and began to read carefully.
Time ticked by second by second. Closing the skill book, Sue fell into deep thought. He picked up the Abyss Eye focusing bow and drew the string. A bright flash in his mind. System, activate. After skill, the words Azure Bow Scroll appeared, with realm levels: novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Including the time spent reviewing the skill book, it took about 7 hours. If other awakened knew that Sue had comprehended an S-rank skill to the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine level in such a short period, they would be absolutely stunned. Gurgle gurgle.
Sue remembered he forgot to eat lunch and slapped his forehead, then dashed out the door. It was already 6:30 in the evening. There was a dinner invitation from Sun Biwei in the evening.
Chapter 36, I'm just here to eat.
He rushed out of the purple cloud tower, jumped on his motorcycle, and sped away. It was the peak time for students to get off class and eat, and the main road was crowded with all sorts of vehicles.
Sue chose to drive out of the school gate via the small path outside the teaching building.
As dusk fell, the streetlights on both sides of the road lit up. The tall buildings in the distance twinkled with neon lights, as if it were daytime. Qingbei City is a veritable university town, with 1 top-tier institution, 3 first-class universities, and 3 second-tier universities. These students are all bona fide awakened, the vital strength, agility, constitution, and spirit in the future war against otherworlders and feral beasts. With the demanding training in classes during the day, the deep night provides an excellent cover for tens of thousands of young awakened to release stress and seek pleasure. Moreover, young awakened are not stingy with their money, and Qingbei City's entertainment and service industries are equally developed.
As the motorcycle entered the city center, the roads became exceptionally crowded.
Wearing a leather jacket and pants with a black and red helmet, Sue heard whistles 8 times within 3 intersections.
Liberated female awakened were also seeking excitement to relieve stress under the cover of night.
After parking his motorcycle, he walked quickly into the restaurant lobby. The crystal clock on the wall showed 7:40, 40 minutes later than the scheduled time.
Room 777.
Let me tell you, this summer vacation, I was just recognized by Professor Kong, a 7th-tier sword master, and he took me as his 142nd direct disciple. Do you know that he specifically sets aside half a day a week to guide my training? As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw a young man sitting at the head of the table, dressed maturely, his words full of the seasoned air of a senior addressing a junior. There were 7 people at the table, and the other 6 were all attentively listening to the young man speak.
Oh my, you're finally here. Didn't I say he would be late?
I'm so sorry, everyone, I didn't expect the road to be so jammed.
The four girls in the room couldn't help but their eyes lit up. Su's figure was already full of charm, and his face was also a plus point. Compared to him, the other three seemed rather normal, elite, and lord. The young man at the head of the table raised an eyebrow, a subtle hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. The rule at the table is that latecomers have to drink 3 penalty cups. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng pushed Su into a chair, and 3 glasses of white wine were poured in front of him. Both of them knew that Su usually acted like an ascetic monk, and this was a rare opportunity to relax, so they naturally wouldn't miss it. Is this handsome guy Su? Hello. Nice to meet you. As freshmen, Su's performance during military training was no secret at UNMA University. Now that they saw him in person and he was so good looking, the girls couldn't help but get excited. After a brief introduction, it turned out that Sun Biwei and his girlfriend Mu Shui were celebrating their official relationship tonight, and both of their roommates were present. Yang Yunfeng and Mu Shui's roommates also brought their significant others. The man at the head of the table was named Chu Yunlong, a second-year student at the Combat Academy and a core member of the Snow Wolf Society. Before Su entered the room, he was the absolute core figure. By saying a few things that all second-year students knew, he could immediately gain admiring glances from his juniors, especially the female ones. Chu Yunlong frowned and was about to speak when everyone's focus had already shifted. Brother Luo, I'm not saying this to brag, but with your strength, finding a girlfriend would be a piece of cake, right? Could it be that you already have someone in your heart? Not yet. Su, you don't have a partner yet? Hu Shasha, the only single girl in Mu Shui's dorm, asked in surprise. Realizing her gaffe, she immediately lowered her head, her face flushed. No one can be less gossipy than the girls. Sun Biwei started the conversation, and soon they were all asking Su what kind of girls he liked, and they could help. The waiter brought out several new dishes and rice. Su buried his head in eating, responding to their questions half-heartedly. Leaning against the chair, the abyss-eye focusing Bao closed its large eyes. Women. By the way, you forgot about me treating you to dinner today, didn't you? I was picking out skill books at the Purple Cloud Tower this morning, so I forgot. I really didn't forget. Feeling neglected, Chu Yunlong's interest was piqued. He cleared his throat and once again put on a posture of pontificating. Speaking of skills in the Purple Cloud Tower, you need to upgrade your access level as soon as possible. I'm only a sophomore this year, and I've already reached a rank access. Senior, how many credits are needed to reach a rank? Mu Shui asked. Feeling the gazes of everyone on him, Chu Yunlong tilted his chin up, unable to hide his pride. Around 30,000. His 30,000. That much? Your support academy should be a bit lower, I remember it was around 25,000? The 4 girls were greatly alarmed. Who knows when I'll be able to unlock level a clearance? Actually, as long as you work hard enough, these credits are quite easy to get. Look at me, I worked hard for a whole year, participated in various activities and competitions, and ranked among the top. It's actually quite simple. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng exchanged odd glances, looking at their roommate who was quietly eating. They clearly remembered that Su already had S-Class open authority by the end of the military training. The two were already tired of Chu Yunlong's nagging, but due to his status as a second-year student and a member of the normal, elite, and lord clubs, they couldn't bring themselves to speak up. Junior? Senior, did you call me? His mouth was full of food, and his speech was muffled. The girls couldn't help but chuckle, their nervousness easing a bit. Someone like you would definitely get 900 credits a month. It would be easier for you to upgrade your access level than others. Thank you for your concern, Senior. I don't need it for now. Junior, I'm not trying to lecture you, but being the national top scorer and first in military training is all in the past. You can't be arrogant. The 2 onlookers struggled to contain their laughter. I've already reached S-level access. The room fell silent, with only Su's chewing sounds audible. The food at Fushend is delicious. If my mother and sister visit Qingbei next time, I can invite them to try it. Su didn't notice the stunned expressions of Chu Yunlong and the 4 girls.
Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng were about to burst with suppressed laughter.
I can attest to that. Dean Yi personally announced it right after military training, granting Brother Luo's level access directly. I can vouch for that too. Humph. S-level access is indeed valuable, but it's not something unattainable. Unable to gain an advantage in terms of access level, Chu Yunlong shifted the conversation to club recruitment and classifications, successfully regaining the spotlight. Even Su was listening attentively. It's different from typical university clubs that primarily focus on cultural courses. Awakened university clubs generally have only 2 recruitment requirements. You need to be an awakened and meet the level requirements. New students joining clubs can find other awakened with similar talents to exchange experiences, and also receive help from senior students within the club. Most importantly, clubs periodically organize teams for members to complete medium to large-scale commissions, and the university regularly holds inter-club competitions to broaden avenues for earning credits. As a top institution, Yuanma University has classifications for its clubs. Clubs are rated based on factors like the level of awakened within the club and the number of commissions completed. Clubs reaching a certain score threshold are classified as normal, elite, or lord clubs. Otherwise, they are normal, elite, or lord clubs. Generally, normal, elite, and lord clubs are teeming with powerhouses, and joining one would undoubtedly save considerable time and effort. However, due to their higher level requirements for recruitment, many new students can only reluctantly opt for normal, elite, or lord clubs. The Snow Wolf Club, where Chu Yunlong is a member, is a relatively large normal, elite, or lord club. This year, they plan to take advantage of the recruitment season and aim to become a normal, elite, or lord club by completing several large-scale commissions. All 6 of you are very promising. When club recruitment starts, you can come find me. As a core member, my word carries some weight, and I can pull some strings for you then. Upon hearing this, they all repeatedly expressed their thanks. Su raised an eyebrow slightly and shook his head almost imperceptibly. He had encountered many people like this before. Their words were one thing, but their actions would be entirely different. It was merely to enjoy the admiration of the younger female students at the dinner table. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, Sun Biwei and Mu Shui went to pay the bill. Vice President Jiang, good evening, good evening. At this moment, Chu Yunlong appeared next to a woman with a fawning expression. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, and her beauty was striking. A faint blush of intoxication colored her fair complexion. She wore a black, slit evening gown, revealing glimpses of her shapely, fair legs. Her towering black heels added to her already considerable height. Who are you? Chu Yunlong from the Snow Wolf Club. We met at the club mixer last time. Oh, I remember now. Wait. Su, what are you doing here? Chapter 37, Club Invitation. A shooting showdown. Hearing a familiar voice, Su turned his head. The woman approached gracefully, her slender waist swaying with captivating charm. Were it not for the beauty mark near her eye, he would hardly have recognized the woman with her mature makeup. Jiang Shinro? You still remember me. What are you doing here? My roommates are treating me to a meal. It seems my guess was correct, you are indeed a freshman. Well, club recruitment will be here soon. Would you consider joining our Pioneers Club? Hiss. Everyone's eyes widened. Even the passing waiters seemed to quicken their pace as they left. Thank you, but I'd like to consider it a bit longer. Ah. I see. That's fine too. If you decide you want to join, just let me know. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Shinro's exquisite features, but she quickly masked it. I've been on a business trip recently. I should be back to normal tomorrow morning. With that, she turned to the front desk to pay the bill. Su didn't actually dislike joining organizations like clubs. Previously, for convenience in farming materials and running gold runs, he had also managed several guilds. However, agreeing so readily felt a bit too hasty. This wasn't like a game where you could join or leave as you pleased. There was still some time before club recruitment. After hearing Chu Yunlong's introduction, he planned to learn more. For example, he could ask Yu Yorue. The group was completely bewildered. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng were on the verge of tears.
Their roommate had just refused an invitation from the vice president of one of UNMA University's top 3 normal, elite, or lord clubs. The two exchanged glances, recalling seeing on the campus network that the Pioneers Club had a minimum member requirement of Tier 2 upper. How could they approach Su, who was only Tier 2 lower? More importantly, they seemed quite familiar with each other. It had only been a little over a month since school started, so how did Su know Jiang Shinro? Could Su be related to Yi Xiu? Sigh. Hu Shasha sighed helplessly, completely giving up on pursuing Su. As a fellow woman, she could sense the signals Jiang Shinro was emitting. When the two appeared together, Jiang Shinro was a completely overwhelming force against her. Besides the age advantage, she couldn't find any area where she could outperform Jiang Shinro. Chu Yunlong looked at Su resentfully, completely unable to comprehend everything happening before him. To join the Pioneers Club, he had put in unimaginable effort, going all out to impress Jiang Shinro during the last club mixer. Even then, he hadn't made as strong an impression as a freshman. Now, witnessing someone directly refuse, he felt even more indignant. Damn it! Just you wait. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river do not bully a young man just because he is poor. In front of the restaurant, the 6 people discussed preparing to move on to the next match. After all, the next day was the weekend, and there would be plenty of time to sleep. Then, I'll be heading back. You guys have fun. Okay, I was actually thinking of dragging you along for a massage to relax. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng knew Su's personality best and didn't push further, only lamenting that Su had wasted a perfect opportunity for a base hit. Even Yang Yunfeng, widely considered the most dull-witted, could sense Hu Shasha's overflowing affection for Su. It's believed that if Su shows even a little tenderness, achieving intimacy and a deep connection would be just around the corner. Met Jiang Shinro, dressed in sportswear, for the morning run is scheduled. Afterward, we went to the cafeteria together for breakfast. Shortly after, I received a call from Mei Nianxue, telling me to get to the faculty apartments within half an hour. Teacher, what did you call me here for? Placing the still warm breakfast on the table, Su asked curiously. An awakened with about Tier 3 strength will be coming later. Your goal is to defeat him. Okay. In reality, this wasn't the first time Su had received such a request. As everyone knows, Mei Nianxue, as the only awakened in Huaxia Nation to have mastered archery to the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms, is the ultimate aspiration for every archer. Many students would come to seek mentorship, but after Mei Nianxue rejected them one by one, there were still some stubborn diehards. Then Su would make an appearance. Competing in archery with these stubborn individuals would not only serve as practice but also provide more shooting insights. Before this, he had taken on at least a dozen students who wanted to become his disciple, all of whom were extremely confident in their archery skills. She believed that with her talent, she would definitely be noticed by Mei Nianxue. The outcome was self-evident. Among the archers at Yuan Mo University, Su, a direct disciple of Mei Nianxue, the saint of archery, although a freshman, is currently in the spotlight. Even many students who were defeated by him boasted. In a pure archery duel, no student in the entire Qingbei city could defeat him. The person seeking mentorship this time was a junior student. Seeing Su, she wasn't surprised at all. Instead, her eyes widened in anger, as if she had seen an enemy. Sophomore, Li Yunting, from the weaponry department. I won't be like those people. Do you dare to let me set the topic for today's competition? Su shrugged. The other party was clearly prepared, which only piqued his curiosity further. This time, let's change the way we compete and have a fair duel. Simply put, the two will stand 100 meters apart and remain stationary, with no time limit or limit on the number of arrows. After starting, shoot arrows at the opponent with the same method until you hit them. As the coin landed, Li Yunting shot arrows in succession, the sound of breaking air filling the space. In the blink of an eye,
5 arrows were aimed at 5 different points. He was quite confident in his archery speed. As long as the two were shooting, he would definitely be faster. Stars twinkled in his dark pupils, and 5 arrows were shot out simultaneously. Slap! Slap! The arrows collided, scattering with a clatter. Li Yunting looked incredulous, veins bulging on his forehead. Impossible, you must have cheated. He clearly saw the opponent's shooting speed was slower than his, yet he could discern the arrow's trajectory. Whoosh! The bowstring twangs. Bending the bow and shooting arrows with near madness, the arrows were dense, like locusts. Su swiftly counterattacked upon seeing this. Within the 100-meter space, a storm raged incessantly. Gradually, the intersection of the arrows shifted. In less than 10 minutes, Li Yunting's arm spasmed, his eyes wide with rage. Before him were hundreds of arrows, enough to turn him into a porcupine. All the arrowheads deflected half a meter in front of him, embedding themselves into the ground, as if Li Yunting had parted the arrow rain with his bare body. I lost. Every archer recognized this skill, which could slightly alter the direction and trajectory of an arrow. A class skill, heart intent arrow. It was the first time he had seen someone like Su change the trajectory of hundreds of arrows in an instant. In awe, Li Yunting was completely convinced. Dejectedly returning to the headquarters of the Snow Wolf Gang, he ran into the corps member Chu Yunlong. Good morning, Vice President. You must have successfully been accepted as a disciple by the archery saint, right? Chapter 38 Unexpected Gains. Skill enchantment. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. If I were successful, would I have this expression? Li Yunting felt even more depressed thinking about it. If he had used the talent skill ear, he could have easily crushed Su. Vice President, your flash shot ranks high in our academy. Was the opponent really that strong? Reluctantly nodding, Li Yunting then began to arrange the upcoming recruitment for the gang. On the table were several large stacks of new students' admission data, from which suitable candidates needed to be selected. This seemingly tedious task directly determined whether the Snow Wolf Gang could be upgraded to a normal, elite, or Lord Gang. Soon, the core members of the Snow Wolf Gang entered one after another. I believe everyone understands the importance of this year. The focus of this selection is on new students with average grades and potential for development, but who are not well known. Students with good talents and high fame would naturally be invited by many major gangs. Everyone understood this principle and immediately began to review the data. Familiar faces appeared again, and Li Yunting's lips twitched slightly. The scene of being suppressed by Su appeared in his mind again. He chuckled wryly. These kinds of people would likely become hot commodities for major normal, elite, and lord gangs. He couldn't help but sigh and toss the information into the intended list. Vice President, good riddance. We don't want pretentious jerks like him, even if they joined us. You know him? Didn't I just get a junior schoolmate? Her roommate's boyfriend's roommate is this new student who's such a show-off. Chu Yunlong didn't notice Li Yunting's eyes instantly light up. If they could recruit this person into the gang, upgrading to normal, elite, or lord would be a sure thing, with no problems at all. So what if you're the national top scholar and first in military training? If I get the chance, I'll teach you some manners. Shut up. With a roar, Chu Yunlong shut up sullenly. With your abilities, you can't even beat me, and you want to teach him how to behave? Li Yunting suddenly stopped talking, which immediately made Chu Yunlong understand. That quiet guy was actually such a formidable character? As he was leaving, he happened to overhear Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng discussing the freshman competition. It would take place 2 months after the start of the semester, more like a mid-term assessment. The difference was that the freshman competition would award cultivation resources based on final rankings. To go further, one had to achieve a high rank. Yuanma University was essentially a small-scale awakened world. The 4-year academic life consisted of various leaderboards and rankings, as well as a series of well-compensated quests. Awakened individuals needed to plan their own paths after entering university. Abundant resources came with extremely stringent ability requirements for students. In the formal assessment, if a student ranks last more than twice, UNMO University will directly recommend them to withdraw. The freshman grand competition is the first formal assessment after entering the university. Therefore, although the students here seem free, they are all calculating their own strategies. After all, no one wants to lose this hard-earned opportunity. Brother Luo, Shuebao said that her roommate's senior boyfriend wants to treat you to a meal. You can decide the time and place. Everyone could see the intention behind it, and Sun Biwei was full of envy. It is said that many freshmen who spoke carelessly were severely punished by the seniors and became extremely well-behaved. Now it seems the situation has reversed? Brother Luo, when can we get a meal from you? No time. The two looked at Su's retreating figure and secretly shook their heads. Even Yang Yunfeng, who vowed to cultivate diligently at the start of the semester, eventually found a partner as time went by and is now living a blissful life. Only Su continues his ascetic cultivation. By now, he is very familiar with Su's personality and no longer minds. The barren land on the outskirts of Qingbei City. Su walked to the center, her eyes scanning her surroundings with curiosity. This was a place he had discovered by chance, with no feral beasts around and few awakened ever coming here. He intended to test the upper and lower limits of the skill, Sky Arrow Scroll. Old professional habits made Su use new skills a few more times to understand them better. Only after a period of adjustment could one truly enjoy the pleasure within. A plain arrow shot towards the sky. Instantly, a green magic circle unfolds, radiating over the land within a 50-meter diameter. Arrows rain down, leaving no targets within range able to escape. Several flying birds couldn't dodge and were instantly turned into porcupines. Currently, I can use it about 4 to 5 times. Su sighed, acknowledging that as expected of an area of effect skill, the stamina consumption increased accordingly. After trying it a few times to get a general grasp of the skill's characteristics, he had to rely on resting against tree trunks to recover his stamina. The higher it shot, the wider the arrow rain's coverage. The extreme range is about 60 meters. Correspondingly, the skill activation time would slightly increase, while the range would decrease, but it excelled with a faster activation time. I wonder if it can be infused with elements. The activation method for the Sky Arrow Scroll was no different from normal, elite, or lord shots, and Su got up again after recovering his stamina. Dense light elements converged, emanating a golden radiance all over. An endless stream of elemental energy was poured into the arrow, and Su's heart was filled with ecstasy. The Sky Arrow Scroll can be infused with elements. Although the amount of elements consumed was astonishing, the thought of thousands of elemental enchanted arrows raining down from the sky afterward brought a glimmer of anticipation to his eyes. Bang bang bang. Incredibly fast flashing arrows fell one after another, forming a golden curtain of light. The ground was shot through with numerous deep black pits, eventually collapsing to form a giant crater. The giant rock, previously riddled like a hedgehog, disintegrated into ashes under the curtain of light, vanishing without a trace. Although the time to infuse elemental energy was slightly long, I believe that with more practice, it can definitely be greatly shortened. Furthermore, as the level and the degree of novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine increase, the power of the Sky Arrow Scroll will also increase. Gurgle. Hungry? Su gave a wry smile and rode his bike straight to the school cafeteria. Shortly after they left, several cars arrived from the city. The individuals were teachers from a nearby university who had witnessed the astonishing scene and rushed over by car. Picking up a stone that had been completely pierced by an arrow from the ground, everyone marveled at the sharpness of the arrow. It pierced through without shattering the stone. This must be an archery master with years of fame. This has to be an S-class skill, right? Definitely S-class. This level of destructive power is no less than Tier 5. A simple iron arrow achieving this effect? Unheard of. In their minds, they all thought of the newly arrived saint of archery this semester. We at Star Dragon University just bought this land. We were planning to expand the campus. The speaker was the vice principal of a second-tier university, complaining at the edge of the bottomless pit. How are we going to pay for filling it?
the cost in manpower and resources will be immense. Second-tier universities aren't like top-tier institutions. It took them nearly 3 years just to get approval for the funds to purchase this land. Now with an additional expense, it was adding insult to injury. Is the saint of archery so great? Who's with me to go demand an explanation? Old Zhang, my wife is calling me home for dinner. Oh my, I just remembered I have class first period. I can't accompany you. Only a few people from Star Dragon University were left at the scene, all dejected. Just a bit of free points, I should find some time to get some. They searched for nearby hunting grounds or gray zones. Xingbei City had no shortage of awakened, so much so that feral beasts were hunted to extinction long ago. The nearest spider nest would take at least a month for a round-trip hunt, guaranteeing they'd miss the freshman competition. It wasn't worth it. I should go find a teacher first. Mei Nianxue agreed with Su's idea and arranged corresponding training. In less than 10 days, she successfully reduced the activation time of the full-power, Skyward Arrow scripture to under 30 seconds. As time passed, on campus, the buzz for the freshman competition grew, and students began gathering intel, with training halls seeing a surge in attendance. Yu Beima took out an ancient-looking pill from his storage ring, his breathing immediately quickening. A Tier 3 high-grade pill, Spirit Gathering Pill. Pills were divided into 9 tiers, with each tier having upper, middle, and lower grades. The effect of this pill was enough to elevate his level to the upper echelon. Su. I will overcome my inner demons through your failure. Chapter 39, The Slothful Cell. The Diligence Paradise. The day of the freshman competition. Su arrived at the designated location, the garden plaza in the center of the campus. Red flags fluttered, and crowds surged. Students who knew each other greeted one another, the scene a chaotic buzz. Authorization confirmed. Countdown for the central arena activation has begun. 3, 2, 1. The ground trembled, and the rumbling sound of machinery operating was incessant. 1,000-meter wide fissure suddenly opened in the garden plaza, and the fissure continued to expand. Hiss. They can use it like this? Su had heard rumors that UNMA University's architecture was full of hidden mechanisms, but seeing it today still surprised him. A structure resembling a Roman Colosseum slowly rose from underground. Is this the grandeur of a top-tier institution? Many second- and third-year students who came to watch stood with their arms crossed, looking smug. They loved seeing the freshmen looking so inexperienced. The colossal arena had 16 entrances, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators, and could host thousands of awakened battling simultaneously. Thanks to the in-depth discussions with Jiang Shinro after his morning runs, Su had a basic understanding of the freshman competition's procedures. In previous years, the competition focused on both individual and team events. Rumor had it that this year would be different. Looking around, his excitement grew. Competing in such a magnificent structure would provide a much better experience than the pathetic little duel rooms in games. There were 6 seats on the empty main stage, sparking confusion among many students. In previous years, the deans and vice principals of 2 academies, along with 1 vice principal, would attend. Who would be the 6th person? The 6 individuals appeared one by one. Su noticed that someone had appeared on the central seat at some point. The man appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in a green long robe, with a gentle and refined demeanor and a subtle smile in his eyes. Champion Huo Cheng? Su had seen his portrait in textbooks and was very familiar with his deeds. He single-handedly infiltrated the Otherworlders' lair. The fighting Otherworlders suddenly discovered their homeland destroyed, and as they hastily retreated, Huo Cheng attacked from the front with the main army, creating a pincer movement and achieving a record of annihilating 700,000 Otherworlders in a single battle. He personally killed the enemy marshal, truly turning the tide of the war. After the battle, he was bestowed the title of champion and became the idol of countless young awakened. However, the gaze of many present eventually settled on the edge of the main stage on the left. Over delicate leather armor, she wore a long robe patterned with shattered plum blossoms. Her tall and slender figure was unforgettable at first glance. Her emerald eyes held no emotion, and her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with a chilling aloofness.
She was like an iceberg, unapproachable.
Given my position as an instructor, I shouldn't really be here, yet no one on site raised any objections.
Because she is the sole saint of archery in the Huaxia nation.
6 distinctly powerful auras spread out, and Su felt a slight heaviness on his shoulders.
Keep in mind, just 1/8 tier awakened is enough to apply for a school license from the nation. There were as many as 6 right before him. The bell tolls.
A majestic voice simultaneously appeared in everyone's minds.
Silence. It was the extremely rare psychic perception ability? With just this mind communication skill, its level of novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine would surely not be lower than novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine. Good morning, I am Vice Principal Hu Qing.
This academic year, UNMA University has a total of 2,469 new students, with 2,135 participating in the freshman competition.
The freshmen in the audience wore expressions of surprise. UNMA University bears the heavy responsibility of nurturing talents for the nation.
Entering UNMA is not the end, but the beginning. Among the awakened who were expelled, there was 1 S-class talent, 32 A-class talents, 13 B-class talents, and a total of 288 C-class and below talents. After expulsion, it will be recorded in the personal file and retained for life.
Wow!
It was like a huge rock being thrown, causing an instant uproar. Being expelled after being admitted to university is unheard of. You should feel fortunate that your efforts over the past 2 months have been recognized by the school.
A free cultivation environment is no excuse for laziness. Enjoying more abundant resources comes with greater responsibility and obligation. Please remember, UNMA University is always a hell for the lazy.
And it is also a paradise for the diligent.
Su secretly clicked his tongue.
Hu Qing's speech had been extremely intimidating, and the gossiping individuals around them had fallen completely silent.
Next up are the rules for the freshman competition.
This freshman competition is divided into 3 parts: a free-for-all, a team battle, and finally, a one-on-one duel. The first round, the free-for-all, will consist of 500 participants per match.
Defeating 10 opponents will allow you to advance.
In the second round, the team battle, teammates will be randomly assigned.
Winning 3 matches will lead to advancement.
The third round, the individual duel, is as you might expect a one-on-one arena battle. The first place winner will receive 1,500 academic credits, 1 Tier 5 cultivation pill, and a 1-level increase in access to the Purple Mist Tower.
Second place will receive 1,000 academic credits and 1 Tier 4 cultivation pill. Third place will receive 500 academic credits and 1 Tier 3 cultivation pill.
After explaining the competition rules, everyone except those participating in the first round.
Students in the free-for-all remain. All other freshmen must exit to the outside of the central arena.
Su gave a thumbs up, and Yang Yunfeng on the other side nodded emphatically.
Each free-for-all round lasts for 1 hour.
According to the list, Su is in the third round. The freshman competition will last for a total of 3 days, after which club recruitments will commence shortly. If you perform exceptionally, you might even catch the eye of the normal, elite, or lord clubs. Furthermore, with many high-tier awakened observing from the audience, students who haven't yet found a master are all preparing to showcase their skills.
The long wait finally over. Su and the other first-year freshmen in the third round entered the arena.
After the first 2 rounds, the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. A black spatial rift appeared simultaneously in front of the 500 participants, and they each retrieved a bracelet from within.
This is your respective intelligent control bracelet.
Once you sustain lethal damage, the barrier within the bracelet will activate.
After the host reiterated the precautions, a countdown appeared on the giant screen. Sister G, that person is Su, the national top scorer I told you about.
Jiang Xinro finally found Su amidst the crowd and quickly pointed him out to the red-haired woman beside her. Looking in the direction Jiang Xinro indicated, the red-haired woman slightly frowned.
Tier 2 lower rank. With his current level, he's not strong enough to join our club. I have faith in him.
We're not a trash club that only looks at levels. Jiang Shinro crossed her arms, her face full of confidence. She had been paying attention to Su since she first heard his name. Although he was only a freshman, he already had quite a reputation in the archery community.
Begin. Talents erupted instantly. Flames erupted, purple lightning boomed.
Shattering the piece that was already at its breaking point, resplendent colors filled the entire arena, a dazzling spectacle. A figure wielding a long arrow and rapidly retreating towards the edge did not attract much attention.
Whoosh! Light element enchantment complete. An arrow shot towards the sky, like a signal flare igniting the battle. Silently, without a sound. The arrow array covering a 60-meter radius has already materialized. Chapter 40, Instant KO of 100 people? Direct advancement. Buzz.
The mechanical wristband unleashed a spherical shield, causing the students within to float along.
I'm very sorry, you have been eliminated by Su. Everyone? Under the dazzling light curtain, many students hadn't even realized what happened before they were eliminated.
They were dumbfounded as they heard the system prompts, exclaiming in frustration.
In just the blink of an eye,
dozens of spherical shields appeared on the field, colliding with each other, giving quite the impression of a bumper car ride.
Crack!
Those with faster reactions activated their defensive skills in time, but still couldn't withstand the barrage of light arrows.
The mechanical wristband spherical shield activated. The upperclassmen in the audience seats erupted in cheers. Holy crap! What just happened? This skill's damage is way too high. Who is that freshman? Many students couldn't dodge in time and hid under the spherical barriers to avoid the dazzling arrow rain. In less than a minute, there were hundreds of spherical barriers in the arena. List of advancers. 1 Su 112. When the arrow rain stopped, the students emerging from under the spherical barriers were still shaken. In a fleeting, shocking moment, countless spectators were dumbfounded. Especially upon seeing the arena floor riddled with craters from the arrows, almost everyone's gaze froze at that moment. It had remained smooth and intact after 2 free-for-all battles, but now it looked like it had been densely strafed by laser guns. So, the arrow rain attack just now had the strength of a Tier 4 awakened? And with such a wide area of effect? Thank you for your participation. You may collect your resources at the supply station after the final rankings are announced. What the heck, I didn't even do anything. Su, you sneaky devil. How could I possibly be eliminated? Inside the spherical barriers, the freshmen pounded their chests and stomped their feet, on the verge of tears. Countless people felt a renewed sense of doubt, their gazes all turning towards Su. What kind of combat power is this, beyond the curriculum? Are archers really this strong? The battle erupted once more. However, no one was willing to provoke the young man who had already far exceeded his advancement goals, as it wasn't the final arena battle yet. I remember the last time there was such a scene, it was young Ji Xingqiang who eliminated 94 people at once, but he crippled himself on the spot. He is nowhere near as good as Su. I truly admire the teaching quality of Saint Mei. Adequate performance, but still lacking. Hua Cheng was slightly taken aback, then laughed heartily. A strict teacher produces outstanding students. It's no wonder Su is so brilliant. If I have the chance, I must discuss teaching methods with Saint Mei. Certainly. You set the time. Yi Xiao and Xie Aozhen's hearts skipped a beat, and they couldn't help but cast envious glances at Mei Nianxue. To reach Tier 8 and be bestowed the title of saint, further progress often relies more on opportunity than effort. Generally, for powerhouses reaching this level, the focus of competition shifts to other aspects. For example, equipment and achievements. And also, how their students perform. Su's terrifying performance truly allowed the newly arrived Mei Nianxue to earn significant prestige among the other saints. Compared to the calm indifference on the high platform, the audience was in an uproar. Judging by the range and intensity, the skill quality must be at least S rank, right? He took out over 100 people in an instant. My goodness, this is just outrageous. I remember the sky arrow scroll shouldn't be this powerful. Could it be another skill?
I thought it would be a fierce free for all like the first two matches, but we were immediately thinned out by a fifth right at the start.
Many senior students sighed. Appearing on the same stage as Sue is really bad luck.
Among the students watching, many also had S-rank clearance and had even studied the sky arrow scroll.
But why did Sue's arrows rain down with golden light? It's not like they learned a fake sky arrow scroll, right? See? Didn't I tell you he was strong?
Jiang Xinruo's eyes were filled with admiration, and the woman beside her also recovered from her shock.
Try to approach him later. As for the conditions, follow those of the club president or vice president. Okay, sure.
For the president, who had always been stingy, to offer such a high price, Jiang Xinruo, while outwardly calm, was inwardly a storm of emotions. It's the first time in the Pioneer Club's history that a new member has been offered such a high price. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng, who had already advanced in the previous two rounds, leaned on the railing, looking at each other's rather disheveled appearance and then at Sue's spotless one.
When you compare people, you see the difference.
Yu Beima's long gown fluttered, and his handsome face contorted for a few seconds. He had been tormented to the point of madness these past 2 months, and was now a tier 2 upper rank, a full 2 tiers above Sue.
He absolutely could not lose. Humph. So what? Once I get close, aren't you just a punching bag? Yu Beima was full of confidence.
With his swordsmanship at the normal, elite, and lord realms, and his level advantage, there was no reason for him to lose. In the area for the professors and teachers, there was already an uproar when they saw the sky arrow scroll. With this level of intensity from the sky arrow scroll, I guarantee the realm is no lower than novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine.
The sky arrow scroll has this kind of penetration? Since when did I not know? Come on. Can you guys get it straight? That's just a tier 2 lower rank kid. Practicing novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine in just 2 months? Are you kidding me?
Even the experienced and knowledgeable professors could not understand why Sue could make his skills level up.
They wanted to see Sue make another move, but he had already started slacking off. System, activate.
The free points on the status panel had not increased, so there was no point in continuing to fight. Yawning, Sue gestured to Sun Biwei and the other person, then directly left the arena to eat at the cafeteria.
As expected of a student taken in by the archery saint. Such talent is indeed rare. It looks like I can't miss any of the upcoming matches. I heard that many senior students at our school lost to him in a pure archery duel.
Really?
Many teachers did not know much about Sue.
Their knowledge was limited to his outstanding performance in the Awakening exam and his earning of credits by hunting monsters during the freshman military training.
After that, Sue seemed to have disappeared.
Due to their offensive nature, archers have extremely obvious strengths and weaknesses. The tip of the iceberg that Sue displayed was enough to pique the curiosity of many teachers. The rules for the second team battle were very simple. The Intelligent Mecha Bracelet would randomly match 2 freshmen from the Combat Academy and 1 from the Support Academy to form a combat team for a free-for-all battle. A total of 5 duels needed to be completed, and 3 victories would allow them to advance. If 2 members of the team were defeated, the team would be eliminated. In Sun Biwei's room, the 3 of them clinked their glasses in celebration. As long as they don't assign me a trash support, I can lead the other 2 to advance.
I also don't want to be paired with Brother Luo, anyone else is fine.
Yang Yunfeng said in a muffled voice.
Buzz. Buzz. Sue took out his phone.
It turned out to be a text message from Main Yanxue.
Teacher's dorm, come quickly. Don't forget to bring me back 2 packs of lollipops. Chapter 41, as long as an archer can shoot, why bother with passion? Teacher.
Strawberry-flavored lollipops.
The
curtains in the room were all drawn.
Main Yanxue nimbly pulled out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth.
Although they were still different from the lollipops tasted at the manor that time, Main Yanxue still had an indescribable fondness for these oddly shaped candies. After watching for more than 6 hours straight, Main Yenshue was on the verge of going crazy. I would never let anyone know that I like lollipops.
Sue, do you know why I'm so anxious for you to come here?
You finished your lollipop. And you feel embarrassed to go to the store and buy one yourself.
Slap. A heavy thump landed at the back of his head. Shallow.
How could a dignified saint of bows like me call you over for such trivial matters? The crystalline earlobe hidden by silver hair suddenly flushed red, but thanks to the self-training over time, it wouldn't easily make her ears sharp. Leaning back, she gently crossed her left leg over her right, a bundle of sparkling white that was quite dazzling.
I called you because I'd noticed a flaw in your skill. Please, instructor, go ahead. Sue's expression also became particularly serious. This is precisely the type of issue that a proper and serious teacher should discuss with a student. I see you can only enchant while maintaining a certain posture. Once it is interrupted, even if it doesn't cause any damage to your life, the essence of having your skill interrupted is still a loss for you. Sue scratched his head, showing a strange expression. You little guy, you have just won a new life competition, but don't get too proud. Mei Nianxue waved her lollipop around, acting livelier than ever. I saw some students today whose strength is totally not inferior to yours, so be careful not to flip the script. Teacher, are you saying, like this?
Mei Nianxue's eyes widened, and she lightly coughed. It seems my guidance of you has been quite successful. In an instant, Sue was holding a radiant golden long arrow. Moreover, once released, it would definitely trigger the Sky Arrow book.
In other words,
Sue also realized that releasing the skill had been interrupted and started to think of a countermeasure in advance. Even without displaying the skills, one can still achieve elemental enchantment.
The opponent's evolving did indeed exceed expectations after Sue left. Mei Nianxue couldn't help but laugh happily. As long as this student performs normally, securing the first place in the freshman competition will be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Everyone believes that once an archer is approached closely, their fate is only defeat. Little did they know.
Within 7 steps.
The arrows are both quick and accurate.
The first day of the freshman competition ends, and the most viewed video replay circulating online lasts no longer than 1 minute.
The golden rain of arrows at twilight takes away hundreds in an instant. Many freshmen aiming to be among the top 3 view Sue as a formidable enemy. The next day, the arena is packed, even more crowded than yesterday.
In the designated area, Sue finds his 2 teammates. One of the girls from the combat academy is named Lin Qingyan, wearing black leather armor and wielding a staff. B-level talent necromancer summon, essentially equivalent to a necromancer. It's just that due to the intensity of the talent, summoning the undead will take more time. The other girl, around 1.5 meters tall, is named Han Yoshua, a freshman from the support academy, with a level talent life vines. She has a cute round face and a soft, sweet voice, often blushing after just a few words. Having Sue as a teammate makes both of them even happier. Yesterday's battle was witnessed by all. It was clear that they were clinging to a strong ally.
Please guide me from now on.
Han Yoshue extends her hand, her sizable chest trembling. Leave the healing to me, I'm not short on milk.
Ahem.
Sue looks away just in time to see Lin Xingyan, who has a figure akin to an airplane.
Not far away.
The young man's smile grows brighter as he gazes at Sue.
Zhang Xian, do you think your plan will work? Of course it will. Have you forgotten who I am? The teammates nearby immediately fall silent.
Not long ago, he was accepted as a disciple by the vice principal of the combat academy, and he possesses one of the extremely difficult to awaken spatial talents, just like the vice principal, Xiao. Zhang Xian licks his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The teacher said that if he can secure a place in the top 3 of the freshman competition, he will personally give him the spatial ring he has crafted and carried for many years. Thinking of that plump figure, perhaps there would be some hints left by the teacher within the spatial ring. Zhang Xian doesn't believe he is weaker than Sue, but the latter's archery skills will undoubtedly become his obstacle. Before the official start, there will be a 15-minute team bonding period. Once the time is up, the competition will officially begin.
Compared to the earlier chaotic melee of 500 participants, the number of players in this team battle is clearly much smaller, but the format remains chaotic.
Just as Su and his team enter the arena, they can immediately feel the gazes from all directions.
Yesterday's terrifying performance piqued the interest of many professors and teachers, but upon seeing Su's two teammates, they couldn't help but freeze. Is this intentional? How can a team like this fight without a front line? Isn't this team composition just a free gift?
I doubt it. I've heard Su's archery is already at the levels of novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine. While the teachers were predicting the outcome, many teams in the arena also noticed Su's trio, especially when they saw the weapons each of them was holding. They exchanged knowing smiles. During the waiting period for the team battle to begin, all the students quietly observed their surroundings, making the suddenly loud voice even more ear-piercing.
Hello everyone, please listen to me. We didn't get here easily, did we?
But we all saw Su's performance yesterday. Who knows, he might pull the same stunt today.
No one wants to be eliminated unceremoniously, right?
Think about the 100 or so unfortunate souls from yesterday. Some of them could have been standing in this arena today, but they were all eliminated by Su. With a loud voice, firm words, and a hint of seductive charm, it was both convincing and had a touch of charisma, strength, agility, constitution, spirit. For ourselves. Also for the chance to engage in a thrilling battle, let us eliminate Su's team first.
Don't be afraid, let us work together and we can easily eliminate Su. I'm just like you, worried about being indiscriminately taken out by Su.
My name is Zhang Xian, and I'm the disciple of Xia Aozhen, the vice principal of the Combat Academy.
What the hell? Can this still be played like this?
Lin Qingyan instantly felt that she had been taken for a ride.
She thought they had formed a surefire winning team, only to find they might get eliminated right at the start?
I was just sincerely suggesting, I didn't want to see everyone being robbed of their hard-fought battles by Su.
Everyone, what do you think? One says, isn't that right? The other replies, is that correct?
The speaker clearly intends to use this team battle to have himself eliminated early.
Su and Lin Qingyan noticed the expressions of the surrounding students changing gradually.
When a wall falls, many will push it. A broken drum will definitely be beaten by thousands. Being incited by the voice owner to join forces, they are likely to endure a fierce attack right from the start.
On the high platform, Main Yanxue looks at Xia Aozhen, who responds with a smile.
Although the means aren't particularly clever, they have a solid grasp of the situation. Yi Xiu strokes his goatee and praises. Knowing how to leverage people's hearts is also a strength method.
Xia Aozhen stands tall, her expression mixed with pride.
I saw this in him from the start. Zhang Xian really knows how to make use of the situation.
With a raised eyebrow, Main Yanxue's lips form a steep curve. You two don't need to worry about me, just focus on not getting eliminated yourself.
A chilling light flashes in Su's eyes, having already noticed the voice's owner.
The straight line distance is the longest, but still within range. Lin Qingyan and Han Yoshue nod. Team battle, begin. The arrow leaves the string. Everyone, for a completely.
The voice cut off abruptly. Su had already changed position, his long arrow shining with golden light.
Ha!
At the other end of the arena, Zhang Xian was already within a circular barrier.
Blabbering endlessly, what passion does an archer need?
A familiar scene unfolded again. The super large arrow rain formation was deployed.
Chapter 42. Zhang Xian was eliminated again and again.
Hua Qing was taken aback.
He could clearly see the trajectory of that arrow. If not for the barrier, Zhang Xian would probably have been headshot by now.
Numerous archery skills were contained within it, even corrected by intention arrows to ensure a 100% headshot. This shot, if it were from veteran archers who had been practicing for many years, or even third or fourth year students, it wouldn't surprise him at all. But Su is just a freshman in his first year.
As soon as the team battle began, Zhang Xian was eliminated.
Within a minute, the other two teammates were already regretting it inside the barrier.
Xia Aozhen's expression immediately turned grim. As saints, how could there be such a difference in skill between a disciple and students?
He's all alone, take advantage of this moment.
His furious roar was completely blocked.
Zhang Xian beat against the barrier with all his might, but it was useless. If they hadn't provoked Su, with the strength of him and his two teammates, they would have advanced easily.
The professors clicked their tongues in amazement. It's a silent shot.
The speed of knocking and shooting, it's definitely reached the realms of novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine.
The audience erupted again because of Su.
Li Yunting savored the charm of that shot and sighed inwardly.
This was the archer he had imagined.
Chu Yunlong, sitting beside him, swallowed hard, his resolve to treat everyone after the freshman competition only strengthened. With the previous experience, the number of people eliminated by the Sky Arrow Codex greatly decreased. Lin Qingyan and Han Yoshue, who had just run a short distance, stared blankly. Unlike the other professors and teachers, they hadn't seen Su make a move at all. The situation turned around dramatically, with the meticulously planned Zhang Xian being directly dealt with by Su. Most of the students who had planned to attack Su in unison exchanged glances and then turned to fight individually.
Good heavens! Who wants to follow Zhang Xian's fate?
There were still several groups of freshmen who were stubbornly persistent. Several fireballs and ice spears were launched at Su almost simultaneously. The opponent's attacks completely blocked all of Su's escape routes, and no matter how he dodged, a skill would hit
the very front. 3 burly awakens suddenly emitted a different kind of radiance. It was the support adding buffs to them, and their attributes instantly surged. In an instant, they were less than 1 meter away from Su. You're finished. Let's see how you dodge this.
There were fireballs and ice spears from the side, and the close quarters attacks from the 3 awakened.
If Su retreated, they could defeat Lin Qingyan and Han Yoshue in an instant.
It was a strategy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Regardless of whether Su dodged or not, the final outcome would not change. Boom!
The leading awakened suddenly activated his talent enhancement, his speed increasing further on top of the original, shooting out like a bullet. Just as he was about to shoot the arrow, he suddenly felt his arms become heavier, and his legs felt a bit weak.
Oh! In an instant, Su understood.
Their team also had a support awakened specialized in applying debuffs.
However, it doesn't affect me. Elemental energy erupted, and the negative status effects were already ineffective. It's too late. Han Yoshue's eyes welled up with tears. Even if the dispel skill took effect, it would be of no use. It's over.
Once an archer is approached in close combat, the outcome is almost predictable for everyone. The battle saber was raised high and then slashed down fiercely, with immense power, possessing the might to split mountains and rocks. It was as if he could already see the comical scene of Su being knocked out of the spherical barrier, completely oblivious to Su's faintly upturned lips. Yuan Yen Ning Mao was tossed high, and his hands clasped together,
catching a blade with bare hands. Holy crap! A flying kick was delivered, perfectly catching Yuan Yen Ning Mao. Arrows flew in rapid succession. Fireballs exploded, ice spears shattered. The 3 awakened were instantly eliminated. In an instant, over 10 arrows were shot, nullifying all threats. This is actually possible?
The few people behind stared with wide eyes, and while inwardly shocked, their hands didn't stop. Seeing Su aiming an arrow at him, he directly used his talent to condense a huge fortress. The others took the opportunity to roll and dodge, continuing their attack from the flank.
We must eliminate him.
Lin Qingyan raised her staff, and the ground beneath her feet cracked, extending 5 thick skeletal arms.
Buzz! Buzz!
Drawing and knocking the bow, each shot caused at least 1 spherical barrier to appear on the field.
Ha!
A few people in the thick fortress were just getting ready to act when a massive breach was blown in the wall in front of them.
Before they could react, a long arrow completely eliminated them.
The skeleton soldiers entirely crawled out of the ground, and looking around, there were no standing opponents left. They could only gather the fallen arrows under Lin Qingyan's command.
That's allowed? Why does it feel completely different from what I imagined? Follow me.
Han Yoshue dragged the confused Lin Qingyan closely behind Su.
Plain and unpretentious shooting showcased speed and accuracy to the fullest. Big brother, you're so cool. Sue, this is your arrow. Taking the long arrow from the skeleton soldier's hand, Lin Qingyan looked at Sue with admiration all over her face. She couldn't care less about how her beloved skeleton soldiers had turned into arrow collecting machines. In any case, the most important thing right now is to cling tightly to Sue's thigh. The first chaotic battle ended without incident, with Sue alone eliminating 90% of the teams on the field. Ah, big brother. You're my benefactor, Sue. Lin Qingyan showed no restraint in her excitement, leaping into Sue's embrace. Meanwhile, Han Yoshua blushed, and seeing Lin Qingyan get hurt, immediately activated her talent skill. Several vines emerged from the ground, slowly climbing up Lin Qingyan's body. Hey, Han Yoshua, what do you want to do? No, that's not it, The green vines completely controlled Lin Qingyan, flooding her with a surge of life energy that completely healed her wounds. Aside from the scene being somewhat beautiful, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. The team battles will take place a total of 5 times, and you only need to achieve the requirement in 3 of them. Zhang Xian glared enviously at Sue, who was surrounded by 2 girls, sighed, and gave up on the idea of continuing to oppose Sue. The second round just began, and the familiar scene played out again. Zhang Xian was once again the first to be eliminated, with both of his teammates unable to escape Sue's arrows. Lin Qingyan and Han Yoshue had never felt as exhilarated as they did at this moment, following Sue and killing recklessly, as if they were the ones doing it. Immediately came the third round. Supporting her teammate by putting a shield on Zhang Xian, within no more than 5 seconds, the spherical barrier appeared again. Zhang Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. He completely regretted provoking Sue. Having been eliminated 3 times, Zhang Xian's chances of advancing were doomed. He originally wanted to save his last shred of dignity, but in the subsequent 2 rounds, he still couldn't escape the fate of being eliminated at the start. Yuan Yan's big eyes watched Zhang Xian lying in the spherical barrier, looking lifeless, narrowing to a crescent moon. Leaving the arena with Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng, Lin Qingyan and Han Yoshue were already waiting at the exit. Thanks for helping us soar today. How about dinner? Me and Yoshue treat you. Yeah. Thanks to you. Alright, but you two be careful not to break the bank when I eat you out of house and home. Sue was in a good mood, having just checked the current rankings, sitting firmly in first place with a significant score gap. TCH, let's go all out for the food. The 5 of them walked together. Lin Qingyan and Han Yoshue were quite in sync, flanking Sue on either side, and leaning towards the center. Sue, how about I bring you breakfast tomorrow? Then, while you're on the arena, can I bring you something to drink, is that okay? That's why I said, with Sue's charmed attributes, he could easily become a star-level player. Sigh. Thinking of my own person, how could this treatment be justified? Chapter 43, Blazing Speed Sword? Instant kill. An unremarkable dinner left Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng questioning their lives. Is this the difference between pursuing and being pursued? If this were me, I'd probably have fallen a long time ago. When a guy chases a girl, there's a mountain in between. When a girl chases a guy, isn't it just a thin layer of paper? Luo, if I were you, I could probably collect all 12 zodiac signs by now. Sun Biwei could naturally see the girl's intentions, and they were certainly willing to pay for it. As long as Sue beckoned, it would be an easy catch. But Sue completely ignored it. Just how frustrating is that? The last day of the freshman competition. The 3 arrived early at the arena, and it's worth mentioning that both Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng ranked within the top 100. Dressed in black leather, tall Sue stood out in the crowd. It only took 1 night, and many arenas appeared in the arena. Not only that, but there were also many arenas within the campus. The final individual competition format is a showdown in the arena. Students advancing through the rounds will draw lots randomly, becoming defenders or attackers. Within 6 hours, free arena battles can be conducted. The defender only needs to win once to choose whether to defend or attack freely, while the attacker can also become a defender by successfully challenging. The Smart Bracelet will score and determine rankings, combining previous scores for a comprehensive ranking.
It's worth noting that previously eliminated students also have one chance to challenge.
I'm the defender, what about you? Su looked at the display on the bracelet and asked Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng both were attackers.
In the center of the arena, Su jumped onto the platform.
As the current top-ranked student, his appearance drew everyone's attention.
The top three were Su, Yubema, and the Qipao girl, Run Mengqin, who moved through the bustling crowd.
Look, a man-eating cat, no, the champion of Ganhai province. Wow, that figure is simply incredible, top-notch. Should keep it down. Ren Mengqin isn't someone to mess with, be careful, she might just hit you. What do you think?
She's recognized as a goddess by many. Her video accounts fans have surpassed 10 million, alright. The girl had 2 buns on her head, and the bright yellow Qipao showcased her powerful thighs and alluring curves to perfection.
Hello, I'm Ren Mengqin, here to defeat you. Alright, shall we start?
A hint of astonishment appeared on Ren Mengqin's face. Her opponent's attitude left her puzzled.
You don't know me? Why should I get to know you? It won't increase my credits.
Su's daily life is rather monotonous. She shows no interest in rankings or gossip that others are so passionate about, and naturally has no familiarity with someone like Ren Mengqin.
Lower tier 2? Standing on the arena, Ren Mengqin keenly sensed Su's awakened level. If it's just this, then I won't hold back and take this victory.
A large sword, nearly 2 meters long, suddenly appeared in Ren Mengqin's hand, and she swung it effortlessly, creating a gust of wind. Though she didn't appear particularly strong, her strength, agility, constitution, and spirit were indeed impressive. On the square arena measuring 50 by 50 meters, Su held a concentrated gaze, standing face to face with Ren Mengqin at a distance of 20 meters.
Nearby,
she was a female teacher overseeing the arena, looking to be just over 30, yet she was an auxiliary awakened of the 4th tier. In fact, the teachers overseeing the arena battles are drawn from auxiliary colleges to prevent irreversible casualties due to untimely medical assistance.
Both competitors' smart wristbands blinked simultaneously, and the female teacher nodded, saying sternly, "Before we start, I will reiterate the rules for the arena battle. Do not go for the kill, and once an opponent loses their ability to fight, you must stop immediately, otherwise, I have the right to disqualify you. In serious cases, you may be expelled and face punishment. Do you both understand?"
Though the smart wristbands could automatically determine lethal injuries and activate protective barriers, their perception of many continuous injuries wasn't very clear.
Today's arena battle concerns resource allocation, so it's hard to guarantee that students won't resort to extreme measures. Moreover, in this arena is Su. If she accidentally kills another student, not only would it affect Su's future, but the female teacher would also be dismissed. Understood. Su and Ren Mengqin nodded in confirmation at the same time. The female teacher reiterated other important points before returning to the edge of the arena. Arena 1, both sides confirm all is correct. The countdown digits appeared on both competitors' smart wristbands. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. The wristbands vibrated. With her jade-like hand gripping the large sword, Ren Mengqin let out a long howl, her foot striking the ground, lightning speed. Boom. An arrow was shot out, but it was merely an afterimage. In front of everyone's eyes, the long arrow made a 180-degree turn and returned to her hand. Series of afterimages appeared in every corner of the arena, and Ren Mengqin's aura began to rise gradually, ultimately settling at mid-second tier. Hiss. Hiss. Each afterimage emitted arcs of electricity, and Su's dynamic vision could only catch a glimpse. Su, I'm faster than your arrow, what can you do about it?
On the arena, Ren Mengqin was still moving at high speed. The whistling sound of sonic booms echoed continuously, and her speed was clearly even faster than before. Such impressive acceleration. It's incredibly difficult to even catch sight of her at this speed. How could she possibly be hit? And upset. The top-ranked Su is actually crashing? No wonder she has a level talent with lightning speed. This speed is unbeatable. The corners of Ren Mengqin's mouth lifted slightly as she looked at the silhouette standing bewildered in the center of the arena, her speed again increasing. Her speed rivaled the slash of lightning, and none of the awakened present could adequately counter it. That's a clever battle strategy at this speed, she is faster than my arrows.
Just as all the spectators were amazed by Renmingqin's speed, Su surprisingly let his arms drop, completely giving up resistance. At such a speed, even a third-tier awakened would find it extremely tricky to deal with. The female teacher secretly sighed in her heart. Ha ha! Victory is mine, Su, I've won.
Among the countless afterimages, one suddenly became solid, and a brilliant large sword descended with the force of a breaking mountain. The instant her gaze met Su's eyes, Renmingqin felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Bright starlight appeared in his dark pupils, reflecting absolute confidence, as if he could see through everything. Everyone's eyes widened, wanting to see how this clearly one-sided arena battle would conclude.
The next moment,
the large sword, wielding immense force, echoed with a long sound of metal clanging, ringing in everyone's ears. By the time everyone realized what happened, the large sword fell to the ground with a clatter, and Renmingqin floated within the spherical barrier, her face full of shock.
What just happened? Su actually blocked the attack? What the heck? I didn't see anything, can anyone tell me what happened? Remember,
before delivering that slash, Renmingqin amassed incomparable strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and momentum, charging forward without a hint of hesitation.
Moreover, she possessed an extraordinary speed advantage. One could say that any ordinary awakened would have zero chance of surviving such a strike. If you can't block it or even see it, what can be done?
Su's path seems the most unfathomable to everyone. Not even lifting a finger, he somehow directly blocked that slash.
How is that possible? Everyone was filled with immense confusion.
But the fact is, Renmingqin not only lost, but at the same moment, she was knocked out of the spherical barrier.
Why? I don't believe it. There's no reason. The calm voice responding to Renmingqin was Su's. Your disbelief doesn't mean it isn't true, you lost, and that is the fact.
The female teacher's mouth fell open, large enough to fit a piece of the instructor's sunset fruit.
Su turned his head and smiled warmly.
Teacher, please announce the results.
Chapter 44, what? Just this? I announced that Su successfully defended the arena.
After a moment of shock, thunderous applause erupted from the surrounding crowd.
Su only shot once from the start to the end of the battle?
The ring was filled with footprints of varying depths, but they offered no glimmer of victory for Renmingqin.
Everyone was still confused. What exactly happened? Why was Renmingqin, who was sure to win, instantly killed when she finally reacted?
Originally, when everyone saw Su miss a shot, they all thought he had met his match. After all, his previous battles were all flawless shots, and Renmingqin's speed was clearly slightly superior.
But what is the situation now? This wasn't a crushing defeat, it was an instant kill.
Renmingqin, a video blogger with millions of fans and the top scorer in the Guangxi Awakening exam, has always had a fighting style of delivering a fatal blow to her opponents with extreme speed, which is why she is loved by so many.
There is no doubt that Renmingqin is not weak at all.
She is even one of the top contenders among the freshmen, capable of securing second or third place. The lightning-fast strike just now could only be barely parried by a few people among the freshmen. Whether it's the application of talent or the diligence of her own cultivation, Renmingqin is a standout among the freshmen. Moreover, the previous strike wasn't even a full skill, yet it made many freshmen present hesitate. Undeniably, Renmingqin must have mastered many more powerful skills.
If she were to use these skills, how would you respond? Do I need to respond? Not at all.
Because she won't get the chance. The crowd, including the female teacher from the auxiliary college, couldn't even figure out why Renmingqin lost. Many senior students from the sophomore and junior years looked at the young man sitting on the ground with a look of solemnity. Some people have already shown obvious signs of dread in their eyes. In another position, if I were to face Su, would I be able to dodge that shooting speed that can only be described as divine? It seems like the same result as Renmingqin, it might even be worse. Professor Ma, what on earth happened? Yes, could you tell us? Several sweet-faced teachers from the auxiliary academy are surrounding a scruffy middle-aged man.
Although they are also teachers, due to their talent and the auxiliary role, they did not realize how Su made his move. It's the speed of shooting, yes, far exceeding the skill of quick shooting.
The middle-aged man has also researched archery and has currently reached the realms of novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine, yet he couldn't replicate Su's archery. At the moment when he struck down with a single blade, a pitch-black, hard substance appeared on Su's body. The tremendous recoil caused Ren Mengqin to momentarily lose her focus. Su seized this brief moment, far surpassing the speed of quick shooting.
Truly divine speed. Glancing up at Mei Nianxue sitting on the platform, Professor Ma sighed and shook his head.
Indeed, he lives up to being a student of the Saint of Bows. Just this one move is enough to make me feel ashamed.
On the arena,
Ren Mengqin stepped out from the spherical barrier, extending her delicate hand. You are really impressive, I lost. Upon witnessing Su's shooting speed, many challengers around the arena who planned to participate in a round robin quickly left.
What a joke! Who would want to get shot for fun?
This is really being shot. Apart from tasting the pain at the brink of life and death, there is no pleasure or thrill. One arrow per person, and it's not even skill, it fails to serve the purpose of consumption. As other arenas were bustling with attacks and defenses, the arena where Su was particularly quiet. Given the current overall results, Su's victory in the freshman competition is a foregone conclusion. He has no interest in shooting more people. Although Ren Mengqin lost to Su in one match, her own strength was still present, and due to her inner turmoil, she ended it all with a lightning-fast sword strike against the spherical barrier. As for the second-ranked Yu Beima, with his swordsmanship like a rainbow, he easily defeated several opponents without anyone daring to challenge him again.
It's time. There is less than an hour left until the end of the arena battles. Suddenly,
many people in the arena gasped in unison, immediately drawing the attention of countless spectators.
The second-ranked Yu Beima easily jumped down from the arena and slowly walked towards Su. Oh my! Is Yu Beima going to challenge Su?
Ahaha, a highlight of the freshman competition, a showdown between the national first and second.
Su, I have finally waited for this opportunity. The chance to officially defeat you.
With a confident smile, Yu Beima turned to bow toward Yi Xiu on the platform. Besides Su, almost everyone knows that the national second, Yu Beima from Honghai City's top ranking, is a disciple of the dean of the Battle Academy, Yi Xiu.
On the platform,
Yi Xiu stroked his mustache and looked at Mei Nianxue with a smile.
What do you think of this competition, Saint Mei? Su will win.
Mei Nianxue glanced over and answered without hesitation.
Oh? I actually think Beima may not lose. How about we place a bet, add some stakes? Just for fun. Yes, I can.
Seeing Yi Xiu take out a 5-tier high-quality pill, the Purple Heart Refining Pill, Mei Nianxue was equally unwilling to back down, placing an equally high-quality dragon blood coagulation ointment on the table. I hope the four of you will witness this. Yi Xiu already knew Yu Beima's inner demons and had also taught him how to deal with archers.
Moreover,
a 2-tier upper ranked against a 2-tier lower ranked has no reason to lose.
Breaking through one's inner demons, establishing one's reputation, and getting a 5-tier pill for free, isn't that wonderful? The freshmen quickly surrounded the arena tightly, and many professors and teachers in the audience couldn't help but feel excited. The national top student and the second-ranked, what kind of spectacular battle can they bring to this freshman competition?
Holding a sword with one hand, dressed in pure white, pristine, Su, holding a powerful bow, in a black leather outfit, added an air of depth. In an instant, many girls pulled out their phones to take pictures.
Both are stunningly handsome, each with unique traits, but the girls seem to prefer Su's mystery and unpredictability.
The originally sleepy female teacher instantly perked up, full of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, even a bit nervous. Both are undoubtedly seed students and future stars. They diligently reiterated the arena battle rules.
Su, do you know how long I have waited for this moment?
Yu Beima burst out, pointing his sword at Su, trembling like a dragon. Today, I will wash away my inner demons and start anew with your defeat.
Do you know how much I've sacrificed for this battle?
Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng have complete confidence in Su, while the freshmen below are chattering, analyzing the two's performances.
Is everyone ready? The wristbands displayed the countdown again. Begin. In the blink of an eye.
Yubema is inside the spherical barrier, looking completely baffled.
What? That's it?
If we're going to fight, then just fight.
Why are we talking so much? Chapter 45. One arrow embodies dual techniques. The strongest freshman Su. The vast arena was silent.
The freshmen eager to watch the first and second ranked battles up close all swallowed in unison.
How did it end in just a blink?
The students in the audience stared blankly at the arena, many only just picked up their phones and sent a message the fight had ended, looking dazed and stunned.
Yubema, is he really that weak? Wow! Luo Gu is amazing. Oh my god, what happened?
The freshmen, without hiding their confusion, watched Yubimoxi, who was lying in the spherical barrier, lost in thought, unable to extricate himself from the whirlpool of defeat. The female teacher looked at Su as if he were a monster, rubbed her eyes, and then realized her duty.
I now declare that Su has successfully defended the arena. Old Yang, did you see that? Ha! I didn't see anything.
Sun Biwei rubbed his forehead and shook his head, clenching his fist and waving it. He had been instantly killed by Yubimoxi earlier, and now the tables had turned. What made him even happier was that the person who defeated Yubimoxi was his roommate.
If you round it up, wouldn't that be him getting revenge for that earlier sword strike?
The senior students sighed, and their gazes towards Su on the stage were mostly solemn and wary. After all, Yubimoxi had also performed brilliantly over the past 3 days, winning all his battles with dominance. His awakened level had even reached Tier 2 upper, which was enough to contend with sophomores.
The question of who was stronger between him and Su had garnered significant attention, both offline and on campus networks.
Being able to instantly defeat Yubimoxi at the start meant that Su could also instantly defeat a large portion of the sophomores.
He's simply a genius born for archery. That's right. And this kind of strategy combination. What did the sage of the bow teach him? The quality of this year's students is quite good, especially Su. In at most 2 years, I guarantee that no one in the school will be his match with an arrow. I have a premonition that this person will surely carry the banner of our Huaxia nation in the future. The professors and teachers became increasingly excited, unable to stop their praise. At this moment, Su was undoubtedly a hot commodity in their eyes. Compared to the shock, they were more curious about Su's cultivation speed. As professors and teachers at the prestigious UNMI University, they were all experienced awakened themselves. The skills they displayed were all eye-catching, and they had never seen a genius who could train all of his skills to the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms so quickly. Even if he started practicing from the womb, there wouldn't be enough time. While Mei Nianshue's guidance cannot be ruled out, Su's own ability should not be overlooked either. Everyone thought of one possibility. Su might have mastered a method to shorten the time required for realm cultivation. They were all contemplating how to approach Su later. Only one person's expression was extremely grim. Fortunately, Yu Yorue took leave, otherwise today, sigh. Wu Yuelian couldn't understand at all why Yubimoxi lost, despite being 2 levels ahead.
Furthermore, Yubimoxi's mentor was Yi Xiao, the dean of the combat academy, so it was impossible that he hadn't taught him anything.
Wu Yuelian felt a tightness in her chest.
The better Su performed, the more renowned the teacher who recruited him would become. Thinking of this, a chill ran down her spine, and she immediately felt that her position as the director of admissions was precarious. This prime position should have belonged to her. But she had handed it over to her biggest competitor. She regretted it immensely now. On the platform, Mei Nianxue gracefully stood up and, in front of Yi Xiao, placed the Tier 5 high-grade pill, Purple Heart-Quenching Spirit Pill, into her storage ring.
I thank Dean Yi for his generosity on behalf of Su.
He needs to improve his strength, agility, constitution, and spirit power.
Yi Xiu sighed deeply, cupped his hands, and said, "My moxie was outmatched, I am convinced. Sage Mei's student is undoubtedly the strongest freshman." For this battle, Yu Moxie had repeatedly asked him for advice on how to deal with arrows, and he had reached the point where he could achieve rapid fire shots with a single hit. At the Tier 2 upper level, this was already an astonishing feat. Who would have thought that Su not only possessed archery skills at the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms, but also understood the techniques of rapid fire and silent shooting. He had even mastered both of the archer's A-rank skills, Phantom Arrow and Heart-Mind Arrow, to the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms. Su only shot one arrow after the match began. But it contained numerous techniques and was a superposition of two skills. His poor student's loss was not in vain. Being in the same school, and even the same grade, as such a prodigy, Yi Xiu could already foresee a bleak future for his student. After saying that, Yi Xiu got up and left the stage. The other four sages felt a bit of sympathy, and all of them unabashedly curled their lips. Huo Qing even burst out laughing. At their level, they were already at the top of the secular society's pyramid, and it was rare to see such an amusing spectacle. Moreover, Yi Xiu himself had proposed this bet. With a few casual words, Mei Nianxue received nearly 100 million coins worth of resources, essentially shooting himself in the foot. Mei Nianxue smiled triumphantly. Over the past 3 days, Su had earned her considerable prestige. As his teacher, she was certainly not stingy. The Dragon Blood Body Tempering Ointment, plus the Purple Heart Spirit Quenching Pill, that was just 1 or 2 Tier 5 top grade pills, which are enough to greatly enhance Su's strength, agility, constitution, spirit and strength, agility, constitution, spirit. After quickly sending Su a text message on his phone, he also left the arena. It was less than a few minutes. All the freshmen' smart wristbands vibrated, displaying the rankings from the recent freshman competition. Ha, I actually made it into the top 100. 9th place? I can go find my dad to pick up the car later. I'm actually 1243rd? This is ridiculous. Some were happy while others were disheartened. Huo Qing stood up. The results have been displayed through the smart wristbands, and now I announce that the freshman competition has officially concluded. Students who performed well in this competition and haven't taken a master should not forget to reach out to teachers in the next couple of days. Additionally, regarding the rewards for the freshman competition, everyone can go to the resource office in a week to collect them using their wristbands. They will expire if not collected on time, so please keep this in mind. Now everyone can exit in an orderly manner. If anyone feels unwell, please go to the school infirmary promptly. The 3-day freshman competition has come to a close. Freshmen who experienced the arena battles heaved sighs of relief, their expressions varied as they walked toward the exit one by one. Speaking of that freshman named Su, he really is quite formidable. Hey! You must not have heard that he has already defeated many upperclassmen, right? When it comes to archery, he is not lacking at all. He can do that too? How on earth does someone like him train? In the audience, 2nd and 3rd year students were discussing, with the most heated topic being Su's brilliant performance over the past 2 months. Upon learning this, they couldn't help but feel emotional, lamenting how the new waves push the old waves on the river, and if one is not careful, they could be overtaken by juniors. However, everyone understands. Su's rise is an inevitability that no one can stop. The accumulation of substantial resource advantages, combined with Su's own notable talent, will allow him to forge ahead without any competition. It's just a pity that the awakened of the same age as Su are destined to fade in comparison to his dazzling brilliance. Moreover, many third-year students have expressed sentiments like, "Thank goodness I only have less than 2 years left before graduation." Chapter 46, No one can make choices for me. Your performance was great, but don't become complacent. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Goodbye. The female teacher nodded with a smile and actively added Su as a friend on campus network. Leaping down from the arena, clad in a black leather coat with a dark longbow, he stood out in the crowd. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng had been waiting for a long time, having each achieved 7th and 19th place respectively.
Hee hee, our dormitory is definitely the strongest in this year's cohort.
If it weren't for you Bayma taking me out instantly, we might have even made it to the top 5. Sigh. Why do I feel that dating is delaying my training?
Don't blame love if you're not skilled.
Do you believe that Luo can still be number 1 while embracing beautiful girls on both sides?
I know a great private restaurant outside the school I'll treat today, let us celebrate properly.
Sue said with a smile. Luo is treating us, that's very rare. I plan to eat my fill today. Me too. Alright, today you can order whatever you want, I'll handle the bill.
Though he hadn't fought many battles, the tense nerves relaxed suddenly with the end of the freshman competition, and he inexplicably felt a bit hungry.
If Luo doesn't have plans for tonight, the 3 of us haven't had a proper drink since the semester started. Sun Biwei looked at Sue, and Yang Yunfeng did the same. The two were well aware of Sue's character. Even when he announced his relationship last time, he only had a few drinks and didn't go all out. Okay, today we'll treat it as relaxation. As the 3 laughed about how to get each other intoxicated for a video, a boy and a girl ran over quickly. The girl with a ponytail shouted from afar. Wait up, student Sue. Hello, may I ask who you are? Sue stopped, looking curiously at the 2 strangers. Both of them emitted a strong aura. Even though it was somewhat concealed, they gave off a feral beast-like presence, indicating years of combat experience in the gray areas. Finally caught up to you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ouyang Qing, the vice president of the Red Kite Society.
The ponytailed girl smiled brightly as she said this. Hiss. Beside them, Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng widened their eyes. Both of them knew that the normal, elite, and lord clubs in the University of Yuanma had the highest overall rankings and were considered the strongest alongside the Pioneer Club. It's the club that nearly every freshman dreams of joining. Sue smiled calmly, already understanding the purpose of their visit. No one knows that his morning running partner is Jiang Shinro, who long predicted that clubs like normal, elite, and lord would actively recruit after the freshman competition. A new student like Sue, who is exceptionally high quality, will definitely be a target for the normal, elite, and lord clubs. Therefore, Sue wasn't surprised. If classmate Sue was interested in joining a club, how about considering our Red Kite? Your performance speaks for itself, and our president values it highly. A special call has been made, so please show full sincerity. First of all, there are benefits. You can receive 300 credits every month, and resources for cultivation, like elixirs, below grade B can be used without limit in the club. The president said that if you confirm your membership, classmate Sue, you can immediately enjoy the benefits of being vice president and receive 3% of the total resources the club provides each semester. Our stingy president is offering these conditions for the first time. Even I feel a bit envious. Yang Yunfeng and Sun Biwei suddenly started coughing non-stop as if they were choked. Is this the top-ranked club, the Tossing Tiles? Sue's starting point is the end point for many. Nearby freshmen who happened to overhear turned their heads. Their eyes were filled with envy. Many clubs had already started promoting recruitment in the arena, and they had all checked out. The normal, elite, and lord club members were extremely aloof, with not only strict interviews but also assessments from core members. Even so, after joining, one still has to start from the bottom and work their way up. But what about Sue? Not to mention the credits and resources, starting off as vice president, what does that mean? Isn't that a double standard? The most crucial point is that the Red Kite Club is also an external affiliate of the well-known Normal, Elite, and Lord Awaken Guild, the Red Kite Guild, and vice president level members can directly enter upon graduation. Oh my, Yang, when did you become so impatient? A seductive voice suddenly emerged from behind, and just hearing it you know it belongs to a beauty. As the few turned around, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. It was Jiang Shinro. Today, she wore faded jeans and a knitted plush top, paired with white dad shoes, perfectly showcasing her long, shapely legs, exuding a mature charm mixed with a hint of youthful sweetness. Ouyang Qing was not to be outdone, immediately retorting, "Isn't it because classmate Sue is too exceptional that you're afraid some people will get ahead of you? But what if I've already gotten ahead? Without hesitation, Jiang Xinro put her hand on Su's shoulder, instantly making everyone around freeze in surprise.
Their eyes widened, and Sun Biwei couldn't help but lick his slightly dry lips, looking at Su with a gaze full of envy and admiration. So she was already part of the Pioneer Club? It seems she directly won over the vice president's position. No wonder you're my brother Luo. Either don't look for a girlfriend, or go straight for an experienced senior? Sigh. You just can't argue. You think our president is more generous than yours? I don't believe it.
It's not good to speak behind someone's back like that, Ouyang Cheng. The sudden appearance of that voice made Ouyang Cheng's complexion change instantly.
Xingqiang, you're here too?
The newcomer had fiery red hair. She wore perfectly fitted red and black armor and had a valiant demeanor. The president of the Pioneer Club, Ji Xingqiang. For those who are worthy, I never hold back, like this classmate Su. Gently leaning against Su, Jiang Xinro smiled knowingly, but didn't he expect Su to gently remove her hand from his shoulder? Ahem, sorry. Xinro and I are indeed very good friends.
Upon hearing this,
the expressions of those around changed suddenly.
But I currently have no plans to join any club, sorry. I see. Classmate Su, if you decide later, feel free to contact me. The Red Kite Club always welcomes your joining. With that said, the two left with smiling faces, not forgetting to glare at Jiang Xinro as if to tease her. They were both vice presidents of the strongest normal, elite, and lord clubs, but Jiang Xinro was beautiful, sweet-tongued, and of a higher level, causing Ouyang Cheng to consistently lose out in comparisons. This time was one of the few victorious moments. Xinro, I'm sorry, I don't really like it, and no one can make that decision for me. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng observed in silence, not daring to speak, wondering who gave Su the courage. Was it Liang Jingru?
Right in front of the president of the Pioneer, directly rolled over the vice president's face.
It seems this vice president wanted to take the opportunity to claim her territory. Jiang Xinro cast Su a resentful glance, looking quite wronged.
Of course. Su caught a glimpse of a sentence, which she heard.
That is.
They are very close.
Humph. Got it. So how are you going to compensate me? How about the three of us go for drinks and dinner later?
Jiang Xinro playfully wrinkled her nose, holding up 3 fingers. Also, treat me to 3 extra meals separately, otherwise I won't forgive you.
All right. Looking at Ji Xingqiang next to her, just as Su was about to invite her, Jiang Xinro grabbed Su. Let's go. Xingqiang won't drink anyway. Xingqiang, I want to take a leave. Can you host the club meeting tonight?
Ji Xingqiang scratched her head, muttering to herself, when did I say I can't drink?
How come I don't know about this? Chapter 47, I'm running tomorrow morning too. Senior, shall we go together by car?
Sun Biwei had just bought a new car for less than $1 million a few days ago, and he jingled the brand new car keys in his hand.
Thank you, Junior. But I'd rather enjoy the breeze without any restraint.
After indirectly refusing, Jiang Xinro's eyes narrowed into a pair of crescents, looking at Su with anticipation.
Then come with me.
Su felt a bit helpless. Why did Jiang Xinro seem different from usual today? She remembered that she should like riding in cars.
Brother Luo is treating, can I bring my shuebo? I want to ask too, he. More people means more fun. If you don't have plans, come along.
Jiang Xinro beside them smiled even more sweetly. A flash of feminine cunning flickered in her crescent-shaped eyes.
Jiang Xinro got on the black motorcycle, hugging Su's waist intimately.
Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng immediately felt the urge to get their motorcycle licenses. The voluptuous curves pressed together, creating a visually striking scene.
She wasn't just trying to enjoy the breeze, was she? She was clearly trying to blow away her loneliness. The private room at the end of the second floor of Hongwon Pavilion.
As the group introduced themselves, Mu Shui and Yao Zixing became somewhat reserved in their demeanor.
The name Jiang Xinro would be recognized by anyone with even a slight understanding of the clubs.
The president of the Pioneers Club, Ji Xingqiang, was almost always out completing commissions and hunting feral beast otherworlders. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinruo single-handedly managed the Pioneers Club, kept up with her own cultivation, and was also a recognized campus beauty and host, excelling in both academics and extracurriculars. The rapid development of the Pioneers Club was not only due to Ji Xingqiang but also significantly to Jiang Xinruo. It was rumored that many handsome, wealthy, and outstanding awakened individuals pursued her, all without success.
Seemingly warm, but at her core, she was truly ice-cold. Don't feel restricted, everyone. Tonight, we're just here to eat and drink.
After ordering food and drinks, the group began to chat.
Brother Luo, you're amazing. You managed to book such a top-tier private room. A top-tier private room? Su showed a look of confusion. Do you even need a reservation for a meal? Hey! Brother Luo, your luck is really something else. Everyone marveled. They all knew.
The chef at Hongwang Pavilion was renowned for his excellent skills, and it was almost impossible to get a reservation.
People who dined here were not ordinary, and reservations were mandatory. A situation like Sue's, walking in and getting a private room, was unheard of. Then how did you know about this place? My teacher treated me here last time when I returned to school. The food was good, so I decided to treat everyone here. The others were no longer puzzled, nearly sighing about how great it was to have a capable teacher. Before long, the table was laden with dishes. The waiter then busily brought over the drinks. It was dragon blood wine, specially brewed for awakened individuals. As everyone knew, awakened individuals possessed stronger strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Ordinary, elite, and lord-level alcoholic beverages were merely unappetizing water to them. Dragon blood wine wasn't made with dragon blood, but rather brewed from dragon blood fruits grown near dragon lairs. It had a higher alcohol content, a sweeter taste, and could make awakened individuals feel heavenly bliss. It was also quite expensive, with one bottle costing as much as a prosperous family's annual expenses for a normal, elite, or lord individual. Let me pour a drink for Senior Shinro. Mechum, it's such a happy occasion today, we must drink to our heart's content. Jiang Shinro's peripheral vision was filled with Su. She had no intention of letting this junior, who dared to reject her in public, off the hook easily. When women hold a grudge, they can be quite terrifying. Little brother. Congratulations to all of us for completing this successfully. Cheers. Cheers. The wineglasses lightly clinked, and the six of them drank it all in one go. As they ate, the group started chatting again. Yao Zixing and Mu Shui seized this rare opportunity to ask Jiang Xinro for tips on club interviews and received detailed answers. Why does Senior Shinro seem so different from the legends? By the way, I remember both of you are in the top 20, right? If nothing unexpected happens, you'll definitely be on the list for the 4-school exchange by the end of December. The 4-school exchange? Su and the other two cast curious glances. Well, it's similar to the freshman competition. Senior's friendly reminder, the 4-school exchange might be your best opportunity to acquire resources during your 4 years of university. After a brief explanation, she quickly changed the subject. Soon, the atmosphere in the private room became even more lively. Everyone's gazes shifted back and forth between Su and Jiang Xinro. The two were undoubtedly the main focus of the night. After a few drinks, flushed complexions began to appear on everyone's faces. Under the influence of alcohol, Mu Shui and the others also shed their reservations. I'm being nosy, but Su, you're either cultivating or on your way to cultivate every day. Senior Shinro is also very busy every day. How did you two meet? Mu Shui, true to her role as Sun Biwei's girlfriend, was full of curiosity, asking with her chubby cheeks cupped in her hands. This was the question the other three were most eager to know as well, and they all looked over simultaneously. We met during morning runs. Ha! That's it? That's all? The simpler the answer, the more their curiosity itched, like tiny claws scratching their hearts. Let me tell you. Gently swirling her wineglass, reflecting her stunning face, Jiang Xinro's narrative tone carried an indescribable joy and pride. It's not entirely wrong.
We often ran into each other before, but never really interacted. Then one morning, his pace was so fast. Jiang Shinro herself was an experienced host with a high level of literary sophistication. Her eloquent narration had a clear beginning, development, and conclusion, captivating the other four. His sword-like eyebrows rose. He never expected Jiang Shinro to remember the details of that moment so clearly.
I didn't expect you two to meet during your morning run. Everyone found it incredible.
Yang Yunfeng, about 7 or 8 parts drunk, swayed his head and grumbled.
I used to wake up early to run too, why didn't I meet anyone? Ouch.
Yao Zixing, standing beside him, chuckled and twisted a circle of flesh on Yang Yunfeng's thigh with 2 fingers.
While everyone couldn't help but laugh, they envied Su's luck even more.
To meet the most beautiful host senior in the entire school just by going for a morning run.
This luck is simply unparalleled.
And judging by the appearance, Jiang Shinro is now infatuated, just short of a clear declaration.
Wait. So, you two go for a run every morning and then have breakfast together?
Jiang Shinro smiled slyly, her red lips curving slightly, and nodded lazily. At this point, everyone suddenly understood.
They now understood why Jiang Shinro wasn't as aloof as rumors suggested tonight, and instead gave them an illusion of approachability.
It turns out it was all because they were Su's friends.
Sun Biwei clicked his tongue in amazement, feeling a bit envious. She's the goddess that so many boys in the school desire but cannot have. Many have tried and failed to move her. To have her heart opened and step into her life simply because of something as trivial as a morning run? If you were to tell this story, who would believe it? Sigh.
Such an unreasonable thing, when it happens to Su, seems to become reasonable. As a fellow female, Mu Shui had long seen through Jiang Shinro's intentions. She clearly intended to use the alcohol from tonight to break through the final barrier.
I'm sorry, the enemy is too strong, anyone who goes up will lose.
Although her roommate was also excellent, compared to Jiang Shinro. She couldn't help but sigh for her roommate, who hadn't eaten or slept well since meeting Su. Even Yang Yunfeng, who was getting tipsy, realized that Jiang Shinro's intention wasn't just about drinking. The other 3 had already figured it out.
Come, Su, have another drink.
Jiang Shinro's alcohol tolerance, honed through years of social events, meant that after a few drinks, she showed no signs of drunkenness, appearing as charming and shy as a blooming red rose.
Old Jiang, Brother Luo, I want to go for a run tomorrow morning too. Mu Shui and I will head off now. I have other plans with him too. Shall we go together? Before leaving, Sun Biwei gave Su a meaningful look. Perhaps tonight, Brother Luo will go all the way? Sigh. This kind of plot feels like something I've seen before. Oh, right. Art truly comes from life. Chapter 48, My Cabbage, I feel like it's been sullied by someone. These 2 guys. Su read something else from the looks in their eyes. Glancing at the phone, there are still 3 minutes until 10 o'clock.
At this time, I would normally be getting ready for bed, but I haven't even finished eating yet. Her arms, tender like lotus roots, gently rested on my shoulder. Jiang Shinro's charming face was flushed, her eyes hazy, gleaming with a flickering daze.
Exhaling like orchids, mixed with the aroma of dragon blood wine. No more drinking, no more drinking.
Competing in drinking with someone who doesn't get drunk is the most boring.
Su, Jr., help me up, let us go home.
In fact, Su had drunk almost twice as much as Jiang Shinro, yet he felt completely sober.
He couldn't help it. Struggling to rise unsteadily, almost falling the next second. Thud.
Su pulled over a chair just in time to catch Jiang Shinro.
Waiter, bring a bowl of hangover soup. Hee, you silly fool. Drinking with you is the most fun. Don't you think? First, they said it was boring, and now they're saying it's fun.
It looks like they've really gotten drunk. Verification complete. In front of me, Jiang Shinro seems ready to completely let herself go.
Crying and laughing like a little girl.
Sir, here's the hangover soup you requested.
What hangover soup? I'm not even drunk. Su was exasperated. It was already 10:30. You want me to drink? You feed me, okay? Women can be really troublesome. Drunk women are even more troublesome.
Gently blowing, Jiang Shinro obediently opened her mouth waiting to be fed, completely losing the previous air of intellect and elegance.
Instead, she appeared charmingly innocent.
The hangover soup worked quickly, and Jiang Shinro finally stopped causing a scene. When it was time to settle the bill, Su saw the special discount of 40% off and curiously asked the waiter. "Oh, our previous young master specifically instructed that whenever you and Mei Xingzhe dine here, it will always be at the lowest discount."
"Teacher you?" Su blurted out.
The waiter smiled but said nothing.
After the discount, it was about 200,000 coins.
He quickly returned to the private room, picked up Jiang Shinro, who casually wrapped her arms around his neck, babbling non-stop. Walking through the restaurant lobby,
many men couldn't help but cast envious glances at Su when they saw a beauty like Jiang Shinro.
Just as they stepped out, a gust of cold wind hit, and Su took off his black leather jacket and put it on Jiang Shinro.
Along the way, Jiang Shinro clung tightly to Su, occasionally screaming in excitement. "Awu!"
Furrowing his brow, Su shook his head helplessly.
He was even more determined now not to drink with any girls, especially Jiang Shinro.
This girl looked quiet, but why did she bite people when she got drunk?
After finally getting Jiang Shinro back to the dorm and settling her in with 2 other senior girls, Su finally went back.
As soon as he stepped in, he heard hurried footsteps running up the stairs.
"Hey! Luo Gu, is that it? I was going to ask the same thing. Is it just that efficient? Could it be like the daytime when they rushed to kill you Beima, just with a change of location for a quick shot? Get lost. I just dropped her off at the dorm." "Oh. I knew it. Then Luo Gu, you should get some rest early." He, thank goodness." The two turned and rushed downstairs, Su smiling wryly.
After everything was tidied up, it was already past midnight. Yuan Yan was gazing intently at Su while leaning back in a chair. Her big eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. How at such a youthful age could he maintain such calmness?
Could it be that he takes care of things while bathing? The girl was already hinting like that.
"Brother, you're missing a golden opportunity here." Su glanced at the notification 99+ on the chat app and gulped. "My beloved cosplay teacher, come to my apartment after the big competition ends. I have a small gift for you."
Smile.jpg. My beloved cosplay teacher, where are you? My beloved cosplay teacher, how dare you not reply, is Yu Yorue teaching you this?
Su hurriedly replied to explain, feeling anxious as he fell asleep.
Early in the morning,
he bought a lot of various flavored lollipops and candies from the supermarket. Saying goodbye to Mei Nianxue, her pretty face cold, her red lips tightly pursed. Only after explaining in detail about the drinking celebration with Jiang Shinro and others yesterday did her expression soften. Suddenly leaning over and sniffing, a strange color flashed in her eyes. By intuition, she felt it should be a very good-looking girl.
Humph.
Taking out an ancient-looking box, this is the 5-tier high-grade elixir I won from yesterday's bet, the Purple Heart Spirit Elixir. Consume it to condense the spirit soul and increase strength, agility, constitution, spirit strength, agility, constitution, spirit.
After you take it, practice the 8-element refinement technique. The effect should be even better.
The elixir in hand was completely brown-black. With a closer look, you could see purple alchemical patterns, and the pervasive medicinal fragrance had a miraculous effect that could instantly sober someone.
System, activate.
Silently reciting in his mind, information appeared before his eyes.
Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 607?
Under normal circumstances, unless certain awakened individuals with strength, agility, constitution, or spirit-based talents possess strong strength, agility, constitution, or spirit attributes, most awakened individuals will not have very high strength, agility, constitution, or spirit attributes. Moreover, compared to strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, the methods to increase strength, agility, constitution, and spirit attributes are extremely limited. There are only 2 ways: level up or take elixirs or other rare materials.
Su's strength, agility, constitution, and spirit attributes were already high after taking the elixir. Manipulating elements would undoubtedly be even easier. He immediately took the elixir, holding his breath and concentrating on his technique. The moment the medicinal energy dissipated, he could more clearly perceive the elemental energy filling the room. Moreover, this feeling was continuously increasing with time. The effect of a 5-tier high-grade elixir is indeed remarkable. After a long time, the sense of increase gradually stopped. The elemental energy outside the wall reflected in his mind, showing nearly a doubling increase compared to before. Hiss! Su couldn't help but gasp. Around Main Yanxue, there were towering, sky-reaching pillars of energy, like a raging river, endlessly surging. Open the system status panel again. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 932? Increased by 325 points. Su clenched his fists, his face revealing an excited expression. Converted into free points, it equates to receiving 650 free points from consuming a 5-tier high-grade elixir. Not bad. There's about a 50% increase in strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Main Yanxue was secretly astonished. With the potency of the purple heart spirit elixir, Su's improvement was substantial. He could already rival some tier 2 level talents in strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Turning to inquire about the cultivation level of the black jade Zhangyan, upon learning that it could cover his whole body, Main Yanxue directly bit her lollipop in half. Though it could only manage a thin layer, there was no doubt he achieved it. Sometimes I really wonder, how come your cultivation speed is so fast? Of course, it's because you, teacher, teach well. Main Yanxue appreciated it, reaching out to take out some ointment. Its color was dark red, as if it were alive. 5-tier supreme grade, dragon blood solidification paste. It's best used when wrapped by black jadeite, appearing a dark black, and is widely recognized for enhancing strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Made from the essence of dragon blood, if you're lucky, you can gain the dragon's powerful strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. This is the gift I originally intended to give you, my disciple. Presenting 2 5-tier supreme grade pills at once, Su once again experienced Main Yanxue's extravagance. 2 pills with simple and direct effects, placed on the awakened market, would fetch over 300 million. Thank you, teacher. He clasped his fists and bowed. Humph. Main Yanxue glanced sideways, her red lips curling slightly. Then, thinking of that unique taste, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Teacher? Do you have any advice regarding student clubs? Chapter 49, As long as I'm invincible, isn't that enough? Both the Pioneers Club and the Crimson Kite Club have invited me, but you're still struggling with whether to join. Main Yanxue could see what Su was thinking. In her eyes, Su had never been part of a team. Whether it was the trial after becoming her disciple or the subsequent challenges in the gray zone, he had always gone solo. Clubs have too many rules and regulations, which might hinder my level progression. I feel the gains wouldn't outweigh the losses. Su said calmly. Indeed, joining any club would increase his avenues for earning academic credits. Additionally, clubs offered access to abundant cultivation resources, which could help him rapidly improve his level and attributes. None of this could hide the fact that clubs might consume too much of his time. Su disliked being constrained. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stubbornly chosen the free-spirited profession of a bricklayer and booster before. Actually, as long as you are strong enough, the constraints of a club are virtually non-existent. If you still feel restricted, why not just start your own club? It's best to have some experience with clubs. Main Yanxue popped another lollipop into her mouth and began to ponder the future. You could join a more relaxed club first to gain experience, and then later establish your own club or guild. At that point, I could. No. Teacher, I'm not interested in that. Su quickly waved his hands. Little one, your teacher has been through it all. When you're running around for cultivation resources, you'll understand how right I was. This is university now, but what about after graduation in the real world? Or are you like a fish? Could it be that you have some background I don't know about? If not, you need to start taking resource acquisition seriously right now. It's something awakened individuals can never avoid. The higher your level and realm, the more resource challenges you'll face. Besides me, the others here at the school also have their own resource channels. And in this world, a person's strength, agility, constitution, and spirit are ultimately limited. Past events flashed before her eyes, her tone filled with emotion and a touch of lingering sadness. Soon, Mei Nianshua's emotions had completely settled. Her voice returned to its calm demeanor, as if all emotion had been filtered out in an instant. She unconsciously touched her ear. Being a loner is perfectly fine too. It's your choice, and I'm just giving advice, not interfering. As long as you don't regret it, then it's okay. Hearing this, Su scratched his head. This was the real world, with more issues to consider. He had indeed been a bit too idealistic. Without any warp points or the like, traveling around would indeed be troublesome. With the existence of the system, there is absolutely no need to worry about skill levels ranging from novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, to divine. The demand for cultivation resources would naturally be greatly reduced. Besides acquiring free points, there was hunting feral beasts and otherworlders, something no one else could substitute. But even with his own forces, gathering a group of individuals weaker than himself, could he really expect them to act as bait? Teacher, I understand now. It was as if he had reached the end of a stream, and the mist-shrouded view suddenly cleared. Compared to constraints, I really do prefer freedom. Only by becoming stronger myself can I truly be strong. As long as I'm strong enough, all problems can be easily solved. Su's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. There is only one problem in this world, and that is weakness. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Su's determination to become stronger was reaffirmed. The abyss eyes, standing quietly on the soft floor mat, gazed with admiration in their large eyes. Now that's what someone who possesses it should say. Watching the tall, receding figure, Mei Nianxue smiled brightly, as if seeing her younger self again. So will you repeat my fate? I'll be waiting to see. She had also said something similar. In the Elven realm, beside the sacred moon tree courtyard. She turned and left after speaking, and decades have passed since then. The freshman competition officially concluded. Club recruitment commenced shortly thereafter. Promotional materials for various clubs were visible all over campus. The recruitment conditions for normal, elite, and lord clubs were simple: any awakened could join. The goal of the normal, elite, and lord clubs was to recruit freshmen who ranked in the top 100 or showed potential. For several consecutive days, people from numerous normal, elite, and lord clubs visited daily, with increasingly attractive offers. Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng were filled with envy. Eventually, Su stopped listening and rejected them all outright. Regarding the Crimson Kite and Pioneers clubs, Su specifically visited their headquarters to explain. Both sides expressed understanding and explicitly stated that they are always welcome. The news that the strongest freshman, Su, planned to become a loner spread across the campus in an instant, becoming the hot topic of discussion for everyone. Humph. Just the first place in the freshman competition, do you really think you're the top of the whole school? Just you wait, I guarantee that within a semester, Su will become mediocre and amount to nothing. This kind of boldness does have the demeanor of his teacher. Amidst the heated discussions, Su paid no attention at all. The club recruitment ended, and Sun Biwei and Yang Yunfeng successfully passed the interviews and joined the Pioneers Club. The 7th day after the freshman competition concluded. There were only a few people in the supplies department of Yuanma University, and even the staff lacked enthusiasm. When it was Su's turn, he said softly, "Hello, I'm here to redeem my freshman competition rewards. A smart device wristband, and your identity badge." An impatient voice came from the window. After a while, a drowsy female staff member rubbed her eyes, her sleepiness completely gone. Name, Su. Rank, 1. Rewards, 1500 credits, 5-tier cultivation pill X1, Purple Haze Tower reading permission increased by 1 level. Remarks, Current reading permission is S level.
If you need to upgrade your permission, please report it promptly.
S student, please wait a moment. The authorization time for your Purple Haze Tower access will be a bit longer.
In a short while, a notification was received on his phone. 1,500 credits had been credited.
The few freshmen lined up behind Sue were chattering impatiently.
Just as they were about to erupt, they saw the staff member inside the window stand up. The identity badge was handed over with both hands, respectfully. Your access permission to the Zixia Tower has been upgraded to SS level, but you still need to go to the Zixia Tower to activate it before you can use it.
Hiss. SS level permission? I thought he was a freshman like me. That was a close call, thank goodness I didn't say anything. A few people gasped, each relieved.
You should know that usually, an awakened individual doesn't achieve SS level activation until they graduate from their senior year.
Black leather jacket, pitch black longbow, it's clearly the signature look of a big shot. He must be a senior who's been out hunting feral beasts for years.
The few of them were increasingly convinced of the youth's higher status.
Take care. Okay, thank you.
Sue readjusted her identity badge, and as she turned around, the few immediately stood at attention, their faces full of smiles.
Good morning, senior. Hello, senior.
The engine roared and whizzed past, finally allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief.
This is the pressure coming from the senior. Such a strong aura. I wonder if I can activate a level permissions by the end of this semester. I'm so envious.
Returning to the Zixia Tower to complete the activation of permissions. After checking, I found that the SS level archery skill not only requires mastery of novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms but also has other prerequisites. Find conditions with novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms phantom arrow, will arrow, and demon breaking arrow as prerequisite skills for SS level skill. A line of text slowly appeared on the intelligent machine screen, followed by a mechanical voice.
Search successful. The number of results that meet the criteria is 1. Your current access permission meets the requirements. Would you like to activate it? Yes. Not long after.
The intelligent machine returns.
Picking up the thick skill book, Meteor 12/. Chapter 50, Skill Expansion.
Training with sword, fist, and spear. For several hours, Sue was immersed in studying the skill book for Meteor 12/. The understanding difficulty of SS level is several times higher than that of S level skills, as it feels like trying multiple times without reaching novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine.
Gulp. Outside the window, it was already dark.
I got up to eat in the cafeteria and then returned to the Zixia Tower to continue attempting. Fortunately, the Zixia Tower is open to everyone 24 hours a day.
Because every awakened person has different habits, some people are more efficient at learning skills at night.
After relaxing a bit, I read the skill book and gained a whole new understanding. Images flashed through my mind, and my confused thoughts became clear.
System activated. Skill, Meteor 12 combo novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine?
I felt it was indeed correct. I had finally chewed through this tough nut. I glanced at the time on the wall. It was already past midnight. The training facility closes at 10, and now at Zixia Tower, only a few rooms are still lit. The evening breeze brushed against my face, and the night was just right.
Sue stretched lazily, pulling out a bow and gazing upward at the sky. Energy arrows quietly took shape.
During the flight, a thought stirred, and in an instant, it split into 12 equally sized energy arrows, resembling a shower of meteors rising from the ground. The speed and trajectory of the 12 arrows are completely different. They don't fly straight forward like normal, elite, or lord arrows. Each one will randomly deviate before hitting the target.
In the end, they all converge on a single point. What's even more crucial is that the Meteor 12 volley includes a slight tracking ability.
Just imagine, 12 fast-moving arrows that can't be dodged and have tracking capabilities. It's terrifying.
Meteor 12?
Ha, Sheen, it seems we have another powerful archer in our school. The man stepped down from the off-road vehicle, his back carrying a bright red super bow. After a moment, the energy arrows dissipated, and I had formed some conclusions in my mind. It should be just novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. The skill release is not yet novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine.
Strange. He knows all the strong archers. Ouyang Cheng also didn't report anyone activating SS level authority recently. Could it be that another powerful archer has emerged? Arrows shining like meteors once again sliced through the night sky. Each differing in color, each arrow contained completely different elements, trailing elemental particles that painted a colorful abstract picture. In his pitch-black eyes, a hint of bewilderment flickered. His face was filled with confusion. The second time seeing the Meteor 12 compared to the first was almost a cliff-like improvement. I could see no traces of a beginner. Could it be a different person? President, why don't we go grab something to eat first? I'm about to starve. Let us head back to headquarters first. The inner warrior spirit ignited, and the man was incredibly eager to know about this archer. Let's just see what kind of people Ouyang Cheng has recruited for us. Several aggressive off-road vehicles passed smoothly down the quiet road, each adorned with the pattern of a crimson kite. This is the emblem of Red Tern, one of the two major pinnacle societies. Turning back to Zixia Tower, Su began to review other skills. At dawn, Su opened the smart device, displaying the skill books that had already been marked for reservation. Name, Su. Unread list. Archery, Heavenly Cloud Demon S, Arrow of Decay A, Earth Spike Arrow A. Swordsmanship, Flash Sword / A. Fist Technique, Inch Force Opens Heaven A. Spear Technique, Nebula 100 Flowers Grave A. General, Instant Slide Step B. Although Instant Slide Step is only rated B, its effect allows for small-scale movement. However, after the skill ends, there will still be a slide over a certain distance, which can be unexpectedly effective in actual combat. Strive to get all these skills to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine within 2 weeks. With free points exhausted, hunting feral beasts is essential for improvement. Before departing, I plan to further hone these skills to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine levels. When battling feral beasts, it can also simultaneously increase realms while reducing free points consumption. After the freshman competition, the new courses at UNMA University returned to normal. It seems that after filtering, the core courses of the top universities have begun, covering a wide range of content. There are practical classes to enhance awakened skills, as well as foreign language classes teaching various otherworlder languages. Even the properties of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, which are recognized as the hardest to improve, have corresponding meditation classes. All the instructors are experienced awakened individuals, adding many personal experiences during the lessons that are not only interesting but also very practical. UNMA University's schedule is tight, with classes from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., all consisting of 90-minute sessions, and at 6:30 p.m., there will be special lectures on topics such as talent development and alchemy for novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine. Each one is extremely appealing to Su. Although Yoyorue mentioned earlier that missing a class could allow using credits to invite teachers for personal tutoring, in reality, those credits are far from enough. Rather than spending a fortune on credits, it's better to squeeze some time in. Of course, Su doesn't have a duplicating technique, so amidst the many courses, he still has to make choices. Besides the regular course schedule, he spends almost all his time in Zixia Tower learning skills. Sun Biwei and Yan Yunfeng's talents belong to the enhancement category, but they approach it differently, leading to many overlaps in their classes. The two mentioned that they haven't seen Su for over half a month. November 11, 5:30 a.m. In a corner on the second floor of the cafeteria, Jiang Shinro saw the schedule Su set for himself. She felt once again impressed by his nearly monstrous time management. Don't you ever feel tired? They're all fun things, how could I feel tired? Looking at the direction you came from this morning, where did you spend the night last night? It seemed casual, but she was actually quite nervous.
The thought of such a thoroughly outstanding and highly disciplined man possibly being taken away, just thinking about it made her angry. I slept in Zisha Tower last night. I was a bit late reading the skill books. Upon learning Sue's skill study schedule, Jiang Shinro gasped.
Is this guy even human? A machine, perhaps. Classes by day, and training skills in whatever remaining time? Come on, at least find some fun. I'm going to go crazy just listening to this. How about I take you out for drinks tonight, and have a little fun? Forget it. I don't want to go get rabies shots. With implications, her face instantly flushed, and her eyes sparkled with charm. That day, she did get drunk. She hadn't expected Sue to appear as a teetotaling good man. In reality, he could drink thousands without getting drunk. Having mingled in social drinking events, he had never been as drunken as that day. There was no breaking through the window, and nothing had happened. She once thought her charm had diminished. You shouldn't say that. Which one bit you? You. Pointing at Jiang Shinro. Woo. The cherry-shaped mouth provocatively took a bite of a finger, glancing back with a playful look. The fingertips suddenly sensed a peculiar touch, warm and smooth, playfully swaying back and forth. You. Did you see that? This is what biting is. I forgot to mention, I'm really a dog at heart. The two were about to finish eating and leave when they saw a dozen students walk in with their heads hanging low, and among them were two familiar faces. Li Yunting and Chu Yunlong. Snow Wolf Society? It seems they must have failed their mission to upgrade to the normal, elite, Lord Society. Huh? What? I told you not to join the society. You didn't pay attention, did you? Jiang Shinro explained from the side. In order to upgrade from normal, elite, Lord Society to a higher level, they must challenge a simulation dungeon at a difficulty level of hard or above. Sue's eyes lit up. His instincts told him. Business is coming. Senior Shinro, can you explain that in detail? Chapter 51, Your friend, humanoid agent Sue, is now online. You actually find this interesting? Jiang Shinro, operating the Pioneer Society, was very familiar with various rules. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly explained. Under normal circumstances, to clear a hard-level dungeon, a minimum of 16 Tier 3 awakened are required, and they all must be A-class talents, with experienced support in the team. B-class talent awakened need to reach Tier 3 to have a chance, and it won't be easy for the normal, elite, Lord Society to assemble this lineup. However, every year during the recruitment period until the end of the semester, each society gets new blood. If they have even one freshman from your first year in that group of 16, the difficulty will decrease by 1%. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sue nodded, suddenly enlightened. If the normal, elite, Lord Society takes advantage of this opportunity, they might successfully promote to the normal, elite, Lord Society. Moreover, the different levels of societies receive resources from the school that vary by over 3 times each month. Over time, the gap will only widen. Of course, if they succeed in promotion, there will be corresponding rewards. Seeing Sue's keen interest, Jiang Shinro thought he was changing his mind and continued to speak. The 16 individuals who clear the simulation dungeon will each receive 300 credits and a Tier 2 random quality pill, with the access to Xia Tower directly open to sea level, and they will gain an additional 300 credits once activated. With Jiang Shinro's introduction, Sue quickly familiarized himself with the promotion rules of the society. Meanwhile, Chu Yunlong was in a daze. He was astonished to see Sue chatting face to face with Jiang Shinro, who was dressed in sports attire. Could it be that the legend is true? The hottest gossip around the campus lately has to be about the strongest newcomer, Sue, having something going on with the vice president of the Pioneer Society, Jiang Shinro. Although the two had never publicly acknowledged it, many had already seen them having breakfast together. Now seeing it with his own eyes, Jiang Shinro's face was charmingly smiling, radiating a captivating glow, giving off a vibe that felt quite intimate. Reflecting on his past self, Chu Yunlong couldn't help but sigh. Even the coldest woman will drop her facade in front of someone she likes. No matter how hard Fei Yangyang tried, he could never become Shi Yangyang.
After leaving the cafeteria, they each went their separate ways, squeezing out some time to consult society materials while studying and training. He asked Jiang Shinro about any doubts he had through the chat software. In her third year, her schedule was lighter, and she spent most of her time in the society. By evening, Su had everything figured out and then got Chu Yunlong's contact information from Sun Biwei.
18:30 p.m.
Underground floor 1 of teaching building number 21, Snow Wolf Society headquarters. Chu Yunlong saw Su get off a black motorcycle with a big smile. "Junior Su, our vice president has been waiting for you for a long time." Gone was the previous arrogance and senior demeanor. He spoke a bit more reservedly. The freshman competition, along with various rumors around campus, clearly indicated Su's rise was unstoppable.
People would be eager to befriend such a person, who would dare to offend him.
As they entered the society headquarters, many immediately recognized Su, their faces showing puzzled expressions.
Su openly refused to join two high-profile societies, choosing instead to be a lone wolf, well known at UNMA University.
Walking closely with Su, Chu Yunlong couldn't help but puff out his chest as he caught a glimpse of the expressions on the faces of the club members from the corner of his eye.
"Long time no see, Senior Lee." "Oomph, long time no see."
A girl with a sweet smile poured tea for the three of them, a bit blushing as she handed it to Su before quietly stepping out and closing the door. As fellow freshmen, Su was treated like a VIP, while she had to start with the lowest chores in the club.
This person.
Li Yunting sensed Su's aura, who was evidently still at tier 2 but felt a bit stronger than when they fought, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes.
"I heard from Yunlong that you wanted to see me?" "That's right, this morning. You all failed the challenge in the simulated secret realm, right?" The expressions of the two changed drastically. Li Yunting snorted coldly and had already issued an eviction order.
"If you're here to mock us, the Snow Wolf Club doesn't welcome you."
"Senior Lee, don't get too excited. What if I said I could help you reach the normal, elite, and lord clubs?"
Looking at Su's serious expression, he knew she wasn't joking.
"What's the plan?"
"I will temporarily join the Snow Wolf Club and lead the team myself."
"We're out of options, you." Chu Yunlong immediately raised a doubt. 16 freshmen will reduce the difficulty by 16%. I am confident that we can clear it within 2 attempts. As long as the requirement is simply to clear the level, without time limits or troublesome operation scores, Su felt quite confident. "What are the conditions?"
"After clearing, all the credits and cultivation resources of the other 15 will belong to me, plus another 3,000 credits.
The room fell silent, with only the hurried breaths of Li Yunting and Chu Yunlong. "What if we fail both times?"
"I will cover all the credits needed to open the simulated secret realm.
At the latest by tomorrow night, I'll give you an answer."
The next morning, Li Yunting sent a text agreeing to the collaboration. The club activity center is located in the northeast corner of the campus. It is also the entrance to the simulated secret realm, the collapsing wave. The secret realm can be understood as a closed gray area, but the types of feral beasts and otherworlders inside are limited and the difficulty is higher. Similar to a one-time dungeon, it often yields a large amount of materials and resources. The simulated secret realm is created by Huaxian Nation using spatial talent and top technology. It can set scenarios in the background, the types of feral beasts and otherworlders that appear, and other elements. It also allows for multiple challenges, with rewards for ranking or breaking records. Just without drops of materials and resources.
In the evening,
many normal, elite, and lord clubs gathered by the entrance. The welfare period of the simulated secret realm is less than 2 months, miss it and you'll have to wait half a year. Li Yunting appeared with 15 new members, leading to immediate attention. "Old Li, your Snow Wolf Club is really putting in the effort this time.
Didn't you just fail the challenge a few days ago? Be tenacious, just don't end up losing everything, huh?"
Not in the mood to listen to these mocking remarks, Li Yunting noticed a young man in a black leather jacket in the corner. The two went to handle the club registration before giving a pass to Su.
"Senior Lee, great working together." I appreciate it."
Filled with doubts, thinking about Su's backer, the Bow Saint, Li Yunting felt extremely complicated at this moment.
Among the 15, 3 were support, and Su made the arrangements, leading the group towards the entrance. Tip: please choose a difficulty. Normal, Elite, Lord Hard Warrior Hell Hero.
A smile curved on Sue's lips, and her eyes sparkled.
This inexplicable sense of familiarity. Choosing the hard mode, after verifying the pass, the entrance successfully opened.
As his eyes opened again, he found himself standing on a crumbling city wall, with various buildings behind him that were close to ruins. A grim wind carrying a bloody scent, the crackling of burning flames, and the dark clouds filling the sky. 7 people involuntarily revealed fear, seemingly recalling the terrifying experience of failing and exiting earlier.
However, this time should be even worse than before. All gazes converged, one by one expressing doubt. If even the sophomores and juniors failed, how could they as freshmen possibly succeed?
A few of them pouted, having many complaints about Li Yunting's agreement, but didn't dare to voice it out.
Snap. Snap. 4 sets of playing cards? What the heck?
You all just need to watch if it's really boring, playing Dodiju is fine too. Sue turned to the 3 supports and smiled. Later, please keep buffing me, thanks a lot.
Everyone's minds went blank. Went into a simulated secret realm to play poker? Are we joking here? Making you do this is just unprofessional. Buzz. Buzz. Strange fluctuations spread.
Sue stood atop the city wall, her black leather jacket fluttering in the wind.
With a casual wave, several quivers appeared. Working happily, earning money. Chapter 52, Made No Move? Break the record.
In hard mode, there is a 1-minute preparation time, allowing a chance to inspect the environment and clearing conditions.
Requirement: withstand 20 waves of attack, successfully protect the city-state on the brink of extinction.
At the same time, effective information organized floated in his mind. The first 10 waves primarily consist of feral beasts, while the last 10 waves are a combination of otherworlders and feral beasts. Each wave must be completely defeated to trigger the next wave. Exceeding 30 minutes will also refresh.
Waves 10 and 20 will feature normal, elite, and lord-level feral beasts and otherworlders. Support. Roger that.
The 3 supporters each used their talents and skills, and different colored halos appeared on their bodies.
He silently recited in his heart. System, activate. Opening the system status panel, all 4 attributes had slightly increased.
I wonder if defeating these simulated feral beasts and otherworlders will earn free points. If so, it would save me the trouble of running around. I could just focus on grinding for study points and skills, then repeatedly enter the secret realm to farm free points. Looping like this, I'd be invincible by the time I emerged.
Boring, but incredibly satisfying.
A star-shaped formation appeared before his eyes, slowly rotating. The scene 1,000 meters away was clearly visible, with a vast field of vision completely observing the spawn points of feral beasts and otherworlders.
Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, his cultivation technique ran at full power.
Countless light and fire elements, like bright moths, swarmed towards Sue. Elemental energy infused the arrow, which was surrounded by dazzling golden light and scarlet flames.
At this moment,
particles of light and fire swirled around him, making him look like a deity.
Light and fire element enchantment complete. Zing! The resonant twang of the bowstring was continuous. The 15 people swallowed nervously, and a few girls clasped their hands together, their eyes sparkling. An arrow pierces the clouds. Roar!
It's a Tier 2 normal, elite, Lord Feral Beast, the Iron Lizard.
There are red-backed bears too, holy crap. Everyone stared intently into the distance. Even from a kilometer away, they could feel the terrifying aura emanating from them.
The oppressive feeling from 30 feral beasts appearing simultaneously put immense pressure on everyone. There were still seniors from the 2nd and 3rd years before, but now.
Sigh, what's the point of playing cards anymore? We're about to be wiped out, aren't we? The top freshman this year has really been showing off a bit too much. Look. In the dim sky, a formation, hundreds of meters wide, suddenly unfurled, illuminating the universe. A dense rain of arrows formed a sky curtain of light and fire. Celestial Arrow Book.
The feral beasts that poked their heads out were pierced before they even knew what was happening, and were immediately eliminated.
Zing, zing, zing.
Archery skills of novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms were displayed, with gleaming arrows accurately hitting the weak points of the escaped feral beasts, killing them with a single shot.
Buzz. The wave refreshed, and the second wave of feral beasts appeared in an instant.
The sky arrow scripture continued. Sue's feet seemed rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Nearly 100 feral beasts had already perished. The third wave refreshed. By this point, everyone felt their throats dry.
This actually works?
It's only been a few minutes, and the third wave has already refreshed. The mouths of several experienced students twitched uncontrollably. They had never expected such a scene.
Is this the combat style of the top freshmen? And so, on the dilapidated city wall, such a scene unfolded.
The three supporters excitedly cast buffing skills on Sue.
Not far away, 3 people huddled together. 7, 8, 9, 10, hook, circle, customer. It's a hit. Brother Luo, keep it up.
I'll treat you to a meal when this is over today. These people had long since accepted their fate. Playing cards to relax while shouting 666 was actually quite enjoyable. About 500 meters from the city wall, a blazing mammoth was pierced by dozens of arrows, falling in unwillingness, unable to rise again.
Wave after wave of menacing torrents were successively killed by Sue's arrows.
It only took a few hours for the 15 people to go from shock to habit, and then to complete trust.
Wave 19, it should be the final wave of normal, elite, and Lord Otherworlders.
Flickering elemental particles surrounded him as the 8-element body tempering art furiously circulated, using elemental enchanted arrows throughout. With rapid fire shots, sustained endurance, and a buffer zone of 1,000 meters, anyone who came would be shot down.
The only drawback is killing simulated feral beasts and otherworlders will not increase free points.
Fortunately, the realms of other skills have been slightly improved. Using elemental energy alone as arrows, the power is stronger, but the current cultivation method is not enough to support it. Sue speculated that after raising the 8 origin body tempering art to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms, it would basically be self-sufficient. In other words, normal archery output can be completely replaced by energy arrows instead of physical ones. This further strengthened his resolve to go to the gray zone. Before that, while comprehending and learning skills, he would also help other normal, elite, and lord guilds advance. Earning 7,500 academic credits and 15 second-tier pills in just a few hours. There are at least 20 normal, elite, and lord guilds in Yuan Mo University stuck in the simulated secret realm.
That's over 150,000 academic credits. As the last shield-bearing minotaur fell, a giant dark shadow appeared. With a height of over 100 meters and a muscular body, its oppressive aura was almost equal to the sum of the previous 19 waves. The poker players turned as cold as ice, trembling like shuttles as they met those crimson eyes, each as large as a wagon wheel. A mutated Tier 3 normal, elite, Lord Minotaur beast? After mutation, both otherworlders and feral beasts would receive certain attribute enhancements, and their true combat power would soar. The Minotaur beast before them was twice the normal size, possessing the destructive power of at least a Tier 4 normal, elite, lord, or even normal, elite, lord. Its legs bent, and its massive feet pushed off the ground, charging forward. Holy crap, it's a barbarian charge. We're doomed, what are we going to do? This single charge was enough to turn the city walls and the buildings behind them into ruins. Facing the mutated Minotaur beast, archers couldn't stop it. Realizing this, the 15 people's eyes filled with despair, and their lips lost all color. The 100-meter behemoth charged, its terrifying momentum instantly causing 2 girls to collapse to the ground. The ice blue energy arrow exploded, flying several meters before suddenly splitting into 12. Meteor shower 12 consecutive. Extreme ice. The golden formation, brilliant as the sun, unfolded once more. Boom. Mist filled the air, and within an ice block larger than a small mountain, the Minotaur beast was completely frozen. Meteor shower 12 consecutive. Flash.
Blinding meteors pierced the ice, and its massive head exploded, brains splattering, and blood gushing. Under the three-dimensional strike from top to bottom and front to back, the Minotaur beast's body collapsed like a mountain.
Challenge successful. Congratulations on breaking the best record. Each challenger will receive a reward of 100 academic credits. Cheers erupted from the battlements.
Something that 7 core members from the sophomore and junior years couldn't accomplish, yet Sue, a freshman, had done it.
And they even broke the record. It's a miracle. Oldly, what can I say about you? Did a donkey kick your brain or what? Do you believe that tomorrow, everyone will know what a big joke you are?
Several familiar classmates around chattered non-stop. Li Yunting's face was grim, and he still regretted it inwardly.
What was wrong with me? No matter how skilled Sue's archery is, he's just a freshman at Tier 2 lower rank. I was truly bewitched. The vice president?
Xu Yunlong stammered, pointing at the ranking board to the left of the entrance, as if he had seen a ghost.
Following the gaze, Li Yunting's mouth suddenly widened, and with a crack, his jaw dislocated. It was dislocated. Sue's and the other 15 people's names were prominently listed there. The bright red number 1 at the very front was particularly dazzling at this moment. Chapter 53, on the professional ethics of a substitute player. They actually passed? It must be fake. There must be some malfunction. Doubts erupted from the scene. Li Yunting and the core members of the Snow Wolf Club rushed into the club management center. The intelligent machine screen clearly displayed normal, elite, Lord Club. The hall erupted in cheers, and everyone rushed to greet them. People from other normal, elite, and Lord clubs looked on with envy. There were quite a few clubs present with strengths greater than Snow Wolf's, who were still stuck at the final hurdle. The 16 names on the list stood out. After a moment of thought, everyone understood that Sue was the key to their success. Vice President Li, you're amazing. How did you manage to recruit the top freshmen? That's a secret. Li Yunting's excitement was palpable. He was fortunate to enjoy the benefits of a normal, elite, Lord club before graduation. The 16 people walked out one after another, all neatly dressed, with a lingering sense of excitement and joy in their eyes. Their gazes toward Sue were invariably filled with adoration, like little twinkling stars. Sue proceeded to the counter to process his withdrawal from the club. Everyone headed to the supply office to collect the rewards for the club's promotion and record-breaking achievement. Li Yunting then readily handed over 9,000 academic credits and 12 Tier 2 quality pills. This is awesome, senior. Snow Wolf Club always keeps its promises. He immediately gave 300 academic credits to the assistants, who were overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Watching their rapidly departing figures, everyone present was filled with admiration. When did academic credits become so easy to earn? When Li Yunting heard from the 15 people that they had played poker the entire time, he, Xu Yunlong, and the core members who had personally tackled the simulated secret realm unconsciously swallowed. Although there was a setting that reduced the overall difficulty by 16%, it wasn't a place that a Tier 2 lower rank awakened could casually conquer. Li Yunting suddenly felt that even if he competed with Su now, he would still be instantly defeated. As fellow archers, he couldn't understand when low-tier archers could exert such terrifying pressure. In less than 2 hours, news spread throughout Yuan Mo that the strongest freshman had single-handedly carried 15 people through the secret realm, helping the Snow Wolf Club successfully advance. Countless people, in disbelief, tried to inquire about the method to clear the realm, only to end up in admiration. This strategy for clearing the realm, like an open ploy, was something where every step was impossible to replicate. And they even managed to break the fastest record along the way. Completely incomprehensible. The next morning, Su appeared as usual, his morning runs facing the dawn already etched into his bones. A moment later, Jiang Xinro joined him. Everyone is very curious, how could the strongest freshman join such a small club? Su, having lived 2 lives, understood the other party's intentions all too well. He didn't object to dating, but he didn't have the time or extra energy.
He also didn't want Jiang Shinro to misunderstand he understood a woman's subtle thoughts just as deeply. He explained casually.
I've already quit. What? Jiang Shinro's rosy lips formed an O shape.
She thought she had misheard. I just helped them out and earned some credit and resources along the way.
So you want me to?
Jiang Shinro, being sharp as ever, instantly understood Su's plan.
The entry requirements for normal, elite, and lord clubs will become very low, and are you sure you can succeed every time? And isn't this directly breaking the existing rules? Rules are meant to be broken. Watching the retreating figure, Jiang Shinro stared blankly.
With Jiang Shinro secretly releasing the information, within half a day, many normal, elite, and lord clubs in the school, who were stuck in the simulation secret realm, learned about the inside dealings of carried runs.
Yu Baimiwo, Ren Mengqin, and others didn't believe it and, like Su, brought 15 people in, but the results were all the same.
They all left the simulation secret realm in disgrace, thoroughly solidifying Su's unique position. Suddenly, the normal, elite, and lord clubs were restless. Since one cannot join a new club within 3 days of leaving one, the number of people contacting Su gradually increased. All the clubs had similar thoughts. They were all normal, elite, or lord clubs.
If Snow Wolf could do it, why couldn't they?
To snatch Su, some clubs offered 3,500 credits, and soon others raised it to 4,000. Watching the scene of several clubs vying for bids below the villa, Sun Biwei relaxed his brows and went back to watching his movies.
Anything unreasonable becomes reasonable when it happens to Su. He was already used to it. As expected of Brother Luo.
His daily life remained rich and fulfilling. Attending classes and comprehending skills were all proceeding in an orderly fashion. The archery system's skills novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine were relatively simple, while the skills in the other 3 systems were slightly slower to grasp as they were not used as frequently. There was a prerequisite. It was only a comparison with the archery system's skills. Comprehending and cultivating skills to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine in about 2 to 3 days. If this speed were revealed, it would undoubtedly cause an earthquake.
Su chose to clear the simulation secret realm in the evening.
One reason was that he didn't want to delay his daytime specialized courses. More importantly, he could return to the dormitory before midnight, having no impact on the next day. As for resources like credits and elixirs, given the established precedent, normal, elite, and lord clubs would choose to pay in advance. Otherwise, if another club were to intercept him with a higher bid, they would have to wait another 3 days. Junior Su, here are the agreed upon 10,000 credits and 12 elixirs.
Received. Let's go.
After repeatedly challenging the simulation secret realm collapsing tides, he consistently maintained the professionalism of a carried run. No other awakened besides himself would interfere in the combat. Furthermore, he later provided various entertainment activities including, but not limited to, poker, mahjong, and werewolf, to make the waiting process more engaging.
Of course, aside from poker, extra credits were charged for other activities.
As his proficiency in novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine increased, Su's clearing speed also began to accelerate. He broke the record 3 times consecutively. The top 3 spots on the leaderboard belonged to different guilds, but the name at the very top was always Su. Detailed methods for Su's clears circulated throughout the campus, causing many veteran normal, elite, and lord clubs to scoff. Even if Su dragged 15 dogs, he could still clear it steadily. Whoosh! Finally got all the skills to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. His words were filled with unconcealed excitement. Calculating the time, it was 6 days longer than estimated, but the credits had increased by 20,000 as a result.
Not a loss at all.
His credit account exceeded 180,000, and he had over 100 elixirs of various qualities from Tier 2. He returned to the supply building again, and Manager Lin hurried to greet him, providing full service. Finally, Su purchased a rare quality black leather jacket, which had the property of being warm in winter and cool in summer, so he no longer had to worry about wearing leather in the hot summer. He also bought high-quality alloy short swords and alloy spears, effectively updating his equipment.
It only cost less than 20,000 academic credits in total. Sue exclaimed that university stuff is truly cheap.
I took some time to go to the supermarket and bought a whole big box of candies of various types and flavors. Ever since I apologized profusely and bought a lot last time, it felt like a door to a new world had opened for Main Yinxue.
Teacher, I left it in the usual spot.
Yes, by the way, I shouldn't be telling you this now, but you'd better return to school before December 20th.
Main Yinxue didn't elaborate, and Sue naturally understood.
The list of participants for the 4-school exchange competition will be determined then.
Teacher, I also bought a box of toothpaste. I'm heading off then.
The sound of a motorcycle starting up came from outside the door. Main Yinxue, with a lollipop in her mouth, stared in the direction Sue had departed for a long time without moving.
Chapter 54, Abandoned Mine. Free points break 8,000. Thank you for your trouble, Junior Sue.
The Huahua Club won't forget your help. The heavily made-up woman held Sue's hand and shook it non-stop, her body gradually leaning closer. I'm just doing this for the money, so it's hardly help. His body subtly retreated, not liking the overpowering perfume scent.
The academic credits were transferred on the spot, and a palm-sized medicine bottle was handed to Sue. It contained 12 medium-grade spirit-enhancing pills of Tier 2. The effect is equivalent to a blue potion, increasing stamina and ensuring more shots for a longer duration.
Sue's position is irreplaceable for anyone aiming to advance to normal, elite, or lord-level clubs. Now, with all the normal, elite, and lord clubs vying for his attention, the conditions naturally become more demanding. The quality of the pills remains the same, but Sue gets to specify the types. The woman's lips twitched, showing a hint of regret. She had hoped to offer a discount after a night of passion, saving a few thousand credits and enjoying the pleasures of life. But alas, it was not to be, and she had to give up. Riding his motorcycle out of Qingbei City, Sue headed north towards the nearest gray zone, an abandoned mine area located in Chuaning Town. The roads were almost deserted at midnight, so Sue pushed the engine to its limit. The scenery on both sides blurred past like streaks of black lightning. The speed cameras didn't even register a reaction. It was just dawn. Misty fog lingered in the woods, and the distant roars of feral beasts could occasionally be heard. As he entered Chuaning Town, the fog had yet to dissipate. The sounds of breakfast vendors hawking their wares were incessant. The shops lining the roads were somewhat dilapidated, selling various goods related to the awakened. Dressed in black and riding a black motorcycle, carrying a jet-black longbow with an eye on it. He hadn't gone far before he felt eyes on him from all directions. Although the abandoned mine was the closest to Qingbei City, it wasn't the first choice for students hunting feral beasts. The reason was that it was an undeveloped gray zone. Unlike Luoshui City, with its complete facilities, Chuaning Town exuded a primal aura everywhere. Fierce, barbaric, and dangerous. However, due to its lack of development, apart from local mercenary groups, only a few awakened ventured here. The number and quality of feral beasts were excellent. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. The same applied to the gray zone. He drank a bowl of steaming hot soy milk, dispelling the chill from the overnight journey. After parking his motorcycle, Sue completed the registration at the Awaken Hall and headed straight into the gray zone. Buzz. His phone vibrated. My beloved cosplay teacher, don't blame me later if I didn't tell you, it's best to apply the dragon blood condensation paste all over your body, and make sure there's a river or lake nearby. Sue smiled faintly. As expected of his teacher. One of the purposes of his trip to the gray zone was to cover his entire body with the black jade Dijiang rock. Then, he would use the dragon blood condensation paste to enhance his strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Seeing the message on the screen, Main Yinxue let out a relieved sigh. What if she had used it directly, and there happened to be no rivers or lakes nearby, but there was a woman? Wouldn't it be like roasting the pig she raised herself, seasoning it, and serving it to someone else? Ugh. I think I need to take a leave of absence today. In the mirror, her fair complexion had turned completely red. Her long silver hair cascaded down, and the thin, cool camisole strap slipped off one shoulder, revealing her beautiful collarbone.
Most importantly, her ears had become pointed again. Sigh, what in the world is going on?
I sent a message to the small group of Miao and Ching, turned off my phone, and tossed it into the storage ring. The gray area is perilous. Any factor that could lead to exposure might turn into a dagger stabbing straight at the heart.
System, activate.
A series of messages emerged.
Name, Sue.
Qualification, 2-tier lower awakened.
Talent, all elemental mastery S rank. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 497. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 481. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 514. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 932. Cultivation method, 8 elements body tempering art novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Skill, archery mastery novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Mind's eye, novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Far-seeing star pupils evolving demon piercing arrow novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Heart intent arrow novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Phantom arrow novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Arrow of corruption novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Earth spike arrow novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Firmament arrow book novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Sky cloud demon subjugation novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Meteor 12 combo novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Swordsmanship mastery novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Flash sword / novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Spear mastery novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Nebula 100 flowers burial novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Fist technique mastery novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Inch force heaven splitting novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Instant glide step novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine. Equipment, Abyssal Epic Spiral Arrow X 200 Advanced Alloy Short Sword Advanced Alloy Spear Advanced Knight Leather Coat Rare. Free points 1. For about a month, the goal was still hunting feral beasts and increasing free points. Although increasing talent intensity does enhance overall combat ability, focusing solely on one aspect will result in damage equivalent to mere scraping. After all, this isn't just a game, it's best to develop comprehensively. Whoosh! Sue's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. A month later, who knows what realm he can reach. In the following time, Sue adopted the most efficient killing methods. Find a favorable location, shoot all nearby feral beasts within range, then systematically strip useful materials from these feral beast corpses. To obtain the most complete pelts, it's usually best to aim for headshots or shoot through existing wounds. Then move to a new location and repeat the steps above. The stripping techniques learned in the anatomy class became exceedingly familiar through repeated practice. After several days, he could completely strip useful materials within a minute, with movements flowing smoothly and accurately. However, there are also 5-tier or even 6-tier feral beasts in the abandoned mining areas, making it impossible to use large-scale skills like Celestial Arrow. Otherwise, the efficiency of acquiring free points would at least double. Leaping down from the cliff's edge, he swiftly popped a spirit-enhancing pill into his mouth, replenishing the nearly depleted elemental energy. A mid-tier enhancement pill can sell for 500,000 coins, and I've used over 30 of them in just these few days. Fortunately, I've saved up previously, and there are still over 80 in my storage space, enough to last a month. I'll buy a alchemy furnace when I get back to school. To improve hunting efficiency, using potions is also crucial. The money from buying one enhancement pill could be exchanged for a large pile of herbs for crafting.
Anyway, the three elements needed for alchemy, fire, wood, and water, are trivial when compared to my mastery of all elements.
Avoiding the middleman is incredibly important.
While lamenting the archer's monotonous daily life, my hands never stopped working.
Like a machine with no emotions that only knows how to shoot, no matter what kind of feral beast it is, as long as it enters range, I aim and fire. The 12th day in the abandoned mine. Free points have surpassed 10,000. Rustle.
A shadow suddenly lunged at my face from the bushes at my feet. A strong arm suddenly transformed, revealing a layer of pitch-black jade-like armor.
A single punch shattered it.
In the next second, over 10 shadows broke forth simultaneously, fast as lightning. On a platform no more than 3 square meters, I maneuvered back and forth. It's worth noting that after moving, I would slide a little, dodging all these shadows effortlessly.
Instant slide. Information about the feral beast flashed instantly in my mind. 3 tiers: normal, elite, Lord Windchaser two-tailed ferret.
Its speed is like lightning, appearing in groups, and it can also poison people.
More feral beasts shot out from all directions, to the point where complete evasion is impossible. Boom! Boom!
The black jade armor instantly spread over my body, and the feral beasts not only failed to break through my defense but were knocked back one by one. In just one breath, the black jade armor covering my body shattered.
What a terrifying attack frequency! In the next moment, the black jade armor reformed. A hint of confusion flashed in my eyes. The color of the black jade armor seems to have deepened. Chapter 55, Unexpected Discovery. Dragon Blood Ignition. Could it be that reforming after shattering increases hardness?
The abyssal eye shimmered with a strange color.
Every arrow shot with divine speed has an invisible blade.
On the spot, several Windchaser two-tailed ferrets were sliced in half, blood mist swirling in succession. Above, dark clouds rolled, and countless small arrows fell like a torrential rain.
Moreover, lightning struck down, the deafening thunder ringing incessantly. Heavenly Cloud Demon Fall.
The terrifying rain of arrows formed an impenetrable barrier, completely cutting off any possibility of the Windchaser two-tailed ferrets breaking through.
Though it only has the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine tiers, its activation time is slightly slower, but its attack frequency is more than twice that of the celestial arrow technique. Roar!
A chilling scream echoed, sending a shiver down my spine.
I reached for my waist with my left hand, turned and charged, with a bright crescent-shaped sword arc cleaving the last feral beast in two. Flash blade slash. It turns out to be the king of the two-tailed ferrets, Tier 3, normal, elite, lord. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a shame to waste such fine fur. The fur of the Windchaser two-tailed ferret king is top quality, and a complete pelt can sell for 1 million coins. Feral beast corpses lay everywhere, but sadly, they were all shot to pieces. Quickly gathering materials, I darted through the forest like a cheetah, with strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. That huge commotion earlier must have attracted the attention of some high-tier feral beasts. Outside the abandoned mineshaft, the fiery giant ape, over 2 meters tall, had just torn off a leg of the earth demon spider and instinctively turned around. Not far away, a human clad in black leather stood with a bow. Middle fingers raised on both hands. This universal gesture can even be understood by feral beasts and otherworlders. The fiery giant ape pounded its chest with both fists, intent on turning this scornful human into mush. Whoosh! With both hands shielding its face, the outer layer of skin rapidly solidified into black jade armor. Bang! The black jade armor was riddled with cracks, and with a snap, it shattered. The 8-element body refinement technique operated at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, another layer of black jade armor formed. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a change in color. Though not obvious, it was at least 5 times faster than the speed of practicing the 8-element body refinement technique day after day. Sue's eyes lit up. I never expected that the technique of refining black jade armor would be shattering and recoalescing again and again. Using this method, if I endure enough hits, Couldn't I quickly reach the level the teacher mentioned?
I leapt up and attacked the giant ape's face with strikes from both sides.
The giant ape was stunned. Hey, keep it up! Roar!
The fiery giant ape shattered the black jade armor again, and I rewarded it with 2 more competitions.
Ha! Why not hit other parts?
It was mentioned in the biology class.
The complete fur of the fiery giant ape is a high-quality material for making blankets.
The giant ape's face has no use at all. The fiery giant ape huffed and puffed, its grotesque face now swollen beyond recognition.
It seemed to be leaning towards a cartoonish, cute aesthetic. No way? Is this all you've got?
A fist as black as jade struck directly at its face. Dark energy surged with explosive flames, causing the giant ape's head to burst, brains and blood splattering everywhere. There was a burnt, unpleasant smell in the air.
Fist opens the heavens.
I raised an eyebrow and smiled softly.
I didn't expect that this skill could even be used to enchant with elements. The original dark energy explosion, combined with the already berserk fire element energy, actually obliterated a tier 2 normal, elite, and lord level ferocious beast with a single punch. For the next few days, aside from the usual shooting practice, when I saw feral beasts similar to the blazing ape, I would intentionally take a hit first until the feral beast was exhausted, and then kill it with 1 punch. The night of November 21st. The elemental energy within the cave instantly boiled.
8 types of elemental particles converged into a storm, with Sue at the center of this tempest.
Under the repeated surge of elemental energy within his body, that long loosened membrane was completely broken through. Tier 2 Intermediate.
Exhaling a turbid breath and continuing to fully stabilize his realm, Sue showed a smile.
It seems my cultivation talent isn't too bad either.
After all, free points cannot be used to increase awakened level, it must be done through self-cultivation.
Condensing black jade obsidian again, it showed a distinct black hue under the firelight.
Perhaps after 5 or 6 more times tomorrow, it will reach a completely black state.
Opening the status panel, all 4 attributes had slightly increased, and free points reached.
Sue then closed his eyes and began circulating the 8 elements body tempering art again. Cultivation knows no day or night, becoming stronger brooks no delay.
Yuan Yin Ning Mu on the opposite side kept his gaze fixed on Sue, shifting from initial indifference to a hint of admiration. The crackling of firewood perfectly masked a faint sigh.
Deep within the mine, beside various dilapidated machines, the lake's surface was calm and clear to the bottom, reflecting a well-built, smooth upper body. Covered in black jade obsidian, it shone darkly under the sunlight. Sue took out the tier 5 high-grade dragon blood body refining ointment and applied it to every inch of his body.
Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp. The icy ointment felt like being scorched by flames. No wonder the teacher said to do this near water. There was only 1 spot left.
Taking a deep breath, he used both hands. It was good stuff, after all, containing dragon's blood.
If other parts were strengthened, how could this area be neglected? Holy crap, it really hurts, damn it. So, will it increase hardness or length? Could it possibly increase the diameter?
The searing pain did not subside, instead, it intensified under the midday sun. Dragon's blood is inherently the hottest and most yang substance. Applying it all over the body was akin to wrapping oneself in a layer of lava. Sue gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes wide with pain, not uttering a sound. There were many powerful feral beasts deep in the mine.
Even if he was sufficiently concealed, who knew what might be attracted by a cry of pain?
Recalling Mei Nianshua's words about the dragon's strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, he was just 1 step away from entering the lake. After enduring the most intense pain, a wave of pleasant comfort suddenly surged from below, all the way to the crown of his head.
What is going on?
Sue looked down, feeling a sudden, increasing bulge. And there was a primal instinct, a dry mouth and throat. The dragon's fiery baptism continuously washed over his remaining consciousness, and every part of his body began to swell.
Thud!
Bone-chilling cold surged into him from every pore, and his swelling body was tempered, becoming increasingly dense. As he emerged from the lake, His well-built physique was covered in water droplets of various sizes, like the most perfect masterpiece of a creator, with terrifying explosive power contained in every inch. His body had evolved into a perfect weapon, just like the dragon's, every part a deadly tool. A surge of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit poured out, and he couldn't help but let out a long roar to the sky.
System, activate.
Muttering the command in his heart, Su rubbed his eyes in disbelief.
Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 665? Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 643? Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 1432? Strength, agility, constitution, spirit 932?
Apart from strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, all other three attributes had increased. Among them, strength, agility, constitution, and spirit increased the most, by 888 points each.
Swish!
The black jade obsidian unfolded in an instant, overlapping like dragon scales, with fine blood-like patterns on them.
Not only his body but even the black jade obsidian had evolved.
Even now, diffused throughout his entire body, it was far harder than when condensed into a fist-sized mass.
Su twisted his body, adapting to the changes.
The black jade obsidian condensed on his left arm, with clear, dark dragon scales and intricate patterns.
Boom!
He threw a punch suddenly, and a piercing sonic boom and intense fist wind followed.
The corners of his mouth turned up in disbelief.
This was actually the power of a normal, elite, and lord-level punch. Now, even facing the blazing ape with bare fists, he could obliterate it with just his physical strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. He stretched, and his expression suddenly changed. He looked down between his legs.
What the heck? How does it feel? Heavier? Chapter 56, Adding Points. Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine Grade Cultivation Method. It shouldn't be an illusion.
This swaying, heavy feeling couldn't fool him at all. A man's weight increased without any change in his physique is a cause for celebration. He took out his undergarments from his storage space, and his expression immediately became extremely complex. It had indeed evolved.
Sigh. I'll have to buy bigger ones when I get back. I'll make do with these for now.
After all, there's still a long way to go, and swaying from side to side while running in the gray zone is inevitable.
It would be quite awkward if something happened.
Down there was indeed a hint of melancholy. He was fortunate that Mei Nianxua had reminded him, otherwise, he would have truly faced the dreadful situation of being consumed by dragon fire. Running through the forest, he was like a black lightning bolt. Incredibly fast, yet not a sound was made.
The whistling wind was constant, and Su, feeling the changes brought about by his new body, was overjoyed.
Compared to the original, the muscle dimensions only increased slightly, while muscle density more than tripled. What truly surprised Su was his control over his body. Otherwise, achieving high-speed running without a sound wouldn't be so easy. Returning to the cave where he lived, Su felt no fatigue at all. Running at full speed for over 40 kilometers took only 1 hour and 16 minutes. Summoning the system status panel, the free points had reached.
First, click the arrow next to talent. The prompt that appeared indicated that the current free points were insufficient to reach SS rank. His previous thought became even firmer, and he turned to click the arrow next to the cultivation technique. The prompt was completely different from the previous one.
Meaning it can be upgraded to the Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine Realm. Without hesitation, he clicked, and the 8 Yuan body tempering art successfully advanced through the Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, and Divine Realms.
The next moment,
a series of explosive sounds, like firecrackers, emanated from within his body, and naturally, 8 elemental star bodies of different colors appeared. What followed was the merging of the 8 balls into one, and then splitting into 8 again. However, the current 8 elemental star bodies were identical, all with mixed colors. It's the one transformation, 8 Yuan, recorded in the skill book. The moment his left hand opened, a shining energy arrow materialized, illuminating the dim cave as if by sunlight. After a few breaths, the depleted elemental energy had recovered. Previously, when condensing elemental energy arrows, he would always choose the more sustained elemental enchanted arrow due to endurance. From now on, he no longer had to worry about arrow consumption. Physical arrows could focus more on functionality. The benefits of the realm advancement were far more than this. After circulating the cultivation technique for several weeks, Su joyfully concluded. The efficiency of the current cultivation technique circulation was more than 10 times higher than before. In other words, the time it took to advance from Tier 2 middle to Tier 2 upper would be less than 1/10 of the original time. Of course. Apart from the skill Black Jade Rang associated with the rock element, Su plans to learn skills of other elements. He has no intention of stopping here. After upgrading all skills in the Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine Realm to Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine, the remaining free points were only enough to upgrade the 3 skills of Swordsmanship, Spear Mastery, and Fist Technique to Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Divine. During this process, he discovered a new rule about skill points. When leveling up from the same realm, the higher the quality of the skill, the more free points it will cost. Looking at the mere 12 free points, although it stung a little, what he felt more was a desperate eagerness to earn more free points. Su entered a frenzy of killing, transforming into a heartless machine, ruthlessly harvesting feral beasts of tier normal, elite, lord, and below. Moreover, due to changes in his body, his energy has significantly improved. Su simply compressed his sleep to 4 hours. The rest of the time was either spent hunting feral beasts or on the way to hunt them. In the blink of an eye, he has been in the gray area for 3 weeks. Being in a high-intensity killing mode has also allowed Su to develop an aura of killing that is completely comparable to that of feral beasts, even surpassing it. Walking in the abandoned mine, many Tier 1 and even Tier 2 feral beasts fled at the first hint of danger, reacting the same way as when encountering high-tier feral beasts. Su couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, most kills were done with arrows, otherwise, the efficiency of hunting would greatly decrease. On this day, Su, a novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, and transcendent, wielded a steel dagger with dexterity, completing the dissection of a 3-tier normal, elite, lord feral beast in just over 40 seconds. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed out from the bushes 3 meters away. "Help, help me!" It was a girl who looked to be around his age, with long pink hair tied in a ponytail, beautiful features, willow-like brows, and apricot eyes. She wore tight dark battle armor and knee-high black boots, and her plump, pale thighs bore numerous shocking scars of varying depths. At this time, from not far away came the sound of noisy footsteps and cursing, making the girl's delicate face turn even paler. She initially thought that the boy in front of her, who was about her age, would possess the heroic spirit typical of this age to save her. But upon seeing his calm and indifferent eyes, she gasped in surprise. "Please help me, after that I..." A hint of hesitation crossed the girl's face, but as the sounds drew nearer, it seemed she made up her mind. "I discovered a secret area. If you help me escape, we can share." "Ha ha ha. You think you can escape? This is the territory of our tyrant mercenary group." Laughter came from very close by, as a group of men dressed as mercenaries surrounded the two. "Ha! I didn't expect you to have accomplices." Calmly wiping the blood from his dagger, Su said in a deep voice. "I don't know her. I have no intention of getting involved in whatever grudges you have with her." All the mercenaries were slightly taken aback, not expecting that this young man dressed in a long black leather coat would be so straightforward. The girl trembled all over, her eyes already brimming with tears, and the stubborn tears streamed across her face. She knew what her fate would be. Killing in the gray area is happening all the time, and Su had no intention of meddling. Before coming here, he had seen in the materials that the tyrant mercenary group was a local bully in Chuanning town, occupying the outskirts of the abandoned mine. As long as it doesn't interfere with his collection of free points, Su didn't plan to stir up trouble. Moreover, the secret area that the girl mentioned could also be a way of increasing her leverage for rescue. What I'm saying is... Su completely ignored her and turned to leave. "Wait." The man, resembling a leader or captain, licked his dry lips, staring intently at the longbow with eyes. Based on his years of experience, it would never be lower than normal, elite, lord quality. And a young man who could afford such quality would have priceless good items in his storage ring. The average presence of 2-tier mid-levels, killing in the gray area is just killing.
Cackling. The advantage is ours. Men of this caliber are hard to come by. If you want to leave, just leave your weapon in storage ring. I can let you leave alive. Sue's face suddenly darkened. You mean you want my bow?
And your storage ring.
Otherwise, I'll let you taste what it means to have your backdoor flower bloom. Whoosh. I'll give you everything, just let me go. Humph, we tyrant mercenaries are the most trustworthy.
Hearing a hint of pleading in Sue's tone, the man's smile grew even brighter.
You want to hand over your weapon and still leave? If he survives the joy, why not leave?
The two approached warily. A spark flashed before their eyes.
The head of a man immersed in planting flowers exploded. Chapter 57, Like a Ghost. Total annihilation. Young master. Kill them. Bang. As soon as the words fell, a familiar scene played out again.
Like a watermelon hit by an armor-piercing round, it broke into pieces without any resistance. Scalding white and red matter splattered everywhere.
The mercenaries instantly turned to stone. The two strongest men were unexpectedly blown to bits? No one wanted to be the next to die.
The girl lying on the ground forgot to breathe, staring wide-eyed at that figure and shivering unconsciously. In her impression, she had never seen an archer who could cause such damage. Those two had both reached the strength of Tier 3 mid-levels.
Moreover, the man called Young Master by the mercenaries possessed a B-grade talent in the enhancement class, the blood-armored rhinoceros. Its defense is comparable to an ordinary 4th-tier lower rank awakened. It was instantly killed?
She began to doubt if what she was seeing was a pathetic delusion before her death. It was only then that she realized that the aura emanating from Sue was no less than that of those 4th-tier normal, elite, and lord-level feral beasts.
On the contrary, it was even more so. One person's presence deterred them all. No one dared to move. After a brief silence, the remaining mercenaries attacked simultaneously. How can you, an archer, shoot in all directions at once without blind spots?
The two who died were the son and nephew of Lu Long, the leader of the Tyrannosaurus mercenary group.
All the mercenaries knew this.
The former, having had a child late in life and possessing high talent, was doted on by Lu Long.
The two died from headshots.
If the killer escaped, they would face endless torment.
Be careful.
The young girl wanted to get up, but her legs were weak from the bone-melting smoke, and she was powerless. The fastest mercenary had already charged close. His eyes were bloodshot. Years of fighting on the edge of a blade had allowed him to predict Sue's dodging trajectory. He gripped his sword with both hands and swung down forcefully. As soon as Sue dodged, he would instantly change his thrust to a slash.
I predicted your prediction.
Just a mere archer, the only outcome of getting too close is death.
To the right. The conversation was abruptly cut off. In a flash, it was as if he saw a ghost, his pupils dilating with shock.
Indeed, it dodged to the left, completely within the mercenaries' expectations. But just after moving, it seemed to shift again like a ghost. In the next moment, the arrow pierced through the heart with precision, and the mercenary stared in disbelief, dying instantly.
What kind of skill is this?
On a piece of land less than 3 meters in diameter, Sue continuously executed swift slides, moving like a specter. With each evaded arrow, a life was surely taken.
Precise and elegant.
In the blink of an eye, 8 corpses lay at her feet. The faces bore a look of terror, eternally frozen in the moment before death. The remaining 5, realizing the situation was dire, immediately scattered in panic. Years of experience made them instinctively aware that this was the only way to survive.
It's a good idea, but not useful to me. This time. The girl clearly saw the complete shooting process. 5 consecutive arrows. Each posture was as if branded from birth, exhibiting a machine-like, identical elegance. In just a few minutes, the entire Tyrannosaurus mercenary team was wiped out. What do you want to do?
Sensing Sue's dangerous gaze, the girl suddenly felt a sense of terrifying suffocation, as if facing a high-tier feral beast up close. Unlike those mercenaries who sought wealth, life, and beauty, Sue emanated a feeling akin to a feral beast.
Aside from goblins or mating apes, would a feral beast even care whether the food looked good? Is the secret realm you mentioned real or not? TCH. Didn't you say you weren't interested? Gurgle.
A fleeting glance made her scalp tingle.
Okay, I'll tell you, really, it's true.
Hey, don't go, I just said it's the truth. Watching the figure grow more distant, she complained, what kind of person leaves someone behind like this, looking good but with such a cruel heart?
Regardless, she was still grateful to have met this cold-blooded youth.
Otherwise, her fate would definitely have been much worse.
Bang! Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Sue searched the corpses, scavenging all valuable items.
Suddenly, the corpses erupted in a series of explosions, turning into charred chunks of meat.
One. Another.
Expressionless, yet exceptionally novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine.
Other than the dull explosion sounds, the silence was terrifying. Hiss. This guy has definitely done this before. So terrifying. Wait, I won't say anything.
Seeing that Sue had no intention of stopping, her voice already carried a trembling sob. I'll show you the entrance to the secret realm, I'll do anything, just don't kill me. Her stunning face was filled with fear. Having witnessed Sue's efficient way of dealing with foes, she doubted not for a second that he would target her.
Moreover, her beauty would hold no allure for this cold youth. It's over. I'm going to die. Here, blood vein grass.
Eating this will eliminate the effects of the bone mist quicker, but the taste might be a bit bitter.
Ah.
The girl looked at his handsome face, speaking without thinking.
You won't kill me?
I want to know the exact location of the secret realm.
Oh, thank you.
About a quarter of an hour later, the girl felt her strength returning. Her curiosity about this cold yet slightly warm-hearted youth grew. Clearly not an alchemist, yet even familiar with the rare blood vein grass.
Given his age, could he be a student from a top academy? Or a rising star from a major family out training?
Taking advantage of Sue turning his head, she produced a pill. Then tucked her storage ring back into the impressive and intricate wuxiang blade.
I'm not interested in your storage ring, can we talk about the secret realm now? Thank you for saving me.
Her eyes twinkled as she reached out her hand, smiling.
Yu-Chen, nice to meet you. Oh, Russell. She completely ignored Yu-Chen's handshake.
You're quite a cautious fellow. Yu-Chen couldn't help but exclaim, then felt relieved. If he were like her, he would have been dead a long time ago. Ahem, let me start from the day I arrived in Chuaning town. I remember it was around 8:30 a.m., maybe a bit after 9. After drinking 2 bowls and half a bowl of sweet soybean milk.
Sue frowned. This pink-haired girl seemed to be giving a report, going into endless details.
Oh, the person you just killed was named Lu Cohen, his dad is Lu Long, a tier 4 top awakened.
I hired them as my bodyguards for 500,000 coins, did you know? 20 minutes passed.
She hadn't even finished talking about the first day in the gray zone.
Enough.
A thick and long energy arrow suddenly appeared in his palm, and he shouted sternly. If you don't share any useful information now, I'll shove it in and pull it out. The gray zone is under the giant pit in the deep mine. Go to the end of the minecart and turn right. The entrance is marked by 6 piles of ore.
A day later. Dozens of mercenaries surrounded the three as they appeared.
Captain, when the young lord sent their last message, they were right here.
Search for me.
The leader, a graying middle-aged man, had a scar across his face that looked especially cruel under the firelight. The leader of the Tyrannosaurus mercenary group, Lu Long.
The two beside him were Vice Captain Lu Gang and Zhao Hu.
The mercenaries lit torches and searched, their shouts echoing. A few hours later, scattered charred remains and vaguely identifiable soft armor fragments still lay on the clearing. Lu Long shakily picked up a piece and recognized it as the exact gift he gave his son. His eyes turned red, and even his overwhelming anger couldn't hide the grief of losing a child.
Find him. Even if I have to turn the abandoned mine upside down, I will find that bastard. My Kuan. Woo woo.
Brother, Kuan took a lot of ghost flower oil from here before he left. As long as that bastard used it, even if he hides under heaven or earth, my ghost bees can find him.
Chapter 58. This woman talks excessively and is also very attractive. Your name is Russell, as in vegetarian, right? With your skill level, you must be one of the top students from the 4 elite academies, right? Or rather, a master, aren't you? Don't underestimate me, I used to be a top-tier expert in my school. Can you be quiet for a moment?
Yu Chen jumped in front of her, patting his chest proudly. I'm a real master.
Yes, you are quite big. Actually, I've been curious since we first met, the eyes on this bow look so real. Can I poke it? Shut up. Seeing Su conjure a thick arrow in her hand again, Yu Chen finally shut up. Her bright eyes curved into crescent moons. In less than 5 seconds, she started chattering non-stop again. As they got to know each other, she realized that this cold-blooded youth wasn't as terrifying as he seemed. At the very least, he was a well-behaved, decent young man. She shot an exasperated glance at Yu Chen, who was trailing behind her, and immediately enjoyed a precious moment of quiet. Pink hair and a high ponytail, form-fitting armor, and boots that reached her knees. A black garter on her left thigh accentuated her fair, round, and full thighs. Exaggerated hip-to-waist ratio, her upper and lower hemispheres bouncing with every step. Truly a beautiful sight to behold. Now that she had recovered, judging by her aura, she was likely a high-level awakened of Tier 2. With such power at this age, she was indeed exceptional. She's just really annoying, though W. And she is a very forward person too. Like being swarmed by a bunch of flies. Of course. The depths of the abandoned mines were riddled with numerous abandoned pits, making the terrain extremely complex. Yu Chen's chatter was reserved for when it was safe, like a curious child. She wanted to dig up and examine every inch of this unknown, wild land of Su. Compared to that, fighting feral beasts was much more comfortable. Su really wanted to make her energy arrow thicker and longer, ideally enough to shove it down his throat. After all, as long as she could stuff something into Yu Chen's mouth, she could make the world quiet. However, Su also gleaned a lot of useful information from Yu Chen's ramblings. After all, she had hired the tyrant mercenary group at a considerable expense, and those locals knew the abandoned mining area better than anyone. At the same time, Su also concluded that Yu Chen's name was likely fake. She was most likely also a student from one of the top academies. She didn't mind this, it was natural to maintain a basic level of caution when meeting someone in the wilderness. You seem quite experienced. You must be a junior or senior, right? Can I call you Brother Luo then? No answer means yes? Brother Luo. Quiet. Their progress wasn't particularly fast, as they still had to avoid certain terrifying feral beasts. It took nearly 3 days to reach the vicinity of the abandoned mine that Yu Chen had mentioned. At the center of dilapidated thatched huts and old mining tools was a shocking black abyss. Her heart pounded. The diameter must be over 3,000 meters. Brother Luo, the secret realm is down there. Let me ask you something. What will you do if you find out I lied to you after we go down? Whoosh. Don't worry. If you dare waste my time, I'll make sure every place on your body that can be penetrated will be filled. She could tell from his words that this man was true to his word. Yu Chen squeezed his legs together, feeling a bit worried. He let out a slight sigh of relief, escaping the danger of being fully developed. Yu Chen patted his trembling chest, faintly hearing a muffled sound that might have resulted from a collision. See? Isn't there a hidden realm? At the bottom of the pit, resembling an abyss, it was several kilometers underground. It really is a completely undeveloped hidden realm. This is different from the simulated hidden realms that had made him vomit. A real hidden realm does not exist in another spatial world.
History books once stated that Blue Star inexplicably increased in size, resulting in a rise in spiritual energy concentration. This led to the emergence of feral beasts and the arrival of otherworlders from other dimensions, prompting humans to awaken their talents. Soon after, hidden realms and ancient civilization ruins were continuously discovered. There are various reasons for the formation of these hidden realms, and generally, one must solve puzzles to enter. Although there are many conditions, there are often rare elixirs or high-quality skill books available. Many awakened regard these as opportunities to reverse their fate. A hidden realm like this one that has never been opened is priceless. No wonder the Tyrannosaurus Mercenary Corps would go so far as to tear up their contracts. I have absolutely no way with them, those simple-minded, brawny, busty fools. Except for me, humph. Yu Chen crossed his arms and couldn't help but mutter softly. The two already sizable orbs became even fuller under intentional and unintentional pressure. Su groped in front of the cave entrance and indeed found a nearly transparent barrier. 6 methods to unlock normal, elite, and Lord flashed through his mind, and he was grateful for having attended a lecture on hidden realm decoding. His piercing gaze passed through the barrier, deep in thought. Why does this place feel familiar? Click. Found it. His hands shifted in the 4 corners, completing the decoding in less than half an hour. You can even do this? I attended a lecture before. I didn't expect to use it now. Yu Chen was secretly amazed, admiring the versatility of the young man before him. Most people only excel in one area. But this person is very different. He stands out in all aspects. This made him even more curious. However, along the way, Su was extremely cautious, and they didn't uncover any useful information. The two took out energy glow sticks, and the cold light illuminated a 3-meter radius around them. After walking for several hundred meters, their vision suddenly opened up. They didn't expect that deep inside the mind there would be such a different world. In the center of the clearing was an unprecedentedly complex array outlined in red, with a hexagonal stone table at the center. A skeleton of gold and silver was just gazing at the entrance, and Yu Chen swallowed nervously, unconsciously leaning closer to Su. What smell is that on you? A peculiar fragrance emerged, prompting Su to ask. Huh? Oh, it's just a kind of scented balm. I haven't bathed for the past few days, a bit smelly. Oh. Su didn't press further and, upon surveying the surroundings, found that this vast space was actually also hexagonal, just like the stone table. 6 gigantic white bone structures formed a palace just positioned at the corner. This is. I know, they are all A-tier normal, elite, and Lord feral beasts, the skulls of the agate steel dragons, Yu Chen said gravely. As he walked through the remaining 5 corners, he saw the skulls of different feral beasts, none below A-tier. What truly surprised Su was how familiar Yu Chen was with these skulls, recounting details as if he were discussing cherished memories. They exchanged glances, each feeling a hint of retreat in their hearts. The danger level of this hidden realm far exceeded their current strength. Yu Chen focused his gaze on a seemingly inconspicuous pattern in the corner, with fragmented memories flooding back. A strange radiance swept by, and a chilly wind suddenly blew into the cave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless shadowy figures flew out from the 6 palaces, and above their heads, tens of thousands of crimson eyes flickered. Storm black bats. As soon as he finished speaking, endless bats swooped down. They were merely tier normal, elite, and Lord feral beasts, but their overwhelming numbers were akin to a plague of locusts, hence the name storm black bats. Click, click. Su's face instantly darkened. The exit of the hidden realm has been sealed. Since we can't leave, then, let us fight decisively. Yu Chen's fighting spirit soared, fierce determination igniting in her beautiful eyes. Bang! A wooden box appeared. Soft white feathers accompanied with a light cry descended, opening up on both sides. Brother Luo, leave these little things to me. Morning dew, evening rainbow. Moon feather, phoenix light. White star, greedy wolf. For season snow, azure sky thunder. And sword energy surged through the universe, and the dragon's roar shook the heavens. In the center of the sword box, a white dragon sword.
White Dragon Moonlight.
Command the 9 swords, cut through the darkness.
Brother Luo, I'm really not weak.
With powerful, rounded legs pushing off the ground, the 9 swords evolved into hundreds and thousands. The sword arises with the heart, 1,000 swords descend from the heavens.
Unmatched sword energy defied the sky, and in a flash, countless blood flowers bloomed. Wow! Is she a sword immortal? TSK, looking at it this way, it's actually a bit cool. Chapter 59, Hidden Realm Mutation. Cult of the Evil God.
Sword energy traverses the frost and snow. I use the 9 swords to break 10,000 evils.
Hee, great poem, great poem.
With both hands forming sword seals, green winds swirled out. The girl's unrestrained shout echoed through the hidden realm, her audacity rivaling that of a man.
Oh no, my free points.
Fire particles erupted, and several storm black bats exploded into clouds of blood. The fiery red energy arrows condensed. After upgrading the technique to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, and transcendent, this was the first use of skill in the form of energy arrows, forming at double the speed.
Slap! Fireworks splattered, and the crimson formation completely enveloped 2/3 of the open space. Bang, bang, bang.
The explosive arrows poured down like rain, and sparks flew the moment they touched the feral beast.
Not simple explosions, but superimposed explosions. As the azure clouds formed overhead, they abruptly turned purple.
Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and besides, there are quite a few mosquitoes.
Heavenly Cloud Demon Subjugation.
Walking as if strolling in a leisurely garden, the S-rank skill Heavenly Cloud Demon Subjugation has a targeting function for enemies within a 2-meter diameter around the user, even without direct control.
In other words, Sue doesn't need to keep shooting and shooting.
The other sky arrow scripture only needs to be used one more time before it ends. For cultivation techniques at the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms, unless actively unleashing skills, one never needs to worry about elemental energy.
For a shooter with ample ammunition and long-lasting stamina, unpretentious shooting is the most straightforward path to truth. What the heck? This works too?
Yuchen quickly took out a spirit-boosting pill and swallowed it, his pale face regaining some color.
Originally, I thought this archer would struggle against the torrential rain of black bats. After all, how many arrows can one shoot? Can there really be this many?
Her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and an unprecedented sense of frustration suddenly welled up in her heart. Whether in group battles or one-on-one duels, she was utterly dominated. She even felt inferior in terms of endurance.
Fortunately, this monstrous talent isn't in the same league as me, otherwise the 4-school exchange competition would have been quite a show.
Her brow instantly relaxed, and Yuchen breathed a sigh of relief, as if fortunate. The two of them wantonly slew tens of thousands of the torrential rain of black bats within the secret realm.
Awoo!
Yuchen helplessly glanced at Sue, who was yawning, showing no signs of fatigue at all. His legs trembled as if they had undergone a life-altering ordeal, and he could only lean on his sword hilt to recover his strength. Continuously using large-scale sword manipulation attacks consumes an immense amount of physical strength.
Yuchen's sense of frustration deepened.
At this moment, the exit passage was completely sealed, and both of them understood this clearly.
Only by clearing the secret realm could they possibly leave. Crack, crack.
Rotten arms broke through the soil, and red-robed cultists appeared in 6 directions. The faces of these cultists were hidden by their large hoods, and only disgusting, pale tentacles like an octopus's emerged from beneath their robes.
Yuchen suddenly thought of certain censored scenes.
Brother Luo, leave these rotting zombies to me.
Deal.
Drawing the string to its fullest, the gleaming energy arrow spiraled with crimson flames. It silently left the bowstring and instantly exploded into 12 fiery meteors. The red-robed heretics were reduced to dust in the fiery mushroom cloud in the next second.
Second arrow.
Another red-robed cultist met their end without pain.
No way. Yuchen was once again shocked. 3-tier normal, elite, lord. Done in a flash. With such power and effect, this looks like an SS rank skill no matter how you look at it.
It must be known that the higher the quality of a skill, the longer it takes to cultivate. Most crucially, S-rank skills are like 7 or 8-year-old brats. In simple terms, they are incredibly troublesome. Difficult to comprehend, difficult to use, difficult in every aspect. And what was happening before his eyes was consecutive SS rank skills? In the blink of an eye, all the red-robed cultists were eliminated. Ahem. The element energy consumption exceeded half, and Su's mouth curled up as he sighed at the tremendous cost of consecutively using 6 SS level skills. The deep gaze of the abyss seemed to be searching for something.
My work here is done. Yu Chen, feeling unresigned, raised his fist with incredible fighting spirit. I can't lose face either. Brother Luo, if we leave here, can I treat you to a meal?
Sure. Slowly emerging were zombies, their eyeballs sticking to their nerves, their bodies oozing with rotting entrails, and the nauseating smell wafting around. Each one challenged the senses of sight and smell.
Look at me. 8 directions.
Holding the white dragon moonlight, Yu Chen revealed a cold fierceness that rivaled even that of sword immortals.
The crescent-shaped white blade sliced forth from the dragon's mouth, elegant yet exuding unmatched dominance.
With one slash, 8 swords struck together.
Zing! How could this be? The seemingly rotten flesh proved to be harder than steel, leaving Yu Chen stunned. His proud attack couldn't even break through its defense? What a joke!
The pink ponytail swayed incessantly, but the sharp sword blade failed to leave any marks on these zombies. In his moment of despair, the corner of his eye caught the flash of an arrow glowing with holy light.
Draw your sword.
Instinctively swinging the sword in a horizontal slash, a loud dragon roar echoed as the zombie was severed in half. These zombies have some sort of enhancement effect. A calm voice explained from behind, and Yu Chen revealed a stunning smile.
The next second,
her smile appeared dazed. The other zombies had all been completely eradicated.
Brother Luo, you shoot way too fast. Cough cough, not too bad. Su sighed helplessly. What can I say? It's the first time a girl has told me I shoot too quickly. The Chinese language is indeed profound.
The elemental energy within surged once more, and Su's expression remained calm, his heart bursting with joy. Unexpectedly, after the 8 directions body refinement technique rose to novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms, the recovery cooldown had dramatically improved. If one reaches novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms, one might achieve a miraculous state with no cooldown.
Just imagine an archer with abundant ammunition, lasting stamina, and no cooldown. What need is there for any skills?
Regaining his composure, Su hurriedly approached the passage to check, only to find it completely locked. Directly above the passage, in a dimly lit, inconspicuous corner, there was a pattern made of the sun, moon, and a 6-pointed star, exuding an inexplicable eeriness.
Brother Luo? What did you find?
Step by step, he approached the hexagonal table, his large eyes glowed with madness. This place must be a site for some cult-worshipping evil, and I think they must have failed. Yu Chen assessed the golden and silver skull at the center and spoke solemnly. Those worshippers were eroded by evil strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, and part of them died on the spot, turning into rotting zombies. Based on the arrangement of various objects, Yu Chen's analysis was clear and logical. Su combined what he learned to complete Yu Chen's analysis puzzle, and numerous details made Yu Chen admire Su once again.
Outstanding in every aspect, a true multi-talented hexagonal warrior. You actually learned all this?
I just read a few books. In that moment of raising his hand, the scene that Yu Chen had long been hoping for appeared.
At the instant when the large eyes met the golden and silver skull,
the formations beneath the hexagonal table suddenly brightened.
Was it activated? We didn't do anything.
The mist rose and dissipated in an instant, and Su tightened his gaze as the surrounding scenery completely transformed.
The space spanned several football fields, surrounded by smooth rock walls, resembling a cave. Directly above was a large clock, swinging left and right, deafening. Uneven tiered platforms led straight to a circular door.
Everywhere held an eerie presence. Yu Chen hurriedly took out a potion and swallowed it greedily, then shoved several black red pills into Su's hand.
Restoration pill. Thank you. Why is Brother Luo telling this to us? Su was not polite. These pills are life-saving elixirs that can restore anyone back to life as long as they are not missing an arm or leg. 6th tier low-grade pills. Each worth no less than 5 million. The sound of footsteps thudding closer. A bloated body, over 5 meters tall and stuffed with fat, possessed surprisingly good speed with its thick, elephant-like legs. One hand wielding a giant axe, the other holding a shield the size of a person. Yu Chen swallowed hard, his voice trembling. 5 tiers, normal, elite, lord, otherworlder, bloodthirsty butcher? The large eyes on his face took a glance at this familiar yet strange figure, slowly closing his eyelids. The next second, Su's expression changed drastically. Can't feel the presence of his right hand holding the bow? The bow is the hand is the bow. What is this? Su's eyes widened. Why can I see its health bar? Chapter 60, as long as there is a health bar, it can be shot. Brother, the jerk from Mountain River University is right below us. Dozens of figures stood at the edge of the enormous pit, each wearing looks of astonishment and confusion. Do you know what this is? How would I know? Old Lu, do you know? If you guys don't know, how could I? Lu Long and Lu Gang's expressions grew solemn. The scene before them was unbelievable. In the abandoned pit, there was a 9-layered blood-red tower. The ghost bee floated down through the crevices of the tower, instantly turning into blood mist upon contact. Notify Xiaohu, bring everyone here. Lu Long said firmly, a trace of greed flashing across his face. Perhaps they could obtain rare equipment and ancient skills. At that time, defiance of fate would yield an endless number of suns. After all, it's just a quick puff. Soon. Zhao Hu arrived with a group. There were easily over 100 awakened present, and among them were plenty of support. The lowest level was Tier 2 middle, with most being Tier 3 lower. Everyone was an experienced mercenary. The Tyrant Dragon mercenary group had earned its reputation for a reason, being a dominant force in Chuanning town. Coolness flowed through the narrow gap of the Wuxian blade and over her full, white thighs. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A tingling, slightly itchy sensation spread, and her cheeks flushed like the evening sky. Just now. She had been shot by Su. This was the first time she had felt this way. Being hit by an arrow could be this delightful. She couldn't help but wonder what other kinds of arrows this person could shoot. An arrow shot at her could actually heal her? Is he really an archer? Yu Chen, with his hand on his sword sheath, stared blankly at Su, disbelief etched on his face. The black leather suit had a few scuffs, but that was all. His eyes were firmer than ever before. The various colored arrows he shot did not travel in straight lines, but instead followed strange trajectories. They struck the bloodthirsty butcher at tricky, unexpected angles, leaving wounds. He consistently maintained a distance of over 30 meters from the bloodthirsty butcher. The 4-meter-long great axe and the life-sized shield had both become mere decorations. It was like an ugly, giant kite. No matter how it struggled and attacked, it could never break free from the string. At the other end of the string was the young man who toyed with a Tier 5 normal, elite, and Lord Otherworlder as if they were kites. And he himself was only a Tier 2 middle awakened. He swallowed hard with difficulty. Yu Chen had no idea how much longer this battle would last. Roar! The bloodthirsty butcher's small, squinting eyes suddenly widened. Its bloated belly, piled with fat, suddenly opened its mouth wide as if puffing its chest out. Bone claws shot out with such speed that they created sonic booms. It had its pride too. This human, who leaped around like a monkey, never stopped moving. A second before the claws reached him, Su sidestepped, dodging the attack. The claws missed, but adjusted their trajectory and attacked from behind again. Will he get hurt too? Although it was just a graze, barely breaking the skin. However, this was the first time he had been injured since they entered this mysterious space nearly a day ago. Even with the enhanced black jade jasper rock, there was still damage. During this time, Su never stopped shooting arrows. So he was human after all. Yu Chen felt a strange sense of relief. Facing an otherworlder 3 tiers above him, one that only existed in illustrations, he was still able to fight back and only sustained noticeable injuries now. Without any fear, not a trace of wavering. Just kept shooting and shooting. Before this, Yu Chen had even had the illusion that this wasn't a person. Roar! The bloodthirsty butcher charged, while Su dodged and weaved, widening the distance again. Who is truly the monster? Yu Chen felt that the cold-hearted archery machine looked more like a monster. Having recovered enough stamina, Yu Chen quickly pulled out a blood-boiling pill and tossed it into his mouth. This was only a 3-tier high-grade pill, which would allow him to feel no fatigue for the next hour. The cost was that once the effect wore off, she would turn into a puddle of mush. Brother Luo, I'm here. Standing on the white dragon moonlight, the 8 swords moved like shadows. The hair tie had long since broken, and her pink hair was flowing. Oh. Actually, you didn't have to come. Yu Chen was deeply hurt. With a resentful glance, he formed a sword seal with his hands. I also get hurt, alright. Moon River flowing light, void sword. The 8 swords spun rapidly around the white dragon moonlight, instantly transforming into a 7-meter-long sword that plunged down. As the shield rose above his head, the dispersed sword energy left countless sword marks of varying depths on the surrounding rock walls. Crack! The cracks on the shield expanded. In addition to this, no further effects. Ah! Why is it like this? Yu Chen was on the verge of tears. All his moves were like a sword fairy, but the damage turned out to be 0. If one were to really say what effect this sword had. Taking advantage of the shield being raised, Su managed to inflict several more cuts on the last relatively smooth area. That was all. Yu Chen was probably just a support carrying 8 swords. Yeah, that's how it is. Focusing intensely, the speed was incredibly fast. Yu Chen returned once again to the farthest corner, turning into a state like a puddle of mud. Even blinking felt like a struggle. She was once again amazed by Su's incredible stamina. Whoosh! When his skin was scratched by the bony claws, he immediately bit into a recovery pill, and his injuries healed instantly. It must have a tracking effect or something. This latest injury could hardly be considered good news. It only indicated that after more than a day of fierce battle, Su's body, refined by dragon blood, was beginning to tire. And more troublesome was, the prolonged battle gradually decreased his reaction speed. Actually, there was a better way. Adjusting positions through combat and then entering the passage that had previously appeared with the bloodthirsty butcher. However, Su did not dare to gamble. Who knows what lies at the end of the passage? If he were blocked by the bloodthirsty butcher again, the only result would be death. Although the situation wasn't optimistic, relying on the vast terrain, it was enough to kite the bloodthirsty butcher to death. And in his eyes, the red flame that symbolized the life of the bloodthirsty butcher had already diminished by more than 2/3. This ability seemed to be related to the abyssal gaze closing its eyes. With the bond between oneself and the bow skyrocketing, archery for normal, elite, and lord feels as natural as breathing. It can cause damage to the bloodthirsty butcher while also allowing a view of the distant yet reachable endpoint. What's so terrifying about it? On the contrary, Su's will has become increasingly firm. Uncontrollable excitement transforms into an inexhaustible source of power. It's been a long time since it felt like this. It's as if returning to that cold winter night, successfully defeating the final boss with a worn-out stick. With a shield as tall as oneself, the bloodthirsty butcher charges forward again, furious and fearless. After such a long battle, the giant shield is already covered in cracks, pulling the bow like a full moon. A radiant arrow of golden energy wrapped in crimson flames. Whoosh! The azure wind element entangled with the flames. Yu Chen opens his eyes. That figure in the distance. Wrapped in a tricolor aura of cyan, red, and gold, it looks like a deity.
Light, fire, wind, 3-element, 12 strikes.
Chapter 61, Desperate Yu Chen. The abyssal eye opens. Are we going to win? Yes, definitely about to win. Yu Chen did not know what had happened during his almost comatose state. With his eyes briefly closed and then opened, the bloodthirsty butcher is entirely charred. Countless wounds are oozing blood. The entire space is filled with a thick and nauseating odor.
It's like roasting rotten meat, enough to make one gag. The bloodthirsty butcher himself looks more like a combination of a corpse and rotten flesh.
That's too brutal, right? Yu Chen quietly gasps.
In the recently published encyclopedia, the bloodthirsty butcher is rated as a terrifying existence that rivals the 7-tier normal, elite, Lord Feral beasts. Now he has actually been reduced to this state.
So who exactly is the monster? The 2 sturdy legs of the elephant have already been shot off.
The immobile bloodthirsty butcher is merely waiting for death, a matter of time.
Celestial Arrow Book. Heavenly Cloud Demon. Earth Spike Arrow. One arrow after another.
The formations in the sky shine with light and fire, continuously outputting arrows that have piercing and explosive effects. The land around the bloodthirsty butcher has sunk over 20 centimeters. The bloodthirsty butcher uses his great axe as a shield, yet he cannot fend off the spikes jutting up from the ground, nor Su's even more terrifying attacks. Attacks come from 3 lanes, high, middle, and low, frequent and powerful. Only at this moment can Su dare to output everything without regard for consumption.
Yu Chen smiles wryly.
Relief, admiration, confusion, a myriad of complex emotions flow through his heart. The battle of a 2-tier mid-level against a 5-tier normal, elite, Lord Otherworlder is now without any suspense. This battle has once again refreshed her understanding.
Leveling up, transcending tiers is not uncommon. A battle spanning 3 major tiers, yet it only resulted in minor injuries? Are archers really this powerful? Which prominent family does that young man come from?
His unwavering belief and all-around hexagonal status panel exceed her imagination. It seems that from the beginning of the battle, Su has been on the offensive without falling into any predicaments.
Or should I say,
the 5 tiers of normal, elite, and lord-class bloodthirsty butchers were not enough to make him feel invincible.
Throughout the entire battle, only the Bone Claw could touch Su. The bloodthirsty butcher's great axe and massive shield were completely useless.
The reckless charge he initiated now seemed like nothing more than a mindless death throw.
Its strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and defense were all overwhelmingly superior. 30 meters away. If he could have just hit it once, the battle would have been over. But he couldn't get close. It became an insurmountable chasm in his life. The archer's range advantage was fully exploited by Su.
Glancing at his watch, a full 2 days and 2 nights had passed.
In other words, that figure standing unyieldingly, relentlessly outputting damage under such high-intensity combat without rest.
The damage from a single arrow was like a mosquito bite to the bloodthirsty butcher. In the end, Su managed to accumulate enough damage for an impossible, heaven-defying comeback. What truly made him formidable wasn't his sustained firing ability, nor his versatile energy arrows.
Knowing that a single mistake meant certain death. Knowing that he was facing an almost unbeatable opponent. He remained steadfast. He should have become increasingly tired and weak as time passed, but his dark eyes were the same as ever, and his fighting spirit grew even stronger. The only thing that could support him in doing all this was the unwavering belief in victory. He knew from the very beginning that he would eventually win. Yu Chen gave a bitter grin. The moment she saw the bloodthirsty butcher, she knew her death was inevitable. The only reason she could still fight was because that person hadn't given up. She had already lost from the very beginning. Lost completely. The relentless barrage of arrows, from all angles, finally proved too much for one side. It wasn't the weak Su, but the bloodthirsty butcher. Its life was like a candle in the wind, seeming like it could be extinguished at any moment. Its vitality drained, even its roars sounded more like pleas for mercy. Yu Chen grinned, finding it hard to believe that the creature, so weak it was practically begging for its life, had once easily tanked her strongest attack. It felt like I could do it too. Her slightly pale face broke into a beautiful smile, wanting to take another pill, but her storage ring was empty. The old man is going to kill me when I get back. The taut string of her heart loosened irreversibly. Finally, it's almost over. But Sue's expression grew even more solemn, his eyes not daring to stray from the pile of flesh that had already been riddled with arrows for even a second. He wasn't standing still but was attacking in a circle. As if he were searching for something. The ground trembled incessantly under the endless bombardment. Amidst the flying dust, it was sinking. The entire space formed by the rock walls shook violently. The bloodthirsty butcher, on the verge of death, had wounds that were healing at an extremely rapid pace. The dense, rain-like pattering sounds instantly pulled Yu Chun from the joy of anticipating victory back to the harsh reality. It's self-destruction. Brother Luo. It's self-destruction. Her voice was drowned out by a louder sound, and Yu Chen immediately collapsed. It was the despair of finally seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, only to have it cruelly snatched away. How could she forget such crucial information? When the bloodthirsty butcher is near death, there's a small chance of self-destruction, with a power equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT. Unless you can exert greater strength, agility, constitution, or spirit, you will only await death. So we never had a chance to live from the very beginning. Yu Chen felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away again. The arrow rain stopped abruptly. Even he has moments of giving up? Brother Luo, we're about to die. He drew the bowstring again. Die? Who's going to die? Taking a deep breath, almost instantly, Yu Chen was surprised to find the entire space filled with emerald wind elements. In his star-dusted eyes, an unusual emerald hue flashed. Wind? Why is there wind? Yu Chen thought subconsciously. Where's the ventilation in this space? Then, she found the source of the wind. An astonishing vortex of wind gathered all the emerald elements, forming an elemental storm that pierced through the heavens and earth. Emerald energy arrows condensed, and the elemental particles, like moths to a flame, thickened and lengthened at a visible speed. It was just a matter of normal, elite, or Lord tier shots. Not a single emerald elemental particle remained. Instead, a giant energy arrow nearly 3 meters long appeared. Snap! Her cheek stung slightly. Yu Chen could only raise her sword case as a shield, her heart filled with increasing dread. Is this an attack that a second-tier lower awakened can unleash? Swish, 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 swish. Countless tiny wind blades rained down densely on the sword case. What kind of skill is this? If I don't get blown to death, I'll be sliced to death first. Yu Chen screamed inwardly. I will absolutely never duel with this person again. A hint of seriousness and fatigue showed between her brows. The 8 origin body tempering art, operating at full power across the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine realms, had a tremendous effect and burden. Wind elements aren't just for making arrows invisible. Wind arrow. However, the arrow wasn't aimed at the bloodthirsty butcher. It was aimed at the ground beneath it. Boom! The powerful recoil shattered the ground beneath Sue's feet. In a flash of lightning, the emerald arrow exploded, creating a terrifying hurricane capable of blowing away a heavy tank. The bloated bloodthirsty butcher was blown into the air like a balloon. Slap! The iron chain suspending the great bell was shot and broken, perfectly encasing the bloodthirsty butcher. The next second, the abyss eye's gaze opened again. Chapter 62, Winner's Perks. Resource allocation. There was no large explosion as expected. Only the abyss eye's gaze quietly changed. Above the large eye, a bone claw, similar to the bloodthirsty butcher's, appeared. Wiggling his fingers, his left hand felt numb. The feeling of being one with it vanished, and Sue felt a pang of regret. The ability to see life status also disappeared. Was it you who did this? The large eye blinked, full of joy. Don't try to be cute with me. It's no use even if your eyes are teary.
It seemed as if the large eye could express more emotions. Previously, Yishio, Xiat Aozhin, and his teacher Mei Nianxue, 3 masters who had received the title of saint, had all stated that this evil bow had chosen its master. He had to find out its origin when he had the chance. Su mused silently, then flicked his wrist, and the bone claw shot out. It was identical to the bloodthirsty butcher's previous shot, except the connection between the bow and the claw was now a modeled elemental energy. Crack! The claw firmly embedded itself, and the next moment Su was already beside Yu Chen. Theoretically, it should be possible to achieve infinite length. Of course, the prerequisite is that one's elemental energy is sufficiently abundant. Brother Luo, you're so cool! Yu Chen, reborn, shouted, a blush of excitement appearing on her pale face. In the final battle, Su condensed the wind element energy arrow at full power, and the resulting chaotic wind blades attacked all individuals except Su indiscriminately. Although the sword case served as a shield and indeed blocked many of the frontal wind blades, still, many hit Yu Chen. Her armor had been damaged during the previous fight with the bloodthirsty butcher, and her outer clothes were now tattered by the wind blades. Due to the generous elasticity, a large portion of the scenery inside the Wuxian blade gap was revealed. On her knee-high boots, several thumb-thick white and red scars stood out in stark contrast. Yu Chen's body was still weak, and she hadn't even noticed the large areas of her exposed skin. After all, besides just now, there would be no wind blowing into this space. Brother Luo, you. Can you shoot me again? I've run out of all my pills. Taking off the black leather coat, though a bit torn, it still covered all the crucial parts. He took out a body recovery pill and fed it to Yu Chen. Call me when you're changed, I'll go rest over there for a bit. The leather coat still held Su's residual warmth. Yu Chen now realized she was completely exposed. And in front of a man she'd known for less than a week. Her face instantly turned as red as a ripe sunset fruit. She could almost hear her rapid heartbeat, and the slight rise and fall of her chest, even through the black leather coat. Shyly closing her eyes, her mind was filled with Su's face, so close moments ago. MMMPH. A strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart, growing stronger. Hearing the rustling sound of clothes changing, Su turned his head away again. He didn't plan to rest. His tense nerves had not yet fully relaxed. The prolonged and high-pressure battle was a cruel challenge to his strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and willpower. Once he fully relaxed, before getting enough rest, it would be difficult to return to his optimal state. He gently stroked the bowstring with his right hand. Although extremely familiar with the Abyss-Eye's gaze, he noticed a change in the bowstring's tension. Simply put, it required more strength to pull the bowstring taut. The range and power must have also increased significantly. Could it be an evolving bow? He repeatedly drew the string, his body gradually adapting to the changes in the Abyss-Eye's gaze. System, activate. A faint smile appeared on his lips. The skills, Swift Step, Earth Spike Arrow, and Corrupting Arrow, have all been upgraded to Novice, Adept, Expert, Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, and Divine levels without any skill points invested. Free points have once again broken through 5,000, reaching 5,163 points. Brother Luo. A sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. When he opened his eyes, Yu Chen's face was right in front of him, and her beautiful eyes seemed to hold something that wasn't there before. Let's go. She followed Su obediently. This time, Yu Chen didn't chatter endlessly like before. The two walked onto the stage tier and proceeded to the end of the passage. Yu Chen couldn't help but grasp Su's sleeve. Looking around, the room was not large. Whether it was the walls, the floor, or anything else, it was all made of bones. The two split up to search the room. Wow! It's a blood-bone green lotus. Brother Luo, we struck it rich. Su couldn't hide her excitement. Due to its harsh growing environment, it is something countless top alchemists cannot obtain even with immense wealth. Direct consumption can supplement qi and blood, relax the meridians, and is said to bestow the agility of a flying swallow. I'll take 15 of these blood-bone green lotuses, and the rest are yours. Ah! This!
Yu Chen didn't expect to get any.
Under these circumstances, she wouldn't have complained even if he took them all. Furthermore, it was rare that he didn't have greedy thoughts like those mercenaries.
Counting that she could still get 10, Yu Chen felt even more uneasy. No, Brother Luo, you've saved me so many times, I can't take this, whatever you say goes.
Looking at the energy arrows that reappeared, Yu Chen seemed to recall some strange images. Her voice was muffled, and her fingers fiddled with the hem of her clothes. It was the first time she had seen someone insist on giving things away. What a strange person. Su nimbly used her white bone grappling hook to pluck the blood bone green lotus from the blood pool. Without Yu Chen's guidance, he wouldn't have entered this secret realm.
Moreover, Yu Chen also contributed effort and elixirs.
Without the body recovery pills she provided, defeating the bloodthirsty butcher would have been much more troublesome. Patting the soft leather armor, Yu Chen said firmly, "I'll trade 5 blood bone green lotuses for the leather armor I'm wearing now."
Brother Luo, I've already made up my mind. Even if you stab me to death with an arrow, I won't change it.
As you wish.
I knew Brother Luo was the best. He glanced at Yu Chen from the corner of his eye. Why had her voice become so syrupy? The way she looked at him was like a hungry wolf eyeing a little lamb.
In comparison, Su felt that the talkative one was cuter.
Brother Luo, look.
Yu Chen pointed to a hexagonal stone table hidden in the corner.
A phantom-colored bracer was placed in the center. Its material was smooth and lustrous, and it felt warm and delicate to the touch.
Yu Chen chose to completely ignore the bracer, and Su tacitly put it on her left arm. Thick fog emerged from under their feet again, and when it dispersed, they were back where they started. Amidst Yu Chen's excitement and joy, she threw herself into his embrace. The two plump, small animals pressed together, delivering an extraordinary and lingering sensation.
He took out 2 pills and gave them to Yu Chen, and the 2 of them left the mine together. Brother Luo, can I be with you later? I definitely won't hold you back, okay?
Brother Luo, let's exchange contact information when we get out later. Feeling safe again, Yu Chen returned to his chatty self.
A familiar and rich aroma caused Su to lose focus for a moment.
The pain in his left hand instantly cleared his mind.
Slap. Su slapped Yu Chen across the face. Brother Luo.
Straining to block the fatal blow, Yu Chen's strength, agility, constitution, and spirit reached their limit, and he immediately fainted.
Everyone, attack.
A cold glint from behind, Su embraced Yu Chen and drew his sword with his backhand. An assassin in the darkness was cut in half at the waist, followed by a whip kick that echoed with screams and the sound of shattering bones deep within the pit. A white bone claw shot out, and the dark elemental energy thread perfectly matched the environment as Su, holding Yu Chen, leaped into the air. Holy crap! Attack him, chase him. Lu Long and the other 2, leading a group of mercenaries, emerged from the deep pit, furious. No one had expected Su to have such a means of escape, leading them to guard the passages below the pit while neglecting the area above. Spread out and search. He can't have gotten far with a dead weight. Bang! The mercenary at the rear of the group fell with his head blown off. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, 10 more men fell, all meeting the same fate, an arrow to the head. The slaughter continued. In their panic, the mercenaries could only seek cover. They still couldn't escape the fate of being shot in the head. Lu Long roared in impotent rage. Where is he? Where is he? Chapter 63, Anxious Hearts. Everyone with their own agendas. Did he leave? I don't know, why don't you peek your head out and see? Get lost. I'm not that stupid. The mercenaries sought cover, hiding separately. 19 headless corpses lay scattered on the ground. Surrounded on 3 sides by excavated heavy machinery and damaged containers, Lu Long and the other 2 huddled together, like children playing hide-and-seek with adults. They occasionally peeked outside through the small gaps. The mercenaries who witnessed this comical scene couldn't laugh at all. This abandoned mining area was open with dense forests surrounding it, making it an ideal shooting spot for archers. Everyone, hold on for a few more hours.
Once it gets dark, we'll be safe.
Zhao Hu gritted his teeth and whispered. His left shoulder had been pierced for a long time and was only recently healed by auxiliary support. Lu Long and Lu Gang's eyes were filled with hateful malice. They were influential figures in Chuanning town, capable of causing an earthquake with a cough. Now, they were curled up in such a humiliating and suppressed manner. Big brother, that archer is likely the mysterious powerhouse who recently emerged.
Oh?
Lu Gang mentioned the rumors circulating among the mercenaries during this period. A highly skilled archer suddenly appeared in the central region, killing feral beasts with a single shot. Their skill in skinning and harvesting materials was clean and efficient, faster than many veteran mercenaries.
No matter who he is, he will die. Everyone acts together when it gets dark.
Lu Long suppressed his anger. Years of life and death combat experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure.
This was their territory. Everyone had been in and out of this mining area for years. Even the darkness wouldn't affect them. Just you wait. Let me show you the true strength of the Tyrannosaurus mercenary group. 1,000 meters away. Su's lips curved up. It was about as he expected.
Now, the effective range of Abyss Eye's gaze had increased from 800 meters to 1 kilometer.
Snore.
The sound was not at all like what a girl would make, and Su couldn't help but chuckle.
You're sleeping like a log. The dense jungle was quiet and cold. Occasionally, birds flew overhead, and the roars of feral beasts could be heard.
As Yu Chen had hoped, Su shot a water element energy arrow at her, her wound already healed. Her nostrils twitched, her breathing steady. She was sleeping soundly.
It was estimated that even if something were to happen right now, she wouldn't notice at all. Su glanced at the mine pit and sneered. The successive headshots had already terrified them. Those cowards probably only dared to show themselves at night.
Carrying Yu Chen like a sack of potatoes, she moved through the branches like a nimble monkey.
These legs are quite nice. Delicate yet elastic, long and straight, they could be called perfect.
If she wore black stockings with a few strategically placed holes, she'd be an invincible weapon for men.
Perhaps even for women too? She yawned, fatigue showing in her eyes. Escape? It was never going to happen.
Finding a safe spot, she gently laid Yu Chen down, then embraced Abyss Eye and instantly fell asleep. Her large eyes proudly gazed at Yu Chen from the side, with a hint of inexplicable joy. At the bottom of the pit earlier, the opponent had used both bone-softening smoke and auxiliary debuff skills. Under normal circumstances, these wouldn't have been effective, but this precisely indicated that after the fierce battle, strength, agility, constitution, and spirit were sufficiently fatigued, and reaction speed had inevitably decreased.
The Tyrannosaurus mercenary group was waiting for nightfall. And so was Su?
Night fell, and the stars hung high. The feral beasts, having slept all day, emerged from their dens to hunt.
Su's eyes snapped open, and the next moment, the corners of her mouth twitched, torn between tears and laughter. No wonder she didn't feel cold at all.
Yu Chen clung to her like an octopus, and Su felt like a giant plush bear.
I am indeed tired. Breaking free from the embrace of sleep, the slumbering girl smacked her lips, a clear drop trickling down. Damn it!
A large wet patch on her chest and a look of disgust on her face. Taking out clean clothes from her storage ring, she quickly changed, while Yu Chen was still fast asleep.
Click, click. This is compensation for getting my clothes dirty.
She put her phone, now turned off, into her ring. Before the screen went dark, it displayed the time as 20:03. Misty moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves. A small beast foraging nearby raised its head, abandoned its food, and quickly scurried away.
Brother Gang, didn't you say the ghost Gooby was lost? You truly have a pig's brain. Didn't you think about what those two have on them? Ah, right. Our brother Gang is still the smartest. Just as Lu Gang was imagining himself reaching the pinnacle of his life, savoring fine wine and relaxing on Koan's mother's tender and fair body, enjoying a wonderful Koan life.
The eyes of the mercenary at the very end of the line bulged. An energy arrow, merged with the night, accurately pierced his throat. In the second before his body hit the ground, a hand suddenly appeared, slowing its descent. The mercenaries, who were excitedly discussing, didn't notice a companion leaving.
Lu Zi, you guys go first, I'll circle around to the back. Just come at me head on. His body spun like a top.
Lu Gang, holding daggers in both hands, had his pupils suddenly round like a feline's.
You killed them?
Staring at the young face, Lu Gang was momentarily stunned. His pupils contracted sharply as he looked at the strange longbow in the youth's hand.
Yes, I wonder what you're thinking about. With a calm smile, an energy arrow hidden in the night was shot. Humph.
He swung his dagger upwards diagonally, and the energy arrow exploded. Sensing the blood flowing down his face, Lu Gang lightly scraped it away with the blade of his dagger.
Is that all? Who gave you the courage? Oh well, I'll just finish you off here, and no one will ever know.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Gang, like a nimble wildcat, easily leaped onto a tree trunk. Sharp claws appeared on his feet, perfectly allowing him to stand sideways.
The dense jungle provided him with excellent footing. Speaking of which, I should thank you. It saves me the trouble of doing it later.
Lu Gang bounced back and forth between the trees, his speed far exceeding the speed of sound.
Kid, shoot if you dare.
Choosing me as your prey was your most foolish decision.
With sinister laughter and strange cries, Lu Gang suddenly appeared behind Su.
His feet slammed hard on the tree trunk, and like a launched grenade, he charged towards Su, aiming for the softest part of the neck for a swift kill. In an instant, Lu Gang glared at the back of Su's head, his smile becoming increasingly cruel.
Zing! A fierce clang of metal, sparks flying. The expected outcome did not occur. The dagger hit accurately, but couldn't even break through the defense of the skin. Lu Gang was momentarily dumbfounded. Iron neck? Ha! With a disdainful chuckle, a fierce dark shadow struck Lu Gang heavily at an even faster speed. Bang! A muffled thud.
Lu Gang's body flew backward, smashing through 3 thick tree trunks before coming to a halt.
Wah!
Blood mixed with shattered internal organs erupted from his mouth. Lu Gang tried to struggle to his feet, only to discover that the bones in his chest and back had all shattered from that blow. Only his legs remained somewhat intact.
Wasn't he an archer? Why could he withstand my proudest attack?
Why does he possess strength, agility, constitution, and spirit comparable to my elder brothers? A series of questions arose, but all he could hear were footsteps, as terrifying as the tolling of death spell. He laboriously lifted his head, and the first thing he saw was a face with a smile as warm as a spring day.
However, in Lu Gang's heart, it was far more terrifying than any demon. You don't want to die like this, do you? I'll give you a chance, let us make a deal. Tell me the intel on your commander and that other person. Chapter 64, Why do I feel like I slept like a dead pig? I agree. Lu Gang didn't want to die.
He still had great dreams yet to achieve. The 2 holes he wanted to enter were still in the villa in Xuanning town.
After vaguely spilling everything, Su nodded in satisfaction.
A dark energy arrow condensed abruptly and gently pressed against his heart, where Lu Gang's rapid heartbeat could faintly be felt.
You said.
Lu Gang's eyes widened, his voice several decibels louder.
Oh. My friend, when did I ever say I wouldn't kill you? We made a deal, I'll give you a quick death. Put.
The energy arrow plunged into his beating heart, and his life force rapidly ebbed away, taking everything valuable from the corpses, followed by a complimentary afterlife service. After a series of muffled sounds, including Lu Gang, all that remained of the bodies were charred chunks of meat. In this area where feral beasts roamed, cooked meat was a rare delicacy. He was sure it would all be devoured by dawn.
The moon is so beautiful tonight. Su melted into the night.
A large cloud completely obscured the hazy moon. True night had fallen.
Like a trained hunter, the dark night had not yet ended. The hunt had only just begun. The clouds drifted slowly away.
The hazy moon had become exceptionally bright during this time. Bathed in moonlight, Lu Long saw Zhao Hu's eyes filled with terror. Several mercenaries couldn't help themselves and hurried aside to vomit. Various internal organs spilled onto the ground, and the lower half of his body was 2 meters away. There was no time to mourn Zhao Hu's death. Who would face death next? Who? Commander, let us retreat. If this continues, all our brothers will die. Several corps members looked worried. Everyone was afraid they wouldn't see the next sunrise. Do you think he'll let you go? He has a treasure from a secret realm on him. As long as I kill those two, I guarantee every brother tonight gets 10 million. The fear of death was instantly replaced by boundless greed, and Lu Long changed his strategy. Everyone surrounded the two strength, agility, constitution, spirit-type talent mercenaries. He himself stayed on the periphery of everyone else. If the opponent dared to attack, with his strength, which had broken through to Tier 4 upper rank 2 days ago, he was confident he could quickly pinpoint their location. Oh! Perfect! He grinned in the darkness, revealing perfectly white teeth. He loved formations like this, where they practically delivered themselves. Of course. The opponent's strength, agility, constitution, spirit-type talents also had to be taken into account. Following closely, he maintained his patience, like an experienced marksman, eager for an unforgettable thrill. Surprise was paramount. The night was still long. The moon hadn't even reached its zenith. The start of a new day. The light of dawn pierced the darkness of the night. On the pitted ground, a corpse lay every 1 or 2 steps. Following the trail of bodies back, on an area less than 5 square meters, the density of corpses was enough to completely cover the ground. It was as if these corpses had come to life, crawling out to go somewhere. Such a bizarre scene became even more horrifying in the misty morning. Clear footsteps approached from a distance. The youth took the spatial ring from the farthest mercenary, and then repeated the process. Bang! Lu Long kicked away a corpse and charged out with his saber. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with an extremely excited light. His patient wait had finally yielded the desired result. The blade swished, erupting with flames. This strike was more than 10 times stronger than Lu Gang's strongest attack, and its speed was as fast as lightning. Su's body moved like a ghostly phantom, shifting diagonally backward without any warning. Don't think you can escape. The saber energy surged several times stronger. The body that should have been cut in half bizarrely slid into an S shape. Before he could even process the movement trajectory, which defied all his experience, a searing energy arrow flew towards him. At less than 3 meters away, the normal, elite, and Lord tier explosive energy arrow contained numerous skills like silent shot and flash shot. What should have been a certain hit missed entirely as Lu Long's neck and head shifted sideways, causing the arrow to fly empty. Grinning ferociously, Lu Long looked at Su as if he were already dead. He had long known of the opponent's formidable archery skills and had predicted that Su would definitely shoot at close range. And from this moment on, he would have the absolute initiative. He retracted his saber, turned, gathered his strength, and without hesitation, shortened the distance to Su. His great saber whistled through the air, simultaneously drawing a crescent arc as it slashed towards Su's chest. Su's right hand, after the draw, made a rip sound as the alloy shortsword was unsheathed. Zing! The clash of blades resulted in an equal match. Boom! Lu Long's back suddenly exploded, flesh and blood flying, and he spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. He didn't care about the energy arrow that had missed its mark, but rather a single heart's intent arrow. It made a wide turn and flew back again. In the split second of brief disorientation, Su decisively let go of the abyss eye and focused his gaze. His left fist was clenched, encased in a jet-black, jade-like outer layer. In an instant, scorch marks and bruises appeared, creating a sonic boom as it ruthlessly slammed into Lu Long's chest. The intense pain flashed a venomous look in Lu Long's eyes. Years of life and death combat experience allowed him, at this critical juncture, to disregard everything, push against Su's fist, and madly bring his saber down again. Su revealed a smile, his lips parting and closing. Boom! 7 consecutive blasts of internal energy, imbued with the dual elements of fire and wind, shattered Lu Long's internal organs into pieces. Lu Long, who had raised his saber above his head, staggered, his eyes rapidly losing their light.
And that's it.
The tyrannical tyrant dragon mercenary group, the most notorious force in Chuanning town, from their leader Lu Long down to the last member, all perished in this undeveloped gray zone. A mercenary group of over 100 people, including more than half of the 3rd tier awakened and 3/4 tier awakened. Su annihilated them single-handedly, without a single scratch on his body. It was nothing short of a miracle. The dense fog in the forest completely dissipated, and sunlight once again bathed the land. Popping a spirit augmentation pill, Su repeated the steps from the previous night. The people of Chuanning town only knew that the tyrant dragon mercenary group, led by their commander Lu Long, had entered the gray zone with the full force of their group and then vanished.
Killed by feral beasts? Vengeance from enemies? Who would care?
Su glanced at the ground, which was previously littered with corpses, and walked away without looking back.
Mum. So good. Ah. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
The young girl moaned incessantly, her body weak and limp, as if she had just gone through a great battle.
Eh?
The aroma of curry that assailed her nostrils instantly brought Yu Chen back to his senses. The sound of bubbling could be heard faintly, and the girl quickly ran out of the cave. A familiar back, crouching by the campfire, diligently stirring the rich broth. The sunlight slanted from the side, perfectly adding a highlight filter to a face that was already unforgettable. Yu Chen was stunned by the breathtaking profile, so beautiful it was heart-stopping.
Who could be fortunate enough to have such a man? Yo, you're finally awake.
The surroundings were unfamiliar. Yu Chen scratched his head. Why did it feel like time had passed so quickly while he was asleep?
Chapter 65, it's over. I think I'm falling for him? Chapter 66, my prize cabbage has been snatched by another pig? Duong. Old Yang.
Early in the morning, Sun Biwei, wearing only red underwear, a white undershirt, and pink flip-flops, was banging on the door.
What are you doing?
Yang Yunfeng roared, his eyes, beneath his disheveled, bird's nest-like hair, were heavy with sleepiness. Symmetrical lipstick marks on both cheeks, and a strawberry patch of thick eyebrows growing on his face, perfectly explained why Yang Yunfeng looked so haggard at this moment.
Who would have thought that this burly guy Yang Yunfeng would also have moments of being utterly drained and needing to cool down? I finally broke through. 2nd tier intermediate. Ah. So fast. Yang Yunfeng's eyes, still slightly sore, widened, and all sleepiness vanished instantly. Su, who was at the top floor, went out to hunt feral beasts. Given his personality, it wouldn't be surprising if he reappeared as a 3rd tier. In reality, the two of them had long ago ruled Su out as a competitor. And now that Sun Biwei had broken through, he was the only one left in the dorm at the 2nd tier lower level. Yang Yunfeng also possessed a hidden pride in being able to attend Yuan Mo, such a top-tier academy. He had just been a little lost, having never heard the supreme symphony of life. Ha ha ha. Tremble. Even if I can't surpass that freak, I've narrowed the gap, and you, old Yang, tsk. You're no longer within my sight. Sun Biwei didn't hide his smugness.
He wasn't just a couch potato who only watched adult movies and did nothing else. It took him less than 30 days to go from lower to upper level, more than a quarter reduction compared to his previous leveling time. It was all thanks to that monstrous freak that he too was developing in a monstrous direction.
TCH, the gap between you and Brother Luo is as big as the gap between our heights and weights. Crack.
The door opened gently. As the two were arguing incessantly, Su walked into the entryway.
What are you two doing?
Looking at his roommates who had undergone such drastic changes, Su felt his arrival was ill-timed.
Brother Luo, you're back. I've missed you so much.
Rushing over from both sides, Su felt the enthusiasm of the two and a smile appeared on his face.
This feeling was quite nice.
The three hadn't seen each other in a long time, so they immediately went to Su's room to chat properly.
By the way, Brother Luo, what's your level now? Aren't you asking the obvious?
Yang Yunfeng rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. This aura is fiercer than a third-tier feral beast.
What level do you think it is? Isn't it obvious it's third tier?
Harvesting feral beasts with machine-like precision and efficiency, Su's aura was more like that of a feral beast than a feral beast itself. Just now, when entering the school gate, he was almost stopped by the 6th-tier gatekeeper. The guard thought he was some reckless fool trying to barge into a top-tier academy, and only let him pass after verifying his identity badge.
Second tier intermediate, I'm not that fast. Ah ha ha ha. Sun Biwei jumped up immediately. I never thought I'd be able to catch up to a monster like Su someday. I was so excited I was practically dancing. The school has already sent out a notice. In a few days, there will be the inter-university exchange event. Let's try to get our names out there in front of the whole country. Nothing's wrong. Su responded casually as he tidied up the room.
Yang Yunfeng pursed his lips, looking at Su with sheer terror in his eyes. He could sense that beneath the fierce and violent aura, the other party's physique was more than twice as strong. It was like facing a dragon. His body couldn't help but tremble, and the danger signals were amplified to the extreme. Su's Tier 2 mid-level and Sun Biwei's Tier 2 mid-level.
How could that be the same?
A sense of awe welled up within him. The sudden crisis awareness made Yang Yunfeng gasp for air.
Brother Luo? Some guilds are looking for you again. I'll send you their contact information. And a bunch of your limited edition comics. Yunfeng, thanks a lot. Actually, for a while after Su quietly left, the two of them had to entertain visiting upperclassmen from various guilds.
They also got to know many people through this. Those club presidents and vice presidents who were usually arrogant became incredibly polite when they visited. As he spoke, Su took out 2 flawless white furs from his storage ring.
A gift for you guys.
The fur felt smooth and soft to the touch, and after just a few seconds of holding it, a faint warmth could be felt.
This is snow velvet fire mink fur?
Tier 3 normal, elite, Lord Feral beasts are not only strong in themselves but also known for frantically tearing their bodies apart before death.
Sun Biwei examined it closely. Apart from the cuts from skinning, there were no other marks. This time, he was completely flabbergasted.
After all, clothing made from snow velvet fire mink fur can provide complete peace of mind even in the harshest icy conditions. And such perfectly intact material was an extremely rare find, almost impossible to come by. This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it.
I didn't help with anything.
Me neither. It was said that a high-tier female awakened once offered tens of millions of coins for it, but it was priceless.
It's nothing. I have plenty of these.
The two peered at it and swallowed several times.
Oh my god.
Things that are hard to get outside. Su's storage ring actually has more than a dozen.
The two felt as if they were not awake.
After tidying up, the two tactfully departed. Picking up his phone, he first called home to report that he was safe, and then he informed Mei Nianxue and Jiang Xinro about his return, one after another.
My cosplaying teacher, 6:30 p.m., 3rd teaching building.
My cosplaying teacher, same old rules, don't forget. Su chuckled. It seemed like his teacher's only hobby was this. Jiang Xinro didn't reply for a long time, likely out for a run. Next, Su called them in the order Yang Yunfeng had sent the contact information. As soon as they heard it was Su, the person on the other end jolted awake from their sleep, their voice even becoming stammered. The other party also knew that the 4-school exchange competition was imminent and immediately offered a price in academic credits, with the condition that Su must help lead their team to enter the rankings. This condition was, naturally, not a problem at all. After finishing all his tasks, he took a hot shower. Yuanyan Ning Mao, this time, was completely unreserved, her large eyes scanning him up and down, left and right. She wished she could examine every inch of this perfect male body.
Ah! Finally, I can sleep soundly.
Waking up at 4, Su specifically went to the best tailor shop in Qingbei City. Zhang's tailor shop. He brought out 3 pieces of snow velvet sable fur, immediately causing a stir.
The elderly tailor teared up.
After learning the required measurements and style, he insisted on not charging any labor fees. However, he requested that one of the garments be displayed in the shop for 2 weeks.
Seeing the trembling old man, Su couldn't refuse and readily agreed.
Then, he went to the largest mall and bought all kinds of candy, more than 3 times the amount from last time.
The teaching building was crowded with people.
Snowflakes were falling from the sky.
Students, finishing their classes, walked out in 2s and 3s. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Club President Qin Feng?"
Suddenly, many sophomores, juniors, and some freshmen who knew about him swarmed over. The man stood by the off-road vehicle, wearing dark jeans, a leather jacket, and black leather boots. He looked heroic and capable. He was Qin Feng, the club president of the Crimson Kite Society. Also, one of the top 5 awakened on the Academy's heavenly ranking.
"Club President Qin Feng, what are you doing here? Brother Feng, I haven't seen you in so long."
The gazes of the other students, piercing through the crowd, were full of admiration. A master of the heavenly ranking, who single-handedly expanded the Crimson Kite Society, it was rumored that upon graduation, he would join the renowned Crimson Kite Guild, directly taking on the role of a team captain.
Such a person was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of all students at UNMY University. However, he paid no mind to the people around him. His gaze was anxiously fixed on the entrance of the teaching building. There was only one person he would wait for.
Main Yanxue, the main instructor for the archery class for freshmen, the Saint of Archery. As the crowd thinned, Qin Feng spotted the figure and rushed out from the throng. Silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, a red down jacket paired with high boots. Her emerald green eyes were free of any worldly emotions.
Her icy aura caused many to instinctively make way. Just as she exited the building,
she saw the youth leaning against the black motorcycle in the distance, his familiar smile contrasting sharply with his changed demeanor.
Main Yanxue's eyes immediately lit up. Did he use the dragon blood body bomb? Not bad.
Her indifferent face suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, gazing at her. Despite the cold winter day, he felt as if he were basking in the spring sun.
Main Yanxue walked down the steps.
Qin Feng suddenly felt a bit flustered. He had visited several times before, but never like this.
"Teacher Mei, you."
The two passed each other.
Tap, tap, tap. The sound of her footsteps quickened, and she was actually jogging? "You're back? Shall we go then?" "All right, helmet, teacher." The engine roared, deafeningly loud.
Under everyone's gaze, Main Yanxue gracefully sat on the soft leather seat of the Augusta.
Behind her, gasps of disbelief erupted. Holy crap! Chapter 67, I want to play a simulation game. Main Yanxue was very fortunate. Teacher Mei is leaving already? Who was that guy, damn it? I want Teacher Mei to sit behind me too.
Qin Feng stood in the wind and snow for a long time. The last time he was so directly ignored was the time before this.
He hadn't heard of Main Yanxue having a boyfriend or husband. If it were anyone else, their university life from then on would undoubtedly be miserable. Even some newly hired lecturers or teaching assistants would be polite to Qin Feng.
But not only was she a new lecturer, but she was also the sole saint of archery in the entire Huaxia nation. No matter how unhappy he was, he could only suppress it.
Club president, that person is Su. Oh.
Ouyang Qing shivered, looking at the burning intensity in Qin Feng's eyes.
He's Teacher Mei's student, you, don't cripple him.
Knowing Qin Feng's personality well, Ouyang Qing grabbed his hand and said with concern. Before, when Qin Feng had this look in his eyes, what Qing's student had to drop out halfway through, and Qin Feng received a disciplinary action because of it. The two were not only president and vice president but also lovers who had been together for 5 years in private.
Although this relationship was known only to a select few. Whoosh. Oh Yang, I know what I'm doing. I just don't understand what's so good about him.
Upon returning from the gray zone and learning that Main Yanxue was teaching, Qin Feng was incredibly excited. He had visited more than a dozen times, but each time he was turned away. He couldn't understand why Main Yanxue would choose Su over him, a Tier 4 upper-level awakened whose archery had reached the pinnacle of novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, and divine. Could it be just because the other party appeared earlier, or is it due to archery skills at the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine realms? He knows the meteor shower 12 consecutive shots too. And practiced to the novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine realm. Don't worry, oh Yang, I know what I'm doing this time. Xin Feng no longer had his hot temper from back then. In the heavenly ranking battle at the end of the semester, I'll show Teacher Mei who is truly worthy of her full guidance.
What is this?
Mei Nianxue frowned slightly, instinctively reaching out and poking Su's back a few times.
An incomplete dragon soul body?
Although she only had a quarter elven bloodline, thanks to that person's teachings, she had a considerable understanding of various races.
Tier 2 mid-level? Her confusion grew. Could he have couldn't hold back and used it in advance? But if she could obtain an incomplete dragon soul body, it meant that his black jade Zhang rock had met the requirements he stated. But didn't those who achieved that level reach Tier 3? The various discrepancies with her understanding momentarily flustered Mei Nianxue. Never mind, as long as he can return safely, that's good. Mei Nianxue pondered internally.
Her pupils suddenly widened considerably, and the slight smile that had been on her lips as she leaned closer to Su drooped.
Did this person actually follow her method?
Through the dragon blood body tempering, certain draconic traits would naturally manifest.
What if there wasn't enough water nearby?
The farmed cabbage would become extremely proactive on its own.
Teacher has a question for you. Teacher, please go ahead. During this hunt for feral beasts, did you, by any chance, meet any new friends or companions?
The image of Yuchen instantly appeared in Su's mind, and he could almost hear a buzzing sound like flies. A girl whose mouth never stops, that mouth, it's truly, the thought alone is frightening.
A mouth that never stops? And it's a girl?
Her heart, which had been filled with joy, suddenly felt like the current weather.
Chillingly cold. You are currently an incomplete dragon soul body.
Later, with resources similar to dragon's essence blood, your strength, agility, constitution, and spirit will continue to improve until you are comparable to dragons, and it's even possible to achieve the dragon annihilation body.
Do you understand?
Also, your aura is far too exposed.
Su sat obediently on the sofa, feeling that his teacher was somehow different from before. Where did all that anger come from? Let me see your black jade Zhangyan. Hurry up. Not daring to delay, the scales like those of a dragon clearly appeared on the black jade Zhangyan. Mei Nianxue nodded with satisfaction, but couldn't help but ask.
After all, for the black jade Zhangyan to wrap the entire body in a pitch-black color, it would require at least Tier 3. This was what that person said, and he had never made a mistake over the many years. He recounted the entire process, from accidentally discovering the method to temper the black jade Zhangyan to applying the dragon blood solidifying paste. Mei Nianxue's mood gradually improved.
Nothing else? No. Oh wow.
The little person in her heart jumped for joy.
The joy of nurturing is back. Then the girl you know, the one with the sharp tongue? Teacher, I have something I want to ask you. His suddenly solemn expression made Mei Nianxue's gaze flicker. Could it be that he had discovered something? Hearing about Su Tanyuken's experience in the secret realm, Mei Nianxue's cherry-like lips parted slightly, and she clicked her tongue in speechless amusement. What incredible luck this must be!
Demonstrating the white bone claws, Mei Nianxue picked up the transformed abyss eye gaze and examined it carefully.
The moment their eyes met, Mei Nianxue sensed a certain hostility.
A pyramid of feral beast skulls, a hexagonal stone table, and a bloodthirsty butcher that only existed in illustrations. All these elements plunged Mei Nianxue into deep thought. She had never heard of an epic quality abyss eye gaze before. Based on Su's description, there was no doubt that this Bao was connected to that evil ritual.
Hiss! Mei Nianxue gasped.
She thought of an answer that was the least likely but also the most plausible.
It might be from a restricted zone.
The so-called restricted zones. These were areas where powerful beings still resided to this day.
For over 10,000 years, humanity's awakened had still not managed to reclaim these lands.
The beings in the restricted zones were all feral beasts or otherworlders of Tier 9 or higher. It was more like a necessary pact. Powerful otherworlders or feral beasts resided within, and any human awakened who entered would have a 10% chance of survival. After all, allowing them to leave the restricted zones would bring about a catastrophe capable of destroying cities and nations. This was the only way to compromise. Deducing that the abyss I gaze was the weapon of some terrifying entity. Then teacher, do you know whose weapon it is? I don't know. Mei Nianxue could clearly sense that the abyss I gaze had already accepted Su as its master. In other words, it would never do anything to harm its master, such as draining Su's life force. But what exactly had Su done to this Bao? This was what Mei Nianxue was truly curious about. She then shifted the topic to how to restrain the violent aura. She had long been accustomed to Su's intelligence and comprehension. After being told twice, he had already grasped most of it. Teacher, could you please help me test the defensive power of the Black Jade Zhongyan? Mei Nianxue readily agreed to Su's request. The two went to the rooftop, where Mei Nianxue took out an extremely simple white longbow, longer than a typical longbow. I'll start directly from the middle of Tier 3. With a clang, the Black Jade Zhongyan was shot and shattered. Not bad, Tier 4 lower rank. Despite saying this, Mei Nianxue secretly marveled. What she was referring to was Tier 4 lower rank of S-class talent. If it were a class talent or lower, it could basically withstand Tier 4 middle rank, or even higher. You can also start practicing the techniques for other elements. As for the 4-school exchange meet in a few days, I have a class and can't go. The team leader is a lunatic, don't provoke her if you can help it. This was the first time Su had heard Mei Nianxue speak like this, and he couldn't help but feel curious about the madwoman she mentioned. After giving Su several more instructions regarding the 8 elements body tempering technique and the incomplete dragon soul body, Mei Nianxue finally let Su leave. Looking at the abyss I gaze on Su's back through the window, Mei Nianxue sighed softly. Why do otherworlders like the bloodthirsty butcher only exist in illustrations? Because they can only be specially summoned through the ritual of an evil god. In the evil god's army, they were merely cannon fodder. A hint of ferocity flashed in her emerald eyes, and Mei Nianxue instantly revealed a brilliant smile. The same experience will never happen again. Whether it's an evil god or something else, let's see what happens if they dare to touch him. Chapter 68, Teaching a Straight Man About Romance? The time for first place is 8 hours, 46 minutes, and 43 seconds. Next to the entrance of the simulated secret realm, Su stroked his chin, recalling the order and timing of the monster appearances in the simulated secret realm. He raised his wrist and began to set his smartwatch. To encourage the club to continuously increase its strength, the reward for breaking the simulated secret realm's time record can be claimed repeatedly. In other words, as long as the record can be continuously broken, the rewards can be obtained endlessly. Before the 4-school exchange meet, he could still play twice. Furthermore, with the increase in the number of normal, elite, and lord clubs, many normal, elite, and lord clubs began to have demands for clear records. After returning from the abandoned mine, breaking his previous record was actually extremely simple. A qualified leader must also consider how to maximize their own interests. Soon, club members appeared. After a simple confirmation of their needs, Su rounded up 15 other people and grandly entered the simulated secret realm. At the crack of dawn, the leaderboard updated, with a time of 8 hours, 34 minutes, and 22 seconds. Pocketing all the resources, Su rode back to the dormitory under a shower of admiring gazes. One couldn't help but sigh at the safety and tranquility of the campus at night, with no need to worry about dangers lurking at any moment. Jiang Shinro sent a photo of herself wearing a bright yellow floral long dress and transparent high-heeled sandals. Her bright eyes sparkled, exuding a mature charm with a hint of youthful playfulness only a young girl possesses. Su merely praised it with a nice, agreed to meet for a morning run the next day, tossed her phone aside, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, someone appeared with dark circles under her eyes, her face full of a wronged expression.
Seeing Sue again, Jiang Shinro's face showed shock.
That profound, abyss-like aura, mixed with a subtle hint of ferocity, made her heart pound. Even though Sue had demonstrated combat prowess far beyond her rank before, Jiang Shinro hadn't felt a sense of crisis. Curious, she asked Sue about her experiences over the past month, and was surprised to hear Sue had been cooking for a girl.
Jiang Shinro pouted cutely, "Humph.
You said you'd treat me to a meal, but you ended up treating someone else first.
Didn't you also want to ask me about the for-school exchange event? Then you should think about how you're going to get the information out of me."
In the evening, Jiang Shinro arrived in a beetle.
Upon entering Sue's dormitory, her eyes lit up.
It was clean, tidy, and simply elegant. Besides various training equipment, a desk and bookshelves filled with books were particularly striking.
"Shinro Jia, please wait for me for a moment."
Living alone in her previous life, cooking was a necessary skill. Later, she enjoyed spending time with her mother, Shang, in the kitchen and often helped out as she grew up. Although the dishes were not as exquisite as those in a restaurant, they were perfectly balanced in color, aroma, and taste, far surpassing those of ordinary chefs. Jiang Shinro tilted her head, looking at the young man busy in an apron, a hint of indescribable affection flashing in her alluring eyes. The books on the shelf covered an astonishingly wide range of subjects. Jiang Shinro let out a silent wow, increasingly finding Sue to be extraordinary. Casually picking up basic alchemy, novice, adept, expert, master, grandmaster, transcendent, divine from the desk, Jiang Shinro covered her mouth and chuckled. Every character was unique, and only Sue could understand them. She discovered unopened manga on a corner of the bookshelf, including many that were unsuitable for children but featured exquisite artwork.
So you like reading these too?"
As if discovering a new continent, Jiang Shinro grinned.
At least, she was the first girl to enter Sue's dormitory.
As the delicious food entered her mouth, Jiang Shinro began a feasting spree. Sue patiently waited until she was full and satisfied before asking about the for-school exchange event. With a mysterious smile, he lowered his voice. "Our school has been third for 6 years, you know."
"Ah?" Jiang Shinro paused teasingly before beginning her explanation.
The for-school exchange event is a format for the nation to assess the achievements of 4 top universities when allocating resources for the second half of the academic year. While the top universities receive significantly more resources than first and second-tier institutions, they also bear the heavy responsibility of cultivating talented individuals for the nation. In addition to the 4 top universities, other schools participate in the General University Exchange event. Universities with higher rankings have the right to prioritize the selection of quality resources and can allocate more resources.
So, are we actually working towards our resources for next semester? Bingo! You got it right. Junior is the smartest. My university had consecutively lost in the inter-university exchange competitions due to its prior neglect of freshman quality.
Although changes were made later, they only managed to climb from 4th to 3rd place.
"Oh right, I see you're studying alchemy."
How about you peel some shrimp for me, and I'll tell you some little secrets about studying and attending classes.
Upon hearing this,
Sue easily peeled all the shrimp on a plate and piled them in front of Jiang Shinro. Shaking her head helplessly, Jiang Shinro couldn't help but roll her eyes.
He's really going too far. Not just a regular straight man, but pure titanium alloy.
But who could help it if she liked him? While eating shrimp, she talked about the teachers and lectures related to alchemy and offered suggestions for the most suitable schedule for Sue.
"But you're still going to study alchemy?"
"It's to avoid middlemen taking a cut, and it's always good to have more skills." Suddenly recalling a fleeting glimpse from earlier, Jiang Shinro's face turned completely red. The bright moon hung high in the sky outside. Bathed in the cold moonlight, her pink hair appeared even more radiant. She formed a sword seal with her hands, and a peculiar sword cry emanated from the sword box.
"Fohanlu, you foolie, appear!"
With a flash of light, under the moonlight, a rusty broadsword floated in the air, its cry like a dog's bark. As for the other sword, slender and graceful like a beauty, it was a milky white jade sword exuding a chilling aura. Miss, regarding the Tyrannosaurus mercenary group, we found a mercenary who was shot and severely wounded, hung on the cliff of the mine, and miraculously survived. According to him, the leader Lu Long and others were attacked by a mysterious archer. Combined with the evidence found in the abandoned mine, it can be basically confirmed. The elder, dressed as a butler, twitched his eyelids but calmly said, "Your friend has completed the annihilation of the Tyrannosaurus mercenary group." The two flying swords suddenly fell to the ground. A smirk played on his lips, and a few disbelieving chuckles escaped. In front of the villa, the moonlight was gone, and snowflakes fell on her shoulders. Jiang Shinro wore a helpless expression.
"Aren't you going to see me off?"
"Ha?" Su tilted his head. "Sister Shinro, if I send you back, who will send me back?" Whoosh! She felt like the little volcano and her heart was about to erupt.
"It's snowing, it's quite cold."
"Sister Shinro, please drive slowly.
Let me know when you get back, okay?"
"Oh. He's even concerned about me, telling me to drive slowly and report when I'm safe. This guy, who's always thinking about cultivation and is so adorably dense." Jiang Shinro's calm state of mind was suddenly turbulent. She slammed the car door shut angrily, and the snow on the eaves suddenly fell.
A moment later,
laughter could be heard from inside the car. But who could help it if she liked him? It seems quite enjoyable to train this titanium alloy straight man to understand a little romance.
Finally, there was some free time.
Su took a beautifully bound comic from the bookshelf, and he had to admit, the art was excellent. As before, he still loved collecting all sorts of comics.
Everyone appreciates beauty, don't they?
"Ha! I remember I haven't even opened these." As he opened it, a note fell out.
"Our little secret?"
Recalling the various techniques for each element in the 8 yuan body tempering art.
The next second,
his left hand formed a claw, with faint arcs of electricity swirling around it.
Crackling. Chapter 69, The Legend of the Study Master. First experience in alchemy.
Thursday. The snow stopped. It was a rare clear day.
8th Alchemy Practical Training Room.
The aroma of medicinal herbs mingled with the stale smell of feral beast materials, causing many students to instinctively open the windows. Compared to these nauseating smells, the cold winter wind didn't seem so cold.
A few minutes before class, some students were already clamoring to close the windows, even though they didn't really want to. The tiered classroom was large, capable of accommodating hundreds of students practicing alchemy simultaneously.
Everyone scrambled for the back seats, and only those who were a bit late would reluctantly sit further forward.
However, no one would consider the 10 desks in the front row. He had a habit of paying special attention to the students in the front row.
Because his body was frozen when he was young,